Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Trader TV Live. Futures starting in positive territory here on the last trading day of the week with the Qs up about 0.5%. Likewise with the SPY a little bit higher, 0.29. The DIA Dow Industrial ETF up the 0.42, and the Russell 2000 up a little bit less than 0.5% as we start off. Yes, the first red day to start the morning here for oil, down 2.30 USO. Gold and silver both back up. Bitcoin still trading right around 65,000. Lots to talk about. Of course, we're looking at that earnings report from yesterday after the bell. Intel reporting they're up 3.33% right now. Oracle on the back of a big deal with the United States government. They're also up about 0.2%. A lot of earnings names, though, to talk about this morning. See, as we're in the midst of earnings season. Good morning.
Absolutely, a lot of earnings. You have American Express also that reported pre-market today, so discussing that would be great as well. But yeah, we do have Intel that reported, and Intel having the fastest revenue growth that it's been having since the year 2011. So this quarter, amongst all the quarters, up since 2011.
Yeah, good look for Intel. As I mentioned, up 3%. We also have Newmont, SAP reporting, DEX, one of the very few red names, DEK down 2.33. You also have the likes of CRM up 1.33% on the back of a new contract there. Upstart getting a banking charter, and AMKR with a tie-up with Intel. They're knocking on the door of 10% here this morning. Some moves to the downside. We have American Express down 3.33, and Verizon, they continue to suffer from losing more customers. They're down about here 2.5%. Let's send it off to the big boys. Good morning, guys, and happy Friday. Happy last trading day of the week, baby.
Good morning.
Yes,
yes. You know what? The biggest story, I know Intel had earnings. That's nice.
It was flying, and
it was fine until they mentioned CapEx, and was just like oddly vague about it. What do you mean meaningful increase? We're talking about meaningful increase. You know, sometimes giving a number is a little bit better. Like if I don't know, my daughter's only 9, but like if your kids be like, okay, I'm gonna be out late, but I might be like a meaningful amount of time past my curfew.
Yeah.
You say some nonsense like that,
I figure out what that
I'll give you screw face. Now, if you tell me, hey, look, we're doing this, I'm going to be 30 minutes past the curfew, we could talk about that. You give us a number on that meaningful increase on the CapEx. And so the market decided to freak out over that instead of the great report that Intel had, because this is where we're at right now.
They're hating CapEx. I mean, we saw yesterday with Google, we saw it with Tesla.
Anyways.
Now we're seeing with Intel. I mean, look at this move. It was up to 114.
It was so good.
You know, we got that 12, 13, 14% as it was expected, and then all of a sudden right back down. Look, we'll take the positive 3%. It's better than what we were talking about yesterday at this time. But yeah, a little disappointing, man. I would have hoped that it was a little higher than where we're going right now. You know, other stocks catching a little bit here. AMD. We have it as chip rebound day or something like that, but I don't know. We'll see. Nice to see the market trying to get going there. The Nasdaq just spiked. The ES just spiked a little bit there on those numbers, coming right back in. But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel like a sell day again today. I feel like it does. You know, we mentioned AXP. SpaceX still hovering around, still a little negative on that move. I don't know. It's gonna be one of those days today. I think we had Oracle. I mean, if you want to go short on something, Oracle's been getting hammered for the last little while. We'll see if it can keep this 2% here today. You know, this might be something that you bump and send a little lower there if it goes bumping in the night there. And then Tesla. Interesting. What was yesterday's low? 319? Yeah. No, 316 there when we just collapsed right at the end, and we got some sort of a buy imbalance that crushed it back up to 323. So yeah, we'll see what happens here with Tesla, back to a little key level there as well. But maybe 323 is a short there for Tesla. But we're going to get it all figured out, and we'll get some trade ideas ready to go for you here on a Friday. Did we even check out USO?
It's actually down, believe it or not. So hey, oil's allowed to go down.
Yes.
It's only a couple of percentage points, but it kind of, look, it's been bad this week if you're looking at like energy prices. It's been like a steady grind that had a pretty precipitous gap up and then just almost all day rally. So they're down a little bit. I would be cautious with SkyQ's on the watch list, because the way when oil's moving, this was the one, right? I know we even put like battle in there, just like a little bit of an afterthought. This is up 17 points with USO down a little bit, and it had a massive move, like 50%, almost off the open, then gave you another like dip and bounce, and it's up at the highs. But if USO doesn't get going, just be careful with this. It could end up going the other way. So yeah, I mean, energy's got to be in focus. Just in terms of having it on the side, it can be moving markets. But we got so much from earnings this week that I think we're really keying off of Tesla, now Intel, and Alphabet, which when you get down days like this, like you're kind of hoping that just from a relief standpoint, you gap up a point just because. That's not really happening here. With Google, it was a very small gap up in the pre-market, and then we're just like slightly sliding lower. So it's not really looking all that great today, despite the fact, oil came down. You're like, that might help things. Intel had a good quarter, that might help things, and they're not really, at least not yet. It's not really giving any signs of that bounce.
Yeah, Google's still down. I was hoping that we would get a little bit of a bounce day, especially after some better numbers there from Intel, but it doesn't look like that's happening at all. Yeah, USO down 2%. So here we go. Maybe there is a chance here that you can get cheaper gas prices coming this weekend. But yeah, nice downside move there for USO. And we'll talk to, I think we should have Michael Noss coming through today, so that should be exciting. But let's go back over to the desk, see what Sia and Sharif want to talk about.
Get into some of these Intel numbers, which I'm sure we'll touch again, of course, on the rundown. But there was a lot of eye-opening stuff. I'll just touch on some things that caught my attention, and I'll throw it over to Sia. You have a top-line beat, of course, $16.1 billion, well ahead of what the street was looking for. You have some variances, as we often talk about GAAP and non-GAAP here, and there is a reason for that we'll get to. But what I really liked, Sia, the top line catalyst was a sharp re-rating of their CPUs. CPUs fell out of favor. Nobody cared about CPUs anymore. It was GPUs, 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 because everything training related is GPU centric. But that's all changing, of course, with agentic AI really moving to the head here. And now we're seeing Intel at the fore in terms of CPU sales, ahead of AMD for the new push into the sort of inference world. So I like that from Intel. I know the boys were talking about some, CapEx numbers, and that's certainly a bit of a problem there. See, as that ate into some earnings.
Absolutely, yeah. And even yesterday, while looking at the conference with the AMD CEO Lisa Su, we understood that agentic AI is on the push, and it's actually shocking how Intel has come ahead of AMD, which is a great feat for them. But let's take a bit of a dive into the numbers here. So like I said, it's having the fastest revenue growth it's had since one of the quarters in the year 2011. So this is one of the best quarter it's had since that year. Earnings per share standing at 42 cents adjusted versus 21 cents expected. Revenue at $16.1 billion versus $14.42 billion that was expected. Now, non-GAAP EPS has hit 42 cents. GAAP EPS has crashed to $2.16. Now, this massive move has been driven by a non-operational $2.45 per share mark-to-market accounting change that has been directly tied to escrowed equity under the federal, now stay with me, CHIPS Act to ensure enclave agreement. The biggest strength here has come from data center business for Intel, where revenue has jumped 59%. There's AI-driven demand for, as you do know it, server processors that continues to outpace supply over here. Management has also commented and said that customers are signaling stronger long-term CPUs, Sharif, agreements and supply agreements, that demand remains stronger and continues to remain stronger with this than Intel can currently manufacture. We were talking about this yesterday. There's more demand than they can provide.
Absolutely. And their 18A process, guys, we've talked about this. Their 18AP, they're really improving with yields. We talked about how it jumped up from about 65%. Now they're able to get 85% of the wafer into usable chips. That is a big deal, of course. That is why NVIDIA, that is why AMD passed on the 18A process initially, but they've made improvements there, a nod to Lip-Bu. So we talked a little bit about Intel there. Let's look on Oracle as well, Sia, because Oracle also has a big headline this morning. They have a new $7 billion Pentagon contract to strengthen their government AI position. It's the Department of the Defense here. It's going to be a $7 billion deal over the next decade. It provides on-premises software as well as maintenance, consulting. It's for military, it's for intelligence, so it's in a very sensitive area right now, Sia.
So absolutely, it does. I would say Oracle management is building on the similar effort that Davies' office had stuck with Microsoft back in May. So this 5-year, $9.69 billion deal has consolidated Microsoft and I would say other enterprise software licenses that are rather scattered, I would say, across military services. It does span across 5 years, Sharif, with a further 5-year option, and also covers the entire Pentagon along with the U.S. Coast Guard by the intelligence community. Now, we have Pentagon Chief Information Officer Kirsten Davis saying, by fundamentally improving how we procure on-premises Oracle capabilities, we are driving at least $441 million in taxpayer savings while also rapidly and effectively serving our warfighters.
All right, guys, Oracle here. Show you the daily chart. Well, it looks like, or at least at 52-week lows here on ORCL, but we're up 2% on the morning. What's the look?
Yeah, I don't know if there's not a lot of exuberance for this deal. You're looking for things that can stabilize them, right? Like Oracle, for all that it's down, you would think there'd be an easier path on positive news to have gapped up. But all we've done is you're not even back to the open. You didn't get back to the open price yesterday at 125. Like we're back to 22.5. Like cut half of the move back in, let alone all the resistance up at 127 and 128. Like I think this kind of speaks to just how negatively Oracle is seen, like the debt monster they are. Like in reality, they stepped into the big boys game, and they're not executing, unfortunately. And trying to go toe-to-toe with the big three hasn't really worked out for them, and that's where the focus might lie. So yeah, this is nice on the back end here, provide a little bit of stability, but the ball doesn't lie. Like this is exactly the kind of stock that on a positive piece of news, had it been at 127, 128, you'd be talking breakout today. Instead, very small gap up and still, actually in the pre-market, even trending down here. So, yeah, it's such a bad-looking chart, too. I think you need to break this consolidative bottom, and we're not really close enough to doing that. It's the 28 to 30 area that needs to go on Oracle. Does it have 5 or 6% in it today? And then on top of that, enough juice to get away from that too? I don't think so.
Thank you so much, Thomas Kondo there saying, good morning, happy Friday. I don't even trade, just watch the show. Okay, good, yeah, me too. While I work here because you're all awesome. That's great. You wish your 9-to-5 team was more like us. So we want to say thank you to that. Thank you for watching. I mean, it's good space to get information, whether or not you're trading or not. Make sure you do sign up. Although I don't have the watch list today. Let me know in the chat if anybody else doesn't have it yet. I think it's maybe a little delayed in sending. But
you know what it was? There was an option when you're clicking to send it, and it goes, don't send it to any Italians.
Right.
And I think I accidentally clicked that.
Right,
so
if
any Italians watching right now, I'm sorry.
If you are Italian in the chat there, you might not be getting it. So hopefully I'll get that soon. But anyways, if you haven't gotten it, it's coming soon. Yeah, no, look, this is a $7 billion 10-year deal. So it's not worth anything at the end of the day. It's nice that it's with the U.S. government. That's the part of it that I like. So I think Oracle can win on this. I think this is a win. So, we'll wait to see. I was just reading it over 7, and it's only a 5-year deal with the next 5 is an option for, I guess, charges followed by a 5-year just as option period. Maybe it's option period with the U.S. Department of Defense. But, that's not that much money, but at least it's getting their foot in the door. And I think that's something that's important. You'll have to wait to see, like right now, we're just trying to hover underneath or at VWAP. So, I like it because it's up 2% today. So I think Oracle does have, room to grow into a better valuation. Into this 140 might be something. I don't know if it's going to happen today. I'm trying to wrap my head around what I think the market might do today. And I don't know. It's pretty flat here. It hasn't been a great July, obviously. We don't have, there's not a whole bunch of stories out here right now that can rally this market that I'm seeing. We do have more release of economic numbers. We have 945 PMI flash, we were written down here, and then new home sales at 10. So there's not too much to really get this market going there. But for a stock that is trying to go, I think Oracle, looking at it back to yesterday's close around 120, if we do get a dip, I think that's a good opportunity. I mean, look, it's a positive story. it seems like it's a nice actionable trade here for Oracle. It's been absolutely like just pummeled to the downside, right? I mean, and if we do go back to a little bit of a longer time frame, we've showed this before. Like the fact that this thing went up to 380 or whatever it went up to there, 350, like that's wild. But you're right back in here. This is just a daily chart. So we've already sort of pegged some of these levels, right? You saw, what was it recently? Something came down into, it's IBM that's also down near into some of these lows that we've seen back in 24, 25 again, right? And so IBM down here, Oracle down here. And, you know, I think if I could pick or choose, let's just see what IBM looks like. I think I'd rather go with IBM down here. But yeah, see, there it is right there. This actually goes back a little further into 24. So, you know, there's many, like this was also a $330 name, right? Down into $200. So you have to just, Oracle is a little bit of a chase for sure. And if you thought you're trying to bottom pick, maybe these two names might be ones to look at, both IBM and Oracle. I mean, these are both, you know, strong US companies that have been around both in the Dow forever and forever and continue to be strong names. I believe Oracle even pays a small dividend. I know IBM does as well. So there's, you know, something about these names that I think will eventually get bought back up just because of namesake. But for right now, yeah, down in the dumps, both of these names. And I don't know, I almost feel like we need to have a poll out right now. I don't even have an idea of if this market's going to be green or red at the end of the day. I mean, I think we should do something like that.
Just
and,
green
you
or
know,
red.
we mainly talk about NASDAQ names. We could do the NASDAQ or the S&P 500. Really, Neil's going to set it up.
Let's just do the S&P because I think a lot of times people get like the NASDAQ's out the market because the S&P is bigger. So this is simple. Will the I'll just put the SPY because it's just easier. Will the SPY be green today? Simple. I know
I think that's what we want.
Yeah, we're slightly green, so it's just easy. We'll make green 1, and we'll make red 2. So we'll make it. First of all, just to remind everybody, this is within the chat. You've got to vote by typing 1 or 2 in the chat.
It doesn't.
So type 1 in the chat if you think that the market is going to be green today. The S&P can be green today.
1 just to be
and then
positive
2 for red. Keeping in mind, if you're listening but not participating, that's because you're not in the chat. And to be in the chat, you've got to become a subscriber. So hit the subscribe button. Do it now. I'll give you a second. Now you've all done it. Now go jump in there and post with a red or green for sure. So appreciate everybody. And right now, 59%. Hey, this is 60% saying green. Relief rally kind of day.
Okay.
I feel as if most of the time we do a simple straight red or green, it's like 52-48, something like that. So to see it a little bit more definitive, now 64% green. Looks like it's going to be the viewers voting for a green day. I mean, last night, Intel, I think it was 40, what do we have? 48%, 40-something percent for green, and then it was like 30-something, yeah, it was 30-something red, and then it was like 18 flat. So, I mean, overall, the viewers got it right. There was a really large contingent for flat, although the aftermarket move was up, but it was, I guess, flat one if you looked at it overnight.
This is what it was yesterday. Yeah, we had 48%.
Oh, it was the other way around.
Was sell.
Oh, my bad. It was the other way around.
Yeah, and then we had a little bit of a chop. Chop, I guess, is...
Chop, I guess, won,
That's pretty much going to win, I would think.
Yeah, Chop's won.
You know, you're up 3% on Intel right now. Will insiders dump SpaceX when it expires? 66% say yes.
Oh, there it is.
And here's one here. Which earnings name are you riding with?
Oh, no.
Google, Tesla, any one of these ones would have been fine. Although I don't know if ServiceNow, what they wound up doing.
Oh, they gave it all back.
Did they give it all back? Yeah. So I think Google winning there. Oh, is trading your primary income? No, that was pretty close. That was a lot closer than I thought, that one for sure. But okay, let's go. You know, we do have Michael Noss coming through. I don't want to just throw it back. I mean, we've been back over there for a minute. I wanted to just, they have lots to talk about. But Intel, I really want to see the answer to this poll. I want to check that back in a little bit because I'm trying to think about writing down a short maybe. Yesterday we had a move in Palantir. That's up to 124 again. We talk about government contracts. We know that Palantir is loaded with them. They had a move down yesterday, back into that 120 marker, trying to get back up to the upside. This could be something worth looking at here. PLTR for the day trade as well, looking near that 120. I don't think we get down there. This is if the market does wind up falling back forward, back into those forward backing levels there of 120. And then I guess the other name to maybe look at, I'm just looking at, what's been happening. We got Texas Instruments as well. Wasn't that? No, that was 2 nights ago, wasn't it? Yeah. So this is another name that we didn't focus on too much yesterday. They're at a pretty key level here, TXN of 280. I was looking at this yesterday, and that could have been a level there of 280 for Texas Instruments. So maybe a couple earnings plays that you might not have thought about. Texas Instruments could be a decent one there. And then what we talked about before that, right there, Palantir, not an earnings play, but a name that is a mover that we could definitely look at. Nice little trend yesterday in the afternoon, back up to the upside. Remember, the market was getting cranked yesterday, downside, even into the close. And, you had Palantir do this kind of a move. So, looking to pick up something down here in the mid to low 120s, I guess. We're at the mid now, but if we can go a little lower, 122, 122.50, something like that, for Palantir might be something. All right, before we go and dig into more opportunities, let's go over and have a quick look with Joe and see if there's anything popping off on the options board.
All right, guys, welcome and happy Friday. Let's take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday's session. We're going to kick things off with some puts, guys, and at the top of our list, names that reported after the bell a couple of sessions ago, guys. Tesla and Google. We're going to be looking at these $320 strike prices, respectively, on each name. Now, let's keep a focus on that specific level. And then, obviously, what we're going to do here is we're going to take a look at where we can find some potential or temporary floors. Now, as for the open interest on Tesla, 14,000 contracts there. You can see on yesterday's session, that was around our low, $320 or so. Now, let's see if this can hold up, but it's the substantial volume that we're seeing through this specific strike price, I should say, 139,000 contracts opened and closed. Now, as for Google, same narrative, guys. We're going to be looking for that floor. Where are we going to find the support? And that could be here at $320. Now, open interest sitting at 5,900, and then volume 1,900 contracts at that specific level. I'm personally going to be looking for some form of a bounce here on Tesla through the intraday session. Once again, guys, don't force it. Be patient and allow the price action and tape to determine whether that setup is going to work or not. All right, moving forward, we'll go through a couple of other names here, guys. The NASDAQ, SPY, and NVDA, all on our list here. We're going to be looking at some potential ceilings here. Now, as for the Qs, 695, guys, all of these expirations are going to be today. So at the end of the session, these will no longer be tradable. All right, guys, so remember and keep that in mind. 10,000 contracts at this $695 marker, with 72,000 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session. Now, as for SPY, 750, a potential ceiling there, guys. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get some momentum in some of these larger market capitalization names start to move and recover, which I'm referring to as Google and Tesla. It can most definitely help drag the market up a little bit higher. But 750 here on the SPY is where you're going to see the most amount of open interest on this specific expiration cycle. Volume at 43,600. Open and closed on yesterday's session. Once again, NVDA 210. We had a high of the week, Sharif, at $214 or so. Let's see if we can absorb this. Open interest isn't substantial, but volume open and closed on yesterday's session sitting around 41,000 contracts open and closed. Let's see if some of these levels come into play here today, guys. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Okay, so
About NVIDIA? Here's this statistic regarding NVIDIA and Intel. We're all impressed with Intel's earnings. It's all about, even like the GPU growth is impressive. That's been the big thing. That's been great for them. NVIDIA's GPU growth was even better. Like their last report, it was like over 90% for them. So think about that. Like NVIDIA, like the thing that is driving Intel, NVIDIA is still having much better growth with, and NVIDIA's cheaper. So that's the crazy thing about NVIDIA's value right now. Is you just start comparing them to any of their peers, for lack of a better term. Not that they have direct ones, and they just get cheaper and cheaper. As for that wall that you're talking about here today, I'd be very surprised if we get a relief rally today. I would be a little surprised if you could crack the tops. Just going into the weekend. Obviously, there's always geopolitical concerns. Earnings season picks up even bigger and full next week. Like, there's a lot that would make me skeptical that you could get through that top. So while, yeah, I think great support at the 200 area on NVIDIA. It's diddling in the middle. If it gets up to that top, it's a fade. But yeah, I still think they're so cheap right now compared to some of their peers. It's like for all of the reasons that you look to want to have put Intel's quarter on a pedestal, it also makes NVIDIA look even better than they did yesterday.
Yeah, I'd like NVIDIA to start like announcing a bigger stock buyback or something exciting to get that stock going, because they're still way long until their earnings. They're one of the last big tech names, them and Broadcom, reporting near the end. So, and the reason why we talk about Broadcom, I think we have some DRAM excitement potentially. I mean, nice battle back there from some of the lows down into $50. We've had a good couple days right there for DRAM. So I want to kind of look over here, Micron, SanDisk, all these names. I mean, if there's still going to be the demand, all we've done is confirm that there's still demand in the space, right, for all this RAM. I mean, we talked about going into CPUs, right, and how that's been a good boon for Intel there. And then we had Google with the CapEx, and we had Tesla with the CapEx, and now the meaningful CapEx coming from Intel. This is all going to, funnel back in somewhere, and I think it's going to be obviously back into these names. And I want to look at playing long off of some of these dips, right? I mean, you got DRAM to the downside today, you got Micron. I mean, why are these names down? I don't really see a reason for that right now. You got to deal with Oracle there again. So there's still lots of money in this space, and you're starting to make a little bit of a comeback. This is like Micron's at a very interesting level because you could break back, and it's at 1,000 as well. Like, not only is the 50 period a key level, but it's also at rate at $1,000, and that's a good psychological level. We've bounced in and around there the last little while, but if we can get above it and hold it, then I do think that is another rally point to get back up to the upside. I mean, you're down 20%, right, from 1,200 down to 900. Well, I mean, it was lower than 900, but down to 1,000 right now. So that's about your 18 or so percent right there back in. I think it's about time that Micron gets going, because we're going to hear more CapEx spend from Microsoft next week and Meta next week, and major tech players coming through. We're not going to hear about it from Apple, but everybody that's coming out, Marvell, even Micron themselves are later, but these names are going to come out and prove that there still is demand in the space. If we're going to be hitting these names because of CapEx, then that money should be flowing somewhere. Like, I was really surprised yesterday that when Google was downside, and I think Google's also a free cash flow problem. I mean, this is the first time they've been free cash flow negative, and so traders don't like that. But on a move down yesterday in Google, I would have thought that there would have been more excitement for the components, because Google, again, still a lot of demand out there for the hyperscalers, and it just seems like we're not moving as much as we should in SanDisk and Micron and in that kind of a space. So definitely a look there. And I was also thinking about Bitcoin today, because 65,000, it's not really moving around that much, but this has been pretty good areas down into here to buy. I mean, yesterday we did get some good dip buy opportunities, and then you are sloping down, obviously, on this 50-period moving average, but you have reclaimed it a little bit, and that's at 36.50 or so, just those areas that we were just talking about.
You still got an offer?
From down here. What was that?
Look at the offer.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, I saw
Who
something.
does
There's a
that?
big NASDAQ guy there at 85. So it was actually higher. I thought it was 5,000 the last time I saw it. So about 4 million shares sitting there at 85.
Somebody wants to sell.
And that, that could be the top. They could just lift that, like, that's no problem. And again, because it's an ETF, if Bitcoin starts to run, then someone will just scoop that up, right? Because the ARB. So they'll be like, oh, what the hell?
Yeah.
IBIT's getting held down by this, one guy here, or whoever this trader is right there. Meanwhile, Bitcoin's ripping. But again, not too many stories. We did have some Clarity Act there earlier on in the week, and then that may not go through. And Bitcoin on the downward trend here. But like I said yesterday, even though we bounced off there, bounced again, kept on recovering from these levels, and that happens to be the 50-period moving average. So maybe there is some love down here for Bitcoin around 36.60. And we're just hearing in our ear that, of course, AMD continues to move higher, and this makes sense now, right? Because we talk about the CPU game being quite strong there for Intel. So AMD catching a little bit of a tailwind here with that story as well. So, I mean, a few names, it seems like they're all wrapped up into the same. And we've been talking a lot of the similar
AMD gave good
ideas.
numbers at their AI event.
Oh, that's right. They had the
as
event
well.
yesterday.
So
yeah.
they came with some good projections there, and I think that's going to give it maybe a little bit of a boost. At one point, it's only at 1.5%, but they were saying their central processing unit was going to grow like 50% by 2030. So they're giving some rosy projections. It was before. I know we have Michael coming on in a quick little segment. You were mentioning the memory chip names, and I looked over. I'm like, whoops, not SkyQ, SK Hynix. SkyQ just broke 7. That's why it was kind of in my brain. No, SK Hynix is down 2 points. So like DRAM was down, Micron's down. Like there's no stories on the memory names specifically other than, hey, they're as a group, like Samsung and SK Hynix are apparently going to inking large chip supply deals with U.S. firms. That was a Bloomberg report this morning. Somehow we're down on that this morning. So it's weird. There's not a lot of big gappers, but these being down as a group is something to watch because there doesn't seem to be much of a catalyst for them to be weaker than the overall market. But that's what we are seeing. Let's go back up to the desk. We do have, like I said, we're going to have Michael Noss coming on. Still a half an hour before we take you into the free watch list. So still lots to cover. Oh, are we? I usually do my sign off. There we go.
All right, let's bring in Michael Noss when we have the opportunity. No? We're not going to bring him? Okay. Okay, that's fine. We'll just move on. We'll move on for a second here. All right, guys, let's talk a little bit about CRM. $1.6 billion deal. They struck a deal here with the Department of Veterans Affairs to modernize their healthcare operations. There's a lot to this contract, Sia, because it's not going to be $1.6 billion up front. There's a lot of contract milestones they got to reach.
Absolutely. There are contract milestones. So it's a multi-year indefinite delivery agreement. That number is very pertinent to them later at a later date delivering all the milestones and hitting all the milestones. That's when that entire money gets paid out. It is not at one go. So they're going to have to complete certain tasks, just like you do, and then you get paid for it. That's what's happening here. So they've announced that the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, VA, has awarded the company through its distribution network a $1.6 billion 3-year agentic enterprise license agreement. Now, the legality here, the legal probe here, Sharif, is that to comply with a strict VA privacy protocol, the contract includes a strict contractual ban on any kind of data retention. Now, this is something that we do know a lot of companies are struggling with. So legal retention here is that it stops governments or companies from storing people's personal information, internet history, or any phone records. And Salesforce is legally prohibited from using veteran health interactions, clinical transcripts, or administrative queries to train or also any kind of way fine-tune its broader foundation models or Agentforce baseline algorithms. Salesforce, one thing to remember, is not capturing 100% of the contract value. Like Sharif said, a significant chunk of this total funding will flow directly to federal master aggregator Carahsoft Technology Corp., and government system integration partners like Accenture Federal and Deloitte here.
That's very important, guys. We also want to keep in focus here that Agentforce, this is their, I don't want to say last hurrah, but they've been heavily disrupted. Look at the chart by AI, and they've been trying to find a client for Agentforce for a while. Good look here for the government. Again, as Sia mentioned, though, non-guaranteed income with a lot of strings attached with milestones. All right, we're ready for Michael Noss. Good morning. It's been a while.
How's it going?
Since you and I spoke. How you doing?
I know. It's been too long. How are things?
Things are all right over here. The weather is decent. Good. We might have, a little bit of a wishy-washy weekend. How are things on the East Coast?
Just got through with a big rainstorm, but we're actually clearing up on the weekend. So
that's good to know.
A little better than you guys, I think.
All right. I was reading the title here, Michael. I never really liked the word bled, but when you're when you're bleeding up, that usually is a bit of an exception to the bleeding thing there. But let's talk a little NASDAQ, shall we?
Absolutely. And this is, I think, might be one of the best rotations I've seen. And I think this is like the best bull case that you can paint. And, again, we'll talk about this a bit at the end. But yeah, the NASDAQ is down. You guys are talking about SK Hynix, and a lot of these DRAM names are down. But the market's it's holding up fine. So this is one of those moments where it's great to dive in a little bit under the hood. And if you were sleeping, I guess yesterday, Tesla got smoked, Google got smoked. Those are two massive names, hugely important in the whole AI trade. NASDAQ was down 2%. But then if you look at the Dow, it kind of barely moved. And this is why it's so important, I think, to really kind of internalize and understand what you're looking at when you're looking at these different indices and what do they represent. And it's why you see most traders and investors are quoting the different ones because they're all saying something a little bit different. No one's just looking at the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ or anything. And the reason for that is this next slide here, which just shows the weight of the S&P 500. So there's 10 stocks that make up 37%, and the other 490, there's 63%. So it's, 1/3, 2/3. So if those big names are selling off in the way they have been, your Microns and all of this, SanDisks and all of that, and the market's barely moving, it means that the other 490 stocks have to really be holding their weight. And that's what rotation is people are taking profits in one side, but they're not running to cash. They're not running to gold. They're not running to safe haven assets. They're just buying other companies with it, which, again, I think is a good case for continuation of the bull side of things. So where did the money go? So this next chart is just a chart of what happened yesterday here. So you can see consumer discretionaries, which the consumer discretionary ETF, XLK, I think, XLY, sorry, is basically 50% Amazon and Tesla. So that's why it had such a really bad down day. But if you look at the names that were doing well, you've got industrials, which generally speaking isn't too defensive. Healthcare, utilities, argument there that that's defensive and energy. So very quickly you can just see, okay, they didn't flood to cash. They went out of one place and into another. This next chart just kind of, again, shows this again, but with some equal weight. So the negative 1.2%, that is the cap-weighted ETF. So it just shows the bigger the company, the more of effect it has. So it's going to be that big cap tech and the big tech weighting on that side of things. But then the only down 0.4%, that's the equal weight. You can, RSP is the ETF. And, down, up or down 0.5% is kind of a rounding error, just showing again that everyone else is kind of stepping up to carry the weight when this thing is selling off. Another couple charts just to kind of hammer the point home. This is just a spaghetti chart from the beginning of the year till now, what these individual markets look like. You can see Russell on top, 2,000 of the smallest companies, kind of ma and pa organizations, they're on the top. And look at when that started to occur, right? The Qs have been kind of beating them up until the top, where there seems to be this rotation kind of kick in. And that's because of this next chart, which is the energy. And so you would think, hey, what's the best performing thing this year? If you're just looking at the kind of headlines and narratives, you'd say, oh, it's the AI trade. That's what's doing everything. But energy is actually the top performer, then technology, and we have industrials and real estate kind of right below that. And that's, I think, great. And consumer discretionary on the bottom, and consumer or comm services, again, that's that weighting with Tesla there as well. So the last two charts are just the same charts, but just weighted from this June 1st, which was June 1st, June 2nd was the high. If you see the sectors that are up still from that point, we have the Russell and the Dow. These are your defensive names, but more importantly, especially the Russell, that's 2,000 different companies of the smaller kind of cap companies, which are industrials and small banks and biotechs and things like that, with NASDAQ really leading the charge to the downside. And that's for the last chart here. And this shows, again, from that June 1st high, here's the sectors that are doing well versus poorly. Healthcare is up 10%. Financials are up 9%. These are massive industries that are doing just fine when consumer and technology, consumer discretionary, these are down. So why do I think that this is so bullish for the market? It's a lot of the narrative. I remember people saying, oh, it's only 7 stocks that are holding up the market. Just wait till those stocks start to sell off. Well, we've had it. We've had these stocks selling off, and the market's kind of barely moved. If you look at equal weight versions, if you look at the Russell 2000, that kind of the small cap company, these are barely off their highs, but yet DRAM stocks, SK Hynix, all these, SpaceX just getting crushed, all of these big cap, large tech names. So I just look at this and say this is healthy rotation. If you are feeling the pain right now, it's likely just because you're too invested inside this growth side of things. And I don't look at this so much as they're going to defensive names, because of the fact that healthcare, some of that's, not defensive. Financials, I don't really consider that defensive. So I don't think it's a risk on, risk off thing. I just think it's people made a lot of money in the AI trade and now they're rotating somewhere else. And if we're going to think this trend's going to continue, then we could see this outperformance, which for us traders just means probably time to broaden your horizon. Might not be as interesting buying a JP Morgan as it is buying an SK Hynix, but one of them's hitting new all-time highs and the other one's just kind of barely holding on.
All right. This is interesting at the end here. I just wanted to say something. If you told me about a couple of weeks ago that the Mag 7 as a whole would be green, and the NASDAQ would have ended up being red, I wouldn't have believed you because of the cap weighting, as you just mentioned. But that's exactly the kind of day that we got. I believe it was a couple of weeks ago where all 7 of them were green, but the chips, the semis, were all red on that day, and the NASDAQ ended up being red. So I just want to point that out to kind of boost to your point. The other point that I want to mention, Michael, are you seeing money flow into small caps? So I was doing a little, I know you go through your ETFs on a weekly basis. I was going through mine as well. I was looking at the IWM best performing, major average ETF year to date. Are you seeing something to show you perhaps money flow index, some sort of indicator coming out of heavy tech and into small caps or somewhere else?
Yeah, I think this is an easy one to do with relative charts. So, your trading view or trend spiders, whatever, you can just do one symbol, divide it by another. And I don't have these charts ready, but if you look at IBB, which is your biotech index, that thing has just been absolutely ripping. And if you think about what are the components of these smaller companies, well, smaller companies are usually either small banks or small industrial companies. Yeah, like that IBB chart when that broke out, that's insane. And a lot of biotechs, a lot of companies that are trying to discover a drug, but they're smaller companies because they don't have any revenue, because they can't, sell the thing until they get the drug approval, or they're waiting to be a buyout. So this is one of those moments where I think doing this kind of relative analysis and doing, the Qs versus whatever stock that you're looking at, or IWM versus the Qs, and these relative charts really shine, because generally speaking, it's been Qs have been king, right? You've been investing in tech, or you've been underperforming until about a month ago, and that's where things are starting to shift here.
Okay. Great information, Michael Noss. Thank you as always. Hope you have a fantastic weekend. And don't enjoy that weekend too much over there. But we'll hold it down over here, Michael. Good to speak to you. Speak to you soon.
Chat Monday. Have a good one.
Take care.
All right, guys, fantastic stuff, as always, by Mr. Michael Noss. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. Northrop Grumman at the top of our list, guys. Going to get a price target reduction from $635 to $600 from JP Morgan. Slightly positive this morning. Then Comcast actually going from a $29 price target. That is down from $30. We're down 1% here. Equal weight rating there, guys, by Morgan Stanley. Now the Canadian company, the Canadian Goose, Canada Goose here, guys, down 2.7%, going from a hold to a sell with a $10 Canadian price target. That is down from $12. Williams Trading giving them the downgrade. Now, Huntington Bancorp here, guys, overweight to an equal weight. $19 is that price target. That is down from $21. Morgan Stanley giving them the downgrade. Moving forward, we'll take a look at some of the upgrades here. And what we have at the top of the list is Intel, reporting yesterday after the bell, guys, slightly positive this morning, 3.9%, with a $98 price target. That is up from $60. The Tech Bulls Wedbush giving them the approval. Honeywell also reporting, guys, we're up 0.6% here, a little bit more, $279 price target. No specific rating on this one, but that target is up from $260. Now, Digital Realty Group here, up 3.6% with an overweight rating, $235 price target. That is up from $230. JP Morgan increasing that target. Now, Union Pacific also on the list, guys, flat today. BMO Capital increasing their price target to $320. That is up from $285. Those are your analyst actions here this morning. Send it back to Neil and Sean.
Thanks, Joe, and well, thank you to Michael as well. You can't talk about rotation without sometimes not talking about industrial companies, and Honeywell here on the verge of a potential breakout for it. It's not usually the most exciting. I get it. No one's day trading Honeywell. Almost nobody would be day trading Honeywell that I'd be aware of. But I mean, we were mentioning this one yesterday. That 250, it's got its laser sights on it for potential breakout. And you just look at some of these companies and look at some of these charts. I had Tesla monthly up, but we'll throw a monthly chart up of, oops, waiting for it to load as if it's not HON, not HOM. And you look at this, like this steady eddy growth that this name has had. It's just steady, steady, steady. And all you really have to do is wait for a little bit of a dip on these quality names, watch it come into like a major moving average, whatever it might be. In this case, the monthly, it's a 50 period, gently catches it, and then it bounces. Now, you're not going to get the crazy double ups or the 10Xs out of them, but when you get it off of the lows, they do help you withstand some of the drawbacks you might see in the tech space. Yeah, good name there, Honeywell. Not surprised Intel got an upgrade. I mean, it was such a good quarter. It's outside of the CapEx, them getting an upgrade is low-hanging fruit. And shout out to Canada Goose for all the wrong reasons. That's one of those charts that's like way worse than you realize because you actually haven't looked at it in a while, and it just keeps on going lower.
I don't know if we just missed a story or something on Palantir, but it kind of just went
I was trying to look
up
for
and down there. Like it went whoops and whoops, right back up there right now. So Palantir just sort of leading the day here. Up, Citigroup upgrade. Oh, Citigroup lower. Okay. All right. Well, it's up. So I don't. We'll figure out. Palantir apparently just caught a downgrade there maybe, but I still like the stock up 1.24% right now. So I just want to wait to see what's going on. But look at the Nasdaq, man. Damn it, starting to get red there. So if we had that poll up, which we do of course have, maybe we can show the screen. We can see what the stats of that poll is right now. Neil has it.
64%.
64% green.
64% green, and obviously 36 red here. So yeah.
I mean, so whoever voted, I mean, we were up 0.25 when we started that vote, and now you're basically red, or trying to turn red. The thing about it is the Nasdaq sitting right here on VWAP. I want this market to open up like right now so we can start to trade this thing. It looks like we're gonna not have a very successful Friday, in my opinion, right now. I think we are gonna go red. And we may stay that way. I mean, we'll get choppy, and will we retest up here? I don't know, but that's not good, man. This is just even the last 20 minutes, like 2 or 3 green candles, and you make this move back in, and now we're gonna have to wait to see about trying to defend this level there pre-home sales or whatever. That was actually, no, that's at 7, that's a 6 a.m. candle right there. 7 a.m. candle, right there. So we'll have to wait to see if we wind up holding some of these bids down here. So I don't know, man. It's not looking great as far as this market is concerned. No, that is the 8 a.m. It says 7 down here. That's because it's Chicago time. So yeah, that's 8 a.m. right there. So that is that number that we got from housing. And then, oh no, it wasn't housing, was it? Hold on a second here. What was that number at 8 o'clock? Oh, building permits. Okay, so housing's coming at 10 o'clock. Sorry. So building permits, a little better than expected there. So creates, that's nice, more action there. But definitely not trying to hold that level right now back into VWAP. So I don't know. I think we nailed it with that poll. Like, where is this market going to go today? I do want to find some relative strength. That might be Palantir. So that's why I was thinking, like, if the market's going to go up, I want to trade Palantir to the long side. And then I was looking at SpaceX down 1% here today. It's going to be on my note. You're going to wait till we talk about it before we figure out which way. But yeah, SpaceX right there did have a nice little bottom there of 115, but also a good top in and around 120. So maybe it's a little bit more of a sideways day. We had some traders yesterday, including Lindenmeyer there in the chat, talking about 111 may be the bottom, and we may not see that for a while. I don't know about that one, but you're coming back in right now on SpaceX looking at 115 right here. So that could be a key level as well. We had to pay for shorts, just a very, very small amount. And we are going to go over Intel. I mean, it's going to be the #1 name on our watch list today. And it's pretty calmed down here over the last hour or so, right? I mean, it doesn't want to break 104 or 103 right now. But if any guesses which one it's going to break first, I mean, you're 1 cent away from 103. And then when that breaks, that low is 102.60. Then we take that, then it's floodgates open on Intel, right? Underneath VWAP, it is not being supported here in the pre-market. I think if you're got a little bit anxious right now to make a trade, I think you can trade Intel to the short side on this break of 102.60. So that's going to be an exciting one anyways, needless to say right there if we break it. So let's wait to see what winds up happening here on Intel. Negative. I mean, here's the push down lower. We like the quarter, but the market doesn't like what it's seeing right here from many of the names. And then I thought yesterday we would get a day 2 bounce from Google, and we're actually not at all. It tried, and now it's just getting hit again to the downside. So I don't know. I'm starting to turn a little negative here and a little bearish.
If Google and Tesla can't bounce, then what brings the market
Tesla,
higher?
I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying the two big earnings names from yesterday.
Yeah, they should be bouncing.
If they don't get like a relief rally after that bad day, 14 and 7% downside, and then now Intel, it's hard to imagine you're going to get a lot of strength. Like I actually have SMCI on the list today to look for a short, and one of the reasons I want to look at this stock is just the volatility of the last few sessions. It's been one of the more volatile stocks. We were pointing that in the lesson yesterday that something goes parabolic, and then all of a sudden, like you got 10 to 12% range in the opening range yesterday, and then it's 2 days ago, and then it's opening range yesterday. That 6% move. The 6% move up, that's the same volatility that SpaceX had up the open, that Lucid had off the open, that some of the, that's crazy. And it wasn't even on anybody's radar. So I expect this stock is going to be volatile one more time. I did want to also throw out there, and I'm going to throw up to the desk in a quick second. For anyone that might have been interested, I saw someone put in the chat that NVVE, I should say. You now have to find it on the OTC markets because they got delisted. So they are now on the OTC. So if you happen to have had shares in NVVE and were trading it yesterday and got stuck, well, this is where you will find it, NVVE over on the OTC market. So that delisting's already happened.
That won't be the symbol.
Well, that's what it is in our platform.
Yeah, I don't think.
I don't know if it will be, but on our platform, that's what we're looking at right now. But it might not be. But either way,
it might be.
Sometimes usually it has a fifth letter initially, but something like delisting of small caps is something that is going to possibly be a little bit more frequent. Sharif, as you were pointing out with that update yesterday.
Yeah, very interesting yesterday, Neil. So the new rule is as follows on the NASDAQ, guys. If you have your market cap below $5 million for 30 consecutive business days, you're getting delisted. There's no grace period. There's no appeals process. You're out. And that's how we knew that one was going to get dropped off from the NASDAQ onto the pink sheets. And that's kind of, that was the ARB yesterday. People were pushing it up. And then, of course, as the trading day wound down, people knew where it was going to open up today. So then the short came in. It was all sorts of crazy, right? A lot of people were locked in. They were locked in short. And people wanted to know, hey, I'm short this name, but it's going to open up on the OTC. What do I do? Well, we looked into it, of course, and that your shares will carry there onto the OTC, onto the pink sheets. The problem is liquidity is going to be far less, okay? The spreads are going to be way wider, and your carrying costs for the short, if you had to borrow, if you had to pay it, you're going to continue to pay it on a daily basis until it opens. So that's kind of the change there. So, but as you pointed out, Neil, that probably causes a lot more volatility, the downside, especially for these names that are headed to the pink sheets. But thank you for letting me point that out. Let's talk a little bit about Amcor. They have a big deal here with NVIDIA for $1.5 billion. It's a packaging deal, Derek. Excuse me. Tell us about
that's okay. I understand. It is a packaging deal indeed. Let's get into the nitty-gritty and what is this deal. So NVIDIA has signed a multi-year agreement with AMKR. You're absolutely right about that. It's valued at $1.5 billion. Now, this is upfront. It will be a prepayment, not an installment payment like we saw in CRM.
Right.
This is to expand advanced chip packaging and also the testing facility in the United States. So under this agreement, NVIDIA will make that prepayment to support the expansion of AMKR's U.S. operations that includes mainly the capacity in Arizona. Amcor is known for packaging, and this is what the deal also extends. So it follows the 10-year partnership with TSMC, which is the deal that will complete the missing link for the United States chip manufacturing. NVIDIA can also now process wafers at TSMC's Phoenix Labs, and also send them directly to Amcor for this advanced packaging over here that creates the first fully domestic end-to-end quote unquote silicon to package US supply chain without shipping any kind of wafers back to Asia, not chips, wafers. Sorry, I just wanted to make a joke there. And also just something to keep an eye out for is that this, again, will also jointly develop and package testing technologies for NVIDIA's AI and accelerated computing platforms. It will also strengthen Amkor's role in the US semiconductor supply chain, is also something you want to keep in mind as well. In June, the company had entered a 10-year partnership with TSMC, that's Taiwan Semiconductor, to expand domestic packaging capabilities. That's why you heard me say the TSMC facility is where they'll also be getting access in Arizona. So Amkor also works on the side with AMD, is something you should also know. Finally, we have UBS analysts, just I saw this morning, Randy Abrams, that upgraded AMKR to buy from neutral and has raised the price target to $90 from $80.
All right, guys, we've been seeing the packaging becoming a lot more important now, especially with the proliferation of the CPU and RAM now being all on the same circuit board. It really popped up aggressively, boys, after the bell yesterday into 81, trading about $9 below that, but still up 11 1/4.
You don't need chips or wafers when you have a good cookie. None of that matters. But the thing about an oatmeal raisin cookie is it's kind of like a stock that's, gapping up, right? There's a ratio of the volume of the cookie and the amount of raisins that you're going to want in a good oatmeal raisin cookie. If there's too few raisins in there, then it's only an okay cookie and it's not great. And you can be gapped up, but if there's not enough pre-market volume, then you're like, oh, well, how tradable is that going to be? Is it giving you any extra? I think that's probably the only thing. It's a good story. It's probably the only thing that's weighing this down a little bit from not being all over everybody's watch list. So it's already like a 60-cent spread on a $70 stock. Like that's almost a full percentage point on spread. That's not insignificant at the open. It's the kind of thing that can get you like rinsed on an opening print, because at 9:30 it just kind of does some craziness to you. But the trend is pretty solid here with AMK on the bounce. Like there's the daily. It's been running right into this 50-period moving average. So that's that 75 that's going to have to go. So as long as it can hold on to, say, 72, you'd want to break out of 75, probably a stronger one to see how it does with this news and maybe look for it in swings. But that volume a little bit low for me. It's like all the reasons why I was saying, I want to be looking at, obviously, like Intel's going to do extra volume today, or like SMCI has been giving you trades because of its news 2 or 3 days ago, and it still is. Here, it needs to prove that it can do some extra volume for us because it's already on the low side.
Okay, yeah, good referencing the cookies over there.
Oh, this cookie is like rock hard.
Yeah, it's rock hard. Oh, I didn't even see it on there. Yeah, downside play. There's the NASDAQ. We just talked about it not holding VWAP. Unfortunately, we just took down the levels there. So yeah, man, I mean, the thought of going short today looks like it's going to be good to go maybe off the open, and then we see if we have a rebound. But there it is, breaking through VWAP and getting lower right now is the NASDAQ. So this is not looking very nice right here. I would say you broken now below. No economic news to sort of help this name out or help this space out. We did Google holding. We have Tesla maybe at some key levels as well. AMD still up that 1%. This might be where the love is today. We talked about the valuation of an NVIDIA today. Also Apple. NVIDIA 208 is fine. I mean, I like the 206 level there. Apple, again, maybe something to look at outside of this whole memory sort of chip game here. Apple trying to hold anyways some of these bids. Yesterday's levels around 320. We'll see if that can hold for Apple, but still zeros on the day there. And some names that are kind of what's up to J-Town here. We'll have SkyQ has been moving around obviously here again today, but oil is down. So, potentially here for SkyQ up 17%. We can see what winds up happening with this name. Another one just keeps on blasting. I mean, this looks actually pretty good. And I remember trading this on Monday or Tuesday there. And it was at $4, and we stopped out. Maybe we went long 4, and we got out. I think it was 440. Maybe it was 340, but I think it was 440. And then all the way to the upside and breaking into some levels that we had seen back from May. So with oil down, Sky up 17-18%. Wondering about a short maybe around the 750s, 760 area there for SkyQ. So. All right, in the last 2 days, I really like the watch list. I usually skip it because there's too many tickers. Would it be nice if you keep it that way? I really like the watches. I usually skip it because there are too many tickers. Okay. Well, it'd be nice if you keep it that way. It's a matter of what's happening. In
I feel like, excuse me, on the days where there are more things to look at, I think you want to have a breadth of ideas out there. Let's be real. Like a lot of it is going to be market driven. Like on Wednesday, you may get like major earnings. So next Wednesday, I should say. Like next Wednesday, you're gonna have crazy amounts of earnings, and then anything that happens in small cappers and upgrades and downgrades. And then on like a Friday, you're always gonna have less things on a Friday. There's less earnings reports, probably not as much stuff in the morning. There's ebbs and flows.
Like I skip over names that I know I'm not going to be trading.
So I think you still want them there.
Yeah, you got to have the ability to look at whatever opportunities are there. And if we only put in 5 names, but there's 10, things moving around, those other 5 might be somebody else's choice. And that might be like what their preference is to trade small caps or mid caps or not mega caps. For me, I'm looking for the stories for the Oracles and for the Googles of this world, and others might be looking for Livewire, for example, that's on there today. But yeah, it's changed a little bit. Adara does a lot of the work, obviously, on the watch list. So her not being here, we've adjusted it a little bit, and it's been great. So I still don't. Just for me, I haven't even received it yet. So. If some of you guys are having issues,
come on, Beehive.
With it, you'll get it soon. I'm assuming. I don't think Joe got it yet either. So you guys are in, good company if you have it. That's for sure. Maybe something internally here, but I hope everyone's got it today. It's 9 o'clock. We're about to go through the watch list right now. And Mike, I just saw a note from you, Mike Peter Ryder there. If I go over into fan funding, I can just find it real quickly. And it was right here. You mentioned that wouldn't it be easier to manipulate? Why does it keep doing that? There it is. You got it on your screen. Okay, so we'll look at it that way. Yes and no. The problem with the OTC markets is they have different rules there, right? And you don't even, like posted size that you see up here, like on an FNMA. And I don't know what the quote is for NVVE yet. So once it opens up, hopefully it'll be part of a volume spike or something on that one. But they don't have to fill the order immediately. When you go over to some of the market makers here, they have a certain, I think it's 20 or 30 seconds to decide if they want to fill it. There's not as many lit gateways over here on the OTC as there is on the NASDAQ. So it is maybe potentially easier to manipulate, for sure, but it's a completely different game altogether when it comes over here. So you could definitely look at it. I wouldn't worry too much about manipulation. NVVE, like that's what we have, as Neil said. Oh, there it is. Yeah, we do have a quote. So, okay. So it's at 325 right now. Only 7 shares done volume-wise. That might be nothing. There it is at 325, 7 shares. So what was it yesterday on the NASDAQ? NVVE, what was the...
I'd have to call it up.
350. Okay, yeah. It did, yeah, so it's going over at the same price.
Pretty much the same.
So if we actually call it up in the NASDAQ, remember, we don't have... we should still have this symbol.
Why don't we...
Okay. So anyways, it looks like here yesterday, on the continuation there, it looks like it was 350, 340, something like that at the close there yesterday. So it halted up at 9, 8, 7, 6 down there. It looks like it might have made a bottom. So if you're going to look for something to trade off today on the OTC markets, that low there on NVVE yesterday was 260. So right now you're going to trade, I don't know where you're going to trade, but 325 has one print there. So 325 on the bid and really nothing on the ask. So you're going to wait to see what winds up happening with this name. But yesterday we got as high as $4 on the breakout back up through the halts. So that was $4. So I think you could get a $4 top. You're probably doing pretty good. And then I would look to go short on a 260 breakdown as well. So that's NVVE. And yeah, thanks everybody for pointing that out, that it went over there to the pink sheets. And yeah, as far as being manipulated, yeah, less eyes looking at you over there on the OTC markets, but still regulated markets. So you have to watch out for what's going on there. And Intel on our mind, sent gift.
Oh, we have news to see, but shout out to Reds there from TikTok. Thank you for the gift. Our community has teared up. We agree with you. Let's go to the desk. We've got some news.
Keep an eye out on Google here. GOOGL signing $1 billion+ data center fiber deal with Verizon. That's VZ. Verizon has secured a deal worth more than $1 billion to provide dark fiber connectivity for Google's data centers. Now, dark fiber is what gives Google dedicated network capacity that it can operate with its own equipment. And Verizon CEO Dan Schulman has said more agreements are expected by the year end. Combined, those deals could generate multiple billions of dollars in revenue over the next several years. VZ and GOOGL on watch.
VZ did report this morning, guys, so keep your eye on that. Let's have a look at the futures. 738 and change is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. That means that we lost that 740 on a closing basis. But look out for the 3-period rule for that 740 close. We're below it right now, but barely looking at 739 and a quarter. So the first things first, if we open up, we get through that 740, look for that 740 either as resistance or support and the subsequent price action. If we continue to trend up, it's simple. 745 as R1. If we sell off, we're looking to that 735 yesterday where we double bottomed on the 4-hour chart. See ya as support. Watch list?
Absolutely. So just a quick reminder, make sure to get the free watch list every morning. It comes straight into your inbox and helps you prepare for your day. It has all the big market movers, earnings reports, and what we're watching right into the open. And guess what? We make sure we get it straight sent to your inbox every single morning. So make sure to subscribe to that.
Make sure. Absolutely, guys. All right, let's talk about Intel. Reported after the bell yesterday. Good report for Intel. It's up on the morning about 2.5%. Top line beat, non-GAAP EPS surge. What else can you tell us, Sia?
It is important to know for Intel that the biggest strength over here and in the report has come from data centers for Intel, very specifically. They have revenue in that sector just has jumped 59%. Like I say, a whopping 59%. As AI-driven demand over here for server processors has continued to outpace supply. Like I said, there is more demand than what these companies can seem to provide over here. Management has also said that their customers are signing long-term CPU supply agreements and demand remains stronger than, like I said, Intel can manufacture. So looking ahead of this, Intel has guided third quarter revenue of between the range of $15.8 billion to $16.8 billion, adjusted EPS of 38 cents, both well ahead of Wall Street's expectations. Management has also highlighted improving gross margins. Expanding foundry revenue also increased capital spending as it continues to accelerate AI and its manufacturing strategy. So, to come to end of it, Intel shares are up 170% so far in this year as of yesterday's close after soaring 84% last year. However, it has slumped a little bit this month in July and shares are down 28%.
All right, guys, the x86 server CPU is back in vogue and Intel is taking all the opportunities to make as much money as they can off these things.
Yes, they are, and it was a great quarter, and it's the fastest revenue growth in 15 years and all that stuff. But we did point out that if you compare that growth to NVIDIA within the same sector, then 92 versus 59 is still favoring the company that is cheaper right now. The other thing, which I think, if we're being real, the reaction was pretty favorable when we got the numbers right after the bell. You guys all saw it. This gap down, everybody knows that you're getting punished for spending right now. Like the market's saying, oh, CapEx, don't like that. That's too much. The market's not happy with it, so let's pull the plug and let's let your stock go down. Well, these guys didn't tell you how much they were going to increase by. They just said a meaningful increase. So it feels as if being vague in this particular case, probably just being honest, but being vague, they might be getting punished by that a little bit here for Intel. That's the sense, because everything was all swimmingly until that. All of that being said, if you pull up the chart, sometimes you can look at the big spike up and say, okay, well, when we have fully disseminated information and we can take a step back and look at the report, it's the Wednesday high that's going to sort of stand out to me. It'll be up here into 107. Obviously, we're pretty close to that key $100 level, and it was really 99 to 100 where it bottomed out. But I'm still thinking, as long as if we can't get above 107, then this thing turns into a fade type of stock for me today. I already went over the other chip name I'm looking at, SMCI, but for Intel, we're a little closer to that earlier in the morning, so it's maybe not as much of a chance that we get up to 107, but there's plenty of volatility in the stock today. It was supposed to do a 12% move. It's done too. So I don't want to back away from that 107 level just because we've fallen a few dollars before the open.
Yeah, I have written down here, I'm just getting the sticky note finished, but I have written down as a long at $100. I mean, let's just wait to see. As I said, if we drop below, which we're doing right now, we just took out that day's low in the pre-market where we didn't actually have the action that I thought. We only went down to 102.20 there, so we only broke off about 50 cents to the downside. Until we get above these levels, like I think a long too at 104. Like if we can break, actually I should have probably, maybe I'll write that down before I push send on this one too. I think a long down here at 100, that's where we closed yesterday. You know, like Neil said, the quarter, everything's great with it. I don't see that there's a problem here with Intel. Just the market's not reacting nicely to it. You know, if we hit yesterday, we hit Google, we hit Tesla, both of those names down 7-8% respectively, and more. Obviously, with Tesla was down 14% or something at the lows there. So you're gonna have to watch out. It just, the quarters seemed like a reason to sell. We had that question the other day, like, hey, what do you think is going to happen to the NASDAQ after those two big companies reported? We both said down. It's just a matter of nothing's good enough anymore these days, right? We expecting the world and we're not getting it. So yeah, downside right there. You know, they just mentioned, a little bit of CapEx spend's coming, and next thing you know, this thing gets crushed back into the downside. They're gonna have to spend money to keep up. So I like it down here at 100. We'll look at that. And I also think a 104 break long is something as well. Then you're above VWAP, you're above everything. You're taking out that move there. And anybody caught short is gonna try to cover, I would imagine. So I don't mind a 104.50, whatever this little top there is. Looks like 104.40 or so. I like that break long as well. So I'm long Intel today. It's been a great stock. It's been hit, obviously, in the last month or so. Good quarter, proving that, you know, the chip game is strong there. The PC game is strong. I like Intel to, you know, get back to the high side today and not end the day around 2 or 3%. I would say it's going to go higher for close today, Intel. So if I think it's going to be higher, we just got to try to find spots to get long.
Little Oracle, $7 billion Pentagon contract with the Department of Defense. It's for the next decade, Sia, and there is that headline number of $7 billion, but they're not going to get all of it right away. So it's going to be kind of tiered. Tell us a little bit about it.
They are not, and it's sad this year that although all of this is going on, Oracle's shares have still continued to be down 38% on the year. We do know it. Sean joked about it yesterday. Oracle, so yeah, how could Oracle be down? It's a good stock. So let's talk about Oracle. So the Pentagon has, as of late yesterday, announced a contract with Oracle that is worth almost $7 billion over a decade. Like you said, a big win, yes, for Oracle, which has been punished by investors this year, as we do know it. Stock has risen almost about 3% in trading. Contract covers the use of Oracle software in on-premises data centers for branches of the military, U.S. intelligence community, as well as the Coast Guard. This is coming according to a statement. And the CIA, if you remember, was Oracle's first customer. So a 5-year base period for the contract includes perpetual as well as subscription-based software licenses, maintenance, as well as consulting. And this $6.99 almost billion total dollars is an enterprise software agreement. That's an ESA that merges disparate legacy licenses across certain military branches over here into a single indefinite delivery or indefinite quantity, that is IDIQ framework, with $0 that are obligated at signing. These are very important nitty-gritties to remember with these deals as to if this entire amount that is being mentioned is paid off at front or not. So back in May, we also had the Defense Department that announced Sharif agreements with Oracle and other tech companies as well, that around AI deployments in classified networks. But like I said, Oracle shares not been able to rally.
And guys, we got to point out here, you know, their cloud revenue absolutely skyrocketed 47%, but their software revenue shrank 2% year to date so far. So this deal, I mean, it couldn't come at a better time, right? So what's a look?
Yeah, Oracle takes a step back jumper behind the line, drains the three, and celebrates to cut the score to 100. The market, Oracle 57. What are you supposed to celebrate? It's okay, fine. The 3-pointer is nice. The story is good. It's not that much money.
No, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
It's not that. It's not that much money. It's like it's not a big of enough deal. If this was a bigger deal, then we'd be talking about a breakout today. 100%. I'd be saying 128 break. Oracle's going to give you like the temporary bottom. There's relief rally potential here. All of that's true, except for the fact that this doesn't seem like a big enough catalyst, and obviously that's proven here. It's very slightly gapped up, so it's not like it's not going up. I mean, it's up 2 points, but just look at the last week. I can zoom in. Look at the last week or so, and all we've done is go back to, well, we had gone back to 1030 yesterday, and now we are at, well, I mean, that 1030 candle moved $2 to the downside. So really, we've just fallen $2 from there. So it's not to chuckle and laugh at Oracle or anything. It's just, I don't see this as a big of enough thing to break that trend. What it does at least have going for the stock is, as Sean already pointed out, this is last year's low. So like there's there's the potential of continued support at these bottoms because it is last year's support. But this, it's just not big enough.
No, I didn't. I was saying that before. I thought the $7 billion, and plus there's an option there, and the sticky note is now out. By the way, I think I like the stock. I mean, I've already talked about it being a red day here in the market. It seems like that's happening right now again. So there's the fade here in the Nasdaq, and so a name that's been getting hit has been Oracle. I like the fact that it's a deal with the U.S. government. So that's nice. As Sia mentioned there, they've had past dealings here as well. But it's a 10-year deal at $7 billion. That's $700 million a year. It's not a needle mover by any stretch of the imagination for Oracle. And it's also optionality in the last 5 years as well. So it might only be a 5-year deal. And at least it's a deal. So I think that's moving in the right direction. You just want to see if it holds right here, 120, 150. As long as it holds into this area, 121, ish, I think we're fine. You just don't want to see it turn red. That's all. If it turns red on the day, then we can, fade any sort of pop after that. Let's just make sure the market likes this name, Oracle. I like it. I actually thinking about putting some money into it just because of where we are on the daily. But I don't want to get too caught up in, as you just mentioned, it's back to these levels right there. I don't want to get too caught up in buying something just because it's at a spot that looks favorable. The stock has to also be favorable. And Oracle's earnings are later, so we can't really judge that until then. We do have big earnings next week that could shape the Nasdaq a little bit more. And if the Nasdaq's getting hit next week, Oracle probably resumes downside play here. So, I like the story here today. If it holds 121, that's a long for me. So you got to go drop down about $1.50 before we get an answer there for Oracle for me. But I still like the stock. I still think that Intel is such a better looking trade today, breaking back above that 104. I have SpaceX written down too. We do have the sticky note out here today, and I didn't get a picture of the gnocchi, but what I had last night was bone-in veal parm, and it was real good, man. I know there's a lot of cheese on here, Sharif, so don't look, but there was.
That's a lot of cheese.
This is like a huge ass.
That's a lot of cheese.
Veal chop. There. You can see the gnocchi a little bit in the back there. No, I should have just put our wine. We had a nice Chianti there, so the wine should have been there. But man, these plates are awesome too. The plates are gorgeous, and I made some comments about that. But very cheesy, and what a great, bone-in veal chop. I haven't had that in a while, and that was just really good. So we had that last night, and it was really fun time. But here comes Intel, man, breaking down again. I mentioned if we take that low, there's a problem. I'm still looking at $100, but the next story is SAP.
Another company with accelerating cloud and decelerating software. Software plummeting 32% year over year. Cloud growing at a healthy 26% year over year. It's a good report. They're up 5 1/3.
Absolutely. Like you said, cloud acceleration coming in at the direct expense of its legacy software. You have the software licensing revenue, like you said, that has plummeted over 32% year over year. Revenue has risen, however, 11% to 9.88 billion euros. That is slightly ahead of estimates. Operating profit has also increased 27.8%, Sharif. That comes in at 2.74 billion euros over here. Now, it has delivered, I would say, a strong second quarter. Cloud revenue is rising 24%. You have the current cloud backlog, which is one of its key metrics to measure. It is growing 26% as well at constant currencies. That's beating expectations as well, also reinforcing confidence that enterprise AI spending is healthy, not out of control. Results have also eased investor concerns as well that AI would disrupt traditional software providers after the sector-wide, like you say, SaaS scare. It's funny. Earlier this year. So you have, despite the top line momentum that we're seeing over here, management has, however, cut its full year 2026 non-IFRS operating profit outlook to the range of 11.8 billion euros to 12.2 billion euros. That is down from the range of 11.9 billion euros to 12.3 billion euros. And it absorbs a more than 100 million euro dilutive profit that's dragged down from its recent acquisitions of two things, Sharif, that was Dremio and Prior Labs.
Okay. Guys, another company here that's not being spared from the expenses of CapEx. Their margins compressed a little bit. It has spent a little bit more, 74.3% for one cloud division and about 70% for the other. So what's the look here, up 5 1/3?
Okay.
That's the daily chart on SAP. It's not going to get traded today on the show. But if you are happening to be like, oh, look at this name gapping 4.5% to the upside. I like the report. Just try to remember they're not. This is not the primary market. Like this does trade in Europe. So at 11:30, just be cautious of volume spike that is going to happen at the European close because that's just how it rolls, and it sometimes trades a little bit differently and a little bit tighter to the U.S. markets once that does happen. But you have just yet another name. Like you repeat a lot of stuff that got said about Oracle. Same looking chart. You make, I guess, a better gap up in perspective. So like there would be a potential breakup. But look at this. Looks like it wants to fill in the gap already and sell off. But as I said, it's primary trade in Europe, and I won't be touching this with a 10-foot pole. I just think you got better juice out of Intel, SMCI, SK Hynix, probably DRAM as well, lots of places, or just trade Oracle if that's your cup of tea.
Yeah, I don't really have a whole bunch to say on SAP there, but like you mentioned there, like it's just another cloud name that's been getting hit, and nice bounce today, up 5%.
Yeah,
it's just a matter of, again, like I think the Nasdaq is just being pretty stubborn right now, trying to figure out what it wants to do, and it's flatter here on the day. As see here goes, Intel's trying to ramp up again right now off of those lows of 102. So I actually think that Intel breaking this level right here might be a good trade right off the jump, man, 104.50 or so for Intel. But yeah, look, I think Neil got it already. It's not its primary market over here. We don't really look at this name too much. I would love to see us back to 165. I think if you are a little bearish right now on the cloud space and enterprise AI adoption, which is what SAP is trying to get through, then you want to short, right? You want to get underneath this 50 period, which is we are, play the bump there, and until this sort of turns around, I think you can remain short here on SAP, another name that's down 50% in a year, right? It was $310, now it's down to 150. So SAP continues to get hit here, down 5%, or up 5%, but bad move there to the downside. I don't know if I love the space anymore, man. I think I like the hardware names, right, a lot better than the software names. So SAP right now to the downside, 165. I'd say is a sell spot if you somehow get up there. New tariffs, new everything. There's lots of names to talk about, and we have AXP coming with, again, like unfortunately the financials, which started off great last week, starting to go for a little bit of a slide, and we'll see what's happening here with AXP. We'll go get the story. We'll come back and talk about it. Although JP Morgan's at all-time highs, 350. Yeah. The banks are actually
fine. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the credit cards there. We got Visa, MasterCard, and now AXP.
All right, guys, talk about American Express here. A very interesting report. They lowered their net loss or credit loss provisions, so their card members are doing okay, but they're also spending a little bit less. You're seeing a lot of banks reported increase in credit card delinquencies. You're not seeing that with American Express as their write-off rates held at 2%. How'd they do on the report, Sia?
So they did, I would say, not so bad. That's what I'm going to give it here. AXP diluted earnings per share at $4.53. That tops the analyst expectations of $4.40 by just 13 cents over here. Revenue of net interest expenses come in at $19.64 billion versus the consensus estimate that came in at $19.69 billion. Second quarter net income risen to $3.1 billion. That's compared with Sharif, $2.9 billion from a year earlier. Total revenue net of interest expense risen 10% year over year to $19.64 billion, which company has said was primarily driven by card member spending. Sharif, what were we talking about off camera? Card member spending, people spending more than what they have. Absolutely. And increased net interest income supported by growth also in card balances over here. One thing I do want to take a moment to mention is that consolidated expenses, however, have risen 12% year over year to $14.5 billion.
And look at what they're blaming it on. They're blaming it on customer engagement costs, higher card member benefit utilization. Don't use the benefits, Sia. It's costing us too much money, and it's eating into our margins. Neil, it's down 5%. What's your view?
I think it's the best value of the credit card names. I'll be the first to admit I'm not the biggest proponent of the credit card companies. I always say if I look at the XLF, I love everything about the XLF a little bit more than I actually love the credit card names, which are in there. I just feel like I like the banks better. They're performing better. We could talk all day long about BAC's having a pretty good run here. Citigroup's doing well, Morgan, Goldman, all that kind of stuff. But you're down 5 on this report. hey, if that extends a little bit further, what you are going to start, Rob, I know you're down underneath the 50 and the 200 is not going to be a good thing. But I start to look at, hey, go back to the April dump of last year and then link up the last two bids that the stock has had. And lo and behold, you actually emerge a long-term trend line for the last year. So on earnings, this goes down into 310. I think you like it, American Express here. And again, I think you're getting a dip on the best of them. So why not? It's just you're not seeing that level. You might not see that level today. I shouldn't say, you never say never. Down 5 points, $12 more. Like you could go down another 3 or 4 points and actually test that. But yeah, there's your trend support on AXP. It was a good looking support. There's some concerns in there, but you're getting a bit of a discount, a few percentage points lower on one of the best credit card companies there.
Yeah, I think you want to continue to buy credit card businesses, right? I mean, I think that they're pretty bulletproof if the economy is relatively strong, right? And so right now, thank you, Rob. Thank you very, very much for the coffee. Yeah, nice move to the downside right there for today. I think it's a buying opportunity. I know American Express is a very interesting name just for various reasons. It's a big business card, right? I mean, if business travel is going to start to pick up again, hopefully with oil prices coming back down means more traveling. So I like AXP here. But yeah, downside, it hasn't had a great 2 weeks really for American Express. But I just, when you look at some of the other names, right? We looked at JP Morgan, and I think if you want to talk about some of the financials, like this is just straight to the right, like, up and to the right, up and away here. I think BAC, I mean, you can get access to the economy and the financial situation just by owning some of these biggest banks. And, you don't even need to mess around with an American Express. Sometimes we look to bottom pick names, but why not just ride names that are actually working? And right now, BAC, Citigroup, all of the banks, they really showed up last week with great earnings and ones that were respected by the overall market, not like what we've been seeing this week so far. There's IBIT. I don't know what's going on with Bitcoin right now, but that's really getting hit here on a way down. I've written down Bitcoin once again as another short. Yesterday, Neil was in the short early. I didn't hit some of my levels, but I wrote down here, hopefully 36.75. Yeah, so right into here, 36.75. If we can get that, where VWAP is right now, that's downside. Oracle catching a little bit of a bid here as well, not doing much. Intel catching, that's Tesla. Intel trying to catch a small bid as well. So it's pretty mixed early. For a Friday, obviously it's not options expiration. Weeklies for sure, but it's not like a major like we had back in June there on the third Friday or anything like that. So now we just wait to see if there's any sort of an actionable trade here right off the open. But the market is looking like it wants to take down the pre-market lows right here. So it has not been a great open yet. Well, it's not open, but hasn't been a great run into the open. One name that we haven't even talked about on here, which will actually be traded on this show, is SpaceX. And I mean, this name here, what a move yesterday. I have written down, and we're going to wait to see if it winds up holding, but I've written down 116 to 115 as a possible long. I haven't put long on SpaceX in a long time, and it's just this level held. Like it was going to go down, and for some reason, it held this 315 to 316 area. So this is an area that we're going to look at. Obviously, I don't like to see what's happening right now, as we just came right into that level immediately. But SpaceX, okay, well.
Did it even have an imbalance?
I mean, now the market, it just took down the lows. We had worried about that. Looks like it's happening right in front of our face. There goes SpaceX down to 116 again. I don't know. It's going to be a volatile one here, but we can go talk about Upstart. I mean, Upstart and Affirm, fintech. Fintech's also not loved these days. Nope. But let's go back and find out the story here with Upstart.
First step to a national bank charter for Upstart getting the nod from the OCC. It will basically transform them from a decentralized finance sort of fintech startup into a national bank charter. They have many more steps to go, though, Sia.
They do. And key things that are 3 things to remember over here is that the charter would allow Upstart to reduce operational, regulatory, and finance complexity for itself as well as for third-party partners. So it is, yes, OCC has granted national approval for the company to establish Upstart NA, that is National Association, but there's a 3-part regulatory tool over here that you need to pay mind to, that Upstart cannot take deposits or open doors at all until it's pending applications for the FDIC deposit insurance and also Federal Reserve Bank holding company status are fully approved. So these are the 3 key regulatory stool that it stands on and that you can't ignore, because that is what is probed to this. Also, the conditional approval to keep an eye out and note for, it follows Upstart application that was submitted back in March 2026, Sharif. So it's happening since then. It's a key milestone as well to forward operating the first nationally chartered bank you have built from the ground up with AI-powered underwriting.
Yeah, and guys, the fact that they're pursuing a national charter here kind of foregoes the state-by-state licensing process that they'd have to do. Obviously, different regulatory environments for each one. Good luck trading today, guys.
Is brought to you by Origenics. Want to shout out to them. On Upstart, well, yeah, nice story for Upstart as we ring the opening bell, but somebody forgot to start that stock to the upside, unfortunately. So nasty. Intel's already at $100.
What the heck?
Intel's already at $100.
Oh my God. Yeah, the whole market's falling on its face.
The market is instantly to the downside. I know you said crypto. I actually like BMR for the short instead of IBIT today. I don't think distinction without a difference. I want to short some pops on this as well. You'd mentioned SpaceX already moving. USO starting out higher.
Red.
It's already red. It's at $99. They are absolutely dumping this one. Remember, Intel went from 99 to 113 in a matter of minutes. We watched it live on the aftermarket show. They've now sold it all off because they gave us a vague number on their CapEx. That's why?
Yep. There it goes, man. I mean, this was up to 114 yesterday. It was up 14% at one point yesterday, from 100 up to 114. And there's the move down in. I wrote down $100 long. It's only first 1 minute right now in the market. But I'm not going to take a position yet in Intel, but it is a move lower. Breaking through yesterday's low right now is Intel of 99.28. Like, this was a name that we thought was a good one. And it may still be. Let's let it get washed out, and we'll see if we could take 100 again. We'll try that. All right, man, first position is in, and it's early, and it's SpaceX, baby. So we're going to go long on SpaceX and see if we can shoot the moon now. Here we go. We have this guy coming out here. There's a little ape with some diamonds. He has AMC written on that. I don't know if AMC is going to make a deal here with SpaceX or not, but we're going to go long this name off of 115. Hey, if we drop a buck on this, we're going to get out. So let's go 113.99 right there. If that drops through, we're out of this one. I like the long. We're going to give a check here on SpaceX long. It's the first time we've been long this name in a while. SpaceX right now down to 115 and trying to go a little lower, it seems like. But here comes Intel, man. Maybe that $100 is something after all.
It's but
it's trying to take it out to the upside now.
It is. There was that story of it was a downgrade, I believe, on Palantir, I want to say, and it initially went to the downside and then tried to break. Well, it just tried to break 125 again on Palantir and continuing lower and lower and lower. Man, Bitcoin is still, BMR is still falling. But look, SMCI is actually catching a bit of a bounce here. So it might get to 30 today. I want to check this 31 level, see if we can't get a little pop and fade at 31.20. Intel is pennies away from regaining that 100 level. It could break back up nicely.
All right, we've got new trades alert. We got Intel. We also have SpaceX. SpaceX right now, it just went clubbing. It was $1 in the money. I didn't have any offers out there. We do now at 116.27. We'll see if that can rip up there and print us for a little bit of a move there off of 115. Let's see if SpaceX wants to climb a little higher now. Remember where our stop is. Our stop was about $1 on this one. So we should have taken that dollar when it just came back up. But yeah, here we go, man. Intel, I'm long on Intel right now. Let's wait to see what winds up happening here. I like this level, and we came right into it. So I'm going to have to buy it, right, when it comes into this level. So here we go, man. We're long on Intel. Put in a little bit of shares there. Let's see. I only have half a unit right now. We'll see where it comes down to if it does break through this 99 area. I mean, I think our stop is pretty simple right now. So we'll just keep on doing that and see what happens here with INTC. Let's have a day 2 look here on Tesla if we can. So I wrote down 316, and that was yesterday's bottom level there for Tesla. We got to 317 and started pumping a little bit there. So Tesla on our mind from a day 2 play. And then, of course, let's go back over to Alphabet. Yesterday's play, we could see what's going on with them, and they are choppy, to say the least here, off the open. Gets as high as 320, as low as 318. Oh, what up? Yo, the community just teared up. Shout out to everybody on TikTok there today, right? We want to say a big shout out to you. Thank you so much for supporting the show. We'll continue to be here every single day, and we're really glad that we just had that level up there on TikTok. We're trying to promote as many streams as we can right now to get people on and active with us. So, yeah, Google's moving around. Looks like some of the names are starting to drop down again. Intel did make a move lower there.
It did just try. I got the weirdest print on that, like on the way back through at 100. Like I put a 100 break in and I got 99.87. I know this will sound counterintuitive, but that actually means there's a lot of selling in the stock, because as it was breaking up over 100, someone slammed it back underneath. Like that's absolutely crazy here, but it is trying to get to 101. So the 100 level obviously is not getting to 107. But the 100 level is holding, at least for now. I don't know if we're going to be able to get a crypto short at this rate. BMNR, I don't want to chase this move. I think that's a little bit crazy to chase it all the way down here at the low of the day when the market's bouncing. So I'm going to stay away from that. For now, it's only going to be the 100 level on Intel. So VWAP sits at 102, 103. 103 was afternoon and morning resistance on this sucker. So that's where I think you could run into a little bit of a problem with Intel. But so far, so good. Software names apparently are going higher according to everybody. But when I looked at Palantir, so that was probably a mistake. Palantir is not software. It's ServiceNow that looks like it's making a bit of a move.
Man, I'm glad we doubled up over here on Intel. We talked about this play. We liked it. It was $100. It was one of the big names written on here. We're 2 for 2 right now here today. Intel kicking it, man. There it goes. Daily goal met right there. Hit the face slapper. We don't have any outs on SpaceX. I'm going to take one here if I can get it. But there goes Intel. Yes, sir. We had to wait for it. We wrote it down. It's on the note. We love that $100 level, man. And there it comes in again. That was good. But right into here, SpaceX, there's your Intel 100 long. There's your SpaceX long at 115. So it goes bump in the night, that's for sure. Intel, $100 right there. It's a banger. We hit props up to anybody that hits that one. But there it comes right back.
Bye. I just got
right back in.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I mean, I got some out there at 101. I'm actually longer again down here. Let's do a reload here on Intel. But yeah, what was your story there?
No, it was crazy. We were at 101.
Celebrating it.
It just got to VWAP. I had just put my stop in to break even from the low, and the next thing I know, it's trailing back out heavily.
This is not,
my SMCI. No, we didn't. Oh my goodness.
You have to wait for Intel now.
Yeah, I suck. As I was putting that stop in on Intel, I missed the entry on SMCI. Look at that perfect topping tail wick at 31. And the market just started a left-hand turn and gave it up there. Okay, let's double check a couple of things under the hood because I don't want I'm not punching lows. Don't punch lows. Don't punch lows. DRAM low of the day. I guess that's not too much of a surprise here. Micron low of the day. Remember we were talking about 1,000 in the pre-market? That was a possibility. Not so much anymore. AMD breaking low of the day and about to go red. So the market giveth, the market taketh away. Even Tesla's headed lower here. If Tesla, look, forget about some of the other news we just said. If Tesla and Alphabet can't rally today, those were the big boys that drove us down. If they can't rally today, I think we got some trouble. Tesla's trying to hold on to green. So there's at least a chance for them, and at least a chance because Alphabet's got some strength in it. So the smart money is seemingly liking Alphabet a bit here. So good luck. I've just missed that short on SMCI. And Bitcoin and BMNR. Both of those are headed lower. There's SMCI lower. BMNR is getting absolutely waxed right now. So we'll have to wait to short some pops if we can.
Is there even a reason at this point to go long on Intel? Like, I'm trying to think that flush was just somebody that was just like, nah, I'm selling this name. And will the buyers eventually come back? I mean, Intel down 2% after being up 15% or 14% yesterday in the after hours just seems a little much to me right now. But we did call the market on the downside there. So, that kind of making a little bit of sense that Intel will follow a little bit of this market as well. We're going to try to get a little longer in the tooth here on it, but we bought it back. Just trying to pick up some of these longs. I mean, we had gotten out up there at 101.50. We only got out of a little bit, but we did get flushed back in, and all we got stopped out was on that break of 99 there. So we tried to buy a little bit in front of it. Once that didn't work, we got stopped out. We're going to go back into it right now. We did take a win at least we can celebrate a win on SpaceX. I mean, that's trying to hold out for 115 right now. What will this market wind up doing was the big question I had earlier on in the day. It doesn't look like it wants to do much right now except for go lower, as July turns out to be a pretty bad month here. Coming into earnings season, we're not getting too much love back for many names. And here goes SpaceX looking to break lower as well right here. So the market's kind of falling all over itself here in these names anyways, right? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. There's going to be other names to look at. You just said Google maybe going a little bit higher there. Yeah, 320, okay. I mean, still not much going on there. That's too bad about Intel. I really thought that was going to go there.
And remember what we were saying about Oracle? Yeah, well, surprise everybody. Oracle's about to go red. What is dead may still die, but we got to go over to Sia at the desk. What do you have for us?
Over here, just providing some context over here for NVIDIA. So NVIDIA dropping a little bit, just coming to the upside. CEO Jensen Huang has joined Microsoft, Palantir, and also now in arguing that open weight AI models are critical to U.S. competitiveness. Jensen Huang, in his first ever post on X, has written that the relying solely, quote unquote, on closed models is not inherently safe, warning that concentrating advanced AI behind a few providers creates single points of failure. They're arguing that open models expand access, lower costs, strengthen competition, and also give organizations greater control over their data and infrastructure. So that's what's happening with NVIDIA right now. Comments coming in from NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang in his first ever post on X.
Thank you there, Sia. I just noticed, like, it's Apple and Alphabet. It looks like flight to some quality mags is the story here, at least so far. But I just saw something breaking trend, all morning long downtrend on SLV. As I was going through, hey, what's sympathy? Well, I'm not getting into crypto. Usually I like to look at gold and silver. So if this can actually hold on to 52.4, that could be a little bit of a break long. But this market's looking incredibly weak. Again, I'm not going to chase BM&R. It just feels like that's a crapshoot. We're headed too far lower. Intel, once it lost that 100 level, like, there's not much. All right, we got to zoom out. Got to put in some work. Like, you got $97. That's the close from Monday. Monday's close was at 97, and then underneath that, you've got the close at 95 back on Friday. So last Friday and last Monday, those are the two bounce spots that I'd be looking for over here on Intel. Just not really seeing anything that's. If you wanted to short pops, there were no pops to be faded, which leaves me trying to be patient.
Yeah, I mean, the short. I mean, there was. There was.
Well, in the mags there are,
there
but I don't want to short them.
Yeah, no. Right now, the long's just not hitting. I'm just going to try to give this a little bit more. We're out at 50 cents right now, down to 97. I'm thinking there's a rebound coming, but it does not. Here we go. We're going to get half of what we have here on a 97 break. It's inevitable at this point. It looks like that's about what's to happen here. So yeah, just absolutely crushed now on Intel. Down, not that I'm crushed, but Intel's crushed down here. Down 3% now for there it goes, for INTC as it just bleeds a little lower there. I don't know how long to wait for this name to finally figure out some recovery. There's really nothing here. We can go over to maybe a 15-minute chart and try to see, but right into there maybe. This is 96 just a couple days ago. So we've cleared out through yesterday's levels, and now we're trying to wait to see what winds up happening down here. That's 96. This could be the final out there. 96.50. Like, if you don't hold that, this goes back 4 days, back into earlier on in the week. So we finally get that report from Intel, and now it is hit down there to the downside for INTC.
Well, I got a small capper that's dying.
Yeah, okay. I mean, is it RADX?
No, it's OMH. So just for everyone that's looking, OMH was one of the runners this morning that actually had some good structure to it. It was good volume, looking like it was trying to make a run at the top to $1, and it faded 90. It's now halted down at 73. The TAP, theoretical auction price, sits at 67.5. It looks like it's going to try to open at. The other small capper that we have our eyes on with oil. Look, oil's getting back into the highs. Sorry, USO is getting back into the highs, and oil as well. There we are breaking up. But SkyQ is underneath VWAP. So if we break the high, SkyQ is going to need to get back above VWAP and break this 67. If 138 goes on USO and SkyQ can take 67, then I think that becomes a viable trade because, well, this market is still trying to punish everybody. We hit that 97 area. Yeah, now they're trying to bounce there on Intel. I'm just looking over at like DRAM. Ooh. Like
Nothing.
The,
I mean,
no,
SpaceX
the bleed,
is
like it's
falling.
5.5% down here on DRAM. Where's SpaceX at?
It's at 114. It's just hanging out.
Maybe
here.
Google can hold up. Google's pulling back into VWAP. Google and Apple might be the jam for sure, but I already mentioned I want to see, and even SLV can't do it. This looked like it was going to be a reverse breakout of the trend. It's got to hold this 52.5.
I mean, the market is having a huge problem.
Yeah, the market just continues to go lower. It's not that far down, though.
Well, I mean, down 0.49. I mean, we were down
0.5%
2% yesterday. I mean, this market is just
not that
been
bad.
sick with it these days. Yeah, I mean, just straight down right now, 28.6 down to 28.4, and looking to go lower, lower, lower. So it's not good. We're going to get out if this breaks 114. We do have manufacturing PMI in 1 minute. Can that save the day? I do not know. But Intel's trying to go upside right now. So here we go. Okay, good. I mean, we're making some money back now. All right. Now Intel don't look so bad anymore in your boys' account, but we're still going on it. We're going to see what winds up happening here with Intel. Make a little bit back here. Let's take out another piece at 50. We just get that. We'll put another piece up here in the 80s, and then we'll see if we can hold out for a bid cometh on Intel right now. $1 back into the money now. We stuck with it. So far, so good. Looks like SpaceX trying to go as well. Let's take some relief rally on SpaceX if that's the case. The market's going up, but some of these stocks, some of the stocks are going up, but the market's not. Let's go to Sia right now for numbers.
Thank you so much for that. So just in a couple of moments, there we go. Not even in a couple of moments. As I was speaking right now, we have the S&P Global Composite PMI flash numbers come out at actual standing at 53.6, previous one at 51.9, forecasted numbers at 52.3. So it's just a bit higher from the forecasted number here. You have the S&P Global Manufacturing PMI flash coming in at 53.8, previous at 53.9. Not a big of a difference here, 0.1. That's all. And forecasted number was at 54.2, so well under that number over there. You have the S&P Global Services PMI flash at 53.6, previous one at 51.2, so the number is a bit higher this time, and forecasted number at 51.4, higher than what was forecasted as well. We'll have new home sales and new home sales month over month come at 10 a.m. when I will update you about that as well.
Yeah, Apple.
Thank you there, Sia.
Apple is big time.
They're really throwing some money into Apple. Remember, it's just that flight to safety that Apple, I guess, is providing in terms of quality. If you're mad at Intel for not telling you how much their CapEx spend is going to be increased, well, you know with Apple, it's very moderate compared to all of the mega cap names. So this is the benefit that they have. Forget the 15-minute chart. That's just me trying to find some levels on stuff. This is what you're looking at. Unbelievable strength with them. I'm still looking over for this. SLV can't seem to hold the bid either. IBIT, LOD, and continuing to fall. Like everything is at lows. I was just asked what my entry plan on SMCI was. What, the short? It's already at 30. So like here, like it's crazy because now the only thing would be to look for a reversion off the 30 level because it just made the gap fill. So it's gap down. Now I would want to look for it to hold this, break this top or hold this top, and then play into VWAP for 1.5 points because the short's dead. The short, the last couple of days has been at 32 on the stock, and then it's been giving you some good juice there, but this is already at the LOD. So I'm not going to hit it. And as far as Intel goes, it still looks like this one is settling down. That was a huge bounce off 97. It's right back at the lows on the next candle.
Yeah, it's not.
Like,
I mean,
this
the
is
Nasdaq's
silly.
not doing anything but going down right
Unless you're Google or Apple, I'm trying to find something that is relatively strong that can be some kind of a bounce play. It doesn't look like memory chips right now. It doesn't look like gold or silver. Heck, I mean, I don't know. My mind keeps going back to that Sky Q, but then I just saw oil futures head to the downside. So like this happened. I was looking for Sky Q to break, but then USO doesn't break the high, and Sky Q's now defecating all over itself. So even like this small capper can't catch a bid.
You know, it's been definitely a rough ride here today for sure. It seems like, anyways. And Tesla might be one of the ones there. We just talked about what Apple was doing, but Tesla is trying to find a bottom. We wrote down 316. The lowest today is 316.80. I'm already stuck long right here on SpaceX and Intel, but this one at least is coming in. And if you want to look at a level that may hold, and we didn't see Intel hold anything, but right into there, that's that 316 area from yesterday. It looks like we're trying to get a little bounce action off of that right now. So, that's what Tesla's doing, just to give you guys a overall outlook on that. And, we keep on mentioning Apple, but I didn't show it myself yet. There it goes, 327. So they're back in here. They're saying CapEx, forget about it, man. We like companies that have no CapEx. at least towards the data center. And there goes Apple upside today. So that might be one of the plays. I thought AMD had caught a couple different upgrades and downgrades and whatnot today, but there goes AMD to the downside. They're now down 2% for advanced micro devices, and making again, like I just sold the other day at 545, and that's where it was this morning, and now it's down here. So names getting worse here in the space. AMD. We could check out a name that I really like though, is Nvidia. We talked about that name, and they're not really doing anything here today either. Only flat on the day, hovering around halfway through into VWAP, now trying to get going. I'm just massaging these two plays here. If we can get a bump up, which would be really great, in SpaceX, fine. Trying to battle back. We're long right here, right now. Looking for bids, man. We just took off a little bit in the middle here because it hasn't gone. If we can get something back up to 15.15, I think that's where we are. Oh, I have a little bit out at 115. Just because that's where the 25 period moving average is. And then if we can get going a little bit, then giddy up. All right, here we go, man. Finally starting to get going on Intel. So let's celebrate that a little bit, as that's finally starting to get back up there to the upside. We did some dip buys, man. We got some great dip buys involved down there on Intel at 97. So, but it's only a great buy if you can sell it for higher. So right now we're trying to do that, and it just stopped again at 98.50. So, a couple good outs up here. We did get hit on the way down. I'm not here to tell you I'm green on Intel, because I'm not, but we are green on SpaceX as we let that go through now. But there goes Intel. Hopefully it can recover a little bit. And there goes SpaceX as well. Take down 115. We like that call. Up on SpaceX, down on Intel so far there today. We just got another fill somewhere. What was it? It was Intel. So yeah, breaking through 99 is the next little look there that I'm looking for. But yeah, so far not so good this morning if you're long. But let's see, man. Maybe there's a rebound coming somewhere in this market.
Yeah, hopefully so. Because the 30 has held at least on SMCI, but this is just like the Intel move. I was just about to get VWAP. We took that reversal candle and we get some out at the quarter, and then it's right back into the low. So I just tightened my stop back into the 30 level on SMCI, 30 even. I might go for the reload here. We're a little bit later in the session, so I'm going to go for the reload if I can, if it's even going to give it to me, and then still try to get this one to go into VWAP. I was asked what that small capper, it was the OMX, that halted down, halted back up, and now the tap is 91 cents, so it might break that $2 or that $1 after all. But I just reloaded SMCI. We'll try to play this again from quarters to that volume weighted average price. But as soon as we head up, you're just reversing so quickly. You just wonder if the buyers are even here today. There's that BM&R that we're not short, and I guess we should have just continued to look for the short there. I'm glad we didn't take that SLV at the lows. Not. This was the one I was going for, and now it's above VWAP. That's at least trending up. So I'll get out, and we'll slap the fail on the first long for myself, even though I'm not on that page. I will do this. And I just typed, the best part about it, I just typed fail in my level 2.
Oh, yeah, nice.
I do that all the time, actually. If I'm saying a word, and I'll just type it in the level 2. No, we were breaking higher. I could have gotten more out on the way up, but I was sitting right there in front of 50s. But you're breaking lows. I don't want to be fighting this. Nothing is sustaining moves whatsoever. Even when you catch a bounce, it is so muted, and then look how quickly the reversals are coming in. So it's got to be more aggressive scalping on any kind of a long play, and if you can find a short entry, try to hold on to it. That's the way to go.
Yeah, the market is now just, yeah, I 100% agree with all of that. I think you want to look for some shorts at this point. We'll get out of SpaceX, basically a flat trade there. Not too much damage done on this name. We did rebuy right there at 114 to sort of, that's basically the loss, was buying a little bit there and then getting out at 114 break, but that's what caused, okay, now the market is, we're just momentarily going to be stopped out, there it goes, of Intel as that breaks lower there. We tried the long, at least we were able to make a little bit back there, but then the last, straw there is downside. And wow, this market, man, we were up. We started the day up. The market was up, I don't know, what was it, 0.5% or something there when we started, and then boom. And remember, I gave that poll out there, what do you think about the NASDAQ? And I was sitting here thinking to myself, I don't know where the NASDAQ's going, and neither does anybody else. We had the more votes were to the green side there today, and wow, is it ever not green, as we have one up candle basically since we started this show, and that was just a couple minutes ago. And then it was followed by a complete crank lower right there. So yeah, the market started this little V-shaped recovery there, right to VWAP, and then ever since that, man, downside pressures on the NASDAQ here today. Not a great way to start your weekend here on a Friday if you are long only. I still can't believe that Intel's down to $96. Like I thought that was a good report, man. I've been raising cash to buy some of these things, and I think Intel today.
Yeah, but it was a good report.
I know that.
The price action doesn't change the report. They just didn't. So what if they had given a number on the capex? Maybe this would be better. If they had just said, okay, capex is going up by 10% next year, would that have been better? Because when you leave it open-ended, now everyone's imaginations go to all the wrong places. And obviously, this is not looking very good.
Tesla didn't hold. That's 314.
Well, you know what? On days like today, if you're looking for a long that isn't Apple, we said this on bearish days, sometimes you got to look for the small cappers. There's your OMH. Regains VWAP, breaks out, now above $1, 63 million shares worth of volume. It's looking pretty good. I don't know what I'd have to double check what the market cap is on this, but let's just say this is an obvious level, $1, 200 period moving average. So you want to see it hold on to the dollar after this halt. If this is your cup of tea, that SkyQ is a bit of a disappointment, and that's because of oil. But there is at least a bounce happening on USO. Oops, I went to SK Hynix there instead of SkyQ. Can you tell we look at big caps more than small caps? So this is what's going on with oil trying to bounce. This is what happens on SkyQ when USO doesn't break the high of the day. Bye-bye. So that one is absolutely dead as well. So yeah, if you're looking for bounces long, you better be really, really patient about it. At this point, I want to find something that is holding up relative strength for if this market can bounce. Because at this point, there's no point chasing any of these lows. Probably should have just been like yesterday. Should have just had something like Bitcoin or BMNR short, and then you'd be absolutely laughing. You just needed, crypto short, it's not always the sexiest, but my goodness, it's just been printing every single day. And this is a day not to even look at it.
You want to look at different names today, I think. Not names that are all tied up in this tech. Sort of. And if you look over here at what's been happening so far here today, S&P is still down 1%. So, everything is getting hit. But look, there's some strength here in healthcare with Eli Lilly and J&J as well there today. Negative side of things in ASML here, AMAT, Lam, GE, Vernova, all these names getting hit. There's John Deere with the upside there. So at least maybe something for you farmers out there. You can have a look at that. NVIDIA, Broadcom, Micron down 5, AMD down 3, Intel down 4. Wow, this is not great here for some of these tech names. SNDK there, it is down 8%. GE at least up 2% there. Corning down another 4. STX, wow, down 4 as well over there. Qualcomm down 2. Marvell down 5. Like it's not the day that we all thought that Intel would bring us here today, is it, man? We thought Intel might have helped spark some of this market, but there it is right now, trying to bounce off of 96. Like I've tried to catch the bottoms here on Intel just without too much success. Let me try one more time because why not? What do they call that? Something you keep on doing the same mistake over and over. It's your fault. I don't know what it is. Like sort of the whole insanity. That might be a good one, Fabian. I don't know if I'm too insane here, but I still think there's a battle back for Intel today, and that's probably insane. Yeah, that is probably right there. But 90, 95, 76, I think we can hold a little bit against that level now. But will this market ever slow down? It does not seem like it. There it is, hitting hitting down 1% now, down to 28,000 is the NASDAQ. So we'll play it small here. We'll see where this bottom may be created. We're looking for like a volume spike, maybe like a capitulated bottom here at some point. If you're going to put new money to work, Intel down 4%. A stock like DRAM right now as well, that's been getting hit all morning, down 7% in the memory space. It's not getting any better. It's getting, indeed, maybe a bit worse, which, what always makes us happy? Let's go find out who's in chat. All right, because right now I want to say a big shout out. We leveled up on TikTok today, so we want to say thank you so much to everybody that's there from TikTok. We do have the screen. We can actually show the screen in the back where all the chats are gone. This is a consolidated feed that we have. There it is right there. Let's say, hey, we'll say hi to Sia first of all. Hi, Sia, how you doing?
What's up, Sia?
There's Andrew Chow is there. Buvin's here. Mix Master JT. Yo, mix me up some winners over here.
Buvin, what are you trading, man?
Get that concoction.
Those small cappers.
Buvin, yeah, Buvin, his boy there, Sharif and Buvin. Those guys loving each other. We love that. Yo, what's up, Big Mike there on TikTok? But yeah, Buvin, you might be right there. Thank you, everybody there. Glass half full. Thank you for joining us every single day, regardless of what day it is or what the market's doing. There we go.
Well, the glass is half empty right now. for the market.
Yeah, the glass is definitely not full. That's for sure. It's might even be less than half actually at this point. Big Mike is there. Good trade on Google. He's talking about. So maybe we can go over and have a quick look at Google.
I saw the shablamo. Who was that? Was that you, Joe?
Probably. What's up,
I
Joe?
didn't catch it. Someone dropped the shablamo in there. Brought to you by Joey Options.
Shabling blang
a new
over
word.
there.
Oh, apparently not a new word.
Shebang.
I saw it on
It's because he's a Drake guy. That's why shebang.
Yes.
All right.
Shebang,
So
shablamo.
we're gonna try again Intel and then just try to look for something else at some point here. But everything has been falling down. What about energy? You know, I mean, XOM potentially. Energy not doing a whole heck of a lot there today. It did start off 138 down to 137. So one of the first days in a while that we're seeing USO and the oil trade potentially moving lower right now. But yeah, Micron, people like Micron in the chat there. You know, Walmart, maybe some good dividend plays trading through today.
Micron just hit 930 in the low of the day.
Low of the day. So I mean, the Nasdaq is trying to bounce and not having much luck there. Maybe the better trade is just trading the Nasdaq itself because a lot of these chip names do not seem to be bouncing. And then we did say someone there, I think it was Big Mike. Shout out to, oh yeah, let's go, man. Now we are now above our purchase price yesterday in Google. So far so good. Buying dips in that name on a day 2 play seems to be working out. We have numbers in 5 seconds. See ya, what's up?
Housing starts.
Absolutely right. We do have numbers in 5 seconds. Let's quickly take a look at what the markets are at right now. The SPY currently down very relatively less, but still tilting towards the downside. The triple Q is down 0.86%. The Dow is up 0.10%. That's actually shocking. We have the IWM, that's the Russell 2000, down as well. Let's take a look if the numbers are out. They are indeed out. We're going to take a look at them right now. New home sales at 628,000, previous at 580,000. That is a pretty big jump. Forecasted was at 0.6 million, so I would say that is technically almost around the same. New home sales month over month, 1.6%, previous at negative 7.3%. So I would say forecast growth of 3.4%. It did miss the forecast by quite a little bit, but I would say not a bad look here compared to the previous number.
There we go. There we go. Finally. This time I'm taking VWAP. I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. This time SMCI getting out at volume weighted average price. Should have done that the last time. But the first bounce that we get in the market is on a number that I didn't think would actually matter that much to the market. But just one thing to keep in mind. Here's the Nasdaq. Yesterday's lows, right in. Sorry, this is the Qs. Don't at me. 688-ish is yesterday's lows. So that can be a nice little resistance spot potentially. So you're getting a decent bounce in here, but I just don't want to ignore that the overall trend has been down. So take the bounce that you can get and not be upset. The name I want to go back over to suddenly, and it's holding trend up. So I don't know why I'm not dip buying this. SLV is actually just gently putting in higher lows this entire time the market's been going down. So this is easy to play in a couple of ways. VWAP is here on the trend line, so I'm just going to buy the dip on VWAP, and I'm willing to reverse this if it does break underneath the volume weighted average price. So as the market dips, find something that I can buy a dip in that's at least trying to uptrend.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great call there, getting some out on VWAP, or getting it all out. I think playing the pump when you get it, I think is smart. And then you mentioned earlier, try to find areas where maybe you can just get out of your positions and then maybe even reinvent a short off of some of these VWAP plays, right? And so unfortunately, my guy over here, Intel, does not get to VWAP, not even close. So I'm using the 25 period right there to get out. So very similar to what we just talked about there with Neil. I'm trying to get out of this level if we can on Intel. We got some really good dip buys into there, but look at that, man, just falls right back in again. So just as we're trying to hope for a move higher there, a couple good outs definitely indicated up there. Let's see if it can get just a little bit through that 97. So yeah, man, very, very difficult day to say the least here, but I don't think in the financials we're suffering like that at all. I mean, this has been a good day here for JP Morgan and whatnot, makes that new low of the day at 47 and pumps the rate up to 50.50 again. So JP Morgan doing okay on this end there, but yeah, pretty much an inside day, says Kilgore there, Kilgore Trout. Kilgore trout inside day. So I don't know if that's going to be the case or not. But right now, hopefully the market can battle back a little bit and we can get back to VWAP and then start creating that sort of even keel.
Is it an inside day?
Winners, losers versus. We talked about that yesterday with the call put ratios and whatnot. So we'll see what winds up happening here. But there goes Intel right back into the lows again.
Well, speaking of traders making calls, if you want to make calls with active activity like we see in the markets, there's an offer your broker isn't giving you, which can help with that. This environment's going to give you those big shots and those big moves, but you need a little bit more discipline for it. But you also need access to capital. That's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is called limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com. Scan the QR code out in front of you right now. And we want to thank them for sponsoring the next hour of the show, which for the market's sake, hopefully goes a little bit better than the first, which has been pretty much all red right now. And Tony Zeta just said, what just happened with Intel? Didn't it go up 10% on earnings?
Yeah, it went up 14%.
It was even, I mean, at the highs, it was at 113.80 or whatever the heck it was, right? So $100, it was up just shy of 14%. Then they had the call, and they gave that vague CapEx statement. And now here's where we are. It's shoot first and ask questions later, or sell first and ask questions later. That's what the market's been telling us. The good news for what was the good news for today, I was about to show you Alphabet at its high, but it's not. That's a pretty nasty hammer candle. Thank you, Neil, for jinxing Alphabet there. But at least Apple's still at the high.
Nice one, Neil.
So a little bit of strength. I swear, like Google was just at the high with Apple, but by the time I go to talk about it, it's already pulled back. That's how nasty this market's been. So I'm just trying to pick up SLV because it's on a trend to the upside where it's pretty clean on those dip buys. Try to join something a little bit more gentle here.
Over 8,500 of you watching. Want to say a big shout out to everybody that's watching right now, both on TikTok, on Twitch, on YouTube, everywhere where you're watching. Want to thank you. But no matter where you are, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and bookmark. Or can you bookmark on TikTok? I have no idea. But make sure you do follow the channel and get going on that too. We talked about NVVE again. There's going to be here, how about this? There's no other space right now on YouTube where anyone's going to be talking about NVVE. Okay, so this was a name that was well traded yesterday. It was a monster move. And then now today back into the pink sheet. So those of you that were asking about it in the pre-market, yeah, it's a nothing burger over here right now. We talked about that 325 area. Nothing going on with NVVE today. So no volume. I wanted to look it up just because it was one of those names that we had talked about as a potential actionable trade today, but nothing going on. And you can actually, just as a resource, you could just search right here, and this is how I found it. I went over to OTC Markets. You click on trades right here, and it sorts it by volume of trades. And I saw NVVE right into here. These are really light volumes, man, like 800 trades right now after 40 minutes of the market being open. Not much. That's Tencent, of course, TCEHY. And there's Nintendo. So if you want to get some Nintendo in your life, you can do that on the pink sheets over there on the OTC market. So, but yeah, that's what's going on there. I've only been in two names. Intel I'm still in, and trying to lick the wounds of that one. SpaceX, we haven't done much on. It was pretty much a flat trade. We were able to get out there and then lost it there. So right now, I still like SpaceX. I like the long here. I felt like we've only been hitting short. I mean, most of the money made was off the IPO, of course. But since that day, we've been really hitting shorts on SpaceX. And today, that would have been the right play. For some reason, I got caught up thinking that this level right here, 115, would have been something to hold. And it was not. It came in pretty quickly into it, bounced around a little bit, giving me some kind of hope here that this long was right. And then it came back in, just broke through. We took another bid. Then we tried 114. It broke 114. Now those lows actually line up right there. Like I can't, like that was yesterday's sort of top that we couldn't break through until we did. And when we did, that created a nice little takeoff spot there too. So what about a dip buy opportunity in SpaceX against that level? Good possibility there for SPCX 113.50. if you get a long there, I don't think you'll hate yourself for taking that trade. All right, I'm not going to hate myself for taking out some profits here on Intel because, it's been a profitless day for this name for me. But look at this, 4 straight buys and 4 straight moves higher right there for this. This is why I put on the scalping hat when this kind of move happens. We'll get out of a little bit and see if we can hold like 75% back to the upside. So far, so good on a little bit of a rebound here for Oracle, for Intel. Just hearing in my ear something about Oracle. I don't know if you got that. Let's go Intel. Hey, man, maybe we can go green on this name after all. We just let this run right up. Look, this looks like we're planting red roses over here, right? Like there's the seed, there's the nice little tulip or whatever, the flower, I guess. I just said roses, not tulips. Moving upside right into there.
Flowers.
We just got, it's valid. Yeah. That out we just got was 97.15, so all good on that front right now. As the tulips are trying to come out for Intel right now, we're up in the money $1, but we need more than that to make this back.
Yeah, I didn't hear that story.
Yeah,
I just realized I had to restart my new service. So unfortunately, I would give it to you if I had heard it, but I didn't. We might have gotten out a little too soon on SMCI, but if it wants to continue to trend higher, first things first, hold VWAP and prove that you can. Once you can look for an entry on the trend. I hate to be a broken record, but I wanted to get to this before too long. Remember we were talking about that OMH? It just keeps on halting higher. It's now 220% upside. TAP now saying 146. It's halted at 139. It basically will not stop at all. There is nothing. It's like unabated to the quarterback. It's like a sieve at this point.
So it can't stop, won't stop.
I was gonna make a joke about the Cowboys' offensive line, but then Sharif's not even here.
Yeah, but there's too many holes in that line.
Well, that's what I was gonna say.
Right. This is a Swiss cheese market over here. I mean, maybe the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah, we have to wait for Sharif.
I can't bag on the Cowboys.
Let's wait. Here. Yeah, we don't want to hate on because we could have some Dallas Cowboy fans in the chat. We don't want to. We only really want to offend Sharif.
I mean.
So when he comes back,
that's kind of if you're just tuning in now, like the dude's a Cowboys fan living here. Like he's lived in England and he lives here in Canada and he's a Cowboys fan.
Dallas is one of the most followed teams. It's them, the Packers, the 49ers.
That excuse doesn't work for me.
Okay.
I'm not. No.
Well, that's because you're a Bills fan, and they took multiple Super Bowls from your grasp.
We're close to Buffalo. Toronto fans are naturally Buffalo fans. That makes sense. Or Detroit.
Okay, here we go.
Like Detroit.
Joe, would you like to mic up at all over there? Sia, do you watch NFL by any chance?
No, I don't watch NFL, but that does not make sense at all.
We got to get Sia's mic on.
I'm on the look again. I'm gonna shut up. Yeah.
What do you mean? You don't have to shut up.
No, look at the way
Neil's. That's mine, by the way, Neil.
I'm just saying.
Mine. Right there.
Well,
we have Maple Leafs.
If that's the case, the Raptors should be the Knicks, right?
The Raptors should beat the Knicks. They will beat the Knicks.
No, technically.
No, but the Raptors.
Sharing a board.
But there is a Toronto team for basketball. That's what I'm saying. Like, we don't have an NFL team. We're never getting an NFL team.
We don't. You're right.
Oh, I'm going to the Argos game, by the way. The home opener, August the 6th. Going to the Argos game. I'm bringing both my boys. We're going to go check that out. Man. And we are pumped up because I think the Argos should have. I have no idea what the Argos are doing, but it's their first home game. They're playing like 6 on the road because they played at BMO Field there, where the World Cup was. And there it is, man. It's going upside right now with Intel. Let's go. Now we're $1.70 in the money. So this day is starting to get a little bit more exciting for your boy here as we, had a great night last night. We went out, got this great Italian food there. That was really nice. And I came back and lost everything that I spent on that dinner on Intel. And then so now we need to regroup and see if we can make some money back on this name. And there it goes up $1.50 right there for INTC. I'm more proud for now of that Google dip buy into 320, and it's holding 320. So let's wait to see what happens here with Google. Nice high of 323 there today, up that 1%. Come on, Intel. I mean, what are the chances that Intel gets back to a hunch today? There it is. Now it's, hey, I don't know if I'm going into the club. I don't know if my guy Sebastian over there is going clubbing at any point, but we are now in the dollar club right now. That is $2 worth now on Intel, back to the upside, and we have about 40% left of this position. So I think I'm going to sit back, relax, and sip some cognac, but I don't have the ladder right now. Oh, and by the way,
no cognac.
We shared a bottle of Chianti last night. Okay.
You finish it?
That's a very good wine. What did you pair it with?
Well, I mean, I had the veal pork chop.
He had
That's
the
all?
Bone in.
Marissa had the gnocchi.
Veal pork, veal parm there, and then the wife had that gnocchi, and the gnocchi was really good. It was a little spicy, but yeah, of course we finished the bottle. Like we paid, like we're at the restaurant. I'm never leaving any wine in the bottle. I mean, you know how much you pay for this wine? I don't know what bottle it was, but it was.
You could bring your own,
it was really good,
better value.
and I felt like all of a sudden I need to either drink more or drink less because like I have this headache, and I was like, how am I having a headache after half a bottle of red?
You're not hydrating.
Do you usually drink wine that often?
No, I mean that's a problem.
And Chianti is a stronger alcohol percentage too. So.
Oh, look at you. Okay, that's right. You have experience working at a bar, right? Sia?
I'm trying to get my sommeliers.
Oh, sommelier. Okay.
Let's go.
Here we go. I need some recommendations.
Now you're leveling up here, Sia.
All right, Sia. My budget for a wine bottle is about $20. So let me know if there's anything.
That's all. I didn't know that. You didn't tell anybody.
Man.
That's
no. I'm just making fun of myself because. Yeah, okay, gas station wine. Yeah, thanks, Sia. Yeah, that's where I belong. Okay. All right, let's go back over to the market right here.
Yeah,
a lot of fun talk there as we have some good fun on a Friday. It's 10:15 right now. No more economic numbers coming through there today, but we do have a nice battle back here in the NASDAQ. So at least that's happening. Remember, we were down about 1%. Now you're only down 0.6% here again. I'm just excited that I can talk to Sia about wine now. That should be exciting.
That's great to know.
All right. And without any further ado, I've been talking way too long as per usual. And we do have Sia back there at the desk with, again, a small cap recap.
Thank you so much. I'm seeing the IWM climb a little bit right now, but it just turned positive on the day. As I said, it's climbing right now. Let's take a look at two individual tickers, THRM. Okay, that is not what I was looking for. THRM, that is not what I was looking for. I'm sorry. We're seeing something on my screen that should not be seen. THRM, Guntram, that's up 4% on the day, reported a second quarter 2026 results, revenue of $416.2 million, diluted EPS of 14 cents, driven by higher automotive volumes. Also, product content gains here compared with the year ago quarter. Not a bad look here. Stock is reacting not crazily, still up 4% on the day. RELL, now this is a ticker that I was diving a bit deeper into, and I didn't understand what's going on with this ticker because Richardson Electronics did report Q2 2026 results that beat Wall Street expectations. Sales are up 10% year over year. That's at $762.2 million. Its non-GAAP profit is at 63 cents per share, also 40% above analyst consensus estimates. Stock is still a big burden. It's down 15%. I have no reason for you. It's just probably a pullback from later in the day yesterday. I don't see any reason for this at all. But if there is, I would have let you know. Nothing for now. Anyway, we have REL down 15% and THRM up 4% on the day.
Okay. Thanks, Sia. I just want to give another update for, wow. I don't know how anyone's really getting into this, but it's now 290%. The TAP is now 170. OMH is at $1.65. If it gets to 100, then I don't know. It's not getting to $100, but $1.65. This was just breaking $1 when we brought it to you, and now it's going to open. There it is. Just opened up. Looks like, and it's going right into a downhaul. This is not going to stay open for any significant amount of time. It's essentially insta-halting. So the next time it stops insta-halting would be your chance to do any kind of work on it. So 155, it's about to halt into the downside. I just heard that we're going right back to our resident sommelier, Sia.
Two updates here. You have KUVE, this ticker a little bit to the upside, has received an FDA approval for first non-prescription fixed dose combination of acetaminophen and naproxen sodium for 12-hour pain relief. A little bit to the upside. We're also going to take a look at USO here. So comments coming in from the Israel PM office saying U.S. President Donald Trump will be meeting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House on Tuesday. This is coming from Axios.
All right, thank you, Dara. As we push lower right now in the markets, like I honestly, I don't even know what to do. Like I do know what to do, and we did clear out as we were celebrating and talking about wine and everything out of this trade. I mean, we got lighter and lighter on this to the point where we had 40%. We're down to about 25% right now. Good outs on the 50-period moving average. I mean, it's just downside pressure now in the market, and there it goes. We were just down 0.6. Now we're back down to that 1% again, and I don't I still want to buy dips, but you know, it's getting to some pressure points here where what about if there's going to be a lot of traders that played off of this like I did. You know, it came back in there, you had that move higher, retesting the low. I think there's a lot of people going to be caught long right here. Not just because that's where I'm caught long, but just looking at the charts, like that is a spot where you would have tried the long against this low. So if we do wind up breaking said low, then I would think there's going to be traders that could push the panic button and push this thing even down significantly further, right? And so, you know, Google's not holding out. I thought Google was, and when we went back to it, it wasn't. So, you know, that's, okay, well, 321 is better than I would have thought with this market at the lows, but that's not doing great on a day two play. At least it's holding up, I should say. But it's Tesla, right? That took out yesterday's low at 316 and really hasn't had a bump opportunity there. It did get into the 25 period, but nowhere near VWAP. Oh, shoot. There's the move right there. So we just took that low out. So watch out now. Here comes a little bit of a break to the downside now in the market. As we had said there, you know, get some profits where there's profits lie, but there ain't a heck of a lot of them today as there it comes. Look at Intel right there, right back into these lows one more time. We were just celebrating getting out at 98, man, and now it's back to 96. So potential, it looks like potential little bump up there off of 95.50 for Intel, but yeah, it's not looking any better right here. We'll take some more just because this is where we've been, but we still have our outs there at 95.50. So if that breaks, then it will break my back as well down through that level. So a little more offering out here at 96.50. And then, hey, man, it's clear sail to the downside, it looks like, here in the market. And I just wish that it would have been a little bit more of a positive day, not just because we're long, but I think the market needs it.
The market absolutely needed it after these earnings. And hopefully next week is a better reaction to said earnings. Well, I was looking over for like what can break down if the market breaks down. So I went to some things that were good the last couple of days. One of them was like Lucid has been dying the last 2 days. And I see it with lower highs into a potential flat bottom break with room to run. So I'm going to short it at 50 here, 49.5. And just give it to this wick. Market takes the lows. I might be able to add underneath 45 and then play into yesterday's bottom. So just sort of join a downtrend with an obvious stop area and then be able to sit in something. Because SLV, for all of that upward trend in SLV, they get bounced off VWAP, scalps a little bit to the first resistance, but it doesn't get to the high a day and is threatening to break underneath. And I might jump out of that one as well. Kind of glad about that SMCI that we haven't gotten back into that. You know, instead of just getting out of the longs at VWAP, shorting VWAP obviously would have been a much better idea.
Like, they're giving us so much shorts, and I'm just here trying to pick the longs.
Like, I'm getting out of the long. You get out of the longs, it might be a good place to go short, but I'm not always thinking reversal in that regard. So obviously we're headed lower. Just look, we'll talk about the rest of the market too. Like Apple, by the way, has only been going up. It's not really giving you great entries for that long trade. Alphabet is barely holding on to VWAP after showing its signs of strength. Just to go down the line here, we haven't really talked too much about Amazon. Remember, they got beat down because of what happened with Google and the CapEx. They are just resting on the absolute lows. And I know we've shown a lot of Intel because obviously they just had their earnings. But remember, Google and Tesla, those were the big earnings losers yesterday. And Tesla's not even getting a bounce. You would have thought Tesla would have been primed after being down 14% in SSR for some kind of a relief rally. Like, there's a logic to that. It's just not happening for Tesla. Down another 2%, unfortunately. This time, all right, I'm going to try to scalp out of this. If we hold VWAP, this actually might be good for a scalp and reload on SLV. Oh, and one last one before we go back to Sean.
No, you don't have to.
Bitcoin here is still making fresh lows. I'm telling you, if every single day you come in and find, like, look at the last 4 days in Bitcoin or an IBIT, doesn't really matter. Like, short it, all day works, pull back into prior day close, works, all day short, and then look at it at first resistance.
We're actually fine all
just drops off an absolute cliff. Like, that's a short every single day until the day that it doesn't work for you.
I am, like, considering the way this day started, like, I just want to say thank you, Intel, time and time again for actually holding. Because, like, if it doesn't hold down here a couple times, like, we are cooked up. But it did hold, and we're taking advantage of it all the way back up to the upside. So a couple dollar winners here off of Intel. We're still going to be red on it, but if it goes, we'll be fine. But I just keep on holding half. So it's still not if it comes back in and breaks the low again, then we'll have made money back. Don't get me wrong, but it still won't be a good day. We're waiting to see if the Nasdaq, which looks like finally, and there's that move. Remember what we said? What I said anyways was that if we took that, we could be in for a break. Well, it did break, but it held again. So maybe now 2 times a charm down here at the lows for the Nasdaq. So we're going to hit the dollar again as we go back up to the upside on Nvidia, on Intel. That's been multiple times now where we've had multiple dollars back in, but just never held. So, we're getting out here at the 50 period. I don't want to get it all out just in case there is a battle back for this name. Again, down 3%. I think there should be buyers coming in. The CPU game is still strong, and the market should be rewarding Intel, I think, for that quarter. But whatever I think is not right. AMD as well, downside there. I sold some AMD the other day, and honestly, it was to buy more Google and buy more Intel. So we may be getting that opportunity right now to do that. But there goes Intel finally. My next offer is at 97.50. We haven't gotten that high. We got it one time right. Actually, we got 97.80 right there. We're going to try to get a piece out at 50. Then we'll wait for 98. And then hopefully we can get somewhere to view up at 98.50. So, hey, that's it for me on this side. We do have Sia back at the desk.
Market climbing a little bit over here. So we have Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, saying that discussions with Pakistan as a mediator regarding their initiatives and proposals, problem is not the lack of a mediator between the United States and us, but rather the diplomatic approach of the Americans. He's also saying that Iran has shown that it will not submit to American bullying and will not respond to threats, pressure, or intimidation. Market climbing a little bit over here. I'm just going to take a look at the levels that USO is on right now. Yeah, just a little bit of a climb, trading around the $136 range.
First of all, I was trying to get Sia's attention to read the super chat, because I think you should have read this one, Sia. This one's kind of for you. Darth Locutor. Ooh, okay, and you got a Star Wars fan. Now you're my good books. I appreciate the TTV Live team. I'm serving the live. Y'all have great diversity and entertaining personalities across the board. Also, Sia's growth and self-confidence in the last few months has been amazing. Keep it up. Shout out to you, Sia, stepping in as well all day the last couple of days for Adara and doing a very seamless job, I would think, Darth Locutor. And there is a second super chat. I want to thank you for that. We have Omen, the Canadian super chat there. How are the SPYs lower lows and NASDAQ lower lows? I don't know. Let's just blame it on...
you can blame it on the rain if you're Milli Vanilli.
You can blame it on the rain. We can blame it on people reading the Intel reports. We could blame it on Tesla's CapEx and blame it on Google's CapEx. I don't know. The market's trending lower. It was a really rough day. But there's always a but. The Qs have double bottomed. Like, it looks like a good double bottom to me. And look at that bottoming tail candle. Can it actually make some higher lows here? We'll look at the SPY as well. I think it's a little bit better. You're now getting some higher lows on the SPY. So a little bit of relative strength in the SPY to the Qs, which obviously makes a little bit of sense with tech getting wrecked a little bit here. But, the market has been trending poorly, unfortunately. Thankfully... All right, SLV just got to the high. I didn't get the reload off of VWAP. By the time I put that bid in there, we just spiked into the pre-market high. But this is holding upward trend. So far, so good on silver. I imagine GLD and gold are probably doing well as well. I'm going to buy the dip on the volume-weighted average price one more time. And Chain Reactor with a super chat. Thank you for all the super chats. I've been telling everybody for the past week, Bitcoin has lit the dumps. Lit the dumpster fire.
Oh,
Look out below. Look out below, boys. You're fixing to get caught holding the bag. Lit the dumpster fire. Yeah, see, it's one thing to be in the dumpster. Once you light that sucker, it's, not only does it stink, but it's hard to put out.
Yeah, I agree. We talked about that 66,000 being a big problem there for Bitcoin. It seems like that is the case. All right, man, props it up for holding onto Intel right now. Well, now we're just going to let it go. I do have a 98. I mean, if we can get VWAP, that would be fantastic. And we could almost look to close the trade at 98.70, but we just had a 97.50. So thought that was a good fill. We sat there and took it. we got to just relax a little bit and see where this market wants to go from here. We could get some more polls up. I mean, will the market get back to green? I don't know if that's going to be a decent poll or not, but led by Apple today, right? Apple up 2%. If you looked at this board right now, you'd probably don't look over here. But if you looked over here, you'd probably be okay. You'd only say, the only problem maybe is Tesla, These producer manufacturers have been hot for a while, so I wouldn't really worry about a Lamb down 2% or something like that. But what you would want to look at here, we don't want that one, we want this one. So we can see the price right now of Lamb, 311. You want to look at some of the strong areas, right? And today, energy has been pretty strong with XO, despite USO being down, XOM, CVX, a lot of these names getting a little bit of a bump up. So that's nice to see there in the energy space, right? And then we talked about it. Walmart, we had that Joe low there of 108. That hit yesterday. That's bouncing a little bit today, so that's nice to see there. Costco, also a decent day there now today, up to 932, bouncing off that 840 or so was the low there. The name that I'm in, of course, Target, that's up 1%, so we really like that around the 140. That's been a top for that. So, some of the retail names getting back, to the upside there. Finance bros have been really killing it these days as well, as most of these. Robinhood, of course, down 8% to 7%, today. I should say, of course, but this is what I mean. Everyone's so smart when Robinhood's going up to 120. I really like that play of buying some dips on Robinhood. It's shown that it has that move, but then just to Neil's point and what we were talking about with that super chat there, that Bitcoin has been getting hit, right? And so unfortunately, and I don't even really know that Robinhood should be trading with Bitcoin. I mean, we've seen that they've had lower crypto trading quarter over quarter, and it's still part of it. I guess that's still part of the game there for Robinhood. There may be another story. I know Sia's busy, but it feels like that's not all that's there because financials are up right now. Bitcoin's only down 1%. I don't know if Robinhood deserves to be down that much. We did have the president talking yesterday, I think it was yesterday or the day before, about those kids accounts there.
Yep.
Maybe Robinhood caught some shrapnel there somehow. I don't know, but this seems like a pretty, and maybe it's just a 100 break. That could be it as well. Breaking through 100, breaking now down through the 200 period moving average. But I know Neil and I think Joe's been long for a while, but I know you guys are looking at this $70 level, like a drop back.
I'm in at 80.
80.
I
okay,
didn't get 70.
Regardless of the price, that's still a good price. These levels is what we're looking at right there. So yeah, picking the very bottom of 65 would have been amazing.
I think I have 79 something.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So it's basically $80.
Bringing that back in should be a buy, I would think, for Robinhood. FinTech has been in a problem.
Okay.
I'm loaded into SoFi.
Yeah, but here's the thing, and I don't know if you had the daily chart up there. I'm by default trimming some here. You're simultaneously losing. Here's the thing. It's 50 period to the 200 and then extended. And now it's losing both of those today. So, I'm going to be trimming by default. Once you lose them, if I'm in and I like the major moving averages, then to me, when you lose the major moving averages, I'm not taking it all out and I'll probably buy the dip somewhere as well. I'll have to figure out if that's going to be 75 or wherever it's going to be. But today, I will suspect I'm getting some out.
Casserole.
It's fine. Just didn't get as much as we would have liked out of it. But I'll probably take at least a quarter out. Was that a super chat and then we're going to see it?
No, I'm going to put this up right here.
Okay.
The CEO of Hood's Twitter was hacked? Maybe. So I don't know. We'll find out some more stories.
That's not a good look.
I'm only putting it up because I saw it there in the chat. We haven't vetted that comment or anything, but that may be something there. And then, some secrets of Robinhood were released. Isn't CEO, is that Vlad Tenev you're talking about here? But I don't know what's going on there with Robinhood.
So basically, as of yesterday, his account was hacked to promote a fake meme coin called Vladcoin. That's what was happening. They were trying to get it on the markets, literally.
Vladcoin? Come on.
Vladcoin.
What is going on, Vladcoin?
That's what's happened. But Robinhood is also expected to report earnings on 29th. Of July. That's probably also.
So we're on next Tuesday.
That's not a good look.
All right. So yeah, not a great look to get hacked out there, but I don't really know. These coins. Is anybody really going to invest in any of these coins these days? I think there has to be.
Are there really people that are buying that on Maz because of that?
I don't know, man. Vlad coin.
Are there?
All right. Well, we'll check it out. I think we've been waiting to go to Sia for a very long time. Is that correct, Andre? All right. Well, then it's something called Sector Watch. Back with Sia.
The SPY is currently a bit towards the upside, 0.16% on the day. Let's take a look very briefly because Sean did cover whatever I wanted to say. So electric tech, you have NVIDIA, a bit of a flatness over here. Apple up 2.2% on the day. All the chip names, AMD, MU, INTC, you'd expect them to do better, but not really. Everyone is down on the day today. 6%, 3%, 2.5%. GE, RTX, Dell not doing the worst here, with GE leading the pack of 3, up by 3% on the day. Moving on to tech services, you have Google that's trading a little bit towards the upside, over 0.5% here. Meta, Microsoft flat, Palantir, PA&W flat. Oracle, surprise, downside to 2.6%. Netflix trading flat as well, but tilting towards the green, and IBM up to over 2.5%, with Salesforce up 2.8% as well. Finance, Sean is taking care of it, but I'm just going to go over AXP and why it's lagging down so much. So yes, it had a profit beat, but it also had a revenue miss. Excluding interest has come in at 19.64 billion, which is slightly below the expected 19.69 billion. That's probably one of the reasons that the name is lagging behind, down over 6%. Robinhood sliding further into its losses, down 7% on the day. You have retail trade. Amazon is currently trading flat. I would just say tilting a bit towards the red. It's down 0.76%. Now, two names, Walmart and Costco, are a bit towards the upside, whereas Home Depot, TJX flat on the day. Producer manufacturing, LRCX and AMAT are lagging over 3% each. CAT is down 0.66% to be precise, versus GEV is sliding further to 1.5%, being down on the day. Health tech, we're seeing relative strength here. Lilly and J&J soaring above 8%. Lilly's up over 1.5%, although there's news that Novo Nordisk has said that it's seeking preliminary U.S. court injunction to immediately block obesity and diabetes drug advertisements from Lilly. So I would think you'd have a little bit of a pullback, but no, Lilly is still up on the day. I'm just going to check quickly ABT over here. That's up over almost 2.5%. You have energy minerals. It was flattish right off the open. It seems like it has gained a little bit over here, with XOM up close to 1%, and CVX that's up again close to 1%. Consumer durables, you have Tesla down 2.5%. Not that great of a look over here, but then again, Tesla has not been having a great day yesterday and today either. Consumer non-durables, KO up on the day. PM is up to almost 2.5%. PG is flat. Utilities, I would say there is a bit of a bullish strength in this sector, but one name lagging, two names almost lagging down, VST, NEE, also followed by D, down 0.57%. Transportation, the entire sector looking a pretty bit flat here. One name that I'm seeing that's being lagged down is 7% down on the day, CHRW. Process industries is not looking bad, except the Dow, not the Dow Jones, the DOW, down 4.5% over here. You have communications that is looking pretty strong, but Echo does not seem to be having a good day in the past couple of weeks here. It's lagging down 3%, but you have TMS up over 4%, VZ up over 3%, and T up over 3%. Not a bad day for the sector here. Finally, let's just end it with health services flat as well. Non-energy minerals, SCX down on the day 3%, but other names are looking pretty all right, not too bad. Finally, we have distribution. MCK up 1%, SYY up close to 2%. Sending it right back to you.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's nothing. We didn't look at SK Hynix. I know she says SYY, but SK Hynix was a name, and we looked at Micron. You mentioned that 930 level right there. Intel just came right back into 96, but I didn't take it. I'll take it next time, but you know, I was a little nervous about that dumping down in there. So now we'll just hold it and see where it goes from here. Okay, here we go. Cheese in a chair.
There we go. There's our
What's
friend.
he talking about here? Levered ETFs?
I know holding levered ETFs for days and weeks is considered bad mojo. Well, it's not that it's bad mojo. It's just that the whole idea is that decay is going to eventually get you. Like, it's just bad. Yeah, the math doesn't work. But you've been upping your position in SSPC since SpaceX had a 2 in front of it, and it's been better, being better than the ZSL silver crash. Well, I can't.
What is it? SSPC?
I can't really argue with you. Look, obviously SpaceX hasn't really been having the best of times. It's been the worst of times, and all of them have been pretty bad. But like long term, the decay is still going to get you. Like everyone understands. Like the shorter term trading vehicles, okay for short swings, obviously for day trading. These leverage ETFs, which are literally everywhere. There's like multiple for any stock that's out there, and they're great trading vehicles. Just be careful how long you hold them. I did want to point this out because this was brought to our attention. The first ever X post from Jensen Huang. If you don't know who that is, that's the CEO of NVIDIA. You guys all do know that, of course. For my first post, I'm sharing, well, everyone knows that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You don't.
I'm sharing a letter NVIDIA signed on why open models matter. AI will transform every industry, power every company, and be built by every country. Open models strengthen safety and cybersecurity, accelerate innovation and diffusion, and enable sovereignty. The world needs both frontier closed models and frontier open models. There is an in-depth, I'm not going to read there's like a letter that goes with it. We're not going to read that on air. But of course, you know, he's probably the most important. I mean, I guess he's the most, I would say he's the most important person in the space, or individual. So his words matter. They're not helping any of those plays today. That was right about the open, and it didn't really help anything go upside. See ya.
Yeah, just keep an eye out. I want to call out these three tickers over here. That's DLR, SLB, and EQIX. DLR is soaring almost, I would say, over 14% on the day. Shares trading sharply higher after earnings, which has reinforced strong demand across the data center market. Now, we do know that's a hot topic. Data centers, they've raised its 2026 guidance after reporting a record $1.9 billion lease backlog and 25.4% higher cash renewal sales. SLB data center, I'm just going to move on to SLB over here. That's also up almost 9% on the day. Data Center Solutions has revenue risen 80% year over year, $286 million, and continues to remain on track to exceed $1 billion annualized revenue by the end of the year. Equinix Incorporated, trading around $1,099 here, up 6.3% on the day, running on positive read through from Digital Reality's earnings, but EQIX reports next week.
See, hey, where's my guy? Thanks to Dara. Yeah, that SPX short SPC. What was it? SSPC. I have it up as well.
SSPC.
Where's my guy Lindenmeyer? There in the chat. Not to call you out or anything, my friend, but yesterday you had mentioned that potentially SpaceX bottom. We may never see these levels again. Well, it's less than 2 hours after that comment in the open market that once again SpaceX is at these levels. And I mean, I thought you made a good call, like that maybe that was the flush there. There was a little bit of volume down by the bottom, but you know, to the points that we keep trying to make here on the show, and that is like one day, you know, you're in all glory with your positions. The very next day, anything can happen. That does tend to happen with small cap names, of course, where, you know, your name is there one day, delisted the next, or drops an offering, or you're long something, and the next day, you know, you're in the money 1,000%, you know. We've covered many of those names, but I feel like SpaceX is getting to be a meme stock anyways at the end of the day, and it's kind of like people love it and hate it at the same time. You know, when the machines get turned on, there's no problem for SpaceX, you know, going one way. But the problem is that one way seems to be down. And, you know, we do have up opportunities. I'm really glad that we were able to get out of here, you know, basically with a flat day. We are going to be red on it, but pretty flat on that. And there's the move down. Like, I guess that 115, I wish I had put the same hat on. I mean, if I go back over and look at the sticky note, the last 2 weeks, every single day we had a short written on there. Today was the first day we went long, and they fooled me for sure. Like, I thought we were going to hold in this level. Bounce, you know, rip up, turn the machines on, right? Fade back out, stop, machines on, comes back in, right? And then this is not really machine trading, but then it turns back on again here, comes back in, holds higher, this time at 116, comes back in, holds 116 again, and ends the day at highs. I thought for sure there would have been some support down there. The fact that there was no support at all, not great for SpaceX. So now the question is, like, will there be support at the all-time lows right now? And that's what we're ticking off right now, 111.50 right there. Look, an easy way to make your whole day back is to buy this and hope that it does hold basically the 110. Right? I mean, I don't know if that's the wise thing to do, but that's 110.85 right there, giving you some data points. Now, if you did that on Tesla yesterday, that would have been a problem because that low was 316. And now look what Tesla's doing. Oh my gosh, down 3.5% now, Tesla, and getting lower right now. Yeah, not much to celebrate here in the space today, especially if you're talking about earnings. That is for sure.
That's where a lot of things are headed. And SpaceX right now firmly belongs in the gates of hell for all the stocks.
You can't chase
That's why that SSPC was doing so well for people. Shout out to you, Adam James, abroad. If you're still abroad, let us know where you're at. What are you doing? Morning, gents. Happy Friday. Happy Friday for the shorts.
Yo, what's up? What's up?
No
Friday?
happy Fridays for the longs. Unless you're long Apple, or what's that? Apple, OMH. There's probably a couple of other ones out there. Definitely not ADV. What's that other one? ADVB.
Yep.
I just saw that.
Halted.
That one just lost the bid after a down halt. So even some of the small caps are starting to come back in. That's on the NASDAQ. Yeah, look at this thing. Ugh, gapped up and dead. Absolutely dying. Don't be long crypto. This is like the weird fail. It's like every single day, there's like two things that have been certain the last like week and a half is SpaceX short.
Death and taxes? No,
SpaceX short, I was saying, and then looking for some kind of a crypto short every single day.
Yep.
And it's like the one day you get away from looking for that trend, you're toast. But you know what? That's not the only thing in the gates of hell. Tesla wants 300. I think, look, I'm just pulling up the chart and showing you the last key price level as 280 because just go back. This is a March low from last year at 220. That's the only level I've bought in. I love that 220. It was 222 and 22 cents. But that top of the consolidation was around 280, and then it supported 280. So it looks like we're in a rush to get to the $280 level here on Tesla. That looks like the next support, but they are dropping this sucker like it's hot, and there's really nothing standing in its way. It's basically sell everything else and rotate into Apple today. I don't know what else. Like Google. Remember Google was strong?
I just have a new position on
It's at the
Google.
low.
I'm trying to buy this right now.
It's at the low. Apple's at the absolute high of the day. I'm like, is this going to actually revert at some point for a trend break? The only trade I'm waiting for, I'm sitting in that lucid trade, but I'm looking for silver back at VWAP to just reload this. This is also upward trending along with Apple, kind of bucking the market.
I just, I'm taking, so I did go back into Intel, which is working now, finally. I mean, how many times Intel just off this low? I mean, $96, just bang, 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 like give me 50 cents, yes, please, and thank you. Back and forth on this one, really helping the day out, that is for sure. Intel, thank you so much for that trade. But yeah, no, at the end of it all, we'll step into Google right now. I'll take a new position on Google. And again, just into those lows. This is not a SpaceX situation. I think this is where we're buying a company that we can wrap our head around. We've already seen earnings. That's 117. So if we can break back down below there, I mean, Google was just in the money 2 seconds ago. But this is going to be a little bit of a chaser, that's for sure, as we'll wait to see if it does wind up holding some of these lows. I just want, in case the market rallies back, we've already, as Neil said, we had seen Google already give us this move. Now, obviously, as the market drips down, it's looking like a short, but I don't think there's anything wrong with giving it a go there. And another good out, like we have multiple outs there on the upside of that move. So looks like we're starting to get lower here in the market. We didn't even look at USO to any real extent today.
It's at the lows.
Yeah, now it's at the lows too. So, NASDAQ at the lows, USO at the lows. Looks like we're selling off everything. Bitcoin at the lows. I didn't even have a chance to look at gold yet to see what we're doing over here, but 372 for GLD, pretty flat on the day. And I know you're always, not always, but you're trying to look at silver sometimes. Let's have a look to see what silver's doing right now.
Better than most.
Yeah, up at least. So maybe there's some strength there in SLV. But yeah, here we go, man. 95.50 break, we're out of Intel. So we're just going to put the white flag up there. And if it breaks lower, then we're gone on another disastrous day here for earnings names.
No, there's literally nothing holding up. Like, what are we even, like, the only thing that looks worthy of a buy, like I said for myself, might be silver off of the volume weighted average price. And I even look over at Apple, like, is it eventually going to lose that trend line? And absolutely not. I am sitting in Lucid. If it makes the flat bottom break, I'll let you guys know. But this is basically, it's like a simple fail resistance setup, put in lower highs, hold under VWAP, but it already tagged like, to support low until it breaks down. I'm just looking for it to join the rest of the party. I have a couple of bids out, so I'll get swept up if it falls, and I like that low of the day from yesterday. The structure is still good, and I want to reload what we got out, but it's just a matter of looking for something that hasn't gone yet for a short, or be very, very patient with that long. I did want to make a note. You just mentioned earnings names. Remember American Express? And we were talking about this 300 level. Well, you are now more than halfway there from yesterday's prices. Now 6% down for XP. It wasn't an all bad report, but even these guys are dropping. Like there's not much that's holding up very well in today's market. Like you're trying to find those kernels of strength, and they're just not there. And you think about maybe it'll be the software names. because they've been out of favor. The IGV's up today. So there's at least that. Like it's 0.5%. It's not much, but it's better than nothing, right? I mean, there's not much out there that's going to look good. ServiceNow's up 3% or almost 4%. They lost everything on their earnings after being gapped up. Obviously, we know Oracle. See, this is the problem with Oracle. Remember what we were talking about with that story? It's like anytime, unless you're a small cap company that doesn't have any revenues and you have a big short float, you can't announce a contract that is not a material size in terms of dollar value relative to your revenues, relative to your debt load. Like it was such a small contract that you put it on the watch list, but the reaction, we were very clear, wouldn't be that good. I didn't think it would break the lows. I just didn't think it was a long. Like the stock is so bad. The company.
Oracle,
the company's probably going to be fine in the long run. It's just a matter of finding a bottom, because it hasn't.
No bottom there, and no bottom for Intel either. It just took down the lows. We'll have to slap a flush on that one because we kept on reloading it. All good, but at the end of the day, no. Again, and it just never got to VWAP. So maybe the long is not there, if it's there at all, until we finally do break that level. You could get excited on a break of 97, but it's downside here and not looking very pretty for any Intel shareholders today. That is for sure. I thought it would have been a different story there for Intel, but it's not. A name that's been holding out, you just mentioned a little bit there about what's been going on. I mean, now Intel's back to 96 again, so I don't know. But Palantir holding on pretty good. That little bottom tick there into 122.75, that could definitely be a level there for Intel. But, for Palantir. I'm still looking at Intel because there's the bounce back off of pretty much that low, but it does break. It gets into 40s there. Now it's starting to go back upside. Maybe we can get some love back into the chip space again. AMD trying to bounce there a little bit as well. Maybe it's time to just look over at NVIDIA, as that's been good and trying to break higher now. NVDA, that could be the trade that winds up working on a breakout of 208.50, maybe a 209 break on NVIDIA could be one of those trades. That's 208.40 right there. That high 209 in the pre-market, I don't know. At least we're above and we're trying to go now. In what's been a bad-looking day, it looks like NVIDIA does have a chance to get going here and even turn green for NVIDIA. The Nasdaq now down 1%.
VM3 Learning just put in the chat, you need Mr. T to comment. Simple as this. I pity the fool that bought Oracle stock. That's what he would say.
That is what he would say.
Because he's a man of few words and a man who only speaks the truth and nothing but the truth. Also probably big.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Yeah, the van's where it's at.
The van's where it's at.
I had that the dinky car.
Damn you, Intel.
Dude, I have so much crap that my parents threw out. Like, that might be worth something these days. Like if you
it has to be in like mint.
Oh, it wouldn't have been because we mashed the crap out of ours. Like we raced them into walls and stuff.
I was thinking the same thing, but people kept them in boxes. That's where the money is.
I had a lot of cool ish, man. I had the original.
There's the money is. Show me the money.
Optimus Prime too. I don't know.
We had so many. The He-Man.
Crap went to like a cousin somewhere. I have a cousin somewhere that has all my cool toys.
Laughing now.
It is what it is. So the new trade is going to be in SLV. Doesn't get to VWAP. It breaks the trend here. So VWAP is a line on a chart, but it's still upward trending.
Google's cooking at least.
Yeah. So that's the thing. The market is doing a good job bouncing back. So this bounces off the trend line. So again, going to play it to the high and then see how far it can go. Alphabet going. That's a good sign for the market. Alphabet and Tesla have the best possibility to hold the market higher. Because if they were the ones that were primarily dumpers for the market because of the earnings, then I think they're the two that can really get the market potentially. I mean, I was about to say potentially to the green, but you know what? The ES is green. Mm-hmm. Like the Nasdaq's down 1%. The ES is green, everybody. So when we put that poll up there, we did say the SPY and not the Nasdaq.
Yeah.
So
the ES is green.
The ES is green already.
Okay, good. Yeah, we talked about that.
It doesn't feel like it.
Some of the healthcare names starting to go upside as well. Damn you, Intel. We dropped out of Intel $1 ago, but you got to get out when going gets tough, and there goes Intel back up to the upside. But yeah, we'll celebrate a little bit. It's been something now for Google at least. We were able to buy that at 318. I tried to get more. I was at I was literally at 317.50. I was at 55. It went as low as 65 down there. We'll take 2 outs on the upside now for Google. That's going in a small new position right now against 123. May not come into play there, but it's going to be Palantir. We'll buy a little bit more now at the 20 level here and see what winds up happening with Palantir. But yeah, downside. I wanted to look at this against this low there, but the market now is turning around. So boo Palantir, that might not give us anything. But 122.73, again, another name that's flat on the day with a chance to go back upside. So we've got Google right now, hearing some news about some EU patents or whatever. Let's go back over, see what's going on with that one. But we're already in. It's Google.
Google a bit towards the upside here. Google has signed the Europe EU AI Act Code of Practice on Transparency. Google a little bit to the upside over here after signing the Europe's AI Act Code of Practice on Transparency.
122.73.
Thank you there for the story. I mean,
yeah, there goes Google. I mean, it's a buck now. I don't know if that's going to do anything. I mean, it's more the market that's rallying. Obviously, we got into this before any kind of story there. Screw you, Intel, honestly. And then right now, SpaceX back down to 111, down to 112, trying to bounce off of that level. And here goes Palantir. Here goes Palantir, hopefully to the upside. And we'll see about a break into 124 now for PLTR if this market wants to rally. We would have almost made everything back here on this Intel trade, but we got stopped out. Wait to see what winds up happening right there on that break. But yeah, Google on that news, that's good. We just had, did they just have $1 billion fine or something from the EU as well? But Google right now trying to do better for shareholders and get back to the upside. Now positive is Google, and the story of the day was Apple, I feel like, as that name just is still ripping. Apple, what a chart for Apple today, getting right back into and close enough to all-time highs in and around that 340 area. Probably Monday sounds like a good idea for Apple to get to all-time highs. It's money talks with Sia and a little bit of crypto talk as well, with only 5 minutes to go before the midday.
We're going to, yes, merge these segments that I'm doing right now and take a look at money markets and crypto here. So first of all, let's take a look at the pound. The pound looks like it's set to snap a 3-week winning streak. There's softer inflation reading, also deteriorating Middle East conflict, like I said yesterday, has prompted investors to reassess their positioning ahead of the central bank meeting in the UK next week. A little bit on a climb here, trading around 1.3. It's up 0.11% on the day. Let's also take a look at USD TWD, that is a Taiwan new dollar. Taiwan Central Bank, as of today, has emphasized its good relations with the U.S. Treasury Department in response to the Treasury's latest semi-annual currency report, which included Taiwan on its quote-unquote monitoring list, along with 9 other countries. Now, what we're going to do is we're also going to take a look at the dollar. The dollar currently down 0.04% on the day, trading around the 101 mark. I just want to see what is the level that the dollar opened at, and if there has been any kind of difference here. No, it opened at 101.4. It's at 101.3. Not a crazy difference over there. We're also going to take a look at, you're right, BTC and what's going on with the crypto markets here. I also want to take a look at Ethereum over here. And you know, I always do also include Solana, even though it is a little ticker, not that crazy. So Bitcoin down 1.7% on the day. ETH down 1% on the day. You have Solana down 2.5% on the day. BTC, however, now trading around the $63,893 mark. So cryptocurrency exchange HTX has been sanctioned by the European Union as of late yesterday as part of its latest effort to tighten pressure on Russia's financial system. So HTX is formerly known as Huobi, that was founded in China, is one of the world's largest crypto platforms. Hong Kong-based billionaire Justin Sun has also bought a controlling stake in that in the year 2022. So that is a little bit of a crypto story. Nothing crazy going on here. Sending it right back to you.
Thank you there, Sia. And hey, don't look now, but Bitcoin is actually going to put in its first green candle on the 15-minute of the day of any, well, I guess technically there was one at 9:30, but whatever. It then just absolutely tanked. So maybe it's going to rally a little bit here. I would feel that's still relatively weak in my opinion, but we'll find out. I know, shout out to Bubin in the chat. That's one of Sharice's friends here mentioning this VIVK. This was a good runner earlier in the week. I believe it was Tuesday or Wednesday, as you could see there. But it's having problems with VWAP and $3 right here. So it needs to break this. Like there's somebody selling it from 3 to 315. Once you get through that bad boy, it's over and it's got a bit of a chance. But here comes the market higher. Is hopefully we bought the trend line. Break this high of the day. The ES is already green. The NASDAQ wants green. I was gonna double check. Oh, where'd the poll thing go? Oh, never mind. Oh, there it is. That's right. I can view the history. So 65% thought the SPY would go green today, and right now they're right.
Yeah, even the NASDAQ battling back a little bit. I'm just about this Intel because it did make that move off those lows. We kept on giving it a little bit more room, but at the end of the day, it winds up breaking. That low was 60. We gave it a break of 50. So that's where we got stopped out. But we are making the money back right now because here it goes, man. It's a big one. It's Google going higher. Let's try to hold on to this, man. We still got 70% of this trade, and it's Google that's really starting to make some money now. There's 319.50. Okay, so the day is now getting a lot nicer for anybody that's been long and trying to hold out for that. There goes Google. Let's go. Let's see how high we can fly with this name. And then Palantir, I took some out at 65 there, and we're going to wait to see if we can get the 200 period, which is at 85. So that'll be my next little take there. I'm actually at 75, just ahead of that. We'll see if we can get that. And then through 124, and we let the market do the rest of the work for us. 40 cents in the money on Palantir, $1.50 in the money on Google, and damn it, a $2 out ago on Intel. Not very good, but we got to throw it to Sia. So we're going to say bye for us right now. So thank you to everybody for watching again today. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Everybody on TikTok, man, it's been a blast.
Thanks for all the super chats.
There goes Palantir. We wind up getting, thanks for all the super chats. And Google at 320. Hopefully the market does wind up rebounding there. Good luck to everybody in your positions as we go. Thanks, Andre, for everything today. It's been a great one. Let's go back. And thanks, Sia, man. Good coverage, Sia, today for filling in for Adara. Adara's back on Monday. Neil and I back at 2 p.m. But until then, we'll see you. Ciao. Back to Sia, then the midday show.
Thank you so much, Sean and Neil. Great. Thank you. Let's take a look at Meta now. Meta is climbing a little bit. It's trading around the $607 mark. It is up on the day, very significantly less, but it is still. So Meta has won the dismissal of lawsuit over WhatsApp privacy claims. This is what's causing the upside. It's still on the up and up. Once again, Meta Platforms has won the dismissal of lawsuit over WhatsApp privacy concerns. Now, the show that you've been waiting for, midday.
Yeah, I mean, obviously. Oh, hello.
Start it over again, man. What is that?
No, assassino. It's bad luck, brother. I love this animation of me just like hammering away the point. And you're like, it's so good. It's so you and me. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show.
Speaking of
That's
you and I.
Joey Options. I'm Sharif. And let's say hello to everybody. Bro, the weather outside,
It's
chef's
not frightful.
kiss, bro. Oh,
There goes the
geez.
NVDA. Wow.
Daniel, B900, NVDA is moving according to Joey. Mr. Raj, 42, boom. We got lore accurate something, tarnished. Mike PD, right? Katkita, Kumang, Monty G, Mezcla, Bovin. Happy Friday, my man. I was going to say happy birthday, Scott H. We got Notorious, Drew, Jaguar, Panuru, Trader Forever. Shout out to Daryl Finch. I know we got to do the ad. I'm just gonna say hello to everybody. Danny Patel. Shout out to Red Potato, Game Craft, Nico. We got Jordy. We got Nothing But Junk, baby. Yannick. We got Jake as well. Shout out to him, as well as Sean. Sean Official.
Oh.
You want me to block him? His name could be Sean. But he put official, Katina, man. That's gonna confuse people, man. Ruchnia. We got Popla Cork, Kirk D. Shout out to Mr. Ian and Tech Lion. Zion Lala is in the house, my man. Anthony White, something trader. I can't say that part. Nurse Stock Rocks, Notorious. We got Candle Stacks, love the name. Cheese and Chair. Tom Larkins joining us. Joey as well as Nick's Flow. Hey guys, right back at ya. Big, thick, candlestick.
We like that.
We like that one. Big Wick Nick. What's going on? What is happening here?
We got some good names.
John
today.
Rearer? Shout out to John Rearer. Everything is good. Everything is fine. Hello, Joey. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. All right, guys, let's get right into things here. VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Refrain Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. All right, guys, let's do it right now. We're going to pay a little homage to our folks over there on TikTok. What do we got going on here, Bravely? We'll see who's in the chat here today. Krista, what's going on? Ronnie, I always love a good boy named Ronnie. Yeah, exactly.
Shout out to Bravely, man. We want to
doing
meet
the
Bravely.
same thing
we want to meet Bravely
doing everything.
These days.
But he's ways away, isn't
So it's okay. Everybody's ways away. Half the company's ways away.
All right, man. Even more of an excuse. Here it is. We have me. All right, what's going on there? Tarp off in the picture. It looks like there. Love and hope. We like that one. Quill, Heather, Number, Ellie, TikTok. Desadio, Laguna. What's going on, everyone? Francisco.
Like it.
Oh, I'm not going to repeat that one there.
Okay,
Random from Life, Greg Slayer, and Kim. Man, the names are really growing. We got to see how many we have over there on TikTok. But guys, all right, we all know what's going on in the market here today. Now, I've had it up to here. See, like I can't even. You see this here? It's not even on a camera angle.
Assassino can't even get it in the frame.
Can't even get it up there. That's how much I've had it with this specific name. And I was talking to Juan Padilla in the chat. It's like, all right, we try it, and it just won't go. Oh, okay. See, we're all the way up here. That's how much I've had it. So my patience is most definitely worn thin with this name. So Ford's temporarily going to go on the blacklist list, I guess that is there. Oh. But anyways, Tesla, right? Like, okay, we're down 13% yesterday, 15% at the lows. I'm thinking maybe we get somewhat of a relief rally. No, that's not the case. And right out of the gate, I'm like, all right, if this is going to work, it's going to work relatively quick, in my opinion. So what happens, we start small, but then we have a little bit of momentum pick up here as we punch through the volume-weighted average price. And then it's like, oh no, we're going to fail and head a little bit lower, another 3% down day here today. But we get out when we were supposed to, okay? That's fine. I didn't have as many shares as I had on this one. I'm like, all right, we're basing out the NASDAQ finally starting to find its way and then head back towards the volume-weighted average price, but no participation from Tesla once again. So yesterday we couldn't get anything going on it. Wednesday we couldn't get anything going on it. And then now it's Friday and still can't. So yeah, it's unfortunate. And you guys can see here from a daily, just 3 down days in a row and pretty aggressive as well, too. So we'll just put it to the side from now. We're not going to completely write it off just yet. But I do believe we're going to see $300 on Tesla, maybe even sub 290, all right? But the one name that we did get working for us here bright and early this morning, Sharif, was NVDA. All right, so a nice recovery rally. We do pop up to $210. Fantastic. The only issue being is that we didn't allow this to run enough, and nor did we engage multiple times. Why? If it's working, continuously try the same trade. If it works once, the chance of it working twice, for me in particular, I like my odds. Not necessarily the case here today. Instead, what do I decide to do here? I'll tell you right now. Go and mess around with the NASDAQ. So after a couple of attempts here, I'm like, all right, no long. We're not getting that long. It breaks down once again. Looking for a breach of a support level. No, it rips ahead and rips against me. So I'm like, you know what? Let's go take a breather. I grabbed myself a nice espresso and did a couple of laps around Queen's Park. Beautiful outside, as Sharif mentioned. But now we're nice and calm. But by the way, guys, throughout the whole week, I've dug myself out of early holes and happened to finish green. Some of them nothing substantial, but we finish on the positive side of things. Now, my hole for today might be dug a little bit too deep, so now we're somewhat in damage control, which I'm okay with, but it's going to be difficult to flip this script around, but I, Joey O, have some confidence that we will be able to find something where we'll be able to mitigate these losses. But yeah, we're down about 80% of our shutdown at this point, the highest point of the week, and it may be our only red day of the week as well, too. So we'll see what happens. Plenty of time left in the day, and we'll take it from there.
I like it, man. Well put and very succinct. Yeah. Joey, thank you for that. All right, let's get down to work. I just want to read Ichiro's. Ichiro was making a statement earlier, that he was looking at algo volume. Then he started seeing retail volume come in at about 11 o'clock. So I was asking him, he's like, IBKR's API data stream is very raw. I made module in my dashboard that shows dark pools, algo conflicts, and retail pressure. I know there is no real marker, but there's always ways to. I love it, Ichiro, man. I like how you're approaching this. Always ways to figure that out. I see what you're saying there. Shout out to you, Ichiro, man. I'm liking that approach to things. Good look there. And I like the fact that you're using, of course, the API and IB. Adam, we're about to talk about it, Adam. You know that's going to be on my hit list right away. Let's get right down to work. Oh no, it's open, Adam.
Uh-oh.
We got to look at it now. Limit up, 187. Limit up on at 187 on OMH. We've done 120.8 million shares on the day. I don't want to punch that limit up, right? Because this is the second limit up on the day. Just 1 second, right? So 340%. We've got a tap now of 192, 193, halt time, 11:08:09, earliest open, of course. We're talking about 11:13:09. Keep your eye on OMH. There are others. We'll get to them as soon as we get back from SIA.
A small cap that I just want to mention, SDGR has held an approximately 6% equity stake in Ajax Therapeutics. That's benefiting directly from Eli Lilly and Company's acquisition of Ajax for $2.3 billion. The ticker SDGR, a little bit on the upside because it also seems to be benefiting from this deal as well, which has yielded an immediate cash payout of roughly $57 million.
Catch me outside.
Oh, how about that, man?
You got to leave right now.
Catch him on College Street.
Oh yeah, well there you go. There you go. Here's what we're looking at. All right, OMH top. That's the big boy right now. Halted to the high side at 187. Ominous number. We've got GSUN. It had a good morning and then it didn't. Right? It had a good day yesterday. It's below VWAP right now at around 45 pennies. I don't deal with this one unless it gets back above. LVWR up 89%, but you know, it's below VWAP and it's below the pre-market high. $1.64 is the official high day. We made the high of day, not the official high day, right at 4 a.m. $2.06, and we failed. And we've been trading for the most part below the volume weighted average price. This one broke out yesterday at 7:15. This did basically nothing all day, and then it got its headline 7:15. And I don't care what the headline is. Okay, as long as it gets above $1.64. We can get involved with this one. It's trying its darnest right now to get above VWAP and that $1.50. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. CORD, not up big, but 15%. Got a bit of a bull flag here with some higher lows. It looks like there is support at 8. Possible flat top break here. You don't want to really, overuse that statement, but it does feel like an ascending wedge pattern with higher lows and give or take 8.25, 8.30 as a flat top. So CORD volume profile is declining. So there's volume price action divergence you need to note there. NFE as well, lighter volume. This one did halt earlier on, I believe at 9:45. It looks like it was a 15-minute halt. Halted down again, I believe, at 10:40. Are these halts or this lack of volume, man? I don't know, man. I think this could be just a lack of volume. NFE looks like crap, volume-wise. Chart pattern is decent, but NFE in focus, Mobileye. I mean, I looked over to Neil. I'm like, Neil, you need to keep an eye on Mobileye because it was breaking out. And it's got some support here at the 10 EMA. Back above 8. It had a very bad day yesterday. It spiked up big at 6:30 and then gave the entire thing back, lost $8, got to about $7, held that now. The high of the day is 8 1/3. And then MSTZ. What's going on, Katina Man? The Katina Man said the market's blasting. Yes, it is. As soon as we get something, I will let you know. The NQ just took out the day high, Katina Man, 741.63 on the SPY. The triple Qs are also pretty close. They're not at the day high, though. The triple Qs are still negative. So keep your eye on the SPY here. Just got into the high day, 741.85. As soon as we have something on that, of course, we will let you know. But that is the look right there, Joey. So we're just waiting here. Let's see what we get here on OMH. It's showing 189 tap. So gas is bleeding as well. We're getting a downturn in oil, boys. So something tells me this might be oil related. As soon as we get something, of course, we will let you know, Joe.
Absolutely, man. Wow, Robinhood really dumping, man. You know what? I might just get fully out of this position. We've been in it since April of last year. So May, April. So yeah, I mean, listen, we have a great average price. We did add a little bit more, and we were up substantially. But at this point, it's like, what am I even doing here? So Robinhood might have to come off to my list. And I told you guys about concentration and what I'm specifically looking to do. Now we know tech gets hit the heaviest. 1 second. Sia, what name was I about to pull up here? So it's like these names that hold percentages in my portfolio, but it's just like, let me see what I'm going to do with them. All right. So TKO and Robinhood, I might completely eliminate from my my long-term portfolio. See ya.
Yeah, keep an eye out here. Breaking news coming in. SPY to the upside. You have USO to severe downside here. Breaking news coming in. Pakistan and Iran are now exploring a path towards new talks with US in a China-initiated push. Pakistan and Iran exploring a new path towards new talks with the United States in a China-initiated push.
Thank you very much, Sia. Of course, we know China and Asia at large are motivated, very motivated to get that stream of oil coming back through the strait as they are the most affected. Okay, let's just cut the crap. North America does not have a supply problem. We have a price problem because of the world's oil prices. Okay, here we go. OMH above 2, looking for again. It's going to limit up again into 205. What the hell is this thing doing? No, can't get any. It's not letting me get in. So there it is, limit up, 205, show 234, tap on OMH. I don't even get an opportunity to punch into this thing. This is ridiculous. Okay, so I'm going to look for a dip here, possibly in about 180, 175. We'll see how this cookie crumbles. But right now, the cookie crumbles. The cookie wants to crumble to the high side. We're showing 226 now. On the tap, the theoretical auction price, 230. It is going, guys. This one could be outrageous. Okay, so we might have something here. Now, we did get a quadruple digit winner earlier in the week. You'll recall, 1,600%. I'm not saying this one's going to hit 16, but it definitely needs to be kept on the lookout here. OMH, whether I can get in next time or not, we'll have to wait and see. Keeping an eye here on LVWR. We're looking for this one to retake that 164 area. It's getting pretty close, 155. The reason I'm insisting it take out prior area highs is because it's already below the pre-market high. So I need to know that this is going to take out some resistance. And the resistance level that's screaming its face at me right now is that high day 164. Then I also got to keep an eye here on GSUN because it's also trying to make a big boy move right above the volume weighted average price. And there it goes, 48 pennies, let's say 48 bucks. High a day, 54. Look for continuation on this one through 50, right? This didn't have a pre-market move. It made the move at 10.15, then lost VWAP. Found support right around 40, give or take. So keep your eye here on GSUN. We're looking for that one as well. And I'm going to look at Mobileye. So that's what we'll keep an eye on. Let's send it back up to see if there's more information on the Pakistan deal.
USO continuing to bleed over here, and you have the SPY continuing to climb. Your Pakistan is considering resuming, like I said, resuming stalled U.S.-Iran talks to end their nearly 5-month-old war, according to 3 Pakistani sources, following by a push from China. Also, exploratory discussions have also taken place during Iran's Interior Minister Iskandar Momeni's visit to Islamabad this week, his second in the last 10 days. This is coming from, according to sources. So the SPY currently also climbing, USO dropping. If there's any more, I will let you know.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, we can see some strong upticks here. Thanks for pointing out USO to the downside. Maybe this recovery was a little bit too far, too fast. I know we've been talking about it. I heard Sean mention it as well, too. But 40% off of the lows when you were down 33%. So that's a pretty drastic jump up. But what we do have now is a high of $210 there on NVDA, and then the NASDAQ starting to find its merry way. And I'm happy. You know what? Even though we took some hefty losses bright and early this morning, ATR really starting to uptick, guys. Also, keep your eye on the VIX. The VIX is down here today, but substantially up yesterday, all right? So we'll keep our eyes on this just in case there's any form of move back in towards the volume-weighted average price. Right now, I'm in sniper mode because we do have to keep our risk measures in place. See ya.
Please bear with me as I read this post from U.S. President Donald Trump on Truth Social. President Xi, at a recent meeting in Beijing, China told me that he would not, under any circumstances, give or sell weapons to the Islamic Republic of Iran. And in that statement included Chinese companies. Considering our In considering our relationship, I take him at his word. And besides, I am doing him a very big favor also. Likewise, President Putin, despite horrible war going on in Ukraine, the relationship remains as it does with President Zelensky, told me that he would not sell weapons to Iran. He understands that I do not sell weapons to Ukraine, but to NATO countries. They pay full price, and how those weapons are distributed, I have no idea. Therefore, two major countries that people speak of often in terms of Iran are, in my opinion, not participating. If they did, it would be very bad for them. Certainly not in their best interest. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President, in all caps, Donald J. Trump, USO, continuing to slide.
Yeah, thank you once again for that, Sia. Yeah, I always want to see what this guy has to say because he always has something to say. See, actually, no, I'll keep my comments to myself. Wow. Anyways, well, no, I was going to say, well, so when someone talks too much, eventually a lot of their words go in one ear and out the other. It's when the individual who's quiet in the corner when they speak up is the one that you want to particularly hear.
Yeah, but he's the president, brother.
Yeah, that's fine. But again, it can be anything in my opinion. That's why I said it was my opinion, right?
I get it.
Anyways, aside from that, right, so USO continuing to the downside, NASDAQ still down here, or sorry, the VIX down, but we did have a strong spike in it yesterday, guys. You can see from 1761 all the way to $20, now giving back the majority of that move, all right? So, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't have anything going on right now. I'm just going to continuously sit on my hands until I see an A+ setup.
Open. It's going to limit down here. Limit down 197. Watch out. Limit up 227. Limit down 197. Limit up 227. We're going to give this a shot through 2. Fails 2. Out. Looking for perfect out there. Okay. But watching. Limit down into 197, guys. Here we go. Ooh. All right. Well, there it is. So it's going to limit down here at 197. So we're going to keep a close eye on this one for an entry. I like 175 to 180. I see that as two resistance levels that failed 175 on the 5-minute chart. Here's what I'm looking at. Red candle there at 10:15. Red candle at 2:45, both of which were in the mid 170s. So I'd like that level for support. So let's see how that cookie crumbles. Also keeping an eye here on GSUN because it is starting to run up here into that 50 penny area, and that really interests me, especially if we can take out 54. People were asking me about LVWR. I was like, listen, I'm not touching this until it gets above 164. So we'll leave that one. It's just topping tailed into 155. Get above 164, we'll get in. But GSUN looks a bit better. The reason I say that is, it didn't have that big pre-market move that kind of sent it all the way down. Here we go. Now we're about to take out 52. Let's give this one a try. All right, we're going to look to ride this one into 54. I don't mind defending into 45. That's where the volume weighted average price is. So we got 52s on this one. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. Interested in taking a little bit more into that 45 penny area for an eventual 54 break. And I did get into Mobileye. Very small share size here. I'm looking at adding more possibly if it comes into 820. I like that 820 level as resistance. Now looking for that to be support. So in a couple of positions, in GSUN, in MBLY, and certainly interested in OMH, Joe, if it comes into 175 or 180.
All right, man. Let's see. Yeah, it might be one of those days where we have to look at some of these small caps here because the market, I mean, NVDA has really helped drag us up. I mean, Google's strong today as well, too. So a big-time recovery right there. Minnesota Trader, listen, I went on my spiel about it already. Now, look what the NASDAQ is doing and some of the other tech names, and then look at this. Right? So it just shows that there's a sell program. There's a continuation on yesterday's selling and the previous days as well, too. And from a structural standpoint, we're not in the best area, right? So there's no point in me trying to like expend all of this mental capital on a name that isn't going to necessarily do what I think it can, right? So, I mean, it can bounce at some point. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't, but it's just not right now. And I've tried it. I told you guys throughout the whole week that I've tried it, and it just hasn't I haven't been correlated with it. It's that simple, really. So here it is, right? So OMH, I know Sharif's on this one looking to get involved in this. VIVK, let's see what else we got. If there's anything above the volume weighted average price, there is LVWR. Okay, $1.50. I like this for a potential high of the day break. Sharif, if things starts to turn around, that $1.64 level can most definitely come into play. Now, who else do we have? If you're south of VWAP, we don't want to deal with you. Oh, GSUN.
Yeah, I'm in that.
Yeah, you're in G-Sun right now, 52 cents. Okay. I like this for a 54-cent break. Let's see if this momentum can pick up and the volume starts to increase as well, too. We can keep this on our radar. And then a couple other names, right? Like, I don't want to cover it too much. Oh, okay, Digital Reality Trust. This was actually on the upgrades list today, but it's pretty expensive, $205. I don't think we'll be messing around with that one here today.
Mess around.
You like DRLR? Or DLR? DLR? Yeah,
Is that
digital.
the 5 on it right there?
This is a 5 on it. It's very expensive. That was the issue.
I think you might like FRMI. Take a quick look at FRMI. That might be.
Are we around the high of the day there on this bad boy?
We are into 707.05.
FRMI. How come I don't see it on the old scan there?
Yeah, I don't know, brother.
Where'd you find that one?
Somebody in the chat called it out.
What is it again?
Only up 11.5. FRMI.
Fermi Inc. Oh. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
You like that one?
Yeah,
huh?
6 3/4 break.
Get it, Joey. It's
All
about
right.
that life.
Yeah.
About that Fermi life. Okay. Dealing right now with GSUN, as Joey called it out. I think we just got the beak wet as well. No, we didn't. On MBLY. Still waiting here for OMH. Let's take a quick look. Halt time 11:19:02. Current time 11:23. Earliest open 11:24:02. Current time 24. So we have about 50 seconds before resumption on this. So let's pack the patience over here. See what we get on OMH right now. Oh boy, the top. It's not looking good into 172. But the deal is, I like this 172 area. I like 170 to 180. Okay, I feel that that is the top before the breakout. I want that top to get tested again as an area of support. So we're going to give this one the old community college try, as Joey calls it, the JUCO try. All right. So that's what I'm looking at right now. We're in a couple of names. Really trying to focus though on OMH because that one can pay. So yeah, just waiting for that to resume here. It should be within seconds. Let's see what we get. Showing 181 tap. There it is. Into 198 limit up. Watch for limit up. I just tried to punch. It didn't give it to me. That's okay. I just tried. It won't give it to me, so that's fine. That's a little frustrating. No good, no good, no good. Yeah, I just tried to get some there, guys, but I could have used a limit on open order. We can do that because it's on the NQ and I have that set up, but that's all right. We'll try to look for that one a little bit later, but it is right back into that $2 level at 198. Tap showing 202. So be keeping an eye on that. GSUN coming back down. Prior bar low, just to give you an idea if we're holding trend, is 46.5. Current bar low, 47 4/5. So be on the lookout for that. I don't mind adding into about 46. 46, you can see it's been an initial area of resistance. You can see it on the 1, you can see it on the 5. So I don't mind adding into this area with my ultimate out likely through the 45 penny level. So that's my look there. And I don't have nothing on, oh my God, FRMI just ripped. There it is. We're just talking about 705 high a day. There it goes, 713. No, we signed Bruno. Shout out to my man Adam. I was looking this morning. They were saying Arsenal was going to pay something in the range of 80 million, despite the earliest, I think, offer. We were offering 60, but Newcastle didn't want to let him go unless it was 80. So I figured we weren't going to overpay, but I guess we did. Thank you for that, Adam. Shout out to my man Gangster Travis, Jersey Mike, IPO next week. More chips coming to market. Jersey Mike. I don't. Do you know what that?
It's a fast food restaurant.
Oh, okay, more chips. Those kind of chips. I like it. I like it. Okay. Shout out to my man. There goes GSUN into that 52 penny area. Good ad there into 48. Looking for more. Okay. 54 penny high a day. We're looking to ride that high, and maybe we'll even get into 69. Where's my man Ozan at? So we got 50.5 right now. Don't worry what the position board says. It rounds up. We got 50.5 on this mother. You know what? So we're going to keep a close eye on this one. We're going to try to ride trend to the high side. But I'm disappointed in myself, Joey. I should have been punching into FRMI. It had all the right ingredients here. So if it comes back into 7, I don't mind picking up something in and around that area, guys. MOBX, says Mr. Nanny, 511. Mobix Labs. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan at all. Trading below the volume weighted average price, sadly, brother. Great pop-up at 7 a.m. It had another move there at 7:30, but then it failed. it filled pretty quickly, 735, 740, lost VWAP, and since that time, it's been putting in lower lows and lower highs. You just need to look at that trend line right there. So it's a little weak at the moment for a long, perhaps maybe for a short. If it can get above the volume weighted average price at around 215, 216, we can have a go at this one, but for the moment, I'd steer clear.
All right, man, good stuff. Wiki Spears, is that Blicky in there? Yeah, I've seen that. He changed his name, I think, Sharif, from Blicky to Wiki.
I like it,
yeah, Gaurav, I seen that, brother. I
Gaurav.
replied back to you. Yeah, Gaurav's in Miami for the weekend.
No.
Must be nice.
Must be nice, bro.
It's not Blicky. It is not Blicky. Okay, all right, well, maybe some copyright issues there, my guy. But anyways, aside from that, no, Gaurav, have a great weekend. No, it's been a good week with the exception of today. And I was looking to just go 5 for 5, but it's going to be a lot more difficult now, considering the start that we've been off to. And I've been telling you guys, just like via TSLA, it's like these early holes that I dig myself, we were fortunate enough to get out of them. But I don't know if that's going to be the case. We'll remain optimistic, but we're going to have to find some high quality setups. And what I'm seeing through some of the names that I've been trading throughout the week, then it might not be that. But guess what, Sharif, Monday morning, 9:30 sharp, the market is open once again. So don't forget about that. There's going to be plenty of opportunities.
I thought you were going to tell me something serious there, bro. I'm like putting on my listening ears.
Yeah.
Well, the market's going to open.
If that, I think that's pretty serious in my opinion, right? Like for the junkies like myself who need to man, I can't wait till Jose's the same thing.
Shaking.
It's Friday. The market just closed. It's 4 o'clock. Jose's like to me, 10 minutes. I can't wait for Monday. I can't wait for Monday.
Crazy.
Man, we don't want to
bro.
wish away the time away, man. But hey, if you really want to scratch that itch, guess what? 8 o'clock on Sunday. 8 o'clock on Sunday when Blue Ocean opens up is when, But no, in all seriousness, guys, listen, we'll go through my trades again today.
Sure.
One thing that, listen, this one we had significantly more size. It was the largest position of the day. I'm like, this was it. This was the rebound. This is how we get ourselves out of the hole. And then just due to the size, I'm like, you know what? It didn't look like it was going to find any form of buyer stepping in. And that was exactly what happened. So I'm just thankful we got out of it. And then once I start flipping bias like here, I'm like, we get a little bit of a press down, but then it just immediately rips back up. And with the amount of shares, I can't hold that. Otherwise, that was going to end my days. So yeah, NVDA, the only one that really got going for us here bright and early this morning, and it's still continuing to move to the northeast. And that's exactly what we want to see. So a continuation, maybe some VWAP buys situations. So maybe we will get that dip, that VWAP dip buy, and then maybe we can stick with the names that have been working for us.
All right, man, I punched into OMH and now it's halted down, but I don't mind this. Got in a small position, looking to build my position into that 175, 180, but this is a lower high on the current 5-minute chart. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about the current candle. The candle at 1125. The candle high there is 214. Not prior bar high, but the one before that, so the 1115 candle, it's 219. So we got a bit of a downtrend there, so watch out for that. Keeping an eye here closely on GSUN, multiple beak wetters through that 53 penny area, but we did not take out the high of the day into 54. So exercising patience on that, and then I added into my Mobileye position, looking for that 8 1/3 to get taken out, but it's quite a staunchy resistance area here. You can see it's having a lot of trouble with 830, but FRMI continues to go. And it's really not giving me an opportunity to pick up anything in the 7s. That's what I'm looking for there. I see a lot of resistance at that $7 area. I want to pick up some or initial resistance. Now I'm looking for it to be support. I don't necessarily want to punch in at the high here. I feel like maybe this one can give me something if I wait. So let's go ahead and put an entry here at 705, see what we get there. So that's what I'm looking for there. And I also want to mention LVWR is making its way into, I want to say, the high of the day. It just got into 159. 164 is the high of the day. So it'll have to take this level out because I won't get involved with this one unless it takes out some previous area highs, given what it did at 4 a.m. when it got to about $2.06 as the high. So we are still markedly below the pre-market high, which is not the official high of the day, of course. Continuing to watch your GSUN and FRMI. Chuck, LVWR, change of direction to the upside, looking for a new high day. Yep, just mentioned it, brother. So you and I are on the same page on that one. I'm expecting some resistance, though, at around 2/3, right? You saw the topping tail candles at 1020. You saw the one at 1025. So there is certainly resistance in 160 land. We'll see if that ends up holding up or what the situation is. Let's see what we get here on GSUN as it's coming right back down into that 48 penny area. Ironically enough, it is still holding prior area low, so we're going to defend into 45. While we defend, we're going to send you up to Sia and Juan for the Euro segment.
Thank you so much. Here we are talking about the European markets with Juan. What do you have for us today?
Thank you, Sia. So, a really good day on the European markets, especially after all red yesterday, jumping 0.5%. A strong tech earnings, especially from SAP or SAP, offset ongoing inflation worries driven by Brent crude holding above the $100 barrel. So, if we take a look at some of the indexes, stocks Euro 600 up by, like I mentioned, 0.54%. They staged a resilient turnaround as a rebound in financials, as well as midday commodity relief outpaced industrial tariff drags. Over in Germany, SAP or SAP surged by about 6% after reporting better than expected quarterly revenue. There's a lot of strong demand for its AI platform as well. However, the automotive sector was underperforming, with Volkswagen slipping by about 1% after reporting weaker second quarter earnings and also lowering its revenue outlook for the year. That also brought down Porsche, BMW, and Mercedes-Benz. They all traded lower in Germany. Over in France, they advanced steadily in Paris as localized banking inflows as well as stabilizing corporate updates safely insulated that of luxury line trimmings. And I guess UK, they had a really good day today. I mean, strong banking advances from HSBC, Lloyds Banking, they rose by more than 1%. That also brought up Barclays, NatWest, as well as Standard Chartered. And economic prints, UK retail sales surprised with an upside, rising 1% in June against expectations of a 0.3% decline. Now, the main story in Europe, of course, is going to be Trump's tariffs shockwave. We know that US President Donald Trump targeted over 80 countries with a sweeping tariff regime. So Bank of France governor stating that these severe tariffs will have severe global trade uncertainty. Even UK industry groups fear losing competitive advantages over the EU. China also chimed in with warnings that these trade wars will serve no party's interests. But other than that, in the UK, this heat wave, as well as World Cup boosting the UK economy, that's also a good story. I mean, the hot summer weather, as well as the high consumer engagement with the World Cup, boosted that of the UK sales for June and July. Those retail sales went up, and also sentiment further being lifted as the US lifted tariffs on Scotch whiskey. So that's definitely going to benefit that of British distillers. But anyway, that's all from me. Hope everyone has a lovely Friday, and we're going to head over back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Juan. And similarly, yes, Germany's DAX, as you just mentioned, currently just up over 1.5%. We're going to send it back. Thank you so much, Juan. He'll be back here at 3:30 for the Asian markets, so stay here and do not go anywhere.
Thank you very much. Also, the governor of California pleading to our premier here, stating, "Hey, come on, we need the American wine and alcohol back on the shelves." And Mr. Ford himself said, "You know what? You got to talk to the individual in the Oval Office." So, yeah, interesting stuff. Thank you very much for that, Juan. Sia, Ed Bob, what's up, brother? I know you're messing around. Let's see, man. Listen, we're going to see if we can figure something out and find some high-quality opportunities right now. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. We do know that it's Friday, right? So Friday, around that lunch hour, things start to cool down. Think about it. Half of Wall Street is in the Hamptons right now as well, too, right? So we'll take that in. But this is what I want to focus on. Just because these guys are a collective group and they almost move in tandem, they hold so much weight now in the NASDAQ that when they're having a really bad day, the NASDAQ does. And it makes it more difficult for these names. Like Apple's, like, what are we even talking about here? What am I looking at Tesla when Apple's up 3 1/3%? This is insane, all right? I mean, do we expect anything different? But no, $10 from the open on Apple? Like, holy schmoly. And then we also have Google as well, too, who finally turned positive. but it's just like, this is a complete buy program. Never mind what we got going on memory, DRAM, Western Digital, SanDisk, the Micron, Seagate. It's Apple just completely running the show. And I mean, typically what we would see, Sharif, is just because it's so heavily weighted, you would see it have more of an impact on what we have on the NASDAQ. But this collective group down here that's all in the red, mid-single digits, is just weighing us down at this point, all right? So, yeah, I mean, NVDA is still chopping around. We're grabbing some more, and then guess what? A little bit more, as long as we're below our average price here. But I do like how it's holding up when a lot of these other tech names were selling off pretty aggressive. Now, Broadcom, right? Like, Broadcom was on an absolute monster run, down 21% off of its highs. And then some of these names have been cut in half, right? Like, if we're looking at the Marvell, you're down 40% off of the highs. All right, yeah, just getting absolutely slaughtered. ARM, same thing, like ARM getting absolutely smoked. So it's like, hey man, you need to maybe do some more push-ups or something, because it's not lifting any weight right now. It's down 40% off of the highs. And then same with like Robinhood, and this is what I was talking about earlier, is just the fact that as soon as we couldn't breach this $120 marker, I'm like, you know what, there might be a little bit more behind the scenes and what's going on. We were privileged enough to get this in its growth period. Now things may have slowed down, and the disruption within the prediction markets, in which Robinhood is actually pretty heavily reliant on now, is starting to weigh on this name, in my opinion. Kalshi and Poly market really starting to gain some steam and some momentum. How come Kalshi isn't publicly traded? I think that's a good question.
They haven't gotten to.
They haven't gotten to that.
No,
yeah,
no.
man.
You know they have a deal with CNBC, though, right?
Do they? So that's huge. So that could be pretty big. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know that. I'm pretty sure they have deals with Paramount as well, too.
Maybe, yeah.
Paramount and the UFC in itself.
Is that right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, man. Because you can see that the advertisement, right? The prediction market. Right. So, and apparently Kalshi is just going to go absolutely nuts come NFL season and when sports start up again. So you have NBA and the NHL opening up in the regular season opening up in October, right? That can add a lot of influence. Yeah. Right now we're just running off of. It's real, eh? Okay, I didn't see anything.
This is the real deal.
Yeah.
He's gone. He's going to Philly.
I don't know why.
LeBaron. I know it's not LeBaron. LeBron James is signing a deal with the Philadelphia 76ers on a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option.
Yeah.
It's being reported by Clutch Sports Group and Clutch CEO and Game Over show host Rich Paul. He tells this guy called Shems. Open OMH. Here we go.
And it's
looking for continuation. Limit down. I might have to get out of this. Yeah, I have to get out. It's not letting me out. Man, the reaction time on this is not good. It's okay. We didn't add into the position, which is good. But we're still with that small position. But I'm not happy with this. Look here. This is not what I'm in it for. Okay, so now it's down into 160. It's below the level that I wanted. I wanted 170 to 180. Limit down into 160. So this is some trouble here. We're going to keep an eye out on that. Thankfully, I don't have a big position on this one quite yet. Doing well on GSUN as it continues to defend that 50 penny level, a little above, a little bit below. Definitely want to get a little bit more out here at 54. But be careful with this one because it does seem to have some resistance just a little bit above 50. There it goes into the area high, 53. We're looking for a 54 breach here. Here comes 54 on the level 2. Nothing quite yet there. There it goes, Joseph, on the time and sales above 54. Now it's a 55.91 high a day. Let's go ahead and wait at 56. Liquidity tester there. Then we're going to wait at 57 as well. Let's see what we get on this one. So good look here for one, bad look for the other. How's my Mobileye trade doing? Doing pretty good, like that ad down there at 33, but we're still dealing with that same seller. And then I got into FRMI. Again, kind of very similar to OMH. Built a small position because it was in the high. I put a dip trade into 705, which didn't trigger, sadly. So we're going to have to wait on that one either to come in or to defend that that quarter dollar area. So that's what I'm looking at there. But there goes GSUN again. It's ripping now. And now it's a 57 penny high, a 57.76. Good look there. What do we have now on this one? We still got 49s. Good cost basis there. Looking for a bit of a bigger move. Want to see if we can take out 57s. Let's go ahead and wait at 59 as well. This one could see 2/3 sooner rather than later, but trade it carefully. So I'm on 4 names at the moment, right? Getting rinsed here on OMH because it's halted down again against me. But hey, you know, we don't have too many shares on this one, but that still doesn't make it right. It's going to have to defend that level. Otherwise, we're going to have to get the hell out of that. I might have to set up my limit on order, my limit on open keep. Luis was messaging me about that yesterday, by the way. He wants that. He wants to know more about that.
The limit on open?
Market on open, limit on open, which makes sense for small cap traders if you're going to trade these halters, right? So that's what I'm looking at the moment. Wow, GSUN bled its own blood all the way down. That's an ugly looking topping tail candle. We're going to end it there. Yeah, this one looks like it's going to fail into 48. Let's see if it moves back above 47s. Good out. 45. Wow, wow, wow on GSUN. So we didn't take out everything at the top, obviously. So we give back a lot off the table there that we could have taken out at the top. That one failed pretty miserably to the downside, Joey.
All right, man. Good stuff. Thanks for that update there, Trader Forever. We definitely needed that one here today. Now, listen, guys, things are starting to cool off a little bit. What we do have is a bull flag starting to be displayed here at 209 on NVDA. Let's head over to our watch list once again and see what we got cooking up. How's the VIX? The VIX really starting to cool off here, ladies and gentlemen. Now down 6 in about a 1/5%. USO down 4%. You can see the positivity here. SpaceX down another. Holy snapple.
Schnacka.
Yeah.
LVWR is ripping.
This thing's going to be, is it breaking the high of the day? Oh, wow, it just broke through the high of the day. That's a pretty good
upside?
Yeah, topside move there. LVWR now, yeah, it's kind of past my entry point now at this point. What is it, $1.73? 65. Let's look for this 160. Yeah, $1.65 level to hold on to, Sharif. If it comes back and retests that, then we're ready to rock and roll on this bad boy here without any form of questioning.
My man.
Because hey, man, these small caps, just a couple of big time scalps on these bad boys, and next thing you know, you have more than a chip in a chair, and that's kind of just where I'm sitting at right now. Is just pure precision at this point to see if we can get anything going. But you're up 124% on this bad boy. LVWR, what I do need is this retest. I'm not going to chase the Momo all the way up here. I will note, take a look at the volume. I want to see more of this step in, but it is starting to move, Sharif. You're in that one.
Yep. Yeah, just watching, Joey. I mean, there's nothing other to do than to watch, right? So
yeah, and
I'm waiting for the resumption on OMH.
Okay. So yeah, let's get this pullback. I think it's going to happen now. We'll pull it up on another chart. I don't know why I'm missing some of the data here, but we can figure and sort that out here. LVWR, and then this might be the trade where we're just like, all right, we see what we see. High of the day break. You know, this is our A+ setup when it comes to some of these small cap trades. If it does hold that level, then it's ready for us to rock and roll and take some shares on this position for a pop back through the previous pivot high. We need a deeper pullback at this point. See the volume correlating with this. What I don't like is how come I'm being displayed 2 different sets of data. Okay, there it is. Now it finally caught up on that one. So it's really important to follow the volume when you're trading these. Now, are we going to continuously hold? Do you see buyers step back in? Let's get ready to rock and roll. So we have our order placed out, waiting for that 65 hold, and then for price to turn back around one more time. How do we focus? So over the past couple of sessions, you've seen that we had some pretty good entries on these. It's just waiting for the tape to turn around, and you'll be able to see that through the momentum and the speed, right? So as soon as you have a whole heap of orders hit the ask, there it is. We're slowly starting to come back into the 65. There it is, that turnaround point, and this is what we want to see, the continuous wave of individuals. That's it right there, Sharif. That's it right there. Let's see if we can catch this fill over here. We still didn't get it just yet. Now we're going to come into that order. This is exactly what I want to see. Surprised I crossed exactly what I needed to, and it didn't give me that fill. Thankfully so. The trading gods must be looking out for me here.
All right, I'm watching this downtrend on the 5-second chart right now on LVWR. I got out of that break even. I need the break of the downtrend here. So let's see if we can kind of break through that. Here we go. Long, looking for a move into 77s. Let's see if we can wet the beak here at some levels. I'm just going to put some profit takers a little bit to the high side. Still feeling a little bit of resistance here in the mid 170s. It's still putting a general downtrend, but not too bad. 74 showing up, 75, 76, 77, got the fill. Looking for a bigger move into 80. 77 pennies is the high, right? So we just got that 176 knocking on the door. Let's see if we can move up into 4/5. You get this close to the you get to the $0.75 of a dollar, you start thinking whole dollar levels. But there's a clear seller here at 75, very staunchy seller. We're going to have to see how this cookie crumbles. So packing the patience here, failing right back down. It's all right. I like this 165 level if we can get it. We're going to continue to watch that. We got a bit of a bull flag here on the 5-second chart. This is the 5-second look, big breakout. Now you've got sideways consolidation with general 170 support, but you never really know with these ones. So continuing to watch this one, looking for a big breakout there. Mobileye dropping back down. Wow, look at GSUN just tank. It is losing everything right now. GSUN, oh my days. Got the hell out of that. Pleased with that out, man. Sometimes the best trades you have are outs that don't rinse you as badly. All right, guys, continuing to watch this 820 level. I'm interested in adding some here at Mobileye. We're almost exhausted in terms of shares, so I want to pick up some more at the 20 if possible. How's my FRMI trade doing? Break even on this one. Got a couple of beak wetters through the third of a dollar, but nothing to write home about there. Still have that dip trade set up exactly where I want it. Let's move right back to LVWR because we are right back into that 174 area with no continuation. 75 again showing up. Let's see if we can print something a little bit higher than 77. 77 is the high of the day, and the short sellers have been quite staunchy in their defense of that level. But I don't know, man. We're hanging out at these highs, and the buyers are stepping in as well. Right now, there's an equilibrium. You can see it, right? Tape's not even moving. Yeah, just continuing to watch here, looking for buying to step in on the bid. I want to see the bid accumulate, not the ask. Now, you're seeing bigger size on the ask than you are on the bid at 7.5 than you are seeing at 7.4. So right now, it's just a stalemate. It's an absolute stalemate between buyers and sellers. Let me throw out that order on Mobileye as well. I'm going to pick up some here. How many shares we got here, Joey? Okay, that's fine. We can go ahead and pick up some like that. That's good. All right, so that's all I've got for now, man. Battle tested 2005. What are you seeing on the hold of 830 Mobileye? I let go at 826. I like that 820 area breakout, brother. That's why I'm looking at there, because it was resistance. So I'm looking for that area to act as support. But great question on your part, man.
Good stuff. Yeah, we got the same price here, Sharif. The longer it takes to break out, the less I like it, to be honest with you. But it is holding up at this 69 structure. If that breaks, then we'll just have to get out of there and just take the hit for what it is. Yeah, see, the longer it took, the less I liked it. And this might be it here. Sellers seem to have stepped right back in on this bad boy. We have to be prepared to get out of it just in case this support system does give up. Yeah, come on, you can push through. Come on,
you can do it.
You can do it. Yeah, but if this 1 minute candle, come on, you can go. I mean, again, I don't have enough size to do any damage up until like 190 is where I would look to take things off, but you have to break through this level first. And we're out. Yeah, if it was going to go, I think it would have already, but I could be totally wrong. Now it's breaking a little bit lower here, and you can see the clean flushes to the downside. What we will keep an eye out on is this right here. Look at that size start to step in, hitting the bid. So, yeah, boom, flush city, an additional hit on the day, man. It's, yeah, a little bit frustrating, but I mean, it is what it is, right? Like I told myself bright and early this morning, it's like, all right, not bad trading. We just don't want to continuously dig ourselves this hole. Yeah, see, there it is, a clean flush. Should have went already. Now, as for, we'll go over what I was looking at here today. Should have, could have, would have, right? It's what if history. We don't do what if and ifs are. But yeah, this was the one. This was the one that we should have just stuck with. Never mind Tesla, Elon and company. Both those companies not performing very well. Yeah. Okay, OMH open. You're now south of 160. Are you out of LW?
Oh, I got out of. No. I like LWH here for the $0.50.
Okay, all right. Until that $1.50. Okay, yeah. All right. I see what you got going on. We're out of that one here. So it looks like that some of these large cap names, bull flag forming. Can we catch the lower end of the range? So what was once resistance hopefully acts as somewhat support here. And if we get that dip into it, then maybe we can just one of those steady, gradual. We had this ascending wedge with volume stepping in, and then now you're at the top end of this range. So what we would want to do is maybe via NVDL post up in the middle of where we have this gap starting to be formed, because there is a shelf there that's been established. Also, the volume weighted average price is right there. This could be a good opportunity for us to buy. But again, we take these small little hits. What does that do? Those accumulate just like small wins, right? And then next thing you know, you're down over 80% of your shutdown, which is not over 80%, but I'm at 80% of my shutdown. So yeah, the pickings are going to be slim, and we have to be really precise, as I've mentioned umpteen times throughout the day.
All right, man. Got stopped out right back in, though. Watching OMH here for a hold of VWAP. That 120 ended up holding. So be careful with this one because it's a tricky one. It was halting all over the place, but right now it's found a little bit of support here at the volume weighted average price. Continuing to watch that one. Continuing to watch MBLY as well, looking for that 820 hold. Just took some profits here on FRMI as that just got back into the high of the day at 731, now showing 730. Let's see how that cookie crumbles, but continuing to watch the bigger position that I have right now, which is LVWR at the the volume weighted average price. Found a bit of support here into 150, but I stuck true to my plan. I stopped out. I had to stop out there, and we're right back in. We're looking for a bigger move back up, possibly to test 160. But guys, GSUN, the short is on right now. My days in 32.10. It was just at 56.76 moments ago. So this one really selling off pretty aggressively here, and I don't really see much of a bid, to be quite honest with you. So yeah, we'll have to keep tabs on that one. But yeah, not much else for me to report. At the moment, just watching my positions here on FRMI. I'm watching my position as well on LVWR, zigging and zagging with that $0.50, a little bit above, a little bit below. It's generally putting in some higher lows, though, but you're going to have to stomach some volatility here with this one. What else are you guys looking at? Bovin was telling me PN was moving. Yeah, I don't think I can trade this one, Bovin. Yeah, I see it moved off that 9.25 into 11. Yeah, but that just doesn't fit my volume profile, so I'm going to have to steer clear of that one. But thank you for pointing it out. I'm going to focus on the ones that I've got on now. I think I've got 3 positions on, so that's occupying the majority of my mental capacity at the moment. So we're going to stick with those.
All right, man. Good stuff. Yeah, all right, let's see. We've got NASDAQ continuing to move a little bit higher. If there's hey, let's do this. Let's get you guys involved. Let's see how everyone's session's going on the day. I'll fire it off, right? Whether you're red or green on this beautiful Friday afternoon almost, I guess, in the city of Toronto, or regardless of where you're at. See the angry face in red right there, Assassino and Tiffany. I'm going to fire things off. Go red or green in the chat and see how everyone is performing on today's session. Now, as for some of the other names, like we can head over to our watch list and our scanner. Chris Arthur stating red. A red rose, I like that one there. Green, thanks to Apple, says Grunfield. You're in the right place at the right time. Very green, says Day Trader and dividends. We like that one. We got a cactus green, Cactus Jack over there. A lot of green across the board here. Hemlock being real with us with that red and the sad face. You got to go angry face with the red, I think. Anyways, aside from that, oops, we don't want to do that. We want to zoom back in on you guys and see how everyone is. A lot of cactus green in here. So I'm glad, man. At least the majority of green, baby. About time, says Pathic. All right.
Okay.
Bloody red. So you're not the only one. That's the point of this community, right? We can all see how we're performing. And I mean, some days you're going to be red, some days you're going to be green, and the other people are going to be on the opposite side of you, right? So that's the nature of the zero-sum game. NVDA up 0.4%. Microsoft, Amazon. How has Amazon actually been performing? Is this a good quality buy at down 16%? I think so, man. I like Amazon for that. Anyways, this valuation down, and looks like it wants to break through some key support levels. You can see that what we do have right now is a structural breakdown that did happen a couple of days ago, and it's really prolonging this move lower because this is a shelf that's been established. So what I do believe is I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit more downside. We are approximately 7 8/10% off of the all-time highs in the NASDAQ, and probably a little bit less here on the SPY, the spider. Yeah, holding up really well. What is it? Healthcare? Let's take a look at XLV to see what's really holding us up, because we know, wow, yeah, okay, XLV, I believe it's the 3rd heaviest weighted sector within the S&P 500. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Not too far off of the all-time highs. And then we can also take a look at XLF and see how that's been performing. Bang, JPM also almost hitting an all-time high today. Sharif, you told me BAC was at an all-time high here today.
Looking at this today, yeah.
Yeah,
they issued a divvy. So.
Yeah, so issuing that divvy, what are we getting paid out? Wow, okay, 30 cents right there on a $62 name. That's not too bad whatsoever. I'll take that dividend payout without any form of questioning. And JPM and some of the other Yes, let's go. JPM 352. New
Still
all.
have that, eh?
Yeah, of course, man. I'll never.
Attaboy.
That's one thing I'll never sell. I don't think is my JPM because the American banks. $1.50 divvy on that one, but I got the CDR on it. I got the CDR on.
What do they pay a divvy on that?
Yeah, of course.
Nice.
I shouldn't say of course, but let's see if we can pull up the CDR here. Those are warrants. And see what our divvy, see what we collect there, because we got it not too long ago, earlier in the month. A staggering fifth of a dollar, my boy. We're collecting on a $44 name, but yeah.
Well, it's better than the $1.50 or whatever. Two something.
Two, but you said $2.
Yeah, $2.50.
Hey, man.
ASML, but
it's better than nothing.
Exactly.
And it adds up, in my opinion, right?
Yeah, and a company like ASML too. Like, I mean, the fact that they pay a divvy is just in and of itself something, because usually you're investing that money right back into.
If I asked you if you wanted $2 or no bucks, I'm sure you would take that.
I'll take $2. FRMI got into the high day 737. I ain't talking about the airplane. Let's set up here at 737, and then we're going to set up a little bit above 40 to test liquidity there. Keeping a close eye here on FRMI. Good look for this one. Never got the ad at 707, so we're flying with a little bit smaller of a position. Mobileye continues to defend that 20 for now. Underline that for now. And LWLG continues to hang out at that $0.50, a bit of tug of war, equilibrium here between buyers and sellers. Doesn't look good though. Its current bar high on the 5 does have a higher low, but you feel like that just could change in a moment's time. So we'll see how this one does. It is, into a 177 high. It is at the volume weighted average price, and it's at that $0.50, which is of course a psychological area of support and resistance. So we're going to continue to watch and see exactly what that one gets. But the small caps, man, holy cow, they really slowed down here. Not much else moving, quite frankly, with you guys. So I saw CORD as well. I did want to mention that. Just got into VWAP right around $8. This one could be a nice little dip trade off that level. Nice little bull flag pattern here with an 830 high and about a 735 low. Up 13.5%. Not a bad look on that, but kind of a slow mover as well. Much with all these small cappers today, they're really not moving a whole lot. GSUN, though, is the worst of the bunch, guys. It got to about 31.65, finding a little bit of a relief rally now, possibly into about 34.35. It is now negative on the day after being decidedly positive. So trade that one with caution if you're still involved. And yeah, FRMI, topping tail into 737. I could be persuaded to add a little bit more at the 10 EMA, which is about 715 or so, in and around that level. So that will be a watch for me. And that's really it. LVWR is really is occupying my attention here because it's still holding prior bar low, but it feels like there's a lot more selling coming in on the time and sales than there is buying. And quite frankly, we haven't even bounced off VWAP by any significant amount, 2-3 pennies at the most. So it's not really showing me any positivity at the moment here, guys.
All right, good stuff.
Altman expresses happiness about the U.S. tech company's letter regarding open models. Altman wants the U.S. to succeed in exclusive AI development. Altman wants the U.S. to succeed in open source AI. Goes on to say, prior to that, there was some ECB news. Prior to that, there was some more news out of Iran. Iran's deputy foreign minister, whatever his name is, European government must understand that providing bases or territories to aggressors will place them in the category of aggressors themselves. Okay, so just more stuff about the war, Joey.
More stuff. Ooh, yeah, man. I hate these type. Well, I shouldn't say hate is a very strong word, isn't it? I dislike these sessions where you're just like, oh, what do I do? What am I looking for? Who downgraded us again? Who downgraded us again over here, Sharif?
Who downgraded us, bro?
Was it KeyBank that did that? Or lowered it?
You?
No, the Apple. Remember a couple weeks ago last week? Was it KeyBank?
So cute.
Yeah.
They're such a good bunch over there.
Yeah.
They gave Apple an under or an equal weight.
Dude,
Something
with an
like
underperform, right?
No. I remember the October 3rd. October something, 2023. And so what we were jokingly doing, we were looking at Apple's price action since KeyBank downgraded them from outperform to equal weight or whatever. And, it's only up like almost 100%.
Yeah, well, they did it again. They did it again.
Okay. Yeah.
Well,
it is what it is, Joe. They're entitled to do it.
It is, man. Hey, it's like, yeah, man. I mean, we're all not going to listen. All our calls aren't going to be right. Like I was talking about Walmart potential bottom. That was hella temporary, wasn't it? It did break. It's showing some more bottoming signals right now, but just no relief. And that's one thing that you really need to be aware of. This is what I'm getting a little bit better at reading from a price action standpoint is some of these bull traps and these rebounds. And it kind of happened to us. Well, it's not kind of, it did happen to us here in Google when I grabbed this temporary bottom at 350, over here at 350, and then boom, it's like you have those little relief rallies, but straight to the downside and lower lows after that. And where did we see this? SpaceX, right? Like where we thought that we were going to rebound at this 150 marker, boom, traps individuals. So watch for these I shouldn't call them micro, but watch for these pullbacks after aggressive downwards momentum. And then look what happens. You just proceed. And we just went over multiple examples. So Google and SpaceX, some of the heavier weighted names, same thing. Boom, you spike up and then to the downside you go. And I can give you one more example before we send it over to Sia again, is look at Bitcoin. And I said, oh, there's something fishy about this where I didn't really like. It was just prolonged and it took significantly longer than what we were anticipating. But you have these up moves where it's like, okay, trends broken. Are we going to continue to move to the northeast? And no, that isn't the reality in which we were currently sitting in. And then you make those lower lows, all right? So there's 3 examples that we just went over with potential bull traps. We got a couple of more, but first things first, we're going to send it over to Sia with happening now and then Neil with his lesson of the day.
Let's take a look at what's going on with the markets right now. You have the SPY to the upside, 0.63%. The triple Q's down, 0.16%. The Dow up almost 0.70% on the day. And you have the IWM in the green as well. Safe to say all in the green except the triple Qs that are still lagging a little bit today. Let's take a look at something I want to talk to you about. You're talking about Brent here. I want to check oil levels because as we do know, there were a lot of comments coming in from Pakistan as well, China, Iran, all these comments coming in. We did have that huge drop in USO. It's currently at $134, almost $135. It's down very close to 3.5% on the day. We're going to take a look at Brent as well because it's at $91 per barrel at the moment here. It's almost 4% lower, I would say. Yes, very close to 4% on the day. I'm also going to take a look at WTI because energy sector has been lagging a bit right now. It was flat earlier in the day. It has seemed to take another course right now. WTI also down 3.3%, trading around $87.6 a barrel. So that's your recap for oil. And we also have new headlines coming in with Iran as well. As and when they come, we know we will be updating you. So sit here and don't go anywhere, please. But for now, let's go to Neil for his lesson of the day.
Thank you, Sia. The lesson of the day is brought to you by Bhavin. No, I'm serious. Okay. So this is the best because Bhavin's actually talking about something that I wanted to get into. Sharif, Vivek getting volume but needed to clear 3 to 315. Now we talk about support and resistance and there's a buyer here, there's a seller here, all that stuff, it's all interchangeable. It's basically it's just pattern recognition. And if you can find one pattern, one thing that's happening in the tape, in the stock, that could be your entire day, especially if you're a bit of a scalp trader or if you just want to hold an extended move. So the example I'll give here first is maybe like Intel. Once you see the first 15 minutes goes, it drops like a rock, right? You get the first actual bounce outside of our little scalp at $100. The first actual bounce comes at 97. After this, see the pattern that starts to emerge on Intel where it's making about the same low, but it's riding sellers here. And it's a downward channel where these sellers come in. What are you looking for? You're looking for that roof to be lifted. And then once that can change, like all these lower highs, all these topping tail candles, every time it tries to pop with these lower highs, once those change, you have distinct behavior and a potential turn. And the reason I liken that to what Bhavin was talking about in VIVK is it's a similar principle. Once you identified on this stock that $3 here, it loses bid, obviously, at the open. I mean, anybody can see that. That's not rocket science. But right here, the first time it gets to $3, if you're observing the break, it goes to 15 and then rejection, and then $3 resistance again. It does it a second time. It can break 3, but the sellers aren't at $3, just the same way the sellers weren't at some particular price on Intel. But once it would try to break the trend on Intel, or once it would try to break above $3, the sellers would just instantly start to win and beat it up. That's why the breakout isn't at $3, as Bhavin mentioned. It's if it can get over $3.15. Now, there's two ways you can look at this. You can be the big-time scalper that just shorts all of this on VIVK. You probably have to pay for low case to do that. Or you could be someone that's shorting Intel or just holding on to a short and maybe reloading it every single time you see these topping tail lower highs. Now, I would venture that that pattern is looking like it wants to break, but it should be relatively obvious when it does. A lot of trading, you can come in with any plan that you want, and there's a million things, indicators you can have out there. You can narrow your watch list down. But sometimes what is going to happen for you, and I think this is true, if you're a small cap, large cap, it doesn't matter what kind of trader you are, you will find something or see something in the market that maybe you didn't notice before. And then that is the pattern you're working off of. And there is absolutely nothing wrong being super patient, saying, hey, this thing, if it gets past 315, it has the chance to explode. And this is the one that can give you 20, 30, 40% into the high if they can get past the 315 sellers. And then you just wait for that. Or conversely, be on the other side of it. I'm sure I'm almost willing to bet. Like if I was Luis with the way that he trades and his strategy, he's probably short this. Because at the other side is, hey, once it loses VWAP, I'm a VWAP shorter, then I'm taking fills in the 3 to 315 range and holding it with a 15 stop. So regardless of how you want to look at it, once you identify that pattern, that can be your entire day right then and there. And oftentimes when the market's a choppy mess or tricky, it's that one little thing you're able to notice that is going to be able to carry the day for you. So I want to shout out to Bhavin for pointing that one out, because I know he posted in the chat. Now I showed you in the chat that he posted it now. It needs to get through that level, but we were in the morning show when he was talking about this back and forth. So I want to shout that out. I think it's a fantastic lesson. A lot of trading is more about pattern recognition than it is simply predicting where prices should go for whatever reason. And I'm one that definitely holds to that. That's why I like trend breaks. That's why we like support and resistance. And when you can identify something like that in the tape, not only can you see the area where you might want to be a seller or where it needs to break above, but you can get yourself better prices. Because if you're shorting this, you know that you wait for this moment, not to sit there shorting in the 290s. You're like, oh, when it does that wick and rejects, I'm taking these fills from 3 to 310. And you're getting yourself a better price. And that matters, because getting an extra point or two makes a big difference on those small cappers. So I haven't touched the lunch. I can't give you a grade. I still have the shrink wrap on top of my lunch. But it looks like some kind of chicken with some pita bread here. And I don't know. And obviously we got some vegetables. Looks pretty solid to me. So we'll enjoy that. We'll fire you guys back to Sharif and Joe. And shout out to you, Bhavin, for what I thought was an insightful call on VIVK.
No.
VinFast Assassino, they continue to expand.
VinFast, guys, they continue to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, Joey, VinFast India actually partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM, for their part, they launched an all-electric ride-hailing service in Kazakhstan, and they're using VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these two big boys here can highlight VinFast's broader mobility strategy and ecosystem. You can find them trading on the NASDAQ under the ticker VFS. Shout out to the great folks there at the NASDAQ. Joey.
Yeah.
There goes Mobileye. Finally, we're doing something right. My days. And there goes Fermi. But there doesn't go LVW frickin' R. You're killing me here, man. You're killing me, LVWR. I hate you. No, I don't. I'm just kind of vent out a little bit here, Joe. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, right?
Venting? Mm-hmm. Oh, brother. Do you want to do you want to? Do you want to what grinds my gears segment?
Oh, we should do like a Assassino.
Or
I can already see the Chilean Nightmare putting this together. Right, there's gears that are grinding, there's rust, things are flying off everywhere.
Rolling, so stay in the game. Like, subscribe, and let's go.
Oh, that's it. I swear.
That's where it is right now.
That's where it is, man.
Somebody said Tessa Morla. I'm like, not yet.
They
Wait
said
till
what?
we start taking Tessa. No, I don't
What is
even
it?
know
What
if I
is
will,
that?
but-
What is Tessa?
Fabian, are you walking around talking on your cell phone? That's awesome. It's working, eh? Good for you, brother.
I didn't hear what he had to say.
You didn't? He's probably talking to me. That's why.
Oh,
That's
all
okay.
right, I feel
He's like,
left
look,
out.
he can make that animation for us, the grinding gear, but I got to submit my last 3 tickers because I failed in that regard. And I think I was supposed to submit it to him last Friday, too. So I'm a little late. I know. Sorry, deal, bro. I'm sorry, my guy. All right, guys, we're having a great time. Yeah, of course.
Who's that?
Oh, no. Get her out of my ear.
No, hell
Get her out
no.
of my ear.
Hell
No. She can't have access.
No.
I don't want to hear anything Ram has to
That's crazy.
say. No, I'm playing.
No, I did not. No, you know
We
what?
love her, bro. She's
I rock.
feeling good today,
yeah,
too,
I
so
rock
I'm
with.
happy about that.
I rock with Ramin. She's real. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God, she's got access
much
to
power.
us from wherever she wants. Anytime. She can just hurt her feelings.
Ramin's real because the other day I'm like, hey, what you want from Dollarama? And then today she's like, I'm on my way in. What you want from Tim Hortons? I'm like, all right, man, that's my style.
There you go,
Gotta
bro.
keep looking out.
She hooks you up though, bro. She looks out for you a lot.
Yeah, that's
which is a lot more than I can say for what she does for me. So, you know, you guys have that great relationship. I get that, right? You know, I'm just joking.
Hey, Betty,
I play, bro. I love.
Yo,
Ram
let me
Ram,
tell you,
man.
you're an iced coffee away, my boy.
Oh, just bringing her.
That's
I know
what
your
I'm
style,
getting.
bro.
That's
I
what
know
I'm
your
talking
style. This guy knows how to smooth his way in with people. You know, he reminds me of my old man. They're born a day apart, right?
That's
He's
everything.
5, my old man's 6, right? My old man he was always smooth in a way where I just didn't feel like I wanted to do that. Like when we work together, right? All the time, right? So when we go out to meetings and we do things, I just see how he operates.
Who, me?
No.
Oh,
my
your
dad,
pop?
right? Yeah,
Yeah,
my
he's
old
real, man.
He just comes in, he gets people on his side by just being that charmer, right? And you have a lot of that. So shout out to my man there. You guys know what you're doing. We're going up to see her. She's got news.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Let's just take a look at QCOM here. QCOM falling a little bit. It's reportedly just telling customers, that its prices will be going up by more than 10%, saying that it can no longer absorb increasing costs. QCOM reportedly just telling customers, this is coming according to Bloomberg, that its prices will be going up by more than 10% because it can no longer absorb increasing costs.
US and UK planning international conference on the Strait of Hormuz being reported by Axios. All of a sudden, the UK's involved here, huh? Your boy Keir Starmer.
Well, a lot of
he
people
gets the
seem to get
boot,
involved.
And then, the North Sea is going to get opened up again for energy exploration. They're going to be more business friendly, right? All of a sudden, things are changing in the United Kingdom, and I can't say I dislike it. Thank you very much to VMan 1657. Our community just what? Is like just?
Is just. Like the market is just, right?
Yeah, it doesn't feel that way sometimes.
No,
though, right?
it doesn't.
Sometimes it feels like it's out
man.
against you, but yeah, that's delusions.
Here he is.
What's up?
Let's see what he has to say.
Cheese on the chin.
Yeah, our guy is super.
Love it.
Super chat here. Hey, gents. My
Get it,
broker
my
shows
man.
a 40% short float on ONDS. That seems a bit extreme. What do you guys have on yours? Oh, yeah, that's good. That's a great question. Where can we find that? I used to look at it.
Can I just read that again? Hey,
Yeah.
gents, my broker shows a 40% short float on ONDS. That seems a bit extreme. What do you guys have on yours? So I don't have short interest, and I don't know why. Let's go through this. I'm going to show him SSE. So what's the ticker? ONDS, ONDAS. Okay, ONDS. Let me show you why I get a little bit annoyed about this. Look, short selling right there. I'm supposed to be able to see the short percentage, but what I see here are locates, the price of the locates. I have no idea what the short interest is. I mean, my platform just doesn't show. Does anybody know where to find short interest on Trader Workstation? Ownership, right? There's supposed to be other areas as well. I mean, I went through category by category and I could never find it. So yeah, let me know, guys. If you guys know where to find it on Trader Workstation, I'd love to know because I've never really been able to find it myself, and that's been kind of annoying. So there it is.
There it is.
Ask Gemini, says Bovin. Yeah, great question, brother. I mean, great point. I will. But Bhavin, we're dealing with LVWR right now, right? This is the only one we're out of the money on. And I'm looking for a big move up, man. It's holding the $0.50. It's got a lot of selling at 55, 56. We're back in here, 3 pennies in the money, nothing to write home about. I put in some profit takers to the high side. Should this one catch a bid? The reason I'm still involved is because it's putting in higher lows, right? So I want to see if we can kind of ride this back. Maybe 3/4. There's 57. I think that's the highest we've been in a while. So there's the beak wet there, looking for a little bit more and a nice price spike into like whatever, 160, 165. If you want to go to 2 LVWR, I won't hold you back. So let's see how this cookie crumbles, but we're doing well on Mobileye. We're doing well on Fermi. Full disclosure, don't have much left in the tank on FRMIs that just got into the high of the day at 745. On Mobileye, we never really got the ad either, but we have way more shares on Mobileye than we do. Actually, we got multiple ads. What am I saying? I'm thinking about FRMI on Mobileye, but, you know, didn't quite make it through that 8 1/3. It did get into 834. That is the high of the day. It feels like maybe a flat top break here at 8 1/3 that could be brewing, but, you know, who knows? We'll set up and try to do the best we can with this one. But my focus remains on LVWR as I'm looking for this one to hold around the $0.50 and make a bigger move into the 60s. Now, we will likely have some resistance in the mid 60s as we did before. Take a look at the 5-minute chart, 1020, 1025, 1030, all resistance candles into that mid 160s print. So I didn't see it, didn't like the chart. I didn't see it, didn't like the chart that is. Yeah, are you talking about LVWR, Bhavin? Yeah. Yeah, it's not the greatest chart, but I do see the higher lows here, and that's kind of what I'm riding my trade on. So we'll have to see how this ends up going. Scott, they have no choice then to get involved. Oil shock is very real. People are just not understanding this. Reserves are way down all around the world, including us here in North America. No question about that. We've seen a lot of release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve by the current administration to kind of dampen the price shock. That's only helped somewhat. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think we have nearly the problem that the Asian countries have, right? And you've seen this a lot from China, right? They've tried to keep things quiet, and they really haven't said too much about it openly because they don't want to jog the market. It's a strategic move by them, but it doesn't mean they're not hurting. Let's go up to see you.
Yeah, the headline that just came out with UK and US, I'm just going to elaborate on that a little bit over here. So the United States and the United Kingdom are planning to convene a high-level meeting in London next week that will focus on a potential international coalition to protect maritime shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. 2 European diplomats and 2 other sources who are familiar with the matter have told. This is coming from Axios right now. If there's any more developments on this front, I'll be sure to let you know.
Very much for that, too. Yeah, I mean, as Sharif was just mentioning, right? Like, some of these countries are in desperate need. We've seen in the first couple of weeks, we heard reports coming out of Australia that those guys were struggling pretty quick relatively short after the conflict started. So I can't even imagine what things are going like. What are the gas prices in Australia? That's a question I'm wondering. I'm sure we can figure it out, but it's definitely up there. Now, as for the overall market, guys, there is a couple of signals, but it's really tough to go against the high of $211.70 on NVDA. Now, see if we can find something on the NASDAQ. I think there's a good opportunity for us to get a little bit of a short here. But again, we got to be really, really, really careful with our entries and precise. So what I can do is I limit my risk. And if we're even fortunate enough to get that, is I can post up at 66.20s. I like that for a level. So I'm going to do that right now. And if the market just continues to just grind higher, then we'll most definitely have to reassess the situation. So we'll post. It's not a post and pray. This is a post and like let's rock and roll and curl things back over. But there's a couple of the big boys that are on some big time moves, and that's Apple up over 3%, NVDA turning positive, breaking through that 211. Let's actually look at it from a daily. I'll pull it up on something else. Now this is what we want to see. We were talking about we were looking at a bull flags from before on Apple.
Yeah,
what
man,
the hell? It's just a rotation.
Is that?
It's just a rotation.
Is that Uncle Warren, Joey?
Maybe Uncle Warren's starting to reposition himself there. He's like, man, I need more and more of this stuff. I couldn't agree more with that one. But let's just pray that this doesn't become, what are you looking for, Uncle Warren?
For Uncle Warren, I couldn't find him.
Let's just hope that this isn't going to be a bull trap here, right? Just this consolidation.
Okay.
and curls back over. Now, I don't love this overhanging shelf whatsoever, but do you want me to go over the examples in which we've seen somewhat an identical price action? Here it is in Google. You see what I'm getting at? You have those aggressive moves lower, and then eventually you form a resistance zone at a level, and then you just tank a little bit to the south side. Oh my God, Shreve. And then here's iBid. We went over that example as well. Okay. Multiple bull traps before it decided to head a little bit lower. And then also, I think the ever so popular SpaceX, king of bull traps right there, especially after that bounce of 151 rum right there over to 173.30. Let's just see if that is going to be the narrative in NVDA. Okay, all right, keep going, man. Good. Keep going, man.
All right, Bovin, this piece of crap is moving. We're going to need you to punch in a few thousand shares here, Bovin. By a few thousand, I mean a few 100,000. We need that 165 level taken out, Bovin. Shout out to my man. I like how Bovin was dropping hot lines about fundamentals. Look what he said. Yes, agree. Reserves are now low, and that's where all the tankers, logistics, and for oil stocks will go up. Bovin, I don't think I've ever heard you say anything fundamentally, like fundamental analysis. I'm loving it, man. I'm buying a lottery ticket today. Let me tell you, like, what's going on? Bovin's usually just hyper-focused on the small caps or technical levels on small caps. I've never heard Bovin say anything. Did I get that wrong, Bovin? I mean, have you spoken about fundamentals before? Because I personally don't remember. Shout out to my man there. He can do it all. And you know what? Who's doing it?
Who?
FRMI. Look at this one rip, Mr. Options, into 51. FRMI on its horse. Buggy. Dune, what do they call those? Dune buggy? Dune buggy, right?
Yeah.
Whatever the hell this one's taking here. Sorry, EFJX88. Brother, I'm doing a show. I mean, and I got to eat over here. So, you know, it's not really up to me. There it goes, Joey. Another high a day. 754 on FRMI. Let's see where this one goes. We don't have much left in the tank on this one. That's why I'm being a little bit patient where I take it out. But I'm focused here on LVWR as well as MBLY. Let's go up to SIA News.
This can be considered news. You're right. You're not wrong about that. IWM is currently up 0.42% on the day. Let's take a look at individual tickers that I have picked out for you. LVWR. LVWR, Livewire Group, up a whopping 102% on the day. Livewire has Q2 revenue rising 55%. Unit sales have also grown in this sector of QTLY. That's your, sorry about that, OTLY. That's your second ticker. Oatly Group, up 2%. It's maintained at overrate by Barclays. And finally, AMTX. It's down 6% on the day. It's announced that the company will be hosting a conference call to review the release of its second quarter earnings report on the 6th of August.
Alrighty. All right, so you can see that we're starting to climb. Like, we're getting closer and closer. I do like the look of this jib, though. You know what I mean? I do, man. As long as we continue to have cool volume and we run into this, as long as we don't fail, as long as we fail to establish a new high, then I think we'll be all right for a little bit of a move down. Clear support system over here at 65.89. Now, I don't want to chase it just in case it does start to curl over a little bit right here. But hey, man, if we get a pullback in Apple, that's almost 4%. It's going to go to all-time high today. Don't try. I wouldn't try to short this, in my opinion. This is just not the name where you look
Obi
for
caught
that.
a good short last time Apple made all-time highs. He was telling me about it. It was like last week. Was it a week ago? What was it like?
I don't. Well, it made an all-time high last.
Yeah. Was it last week?
The 26th of July.
Okay.
Or 17th. Sorry, the 17th of July. Yeah. I mean. Hey man,
but Obi's a version trader. I mean, that's his modus operandi. Right?
Yeah. For me, it's just I personally avoid if this is a buy program. I think there's other opportunities instead of trying to stand in front of this freight train that is AAPL.
Well said, man. I'm gonna take out some more here on Mobileye. Man, Mobileye kind of fell off, eh? Like, I mean, I'm not even talking about chart-wise, but we just don't talk about them the way that we used to. I mean, this one was one of the. Who remembers this company like being possibly one of the leaders in autonomy here? And they had like great recurring revenue because they were they were licensing all their technology to your GMs, your Fords, and basic stuff like just lane change detection, all that kind of stuff that we take for granted now. You know, what do they call that? What is that? A cruise control where it adjusts automatically. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
With the radar or the LiDAR. Anyway, yeah, I haven't heard much from them. Obviously, Intel, a major investor there. And we continue to not really hear much from them anymore. Anyway, LVWR failing 160, right back into 150 again. If this loses area low, I'm out. Area low to me, I'm just going to have to switch to the multi-time frame because LVWR, it's not showing me. So area low to me will be the candle at 1205, the low of which is 147. So I'm just going to end this here if it does lose trend so that I don't have to hyper focus on this one. If it wants to hold up, fantastic. We'll take it to the high side. If it wants to fail, we're going to get out of this one. That's all I've got at the moment. I'm still holding Mobileye, but we took out a big chunk there because it feels like it's plateauing at 830. And if it loses the 20 moving, the area low, pardon me, at 817, I stop out fully of that. And then FRMI into 754, that's the high. I could be persuaded to pick some up, just not exactly sure where because it was such a direct buy program all the way to the high side. I don't really see any major areas of technical support or prior resistance. Perhaps 7 1/3, maybe that 730 area. The 10 EMA, which it hasn't touched essentially from 1040 this morning, is showing about 736, 737. So not a whole lot to do. I do apologize, guys. The pickings are a little bit slim here for any longs. You got a great short on GSUN, also on MSTZ for anybody who's interested in that. I'm looking at OMH here because it continues to hang at VWAP. But I won't trade this because it's continuing to put in higher lows on the 5, and there goes LVWR south of the $0.50. If this loses 44, then we're out of that, and we won't look back at it. If there are any good small cap gappers that I haven't mentioned, guys, because I don't always get to keep an eye on the scanner, please tag myself or Joseph. Let us know exactly what's running, and we'll check them out for you. Frathos, Ken, Sharif, adaptive speed control is the radar-based cruise. There, that's what I'm talking about, adaptive speed control. Thank you for helping my brain fart there. I do appreciate that. That's the one I'm looking for, actually. And they have a whole bunch of different ones of those. The ones that keep you in your lane. You get that kind of, it's not really like FSD, but it just holds you in your lane. They've all this type of technology that they have. They lease out to some of the legacy automakers, license out to some of the legacy automakers. But it feels like they've stagnated as of late. And I really haven't heard too much from them. And there it goes. LVWR fails. I'm out. That will be a loser for me on the day, a big loser, the biggest loser I've had on the week, so this one sucks. But that's the way it is, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, it's a little bit of a chase. You can see we're at the lower end of the range here at a support system, almost at 66 flat. Now, I would expect that it was going to break by now. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some form of squeeze, especially after a couple of strong upticks across the board. So this could be a big mistake. But what I'm aiming for is if it gives us about a 10-cent move, more ideal to be at the top end of this range at 66.12 and play it more accordingly. Post up at that level, and then sure enough, you go to the lower end of the range and you have the ability to just play that the highs and the lows of this specific name. So that's the Nazi. Let's go, man. Hey, if some of these memory names continue to sell off, then I think we'll be sitting in a good spot. But the longer something takes to work out, the less I like it. Hopefully we don't have buyers step in too aggressively and continuously push price up. But that seems to be the narrative, right? You see every time we have a strong downtick, it's just immediately met by some defense. And you can see that displayed here on the tape. So once again, you bounce into the lower end of the range and then boom. All right, there we go. Let's go. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, man. I mean, yeah, I mean, again, I would have obviously preferred up here. This would be a significantly better risk to reward ratio. There it is. Thank you very much. Mamma mia. There, we finally got something working for us to the south side there, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we just don't want too aggressive of a bounce back, all right? We're going to send it off to Sia, but we've hit double than what we are looking for on this particular trade. Hey, man, it's just a little bit off the table, right? Like, it's a small win here and there.
There you go.
Sharif, and we'll just try to take advantage of it off of these lows. So, oh, my God. Of course, I added into it. So, yeah, we're really in deep now. Sia, what do you have for us? Hopefully, it's going to sell the market off a little bit more.
Meta a little bit towards the downside. Facebook will be testing opening directly into a full screen video feed for some users in international markets this year. The player will be replacing news feed as the default screen. Users can opt out of this, and classic feed will stay one tab away. A United States test could follow in the year 2027. So Facebook testing opening directly into a full video screen feed for some users in international markets this year. Meta to the downside.
All right, thank you. So yeah, again, we had to hit the abort, like we had to abort that mission right there. It was an accidental ad, even though it did work out for us. We'll take it for what it is. It doubled our position, waiting for that downtick, and then we're fortunate enough to take about a quarter of our losses off on the table on this mistake. Even though it did pan out, it wasn't necessarily part of the game plan. Those are maybe sometimes the best case scenario, Sharif, when things don't go according to plan and you have to pivot and kind of wing things, go improv on this here. So the NASDAQ selling off a little bit on some strong downticks, but I did want to take some off. So because you guys can see we're playing short at the break of this support level, and then instead of taking some off, we just double the bad boy up and then bang off to the races we go in the TQQQs to the downside, 65.70 off of a $66 entry. Yeah, better be lucky than right sometimes. Hey man, if you ask Mike Tyson, he doesn't really believe in talent or luck. It's all hard work. But no, you're not wrong, brother.
What did you have to take, like music, art, drama?
Yeah, I took drama.
In grade 9, you took drama?
Yeah, of course. Did you take drama?
Of course I did. It was the easiest A ever, like in high school, right?
So easy.
And that was grade 9. And then I never took another arts program again.
Oh,
and I stayed away.
Yeah, but that was about it for me as well too.
Because you were talking about the improv there, you jogged my memory, right? So there it is.
Good times in art class. Good times. I mean, in our drama class.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad.
It was like a relaxed environment. You were sitting on, I don't know how you guys, but we had just this open space, and they had like these boxes that you could kind of make into a stage and stuff.
Yeah, we did all that
so it was like you're sitting on the ground. It was
That's what we were doing, in like a circle and stuff like that. So.
Just before we go to see you guys, REXR, this is, REXR is, I think, a real estate ETF or company. Just give me one sec, I have to show you this. This is a real estate company, okay? So I took it long here because it's a buy program. This is very obvious. So this is REXR, and it's as clean as it gets. So I'm in at 95, high days 02, or wetting the beak. I wouldn't mind adding it to the 10 EMA. I mean, it hasn't failed the 10 EMA once today. So this comes into $0.75 we're gonna add, but we're looking for a bigger move up here. REXR, keep your eye on that one. And we're still holding Mobileye, we're still holding FRMI, see ya.
Just coming in, reports that Bahrain and Kuwait warplanes have struck Iran in a rare Gulf retaliation as of just right now, a couple moments ago. Bahrain and Kuwait have secretly sent jets to attack sites inside Iran, the first such direct retaliation against Tehran, and an indication of the difficult position Arab states are finding themselves in as the war grinds on. People familiar with the matter, this is coming from the Wall Street Journal.
Okay. Well, I mean, they're hitting Kuwait, they're hitting Bahrain. I mean, they should get hit right back. So
yeah.
And it's quite frankly, I don't even know why the Arab states haven't been involved yet. They've kind of let the Americans do the retaliating on their behalf, but I think it's not a good look, right? You got to be defending yourself, right? So
I'm not too familiar with their military capabilities. But
money, man.
I'm pretty sure they'll be okay. Maybe they're like thinking, hey, we don't want to escalate this, right? Like we don't want more parties involved.
Iran's just hitting them.
They're just
trying to hit U.S. targets in those countries. But the fact is, they're hitting.
But it's like, hey, if we don't need to escalate the situation, let's just not do it.
That's fair. Yeah. I can get that. Yeah. I can get that. All right, guys, still holding REXR here. I want to see if this one can make its way into 40. It's not even up that much, 8.25%, right? It's an 8 billion-ish name, so we'll keep an eye out on this one. I saw people calling out Eni. I didn't like it. Okay, LYG. Let's go to this one because we got a super on that. LYG. Let's take a look, Joey.
All right, pull it up, man.
Is this LYG? Lloyd's Banking. Is that bank in England? Lloyd's? Yeah, I don't like this, brother. But what was the super? Can you put it back? Oh, long. Says golf franchise. Okay, brother. Let's have a look at the wider time frame. the daily. Great chart on the daily. A little bit off all-time highs that we got back into in February. All-time high there is about, I believe, 646, 607. Great trend lately, though. I mean, and you look at the multi-year trend. This is from November 2023. Looks fantastic. You know, it's a stone cold buy off the 200 on the daily. Doesn't really seem to fail that all that often. So good look there for Lloyd's Banking. Let's go to Sia.
Well, let's take a look at what the markets are doing right now. SPY, currently up on the day, 0.60%. You have electric tech, NVIDIA, up 1%. Apple, up over 3.5%. AVGO, MU, INTC, AMD continuing to slide. With SNDK, Marvell, WDC, STX as well. You have GE, Dell, and RTX, with Cisco up over 1%, GE inching closer to 2%, and Dell up over 2%. We're going to take a look. Qualcomm also is down 1.2%. Tech services, Google is flat. Meta and Oracle down a little bit, not too much. However, Oracle inching closer to 1%. Microsoft is almost up on the day by 1%. You have Palantir also flat on the day. Netflix is up 1.7, very close to 2%. PNW flat. IBM looking pretty good, up 4.2%. CRM, that's Salesforce, up 3.5%, over 3.5%, very close to 4%. Finance, BRKB, JPM seem to have come out of the flattishness. They're up on the day. Visa, MasterCard, BAC also up on the day. BAC up on the day 1.2%. Robinhood is down 6.3%. It was down 7.08% if I remember correctly, but it's making its way up a little by little. Not a bad look, hopefully. AXP down on the day 5%. WSC flat at the moment. Retail trade, we have Amazon trading flat, but Walmart, Costco, Home Depot, TJX are all in the green. Followed by one of the names that I always like to take a look at here is, CVNA. CVNA is flat on the day. Technically is tilting a bit towards the green. CPRT, WSM, and DG also close to 3% mark over there. You have producer manufacturing. CAT was a little bit in the red, but it's flat right now. Not a bad look. Hopefully reversing its losses. You have AMAT down 2.5%, LRCX down 2.2%, and GEV down 1.2%. With that, consumer non-durables, KO flattish on the day, but closer up to 8%. PM up 1%, PEP up almost 1%, PG flat. One name that is I'm seeing on the green here is Lulu, up 4% on the day. That is a shocker. You have Health Tech, Lilly, and J&J up over 8%, holding a little bit of that strength from earlier trading session in the day. ABBV up 0.73%, and MRK up 0.5%, with ABT up to over 2.5%. Energy minerals, there is a bit of relative bearishness, in the sector. We're seeing a lot of oil headlines and also war headlines coming in, so that's expected. That's very fair. Like I say, it's not good to have oil prices go up, obviously. So if this sector is a little bit flat, we don't mind it. Utilities, a bit of a mixed sentiment over here, along with process industries and commercial services over here. But commercial services, you have FICO and FDS up over 3%. Consumer durables, you have Tesla still lagging a little bit closer to the 3% mark. Transportation, you have Uber, that has unexpectedly make a little bit of a return from its losses, up 0.76%. UAL is up 4% on the day, and CHRW, I don't know what's going on with the stock, but for the past 2-3 days, it's been lagging around close to 8%. Communications, like I checked earlier in the day, TMIS, VZT, all strong on the day, way above the 3% mark, but Echo seems to lag and not Echo. It's silent. It's down 4.2%.
So, man, got a couple of things tomorrow.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about that. Anybody in the Toronto area going to go to that Blossom Con? I'm going to be there tomorrow. Let me know if you guys are interested in going. Very, I've been waiting for this. Well, your boy Joey Options didn't want to go, though, so I had to go with my other buddy. And then right after that, is she? Oh. Nice, Tiff. Okay.
Tiffany,
I like that. You see that, Joey?
Is Tiffany going?
I don't know if Tiffany's going. But I don't think she's going. She's going with her workplace. Okay. So Blossom Con in the city of Toronto. If you're there, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Come up, say what's up. And then that goes from 11:30 to 6.
Yeah.
And then right after that, We got the Tame Impala concert.
Man,
I'm pumped about this.
You've been a busy bee, man.
Can I show you where I'm sitting, Joey?
Of course.
Let's do this. Let's do this, Tiff.
All right.
So this is the seating chart for the Air Canada or the Scotiabank place. Look at this, Joey. This is the main stage.
Yeah.
This is all stand-only area, right? So that's where there's no seats.
Yeah.
Mine, 119, row 2.
Row 2, VIP over there.
Now ain't no VIP, my boy, but there's a seat because my feet hurt, right? But pumped about this.
Tell me one of this group's songs here.
There's so many, man.
One.
Zillion ones, bro.
How do you even spell this, John?
Tame, T-A-M-E, Impala.
Okay.
There you go. There's so many.
Give me one. What is your favorite?
Dracula. There's so many. Let it happen. I mean, like.
Oh my God.
What's up?
No, I know this song, man. This is crazy.
Dracula by Tame Impala.
All right. All right, let's send it off.
Trump on Truth Social, yeah. It's not that important, see it, but we can send it. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
It's related to the tariffs. I don't have to read it out, but the SPY just dropping a little bit, not too crazy. That's why I wanted to just take an eye out here. It's just on Canada being disinvited. Canada has disinvited the United States of America to the opening of the Gordie Howe Bridge, which has, as you know, has had a lot of debate here and there for a long time. But yeah, we don't have to read this out. I'm sending it back to you.
Thank you very much, Sia. Yeah, he's coming at Canada, right? We've already seen this before. He's displeased with how the Canadians are negotiating. And so, he's going to continue to posture, obviously, so that he can get the best deal for himself. So we'll have to see how that cookie crumbles, guys. But REXR continues to step up. It feels like a buy program here. 39.10, high of day. We're in at 38.95. We're looking for a bigger move up. And so I'm just going to put these profit takers at key levels, psychological levels, the whole dollar, the quarter dollar. We'll see if we can add as well because we don't have a huge position. Be interested to add in the low to mid 80s, really depending on where the 10 EMA is at the time, right? So we're going to be watching here on REKR because, look, it really doesn't fail prior bar low all that much. Now, that obviously will change at some point, so be on the lookout for that. But REKR doing well. My position here on Mobileye continues to do okay. We've got 18s on, showing me 31. It's really struggling above this third of a dollar, though. MBLY up 11 and a fifth on the day. And then FRMI just continues to hang out at highs, man. We've got 24s here. It's at the 54 penny area. So good stair step up here. There it goes, right back into the half dollar. Should probably add here, man. Bubin saying JEM is moving. Yeah, nice move here into the volume weighted average price. But I'm gonna, you know what I'll do, Bubin? Because I know you love these ones. I'm just gonna put my my alert at 70, right? That way, if it gets into local area high, I'll know about it, and then I can kind of take the appropriate actions there. But you know what? The alert on this thing is so loud, so I'm gonna have to drop my volume on the PC to 50%, Joey. Otherwise, my ears goes beep, beep, beep. You know the alerts on Trader Workstation. It's brutal, man. Yeah, I see it, Bubin. Thank you for that. Looking for Crouching Tiger hidden rally. Joe Sharif, after 15 years of trading, looks like I might go back to W2 after this week, finding I want something more stable in life. You're not wrong, man, but I think that the best combination is a combination of both, right? Where you have that consistent revenue that you rely upon, just to keep the boat afloat, so to speak. And then there isn't as much pressure on the trading side, right? Because you've got that consistent revenue come in. You can kind of rest a little bit easier, make more clear-minded decisions. That's been the key for me, right? To have that kind of revenue, and then you can play around with your account the way you like. And, you take a hit, that there's more money coming in. So I think a combination of both. Don't leave us, man. Just stick around. You don't have to be here all the time and trading, as an 8-hour day job. But I completely see the support there for having a W2, which we don't call that obviously because we don't have W2s here.
Yeah, I was asking, what is
T3 jobs?
Yeah, T3. That's fair enough. Listen, man, 15 years, and you guys got to understand how mentally taxing it can be at times. Yeah, look at the NASDAQ continue to sell off here. Man, oh man, hindsight 2020, right? Like, I got out of it when I was supposed to. I didn't mean to do what I did, but hey, it is what it is, and I guess we're gonna have our cake here and eat it. Is this the right?
Yeah, you're gonna have your cake and
well,
eat
I guess
it too,
so. Yeah, T4 job. But anyways, aside from that, right, we'll take a little bit off of our losses. Back towards the volume weighted average prices, T4. Most definitely the play. Are we gonna get that? I think so. As we're starting to creep back in on some of the larger names, Tesla is a lost cause. Shout out to the Lost Boys. What group is that? Lost Boys. That's a song, I'm pretty sure, as well too. But anyways, aside from that, guys, let's take a look. Head back over to our watch list. What I was gonna do is I want to see a low or high established. I thought that we would get that after this support level was breached. And then we came back up here, lower high. Then I just re-engage on this bad boy and then head a little bit up. Bro, you see Jesse? I was walking out the door when y'all were talking about him yesterday, so I missed what you said. Nah, man, that's the thing. We didn't see him, so we paid a little homage to our boy Jesse.
Yeah,
that's
man.
all. We're just like,
We miss him, bro.
Fallen soldier, man.
Jesse Hernandez.
Yeah, Jesse Hernandez.
Who reported everything we did.
Yeah, he was reported right away. No, in all seriousness, man, you talk to him, Sharif, message him on Instagram, and no fault. It's a tough business. Anyways, I was running a RE business too alongside trading. I was doing it for a long time prior to that. Worked in tech for over a decade while training and flipping homes. All right, man. So you seem to be doing all right for yourself. Maybe a break is all you need, right? Because we know that it's some of those days. Like, listen, there's probably a lot of people will go from day to day like, man, I hate this, and not necessarily in trading. And it doesn't matter what job, it has its ups and downs. This is a little bit more mentally taxing because this is one of the only places I find where you can wake up and you can go to work every day and then walk around with a negative P&L or you lost money. You went and you worked, you tried your best, and unfortunately you lost money, which can take a toll on some people for sure. Anyways, aside from that, let's head over.
Bovin was yelling boom, so I thought someone was breaking out, but it turns out he needs a boom.
He needs a, yeah, I need a boom as well too, man.
Get that combined.
Do you know what boom is though?
Who?
Boom.
Boom boom?
No, boom. Just boom. Boom.
I don't know.
No, just boom. It's a Jamaican energy drink.
Is it actually?
Yeah,
Nice.
boom. Yeah. You do avoid that at all costs.
Boom.
If you're over
Have you ever had a Relentless?
No.
They're in Europe. They're in England. I don't know if
Are
they're
they
in Europe.
crazy?
Go ahead, Sia.
Have you ever had a ting?
No?
A what?
Ting is Jamaican too.
Is it actually?
Ting?
Yeah. Ting.
Yeah. Ting. Yeah.
Really
Ting. I don't know. Do they? I don't even know when I'm on that. If I don't remember.
They have it like at Loblaws too, apparently.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you go to any Jamaican restaurant, get a nice ting there. It's true, man. It's like
I like that. Mobilize bleeding its own blood down into my entry. I'm out here. It looks like it's gonna fail. Whoa.
Wow,
It just
man.
dropped. Holy moly. So we will take out the majority of the position there at the top, thankfully. But Mobileye just dropped off a cliff. My days, from 835 to 813. Quick as you like. Oh, wow. Let me just open that up a little bit there. We closed it. That was a big drop there on MBLY. And there's a big drop coming in here on FRMI, and I'm interested in adding here, but I'm going to wait a little bit. I want to see if that 730 level can come in on FRMI. But what a move down. Woo. I'm keeping an eye on GEM, Bovin. I'm still not liking what I see. Topping teal candle into 630 on JEM. And then down goes Fraser into $6. Yeah, that's not exactly what I'm looking for there, Bovin. We're waiting for this to activate. When it was breaking out, I was like, I should listen to Bovin. But it definitely is still, dealing with some resistance here. So I'm going to wait on that. But I do like it for a possible afternoon move. Wow, Mobilize continuing to go. Okay, let's watch GEM here, man. Here it goes. Bovin, the spread on this, why is the 15 penny spread? Okay, tightening up to 5 now. But the spread opened up substantially here. GEM moves like the name. Right. Get it, Bovin, because we're taking out high. 679 is limit up on GEM, Bovin. I think you might have something here, brother, because it looks like the buyers are accumulating here in the low 30s. Bovin, here we go, bro. Let's go. Let's see if we can break out into that $0.50 JEM in focus here as who knows if the breakout's going to be on or not, man. But we're going to take the old community college try on this one. Let's see if we can catch some sellers offside here on JEM. 657 is the high of the day. I defend this into 6.25. 670 is what I set the alert up, but I want to mention the double top. This isn't the pre-market, by the way. The 915 candle and the 920 candle. 678 high a day on both of those. So watch out for 6.75 here. That could be a major resistance level should we make it up there. So that's kind of what I'm looking at, Joey. What do you think?
Same thing, man. We're not getting this pullback, and this is what I was talking about now. Just as a collective unit, you see these memory names really start to hold a lot of weight in the NASDAQ as they curl over around the volume weighted average price, and then is the exact same curl over that we're experiencing here in the NASDAQ right now. So this would, we're not going to dwell on what's in the past, but if we happen to hold on to the majority of our position on the way down, Sharif, we would have turned this day completely around, but it's not the narrative of what we've got going on. Yeah, boom, there it goes. I see Bovin in the
Get
chat.
it, Bovin.
JEM.
It's going,
Oh,
and
it's
now
breaking.
There it goes, Bovin, 693 limit up. Give me my money, man. 693 limit up, Bovin. Good call, Bovin. There it is, Joey. Are we going to halt here at 693? We're going to wet the beak. Boom! Into the high of the day, JEM. Let's go. Great call out by the OG Bovin. Are we going to see it? Boom.
INTC, this is not moving as much right now. I just want to mention it just because it might later or something might happen. Anyways, Intel and Lenstech, the company, are going to explore a glass substrate packaging pack. The company is not reacting, the ticker is not reacting to this, but I just want to mention, sorry about that Intel and Lenstech are going to explore a glass substrate packaging pack.
Look, good look. Chip on wafer, CoWoS. Setting up a 93 beak wetter Bovin, and then we're going north of 7. We're going to go 7-11 because Adara's not here, right? So somebody's got to pay homage to 7-11. Here we go. We're looking for a little bit more. Let's see if we can get into that. Well, she likes 7-11, bro. She's always talking about sev this, sev that, right? So here we go. 89. Boom, Bovin. Bovin, where are the booms? Where are the booms? Let's go. Let's go, man. JEM is Rip City. Rip City. Now we're looking for a 7 breach and take. There you go. Bovin like 750 on JEM. But I got to tell you guys, limit up is 719 right now. And moreover, we still... What is happening? Is that him? Yo, don't hold out his message, Streamlabs. Why do you got to be a pooper like that? I can't even... I believe it gave him that much room to type. I thought it would have restricted how many letters he could have thrown in there, Joey.
All his characters.
694 high day, Joey. 727 limit up.
All right, man. I'm looking at this bad boy too, man. I can't be missing out on some of this fun. Let's see if we can get a nice little pop up here. Oh, no, that was a bad entry by me. It fooled me. It tricked me, Sharif.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah, it's all good. It was my fault anyways. Too much caffeine here today. So, yeah, that was not the entry that we wanted to bang here on this name specifically. So what did we get, 87, Phil? If it doesn't break now, we might be in a world of trouble. No, obviously we won't, but yeah, we're looking for this $7 breach. No, let's see, man. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves here. There is a high of the day break potentially, right? So we could have got a better price on it. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, 87s. I could walk away unscathed right now. But if it doesn't go, Sharif, relatively soon, I do believe there's going to be some form of a breakdown. Volume needs to support it, and we're not having that second wave start to step in. So, yeah, I wanted to be more patient, but I just hit it. I wasn't paying attention to the tape close enough. There it goes, right? So the breakdown seems imminent at this point. So, yeah, unfortunate and a bad play. So whatever we just made back on the Nazi, we're probably going to lose here in GEM. So I have to be prepared to get out of this one just in case it does decide to break down.
Can I say something?
Yeah, what's
660 support, but that could fail. 660, and then you're not looking at support, Joey. You might have the $0.50 as psychological, but a price action support, 660 and 630.
Yeah.
And then if it loses that, then I'd be probably looking.
Yeah, there it goes,
here
right?
Comes
so that's
70.
a really bad trade on my behalf.
Let's just watch. Here we go. Looking for a... Yeah, well, it's definitely on a bit of a downtrend now. Let's see exactly if it tries to hold up at that level. 673, the Katina man just got back in the building. He's got the lunch. Holy four. Oh, my days. There's a lot of pita there, Katina man. Oh, my days. Watching. Shout out to my man there, XKR2. Q's behaving like a meme stock with memory correlation. That's very descriptive. Let's have a look at said Q's. Just don't want to take my eyes off too long here. Yeah. Well, you know what, brother? We did get into that closing print from yesterday, so it's no surprise that we get resistance at 692 because that is, give or take, yesterday's closing print. So the fact that we moved up, rejected it, dropped back down. Look where we're finding support, brother. VWAP, right? So these are, I don't want to say they're predictable levels, but they jive, right? Here we go. Continuing to watch. It's okay. Let's just see if it holds up here. I need to move above 675. We get a move above 675 on the bid, pardon me. I'm adding into this position. So just dipped into 655, like we spoke about, good support possibly there. It was 660 that it opened up back at. And I'm looking for a move here above 675 on the bid. We can get that. We might have an opportunity, man, to test that 694 high day. Just don't want to turn a winning trade into a loser. There, 675, 77, add. Boom.
Oh, yeah.
Give me my money. There it is. All right, let's see. Can pop up a little bit more. We're looking for 80s, and now we're looking for 90s, Joey, and they're the 90s right there, my man. I told you.
That's what I'm talking
about. If it holds up, I told you, bro. If it held up at that 675, the bid moved up. Watch out for the sell-off now, okay?
Yeah, I know.
Because now we're coming into 7. 7 is resistance. 741 is limit up. 607 is limit down. All right, so keep your eye out on this one. Good look, though, on JEM. What are you seeing, Joe?
I'm in it again here, but I'm looking to see if I can hold on to this a little bit longer. But if it breaks down, it got me on the first attempt, and I mean, now I have no option other than to see if it can continue, but it doesn't seem to be the case right now. If that's the case, there's no point. Like, I get out of the hole and I put myself back into it, so it's just self-realization that maybe we cool off a little bit here and not touch anything and go over the news or whatever we're going to do here in a matter of moments. There it goes. So, yeah, I mean, that's going to be it for me for the day. No continuation so far. I should have took it off of that 710 pop. We need that second wave to step in. The volume is supporting it, but it's met by equal. Yeah, I mean, it's met by equal defense. It's not something that I particularly like seeing. But yeah, it's either it's going to happen relatively quick. Got me right at the lows as well. So I mean, here it is. It is what it is. Breaks down, then. Yeah, man, a little bit tougher of a look, and obviously not the easiest of sessions as we were really, really selling off right out of the gate, fresh out of the open on this one. So back up into 720 would be absolutely beautiful for the kid here, Shriek, but things are starting to slow back down. It was a good momentum play, which we should have just took it off. But sometimes, you know what they say, pigs get slaughtered, right? Bulls and bears can eat. And pigs tend to. I feel like it's going to break down aggressively here, Shriek. Yeah. So
you know what, Joey? If it loses 655, that's the end of the matter
just
there.
Popped right back up. It's no follow through on it. Yeah, that's it for me today. Yeah, that'll be my day. Yeah, it is. No, nothing to be sorry about. It is what it is, right? So, yeah.
There it goes. Yeah, it's
there it goes.
Dropping
That's
back
why
down.
that's why I got out,
guys.
Yeah.
All right, man. Keeping an eye here on FRMI. It's right back into my entry at the $0.25. I don't know, decisions to make here. Decisions to make on FRMI. Do I add into this position for another move back up? 7.25. Big move up here on FRMI, but you know, not really. It's just the lower highs. You see these topping tail candles here. Each one has a lower high than the other one. So I don't want to quickly jump into that, but I want to mention as well that REXR continues to trend up, now showing 312, give or take. I didn't get the opportunity to add into this because it hasn't really decisively cleared through 39, but I'm thinking 40 here on REXR, especially the fact that it still hasn't touched the 10 EMA. It looks like it's defending that $39 area pretty well, you know, just wicks below it and then it'll kind of resume again. So REXR could be in focus for me here watching. Let's see if we get the opportunity to dip trade on REXR. Is JEM going to limit down? Oh my Lanta. What is the limit down on that? Let me just quickly look over here. JEM limit down is $6, so we're not that far. We just actually touched the limit down. We actually wicked into limit down, but it got bought right back up. So there were buyers at 6, not bad. But yeah, it's bouncing back up now. It's going to bounce up back without me. Continuing to watch FRMI. That's really the one that I want to keep my eye on, as well as REXR. So those are the ones I'm keeping in focus at the moment, man. Yeah, let's go through the sector here, sectors, I should say. Let's see what's strong on the day, what's weak. Let's start, of course, with big tech, Uber, Green, Netflix. You're seeing that kind of mix there, but it's a mixed bag for the MEG. Apple is, you know, leading the way here. Google and NVIDIA are both green as well. Softy, barely green. Meta's red again, and then you're seeing pretty much, except for NVIDIA, literally, and Cadence and NVIDIA are the only two names on my very lengthy semiconductor watch list that are green. These are semis and micros, and they include the entire stack, right? The optics, the fabless, chip designers, the fabs, everything. Okay, I just keep them all in one. Everything is red. Then you move down, clean energy. You got Bloom Energy right back at 200. F-Cells getting clipped again, right back at 22 bucks, but still holding trend generally. Chinese ADR is a mixed bag as well. You got some green, some red. Looks like KWeb and FXI are green, which is weird because all the constituent parts are not. XPEV, Neo, Lee, Baba, PDD, Baidu, they're all red. So how the hell is FXI and JD up? Well, I guess their components are a little bit different. Crypto, everything in the world of crypto, minings, exchanges, coins, everything is blood red. Military defense, they keep catching another bid because, well, we know what's going on, right? So they're mostly green for the exception of Palantir, KTOS, and AVAV, but those, you know, are not traditional military names. Cybersecurity, mixed bag as well. Crowd's red, PanW's green, but barely. Fortinet looks like it's, leading the way here, up 1%. Then you got CRM, which is not obviously cybersecurity, but I just threw it there because I had nowhere to put it. It's up 3.5 on a good deal today. They got with the, I think, the Pentagon. FinTech, we talked about Upstart on the day. It was green, now it's red. Hood also. Did you see Hood? It still is down 7%. What the hell is happening with the hooded one over here, man? Looking for a news item here on the hood. You couldn't find one, eh? Yeah, Katina man, neither can I, brother. Who? Vlad Tenovs? Oh, last night. Katina man says Vladdy T. His X account got clipped yesterday. Account, here it is. Thank you, Katina man, for that. Here's the headline. An unauthorized user accessed Robinhood chief executive Vlad Tenov's account on X this afternoon. This was yesterday, of course, and made a post in advertising a meme coin. Oh, that's brutal. Pardon me, Sia? Vlad coin, they called it? That's crazy. Just come in and talk. Come in and hit your button. I see. It's okay. That's all right. The post, which went live early Thursday afternoon, announced the launch of a meme coin called Vlad. See, is accurate. The chief executive profile picture was also changed in a doctored image of Tenov wearing a feathered cap, a la brokerage's namesake. God, this is getting better. Ahead of earnings, we've seen a lot of people asking, does Robinhood love memes? The post read. The answer is yes. The post, which received more than 300,000 views, was later removed. Robinhood posted on an official account to clarify that Tenov's X account was compromised and posted a fake promotion for a meme coin. That's a quote. The Vlad meme coin isn't associated with Tenov or Robinhood. The item is part of Wall Street Journal's live coverage, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Good, interesting take there. Thank you for that, Sia, for enlightening us.
You know what, Sharif?
Yes, ma'am.
Yesterday, and I'm admitting this, everyone's going to laugh at me, but I don't care.
No, nobody's going to laugh.
Afternoon laugh.
Get it,
I
Sia.
actually went onto my screen to look on Vlad/USD.
It's not your fault. You saw it on a legitimate account. Like, nobody can blame you for that.
Literally, it was the journal. And I was like, you know what? Vlad USD, let me take a look at where this is starting at. If anyone laughs at me right now.
Block them, Sia.
Yeah.
Or just joking, guys. All right. You want me to go through the list? All right, brother. I like that as well. It gives you an opportunity to see what I've got there. But I got to tell you about this. We're taking prints on REXR. There it goes through the quarter dollar. REXR, a name I've never seen or heard of before. 39.34 high. We've got 95s on right now, and I'm looking for 40. So let's pack the patience over here, okay? FRMI wrapping back up, baby. And I didn't get to add to this one, a piece of crap, but it did hold the quarter dollar pretty good. Now moving up to a third of a dollar. So let's see where Fermi is going to head up to. But let's keep going down here on the watch list. We got the marijuana names. Tilray getting clipped as well. 3.5%. It's okay. See, I just let it go. Let it go. All right. And we got MSOS, MSOX, both green, Cron. I love the name Cron, bro. It's so good.
It's so
CGC, GRWZ, your favorite, Joey. ACB as well, down 0.5%. Then you got the biotechs. For the exception of, some of the mRNA, Gilead, and Novartis, they're all green. You got Lilly, Pfizer, Regeneron, Johnson & Johnson, Amgen, AbbVie, Novo, Merck. They're all green. Even GlaxoSmithKline, that hot garbage, which hasn't released anything of importance in a while. Continuing to look here, you got some battery names, decidedly red. EV charging, red as well. Solar, all red. Aviation, piece of crap, Joby. Look at this thing down 5% again, man. Retail names, all green. Good look for all of them there. Let's pause. Go see you.
Let's take a look at Meta here. There's a couple of things coming in right now. Just a couple moments ago. Meta's AI Muse Spark 1.1 can now plan, link to email and calendar apps, create slides, also manage tasks for users. Meta to expand Meta AI features to more countries and platforms. That includes WhatsApp in the next coming weeks. And we have Meta to begin rolling out new features on July 24th. In select markets in the Meta AI app. But also we had Anthropic saying Anthropic unveiling more cost-efficient Claude 5 Opus AI model. We also have Anthropic unveiling Opus 5 AI model with Fable 5 style features that is half the cost of the company. It's coming from the company.
Thank you very much for that, Sia.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, I go. I'm gonna run.
All right, guys. Yeah, so that's it. I told you guys that's it. We're done. We're officially locked out. It's over on this Friday.
Over.
Yeah. So we give back a lot on
How
the
was
week.
the gym, Katina, man? Yeah, 76ers. We reported
So other than that, we can do a quick review. So it's unfortunate here on Gem that it went this way. Actually, let me pull up my thing and see what we got going on. So Gem, we take a hefty hit on those ones here. Look at, we got that pop. No continuation or follow through. Different narrative if that was the case. But that's not the world that we're sitting in, right? So we have to accept it for what it is. And then we just continuously move on. Now, we had a small loss on this bad boy as well, too. The only real winner on the day was the king himself. Or no, we can't say that stuff. Was NVDA. And we should have just stuck to our guns here, but we did not, as this name has been on a pretty big run on the intraday session, still holding on to positivity. The NASDAQ TQQQ is just one of those sessions, man. It's like, okay, you're negative, you come back, oh, you go right back to where you were, oh, you remove a lot of it, okay, now you're shut down, and then that's it. So
your boy Joey Options.
What?
Great thing.
I'm just really venting right now. I'm really venting right now.
I feel you, brother. We all have those days, man.
Oh, and then great. Look what happened here now. So, I mean, when it rains, it absolutely pours. So, in all seriousness, it is what it is, guys. Like, listen, obviously you don't want to head into the weekend that way. No, it's all right, man. I'm good. We need to send it to Sia. Let's go over there.
Thank you so much. That'll give you some time to set up and start again. So, take a look. USO not moving, but there are comments coming in. China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi, China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi, saying China backs Pakistan's mediation role in the United States and Iran talks. USO is not moving at the moment, but is also saying that China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi and Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov have met on the sidelines of the SCOFM talks. Also, we have U.S. President Donald Trump. The U.S. will immediately initiate a Section 301 investigation into the European Union's treatment of the U.S. companies on Truth Social. We also, I'm just going to take a look at how the market is doing right now. The SPY currently towards the downside. U.S. President Donald Trump accusing the EU of unfairly targeting American firms through large fines and calls the practice discriminatory.
Fine. Fine the European companies, just for goodness sake. Don't fine ASML, okay? Leave ASML alone. Anybody else, you can have it, all right? SAP, whoever the hell else they have over there. Just leave ASML alone, Sia.
What's your reason, Jury, for leaving ASML alone? You should come in.
It's the second largest position in my entire account after Apple. So leave it alone.
Okay, well, I will tell you.
It's more tongue in cheek, though.
Okay, that's fair. One more thing, though, coming from U.S. President Donald Trump, that the penalties, oh my God, I'm sorry. My feed keeps reloading because there's so much coming in. So the penalties imposed on the United States companies will be reversed. This is being said on Truth Social. The administration expects to impose a substantial tariff on the European Union as soon as possible, coming from Trump right now. And the EU will, quote unquote, pay a very big price for what he described as illegal and unethical conduct. This is all coming from his post on Truth Social just now.
Him around here, man. Katina man's shaking his head, man. Like he's chowing down the pita bread. He's got multiple slices. Katina man, you killed it already. It's gone. All right. There goes Jem Bovin. Bovin, I'm in with you again at 38. Bovin, can we get back in? As soon as I say Bovin, boom, comes in. There it goes, Bovin. We're showing 60s right now. Get it to my man. We're looking for 69 next, Bovin, and then we're going to hold. We're going to continue to hold here on GEM. We're looking for a bigger move up, possibly into 7. GEM has been the bamboozler in chief, though. So be careful. I stop out south of 6. So I've already put my stop in. It's already selling off into the 40s. If it loses 6, I'm out. Simple as that. But you know what else is going? There goes REXR into another high day. We're going to wet the beak there. I have a feeling this one might make it into about 40 bucks, right? We're at 39.40 now. That's the HOD on REXR. Let's pack the patience, see what we can get on this monster. And then there's really nothing else. Quite frankly, LVWR is failing. Mobilize sideways. FRMI, I'm probably going to get out of that any moment now as it's putting in a lower high, which is not going to be good. And then OMH is bleeding its own blood south of the dollar. So there's really nothing to talk about there. Let's end the trade here on FRMI. I'm displeased with that. If it takes out 740 again, I can get back in, but for now I'm out. And then that's it for that. So we take a couple of beak wetters there on JEM into the high side, but right back into my entry, Joey. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Let's go back to see. There's more news, more President Trump news.
Absolutely, yes. I just want to read out a Truth Social post that is in detail mentioning a couple of these companies as well. So the European Union is at it again. And as usual, taking direct aim at great American companies after having fined Apple for no reason at all, $15 billion, Meta, $3 billion, Amazon, $2.5 billion, and many others. We have just been informed that Google, I'm just going to check Google for you. What's it doing right now? Nothing crazy. Google, a truly advanced and amazing group, has been fined yet another $1 billion without explanation. That brings the Google total to over $18 billion. This illegal and highly discriminatory practice started at these high levels. I'm not going to read the next part. We're going to go ahead and go over to the European Union. We'll pay a quote-unquote, like I said, very big price for this illegal and highly unethical conduct, which I've consistently warned them about. The penalties will be entirely reversed, and we anticipate a substantial tariff in all caps to be placed on them at the earliest possible moment. Stay tuned. President Donald J. Trump spy climbing a little bit over here.
Okay, so I'm going to send something to the options man right now. And Sia, I'd like for you to have a look at this as well once I'm able to send it to Joey Opsh, because I think you're going to be interested in this one, Sia. It's not a car, no, sadly. But let's see where your friend Joey Options is over here. There he is, Joseph Wilson, send. Okay, so this is quite interesting. And I say this, and I don't like it, of course, but it is interesting. So let's go ahead, load this up. Joseph Options, there he is. Okay, let's do this, Assassino. So this right here, the European Union in 2026, the European Union in 2026 has made more money by fining American companies than they have generated taxing their own tech companies. 3.8 billion euros in fines on American tech, 3.5 billion euros in revenue generated through taxation on tech companies. We are restricting this to tech companies. These are projected, to be fair. Projected EU fines on big tech, that includes the Billy that they smashed Google with yesterday, and then it's easier to project tax from tech companies because you're able to kind of better assess what the company's revenues are going to be, and by extension of that, what their taxable amount will be. So super interesting, I think, on that, guys. And, you know, there are some caveats here. Both figures are estimates. Fines, base case, assuming similar total to 2024, 2025. Tax income starts from 2024 actual, which is 3.2 billion, plus modest growth of assumption of 5% PA. No official 2025, 2026 aggregate available for European tech tax side. So I just wanted to mention that, the caveats there. But I find that to be very interesting, right? STAK, people are saying. Let's have a look at Stack. Oh my days, this one just ripped up. Okay, guys, by the way, we got that 670 high there on JEM, but it's right back into my entry. But now we need to focus on STAK because it's kind of breaking out pretty aggressively here. All right, let me bring that in. You know what? We'll just load it up on a trading screen, brother. Why am I even bothering? STAK on the NQ. All right, Bovin. We got a 185 high here, and now we're showing 174. Stock doesn't have a headline from today. So I'm very hesitant to want to even get involved here because this looks like it might be a Christmas tree retracement. Let's get ready though. Let's see if it can work back into the 80s. Maybe we can take something long here on STAK. 170 needs to hold, says Bovin. Get it, my man. We're going to keep an eye out on this one, Joey. What do you got over there, brother?
All right, man. Let's run through our old watch list here and see what we got going on. BM&R down 4% here, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
yeah, man.
Joey.
Another 4% here. But hey, man, at least it hasn't established a new low. 15 schmackers on this bad boy. Ethereum down about 0.8%, guys. And then Bitcoin and MSTR down relatively the same here, but no engagement whatsoever into the cryptocurrency. You would think, hey, at some point you have a rotation out of some of these memory names. You would think some of it would funnel into crypto. No, that's not the case at all. I mean, we can start Nebius down another 9% here today. ASML down 1.6. That's not bad. We're not too far off the all-time highs there. Lamb Research, we like Lamb Research down 30%. AMAT to the downside as well too, down 27% off of the highs. And then we also have TXN that was a little bit off of its highs, but a nice consolidation over there. SK Hynix down 8%.
Piece of crap.
Piece of crap. DRAM over here, I mean, there's 33%. And STX, Seagate over here, Sharif, just in case you were curious, down 23%.
Not STX, Joey.
Not STX, not FTX.
So,
you know
he was on the show, my guy.
Yeah, I know he was on. It was on my bad.
Yeah, it's okay. Banky. We're talking about Bankman.
SBF.
Yeah.
SBF. Sam Bankman. He's still in. I heard he was actually chilling with.
Bro, he's chilling and he's trying to get his Adderall. He's trying to get his Adderall sent to jail so he can get chotched up.
Well, I mean, obviously with he's chilling. I heard he's actually with Sean Combs. Him and them were talking together. But anyway, some crazy parties that the man himself, Sam Bankman, was throwing over there in the Bahamas. There was some good times over there. Sam, IBIT down.
Yeah, Sam, punk.
Wow. Okay. Well, if you didn't know this, Sharif, Salesforce. So what's up, Mark? Up 3.7% over there, Marky. So Snowflake as well, too, and HPQ not performing too bad on the intraday session, guys. But a lot of the weakness following in the memory storage names. And I'm just over here dwelling on what we have. No, I'm being sarcastic. It's just frustrating. We should have stuck with the short to the downside here. That would have been absolutely, that would have been what, as Katina Man would say.
What would he say?
Or this. Pure money. Other than that, guys,
what's going on over there, Katina Man?
Instead, we Devin Haney'd it, Katina Man. So we'll hit this one, and then we're also going to look for some points in the paint here from JP. Oh no, we're going to the line.
Go.
That was not the case here today.
Come on, Stack. Joey, Stack is Rip City. Rip City. Here's 215. We're waiting at 17s. This is the last out. We got 82s on here, Bovin. What is it going to do? Is it going to make its way up? Should I end it now? I'm ending it. Boom. Into 13s. Oh, that's not no good. Erika. It's still going. Let's go, Stack, man. Here we go. This looks good, guys. It's 2.25. This is ripping right now, guys. Limit up. 228 STAK. Oh my days. What a breakout there. Great call out by the chat. Y'all are the real MVPs, man. ST freaking K. 228. Halt. It's over. Good breakout here, man. Good luck here on STAK. Let's add this one to the side chart. Wow. Does it have a headline yet? No. And I know I say I don't care about headlines, but it's an oil company, right? Research, development, manufacture, and sales of oil field specialized production and maintenance equipment. Okay, cool. That's all I want to know about that. Hot dogs and beer, says Todd.
Bro.
Like how I said your name, eh? Not Tarek, right? It's
no
Todd.
hot dogs.
Right. Shout out to my man there. And you know what else is going? There goes REXR into another high of day. 39.48, the high right now. We've got, what do we got? 38.95. We're looking for more. We're looking for about 40 on this one. We're going to pack the patience. Let's see if it can take out that $50. Shout out to my man there, Bovin. I guess market, listen to me. I need that boom in the afternoon. Get it. Big Wick Energy, VIVK, going. Say less. Okay, I see that. Like, but you know how I feel about these ones, right? Like, it's still suffering from that downtrend, though, Big Wick, because, you know, lower highs, below VWAP at 3. I could, you know, give this one a look if it can take out this area high, brother. This double top here at 1050 and 1055. If it can take that out, maybe we can give this one a look. But it already had like a big move up with the implied balance high, 392. That's a high day. Made it right at 930. It had a good look in the pre, though. Look at that 750. Yeah, 750 breakout there. Good bull flag, continuation into the high. I'll keep an eye on Vivek Ramaswamy over here. We'll see what this one has to offer. Shout out to the man. Taught it long, SpaceX and Tesla. Get it, brother.
No.
They're both big negative on the day, but that's okay. You've got technical levels. I wish you the best, man. Good look on for you there. Joey, we're still holding a little bit here on the JEM. But the fact of the matter is, Joseph Options, it's holding that VWAP now. So I'm starting to ask myself, should I be adding a little bit more here on GEM or what, man? What's your take on that one, Joey? I know you're looking
on
at
GEM?
It. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I feel like the longer this consolidation holds above the volume-weighted average price, maybe. You want to try to catch the lower end of the range, though, for sure, in my opinion, because that would just really increase your risk to reward. And if volume does happen to step back in, then I think that's going to be a good opportunity.
FRMI is moving again if you're interested.
Oh, I can. I'm done. I'm shut down.
Okay.
I told you. Yeah, I said that. Yeah. That's what I said a while ago.
I thought you shut yourself down, yeah.
No, I was going to. I took one more attempt, man. Swingers got to swing. We struck out at the plate. So, I'm over here twiddling my fingers and seeing what we got going on here or something over this. Let's send it over to Sia.
I just want to mention there's nothing news-wise, but I just found the stock GLW Corning right now is currently down, closing to over 3.5%. So investors have backed away from shares of certain companies involved in the data center infrastructure industry, as there's concern that has continued around hyperscaler spending on AI, specialty glass and also fiber companies. You do know it, Corning has lost over 3%. Photonics Place, Coherent, and Lumentum have dropped 7% to 7%, over 7% each. GEV, that's GE Vernova, Eaton, and Defiance AI Power Infrastructure ETF, that is AAPL. I've just been looking out for these. All have been down more than 1%. So just data center infrastructure news over here. That's it.
Thank you very much for that. Let's see what else we got going on, guys. We went through the majority of our list. I told you guys my spiel on what's happening with Robinhood. I mean, we have such a good average price. We sold some at 122, and then I bought some back at 120, but now it's not doing what I want it to do. And I mean, I'd rather deploy my capital elsewhere. There's nothing wrong with, like, I still think Robinhood's a really great company. Positioning is really key, right? Like, again, we grabbed some here in early April, and then we were fortunate enough to go through this run where I did happen to take some off at 22s. I forget when it was exactly. Then I bought some back lower. Obviously, with that being said, you offload your inventory and buy back at a higher price. It really increases your average. So while I'm still positive on it, you just give a lot of your unrealized gains, even though we lock some in. What I have right now, and if this $90 level breaks, then it's just like, well, we'll get out of this one. And same thing with like TKO. I ask myself, it's like, okay, are these fundamental holdings? Like, is this something, I love the UFC, but is this something that I think is going to be an absolute game changer in my account? I still think it's a great company, and that's not what I'm getting at. I do believe it's going to take an additional leg higher at some point, but with the amount that I've deployed from a capital standpoint, I think I'd rather have a little bit more concentration risk than spreading myself thin. I mean, we have JPM, we have NVDA. We're still, look at JPM, new all-time highs. We like this one. And then up there, still up there in my top percentage holdings is this stuff. Right? I mean, we're not going to sell it at the lows. We've made that mistake before with Google, in which I actually bought back in, and with Tesla, which I could buy back in at the exact same price, in which I sold it a year and a half ago, pretty much. It's right back to April of 2022 levels. We had the tariff tantrum here, and then it decided to go on a run. But I do believe sub 300 is in the works. This is just such weak price action, which is unfortunate. Yeah, it is really weak sauce. It's unfortunate because I don't like seeing this stuff and like pamping all of these moves lower and stuff, because this is real people's real money at the end of the day, right? So like I'm not an advocate of like, oh yeah, it sucks. So, and it's also really important to note that you want to offload some. I like Sean. Now Sean was mentioning he's raising some cash. We were doing that as well too, which we happened to buy Google TKO, Google at 350. That's not really working out, but that's why you start small. We grab a little bit more. This is a fundamental hold, right? In my opinion. Fundamental holding, opposed to what we got going on in TKO, like WWE and UFC. That was just more fun to see if we can add a little bit, and it hasn't been working. So we're just a little bit underwater on this one. But again, it's such a small fraction. I'd rather just eliminate it as a holding and then deploy the cash somewhere else. But hey, yes, it does offer a dividend, an 80-cent one on a $200 name, sub $200 name. Not too bad whatsoever here in TKO Holdings. So that's what it is. We might completely close Robinhood. We might get all out of TKO. And at that point, we'll be sitting on a little bit more from a percentage metric in cash money.
Cash money. Back in stock here, Bovin. Up into 27, got 17s. Here comes 30. Looking for more. Looking for a move into the half dollar here, Bovin. 35, 38, 41. Looking for more. Looking for the move into the half. Let's go. There it is. Boom. On stack. That was quick, bro. Off the $2 support. There goes stack. I mean, you can do so many things with this name here. Unbelievable. 246, high a day on the stacked one. Buying here at the third of a dollar. Watch out for the fail of a quarter. The third is holding up at the moment. 35 buyer, big boy 35 buyer here. Can't shake the buyer. That's a good thing. 40 showing up here again, Bovin. 46 high a day, guys. Continuing to watch. Third of a dollar, still finding very good support here. The buyer 32, 37, in and around that area. So you're getting a good support level at the 30, at a third of a dollar. But what you're not seeing here is a move to test the high of the day again on STAK. So there's some bamboozlement here happening on the ask, but by the same token, there is that buyer still at the third. Continuing to watch here, quarter dollar fail. That big buyer came in, but look at it move right back up. Nah. Okay, let's see what this one has to say about the half dollar. I stay clear here. All right, let's see if it can clear the half dollar decisively. Just watching here for the buyer or sellers to step in. Not seeing anything really on the gate. Into 58, it goes. Get it, Bovin. STAK on its horse, 261 high, 92%. Looking for a little more now. Now the third of a buyer, sorry, that third of a dollar buyer did get taken out. So if you had your stop too close to the third of a dollar, you probably got wicked out because it defended the quarter. But right back up it goes, and here it is with the half dollar again as resistance. So fantastic look today on STAK. Thank you, Zion, for that, brother, on REKR. Looks like it has a lot of resistance here at 39.49. We're going to keep an eye out on that. Todd, it says 500K SPX, 500K Tesla Starship Flight 13, 5 hours and change. Yes, of course. Today, they rescheduled to today because yesterday there was bad weather. So it was a no-go. STAK above the half dollar, has it cleared decisively. Let's give this one the old community college try. We're looking for a hold of the mid-40s. If we don't get a hold of that, we'll stop out, but we're going to give this one another try, Joey, into the mid-60s.
All right, man. Good stuff. Listening to Donald Trump here at Freedom 250. What he had to say about the Ilya Taporia and Justin Gaethje fight, man. What a bum whooping Ilya took there, the El Matador. Man, oh man. Yeah, tough look. And we'll see how he holds up against Mr. Paddy Pimblett himself. Paddy the Batty. All right, Apple.
Paddy the Batty.
Yeah, that's his nickname, man. It's pure Scouser, brother. Can't even understand half the stuff he says. Yeah. But anyways, aside from that, guys, Netflix positive on today's session. USO actually negative, and we're starting to see a rebound in the market. So USO not really doing too much, and I like what Sean was saying not too long ago, too far, too fast. Bring this bad boy back down. We need them gas prices a little bit lower. Now, don't forget, guys, I was talking about this the other day. This is the Mag 7 ETF. A vast majority of it is actually here. Bang. Oh, thanks that you're already up there. Go to holdings and look at this. right? Fixed income. Fixed income, 60% of this is actually fixed income. You go through the first three, wow, that's crazy. And then here's NVDA, Apple, Amazon, Tesla, Microsoft, and Meta, all about 3% or so, but the majority of this ETF is fixed income. Now, DRAM, or no, it wasn't DRAM, it was QTUM, I believe it was, the quantum, yeah, the ETF. Same narrative on this bad boy, except for it didn't even have quantum names in it. Horizon Quantum, but it was like Intel, Lam Research is in there, Shreve, just in case you were there, Kia Corporation and Applied Materials. Anyways, interesting stuff, but not the typical quantum names that we were talking about, but DRAM. Now, this is something, and also we're going to touch on NASA here momentarily, because what I thought, actually we'll just do it right now, because what I thought was going to happen was the preferred notes in NASA were going to, so there they are, they're still there. Okay, I thought they were going to change into common shares, not the case, but this is still 14%, I believe, preferred on SpaceX, space exploration, and then you have Rocket Lab at 10%, EchoStar, ASTS, VSAT, MDA, Lunar, VMP, and Firefly Aerospace, all within this. So 99% equity. That's what you want to see, all right? DRAM, identical. There is some, I believe, some fixed income here. Yeah, about 30%, but 57% of it being equity. SK Hynix, Samsung, SanDisk, and Western Digital, Seagate on there as well too, guys.
Love it, you're killing me. There goes stock again, man. It took the $0.50 into 80s. I took it out at 79. 84 high here, Bovin. As it comes back in, it's holding the $0.0025. Right now, there is a buyer in the low to mid 60s right now on STAK as it goes over 100%. This is already done now, 15 and a third million shares, and I have a feeling it's going to be more in seconds. 284, $3 is a real level here. If we can take out the 84 seller, we're showing high 70s at the moment, 82, 83. No move above 84, though, on the stacked one, up 111%. This one hasn't, did it halt? Did this halt, Bovin? There it goes into another hive day. Oh, my days. Yeah, it did halt. It halted earlier at 228. So this has one halt under its belt here. New high day, 80, 88. The breakout's on right now, guys. You can see this. This is likely going to make it into 3, whether it makes it into a straight line or we have to get a couple of dips on this one or what the situation is. Let's keep an eye out here on STAK because it's on its horse, and we want to take advantage of this one if it can give us that $3 move. Showing a buyer in the mid to high 70s here. No continuation above 80 for now. I'll stop out if it loses that mid 60s print, but we need to give it a little bit of room here. 84 now showing up 86, 88. Boom, 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 boom. 89 high a day. Looking for the move into 3. There's no continuation above the high. 89. Nope, not quite yet. There's 90s. Boom. Into 90s we go. How many more do we have? Okay, there's 3. Here comes 3. Boom. Into $3. Bovin, 310. STAK is going 315. Can't even see limit up yet. There. Oh, this is the screen that it doesn't have. 317 limit up. This is the screen that doesn't have it. I chose the wrong screen, the one that doesn't have limit up, limit down. I've got to change the screens for this one to be able to see STAK. But this is a beautiful move here on STAK. 317 limit up. Let's see what we do here. We need a few more seconds at this level. 17.8 million shares. And I would submit to you probably the majority of that volume coming in at around 115, it looks like. Yeah, 115. That's when the majority of the volume came in. Good job, Bovin. Good trade there by you, brother. Hope you're printing up storms on your side of the screen. But STAK, wowzers. That was pretty aggressive, man, to the high side there, looking like in that. How we doing here on REXR into the high of the day? We go 39.55. We are literally at the high as we speak. I mean, we can take this out here or we can give it to 40. That was my thinking on REXR, to let this one run into 40. It really didn't have much trouble taking out 39. It had a little bit of consolidation here, a few red candles, but the red candles all ended up having higher highs, which is the funny part about it. So there it is. There it is. What a day, man. Friday ain't got no job. Ain't got to do.
Yeah, no,
right?
I got a lot of stuff to do, actually, Sharif. I'm reading about Mitch Marner continuously whining about how he wasn't protected in with the Toronto Maple Leafs organization, like he wasn't paid $11.5 million a year. before. Mitch Marner.
Like from the press? What were they not protecting him from?
Well, because he became the scapegoat for all of their all of their woes and everything along those lines. I'm like, oh, a bunch of BS, like little whiny baby. Anyways, aside from
did he win with Vegas?
No, they lost in the fight. Hey, the irony. Right. Listen, so this is what this is. No. But hey, man, it sucks to lose like that. But listen, so what happened is that there was a proposed trade between the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Carolina Hurricanes. Okay. The Leafs would receive a pretty good player. The Carolina Hurricanes get Mitchell Marner. Okay. Denies it. He said, he said, no, I don't want to go to. Didn't want to go to Carolina.
But then they beat.
And then he loses to Carolina
in the final.
Dude.
That's irony right there.
Yeah, exactly. So, how about them apples? How about them apples over there? But
sorry, bro.
But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, guys, let's head over. If there's anything specific that you want to take a look at, put it in the chat. I mean, we got about another 25 minutes left here. We've done umpteen trade reviews, so we can switch it up. Yeah, I mean, we've done a lot. We go over to the options chain and see what we got going on from Tesla. Like, where is the bottom? What is the reason? And we continuously sell off. Let's go over to July 31st and see what we got from a put activity. See if there's any floor here. We're going to have to wait until a lot of these contracts roll over. Let's actually head back to today's expiration cycle. And where was, oh no, we didn't even hold off on that bottom. I was talking about $320, right? You can see the open interest and the volume really step up in here at that 320 marker on Tesla. Not the case. So where's that next step? I believe 300 is there's a high probability that this is going to be in the works, all right? Not today, but I mean, anything can happen in the final 2 hours. But I think the selling is going to cool down a little bit. But in the near future, I do believe that we're going to see a little bit more downside. Same thing here with goggles, right? Fantastic numbers, but this is what we talk about, the market being forward-looking, especially within this name, right? You price so much of it in, and then if you don't have any form of extreme surprise, the market will sell it off. But if there's any name, and I asked Sharif this question bright and early this morning, if you had to pick one of them, Google or Tesla, which one are you buying in a 6-month time frame? He said this name, GO Alphabet Company. All right, so keep an eye on it. Now, this isn't the most options traded vehicle or underlying asset, so there's nothing we can really identify from a support and resistance level on this one. But with Tesla, we can definitely identify those names and those levels. Same thing with NVDA. I was like, hey, watch out for 210. We climb up to 211. We're now at 210.35. Let's see where we close at the end of the day, because there's a substantial amount of size right there, and those might get rolled over into next week's expiration cycle, which I believe is extremely important to look at, just to see where the concentration and the larger participants are placing their bets, okay? So there's NVDA. We went over Google. We went over Tesla. Now, need you ask to look at SpaceX options chain? You don't have to ask this kid twice. $110. Where was our low of the day on SPCX? Probably somewhere around there. I don't even have to look, and I could probably guess that we had SPCX somewhere in that neck of the woods. I could have just clicked it. And our low of the day was 111.45. So some support systems actually starting to step in and hold up this underlying from breaking down anymore. And you know what? I feel, man, oh man, sometimes it's just like, So I don't want to compare apples to oranges, but I feel like sometimes when you have such an aggressive selling, especially after that issuing price and that opening print of whatever it opened up at, I believe it was 150 or so, it's going to take a lot longer. I don't know how much longer it is going to take for SpaceX to get back to all-time highs, but you're officially cut in half here from that 226 high. You're at $114 or so, down 50% from that marker.
Stock is dropping pretty aggressively here. Limit down is 257. It just flashed. We're showing 290s. So I've switched the screens now, so we'll be able to see what limit. 254 now for limit down. We're losing 80s, but wow, I should probably, not give the play-by-play here, because this is moving, very, very quickly. So zigging and zagging here. There's no discernible trend on STAK, at least not for me at the moment. South of, what's going on over there, Katina man? Go to the Katina man screen if we're able to, guys. Assassino. Okay, Assassino. 339. I can't believe this just ripped up into a high a day. I took my eye off the screen for a second, and it just rocketed up. Katina man, you're short. What are you short? Katina Man is short Amazon right now. What's that level, brother? I can barely read it. 234? 234, and down goes the Zon. Katina Man, is that a low a day there? No. Okay, that's pretty close. Okay, all right, that's the low day right there where he was pointing. Shout out to the Katina Man taking Amazon short, printing up multiple storms there. Limit up 368. Limit up 368 right now on the stacked one. Here we go, $half buyer. Let's give this one the old college try. Let's see we get, oh no, it's ripping options, man. Into the high of the day it goes. Oh my days, We're fumbling the keys here, Joey. So let's take out some there. Boom, into the high of the day. Can we get a little bit more? 85, limit up. Nope, don't come down now, let's go. Boom, into another high of day there on STAK. I'm gonna flatten out here if it loses 70. Looking for a hold of 70 here. We got 66 to 69. We'll take it out there into the high 70s. STAK, 384 high. All sorts of volatile. But the continuation could be into 5, guys. Okay, so this is really moving now. You get that close to 4, I start thinking 5. Probably not in a straight line. Down goes Fraser into 350. So 350 buyer here, Joey.
Okay.
I can't see 267 limit down. How's that possible? How's the limit down so far from the price action? Oh my days. Happy Friday, Sharif. Can you read the message I sent you? Sorry, man. I'm so sorry. Fan funding. Give me a second here. Did he send me a message earlier? Oh, in the live chat? Brother, just send me the same message again. All for Love franchise 5905. Sharif leaning back, showing Joey's guns. Get it, Joey. Thank you, Jeff Jurassic from TikTok. I appreciate you, brother. We love all you guys, man, whether you're on TikTok, whether you're on YouTube, you're on the gram, whatever social media platform you are. We love all of you guys, man. All for love. Tag me again, brother, with the message, because I don't know what you messaged me. 420. Oh, it's a 420 super chat, Joey.
Pull it up, man.
Well, we don't have it. We just have the super chat. Happy Friday, Sharif. Can you read the message I sent you?
Oh.
I don't know where it is. Look.
Hit the weed Batman, Katina Man.
The weed Batman. There you go, Katina Man. It's Friday, brother. You know that. What's for sale? Katina Man's gonna find out right now. Let me see if I can't find your message, brother. So just tag me again if that's all right. Shout out to
Dude,
All for Love Frenchie there.
I actually just seen the funniest meme too. I probably, yeah. All right, guys. Yeah, we'll pull it up. See if we can find it there. We were looking at some TikTok individuals over there on TikTok. Market. Oh no, did it do what it wanted to? So this is the lower and the reload that we were thinking about here. So you can see that we're just in this consistent downtrend on the Nasdaq, guys. And then boom, south of VWAP. Bounce off of these support levels, fail to establish any form of new high, putting in that lower high right there. Now I wouldn't be surprised if the weakness continues that we break this level right here at 680. Excuse me, 687. 687 being a key level right there, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's head back over to our options chain. I know we were looking at some good levels. What is DRAM? Like, DRAM actually hopped on the list for top volume in its earlier stages. Not right this second, right? This thing's starting to cool down. So we'll pull up DRAM, pull up over here and see where there's some support levels. 48 bucks, right? Like $48 isn't anything small. And 45, you can see the interest really start to uptick as we head to the south side of the ladder on the options chain. So we'll have to keep our eyes out on this, man. And I talked about it. Let's pull up what's more of a liquid. We can look at Micron. I know someone in the chat was asking me to take numerous looks at this. 900 bucks, I think, is totally obtainable. You're down 6% on today. That's $58 right there.
Oh
Bang.
My God,
now 850 on 850 could definitely be in the works for Micron.
Jem is doing it again, bro. I mean, these things are all over the place.
They're hot today, man.
It's pretty aggressive today, man. In a not really good way, right? Like there's some breakouts on STAK, but you know, Jem was all over the place. Was up, was down.
Yeah,
I mean,
man.
who the hell knows that it was going to find support at 560? I didn't, right? It's not really a level I would have been looking at, to be quite honest with you. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it, Bubba. I'm talking about it right now. 682 limit up on JEM. 682 limit up on that. Careful with this one. It's showing 62, so we could be there in like seconds. 694 limit up now on JEM. Where's Casey, man? She probably
I
took
seen her earlier today.
Took the day off, or she was here. Earlier?
I seen her earlier today. Yeah.
Tisha's not here. Casey's not here, man. But yeah, let's head up to Sia because I'm pretty sure she has news.
Alrighty.
Yeah, just not crazy news. Just keep an eye out though. SPCX down 4% on the day. It's on the levels that it has never been, lowest since IPO, trading around the $112 region.
Ouch! Ouch! Yeah, not a good look there, Joey.
Not a good look.
What do you got planned for the weekend, brother? Let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, nothing crazy, man. Just
Hey, he's alive.
What do you say, my guy?
Jesse. Your boy Jesse Hernandez just messaged me back. I'm really happy to hear that, bro. We miss you, bro. If you're watching, we miss you, Jesse Hernandez.
Yeah, tell him to keep my eye. We paid homage to you the other day, man. He's busy. He's doing his thing. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, hop in any day of the week, man. You're obviously more than welcome.
Oh, that guy. He's a good sport about it too.
Yeah, he's a good sport,
go back
man.
To what you're talking about? You're gonna go on the weekend?
Yeah. Listen, nothing crazy, man. Nothing crazy going on for me personally.
You're gonna hit some outdoors. We were calling for rain, I think,
on Saturday. Yeah, I'll be outdoors, man. That's what I
think they changed it, though, Joe.
That's what I tend to do is hit the outdoors, man.
You're gonna hit the outdoors.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're probably gonna take Milo out as well, no?
Yeah, I think I'll bring him with. That's my shadow, man.
So Joey, sorry, Sia. He does. That's who Milo is. Yeah. He has plenty of photos. Do you want to show a photo?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I showed.
So we got 40% chance rain tomorrow, 40% chance on Sunday. So I would say.
Yeah, you might catch me at Blossom, man.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's cap. You got to get a VIP ticket though.
Why? Is that what you got?
15% off.
Is that what you got? VIP?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not VIP, my guy.
Well, you get 15% off. It's almost the same price. Hey, look at the guns. Yeah, yo, zoom in on that, bro.
Oh, my guy, right here. Look
at the guns, my guy.
Look, he jumping in and out of the water there. This guy, man. Yeah,
so
look at him
cute,
here.
bro.
Oh no, what do we do? Oh, what do we do now?
You screwed up there.
Oh no.
Yeah,
oh wow, we're too zoomed in. Yeah, look at him, bang. Look at him. Yeah, he'd jump in the water, panic. Oh, one time we went through like a bunch of algae, right?
Fun,
we went through like a bunch of algae, and he thought it was like a hard floor. Like he thought it was like the ground, right? So he jumped in. I'm like, if you're gonna jump in the water, do it anywhere but here. Obviously, he does it right there, and now he was covered with algae. So I had to throw him back in the river to clean him up there. Yeah, exactly.
He didn't get a reaction or anything, did he?
No, he panics, right? He's a big wimp, that's for sure.
But you got the jacket on him there. He's good to go.
But that's not a life jacket or anything.
Okay,
no, we had a life jacket on him before, but I'm like, you know what? Just take it off because he was freaking out and doing all this stuff. Yeah, too big, freaking out, and he could swim, natural swimmer, right?
Exactly.
Boom, throw him in there.
Except my dogs, they can't swim. Frenchies can't swim.
Oh no, they just sink.
They're horrible, bro.
Yeah. Well,
they can't swim. They can't go on airplanes. Assassino. They can't do anything. Right? No, they can go on airplanes, but you can't. You got to keep them in the cabin. You can't put them in the luggage compartment area.
So I mean, good times over there in the water, man. That's where we have the. But he was the captain of the ship, obviously, as you guys can see on that one. He was manning it, always chilling out. So yeah.
Speaking of Frenchies.
Okay.
All for love, Frenchie 5905. Sharif, I think y'all should apologize to Joey.
Why?
For busting his chops about the pronunciation of Toyota.
We're bringing that up.
Toyota. It was Toyota. We have it recorded. Seen a video of Master Toyota Tech in Canada, and he says Ty-O-2.
Thanks, my guy. Who is that? We can give him a shout out, man. Much love over there.
All for love, Frenchie 5905.
Good
all right, Joey,
all
we're
for
going
love,
to give
Frenchie,
you an apology.
Hey, man.
Apology.
Well received.
As long as you say it again.
Toyota?
So good. No, see, he said it naturally like that.
Toyota.
Nobody had to goad him into it.
He always says it, Toyota.
But you say two things, Toyota, and then there was another one as well that you pronounced a little bit differently than
Algae.
Oh, Hyundai.
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 But to be fair to him, a lot of people say Hyundai.
Yeah.
Internationally, not in North America.
Yeah.
But shout out to the man.
What do you say, Sharif?
Hyundai. No, I don't say Hyundai. I just say Hyundai.
What do you say,
yeah.
Fabian? What do you say?
I say Hyundai? No. Hyundai. Yeah, Hyundai.
What do you say? Sia? How do you pronounce it?
Hyundai.
Hyundai. Is that the standard way?
Back in India, we
That's
would
what I was
pronounce it
asking.
that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know how you do it here properly.
Fair. You know, everybody.
Hyundai.
Hyundai. That's what I say.
Hyundai.
Isn't that what the commercials? Isn't the dude on the commercial say Hyundai?
Man.
Hyundai.
The Indians in the chat are actually supporting there. Like in India, we do say Hyundai.
Well, I believe you. If you tell me you say that way in India, I believe you automatically.
Yeah.
She is correct. That people are saying, Tony, can we correct Joe's pronunciation of Kazakhstan so he reads the ad correctly?
Kazakhstan, yeah. I say,
Kazakhstan,
yeah,
right?
it's Kazakhstan, yeah.
Kazakhstan, yeah.
Well, I know that because obviously from Borat, Kazakhstan. So I apologize.
I love how that movie is like the poster boy for for what's it called for Kazakhstan.
Thanks for the lookout there.
Look at everybody's coming in with their own. Yeah, I like it.
What else should I correct here? Considering we're going down this road, give me a couple more.
You guys are aggravating your boy Joey Option. It's Friday, man. Leave the man alone here.
No, seriously.
Joey, look what's happening here, man. JEM is about to take out highs and Stack is stacking up for a $4 break here, man. So the small caps are not done right now, guys. JEM is going to break out here, man. We're into some levels. 704 limit up here on JEM. Can we get a $0.5 pullback and a hold so your boy can punch in? Continuing to watch here. There might be some moves here. We're going to go long here, Joey. Let's go. Let's put up some beak wetters here. You know, there it is, one already. We're looking for more now, Joey. Let's see if we can get 88s on this mother, you know what, or we'll get a fail. It's going to be one or the other. One or the other. One or the other. Who knows that song in the chat there, man? Anybody know that song? No. I'm dating myself, but then I always give my age anyway, so it's fine. We're looking for a 6.5 hold here. We're long at 70. Showing me 71. You couldn't? You couldn't, huh? I think it's like, if it's gonna be her, you gotta set me free. One or the other. Something like that, man. I don't know. My sister was smashing that song when we FaceTimed the other day. And there it goes into 88s. Looking for a little bit more now. We got the beak wet there. Let's set up a little bit higher in the 90s. There we go. Continuing to watch. No. Those are not the songs there. Keep your eye on the chat if anybody knows the name of the. Oh, what a move down into the $0.5 here, Joey. 50 buyer. I'm gonna stop out if it loses 50 on the bid. Continuing to watch. 54 buyer. What a flush. And the spread opened up substantially. 77 on the ask. 54 on the bid. I have to stop out here. Continuing to watch, let's see if it moves back up. There's support here. No, I have to give back on that. Dang, that was a tough one there. I thought we were going to make a move into 7, man. Oof. Sorry, guys. Yeah. Oof. That was interesting there. Incredible Hulk Joey almost came out. Sharif pushed him back in. What does that mean?
When maybe when I was like.
Oh, yes. You were close to the edge there, I guess. Huh? Yeah.
There are
days like that, my guy.
That Linkin Park song with
which one? The Edge. Become So Numb? Or
yeah,
no?
maybe that was the one I was referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, don't get it twisted, man.
We got to get out of
If I was at home
man.
on my own, it'd be a completely different story. But
I'd be throwing slippers.
No, yeah. Slippers is my new way for sure. There's a couple obscenities.
No one got that song that I was singing there, man. I'm gonna have to look this up, guys.
You got that Gwen Stefani song stuck in my head.
Yeah, sorry about that. That was like yesterday, I think. I was singing that. Keep going here. So I'm gonna
yeah, absolutely, man. No problem. We're up 3.5% on Apple. Watch a gap up. We're going to hit all-time highs on this bad boy. What's Broadcom up to here? I actually was just looking at my long-term account, and I'm like, oh, okay, maybe we're doing a little bit better on Robinhood than what we were expecting, which makes it tough to even sell it even more, but we're going to offload a little bit there, guys. Yeah, CrowdStrike is a pretty good name, but we don't want to spread ourselves too thin, that is, obviously. So, yeah, I hope everyone's having actually a pretty good day. And Tony Official, I appreciate the lookouts. We went through a lot in the options chain. We can go through Apple to see what we got from an overhead resistance standpoint, because I do believe $340, Sharif, I think is completely in the works for this name. We're at 332, selling off a little bit here today, but I think that's small potatoes. 340, definitely a level that we're going to be keeping our eye out on. Ozan probably will. We want to see where this concentration flows into next week. That's going to be a massive teller in the direction of this actual underlying asset itself. Now, give me another big time name. What's a big player? We went over Google, we went over Tesla, SpaceX, Apple, NVDA. We went over the NASDAQ as well, too. We can do it one more time. What is getting clipped?
AAOI, 8%, light momentum, 7, SK Hynix, 8%, Joey, Micron, 6, SanDisk, 7.6.
Yeah, that's a great one. SKHY. SK Hynix. Let's see what this options activity is looking like on this bad boy. Relatively cool, but the at-the-money IV is absolutely through the roof. July 31st, we'll head over to the next expiration cycle. And okay. Yeah. You know what, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
I can see this happening. 135. There's a lot of concentration sitting on in this level right here. So yeah, I mean, what is that? Another about 10% or so. There is the biggest level there is. So I wouldn't be surprised. And this is what I'm talking about. Just be cautious of these bull traps, right? SKHY. We'll pull this up on SK Hynix. Ooh, and look at the momentum to the Momo, as some would like to call it, to the downside. And where would 35 actually place us? I think that's reasonable, right? Like, you also kind of want to correlate that. Our guy Don's like, Joe, man, we got to use this as a percentage metric. Absolutely. So what is the probability in which we're currently sitting at right now, in which our chances of running into that level? Not very high, all right? So there's a 20% chance that this contract is going to expire in the money, 80% chance that it's going to expire out of the money. But these variables are always changing and shifting, so that's why we always have to keep an eye out on our delta metric. But I just think, considering the numbers were so fantastic, what is going to happen is that you're going to have a cooling off period. We were down 35% in a lot of those names, even some down 40%. It might take a little bit longer for us to turn around, but at some point, I believe they will.
Can you send me the link for the poll? I want to do a poll here.
You want to do a poll?
SpaceX just before we get off to the big boys.
Absolutely, man.
I want to ask everybody if SpaceX is going to make it down to $100. Let's see if, because we're not far, Joe. We were at 113 and a half.
I gotta hit the early polls on that one.
Yeah. So what is that? That one?
Oh, no. That's the wrong one.
That's the competition.
Yeah.
You got the poll? Yeah, there we go. So let's start there. Yeah, just send it to me, Joey. I appreciate you there, bro. So let's get this poll going here, guys. Let's see exactly how you guys feel about SPCX, because I think it's seen many, many better days than that. So let's get this poll going here, Assassino. Let's go. And so we're going to say, what is the Sharif? Who's typing there, bro? Is that okay?
Baby noise.
I don't know, what's
no, that was definitely
there,
Ram.
Yeah, definitely Ram. She's
Who's
always
doing it for you,
bro. So Will, SPCX. Was that you, Neil? Oh, it was Neil.
That was Neil.
I blame
lots of false accusations around here, man.
$100. Oh, well, let's put a time. By end of Q, or we're in Q3 now, right? By end of Q3?
How about next week?
Are we Q2 or Q3?
We're Q3 now.
We're Q3.
Yeah.
Well, Neil says by Wednesday. Will SpaceX hit? Okay, fine.
That's next week. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Let's go by the end of the month.
Week,
it's
man.
fair. Okay. Will SpaceX hit $100 by end of July? Yes or no? All right. Get to voting.
If you want, man.
Hit 1. Type 1 for yes. Type 2 for no. Let's see. I know exactly where this is going.
Where's it going?
Definitely going yes.
It's a pretty
all right, let's see, man. SpaceX guys, let's go. Throw in your votes. We don't have enough people voting so far, man. We got at least have a few hundred people so far. 52, 60 on the yes side, and on the no side, only about 24%. Decidedly right now. Decidedly in that level. So there we go, guys. Keep voting. There's way more than
Would it see us spamming again?
See the amount of names. I think it's miss shows you that, Katina, man. Yeah, I know.
How? But if the vote doesn't count more than one.
It doesn't do that. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but 70% of you guys so far feel that this is going to hit $100 by the end of the month. We've only elapsed a minute. Keep your voting, guys. Let's go. Let's see exactly where this is going to head here. I think Sia's voted a lot of time.
Pull up the Big Spile video.
Big Spile video right there. He loved it, man. He absolutely loved it. He thanked you for sending him this. There's our man.
Big Spile right there.
There's Big Spile
Burdett,
after he gets on, maybe some Reddit True Tide or something like that.
I like the
or
bow
maybe
tie
some
too.
Wagovi, you know what I mean? Shout out to the man there. We love him.
Dapper
Big
Dan.
Spile Burdett, but we're going to take shots at him too. He takes shots at us all the time.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how that.
Where is he at?
Guys, STAK is halted to the upside. I just got to give you information here before we send you off. The halt time is exactly 1:56. That means at the earliest it will be open exactly 2:01 on the dot, and the halt price is 427. With the tap, really not much difference, 428. So that's what we're seeing right now on the tap for STAK. We're not going to give them any more time.
We
2
You see what
o'clock and 15 seconds.
You see what I'm getting at though? Cue outro music, and then it's just like bang, we're out at the outro music, man.
Hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. Stay safe. Enjoy the nice weather outside. Hope everybody has a good time. We'll see you guys bright and early back Monday morning. Same bat time, same bat channel. Take care, guys.
Welcome back, everybody. I actually like the first poll. I mean, I don't know. You got the kibosh on that one.
What was the first one?
Oh, well, should Tariff shave the mustache?
Oh, is that what it was?
Inquiring minds wanted to know that. I mean, SpaceX in 100? Like, that was an interesting poll on opening day.
Yeah, like right now it's a...
Like right now...
Guaranteed.
Do you know SK Hynix is down 8%?
SKHY? SKHY.
8% for SK Hynix.
Yeah, down. Yeah, I mean, that's just another one of those like crazy ideas there.
But I think if you would, but I still think if you had been like, okay, when it was at 200 or when it revisited 150 and the top was 200 something, that would have been an interesting one. Like which direction, like how far are we going? But like look at the trend on SPS and try to ignore this silly teal line. Unfortunately, like there's some weird old data going back into whatever. Maybe there was like some old ticker. I don't think there was. But 100 seems almost inevitable. Like you're just not getting very many up days at all. So yeah, SpaceX and $100. I think they've got a date with that number.
Well, it's 12% from here. What was the price of it?
It
did touch.
I was just there.
1150 today or something.
Yeah, it hit it's exactly. It hit 111. So
it's at 113.
There you go.
You got to go down about 15% from here.
10%. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's close. By the end of the month, it could be. It'll be close.
I think so.
I think it will definitely be close. But as you guys are watching this, we want to remind you all that we are now seeing again more updates out of Oragenics. The ticker is OGEN on the NYSE American. The company now has activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Oragenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. We want to say thank you to OGen for their sponsorship over here. I guess I forgot that I had an Uber out over here. I'm just going to, well, whatever. I mean, my stop was going to be O's here at 169, but I don't know if I like this trade. I think we'll try to offer out here at 06 and get out, but we will put our stop just in case it breaks through and we do not get our fill there over at 06. But okay, there we go. You got a little dark pool print there. We are out now at 06. But yeah, I wanted to try Uber while during the break there on this level. Oh, I have another bad beat that I want to show you guys on PLTR. There it is. You know, breaks and then rips. So, you know, right here we take another fill at 123.06. We get out at 89, so we take a 15-cent hit, only to watch this thing rip over $1 into the money. But those are the kind of trades that I'm going to be looking for moving forward. And I think we got a decent one in Amazon. Here we shorted it underneath the 50-period moving average, underneath the 25. That started to work. All of a sudden it ripped against us. I let it. I didn't even have a choice. It ripped right through there. And then we played off of, again, 234. So now we're starting to get a little lower now on Amazon as this trade continues to work out for us as well. But I'm just hearing now AWS announcing Cloud Opus 5 available on Bedrocks now, so one of their platforms. I'm going to punch out a little bit more here just in case the Claude story starts making its way, and if for some reason it's a positive note there, but we'll punch on a little bit more as we're getting less and less, man. We only have 20% of that trade left. Today's been an absolutely fantastic day if I minus Intel. You know, I even tried it again right there, and just cuts. Like every time I'm stopped out, it's like stopped out by a couple pennies, and then the move happens. But here we actually got as low as 94.99 there. I stopped out at 94.25 off a 95.25 off of a 95.50. So I was only 25 cents worth of risk. But yeah, good bounce off 95. I think Intel might be cooked right here to the downside, not breaking the 200 period and nowhere near VWAP. So Intel an exciting one there today to say the least.
He kicked the crap. Like the two top things on the, actually I think AMD was number 2 on the watch list. But anyways, Oracle and Intel like sort of let off the watch list. Oracle with that government contract, and obviously we talked about how that wasn't that big of a deal. It was just asked Big Bobby Top. What are your thoughts on the Oracle on
Big Bobby Top?
The difference,
Big Bobby Top?
Between Oracle and Intel, I think, is the quarter unquestionably was a good one for Intel. Whereas I don't really know anybody that didn't look at that Oracle deal and immediately say, for how much? Or for how little? Because it was just too small. Like, it wasn't really enough money. It was like $700 million a year, and it's just kind of a drop in the bucket when their CapEx spend is, I don't know, I don't even bother doing the math, like multiples more than that. So Oracle sells off. Everything about Oracle looks bad.
There's news about SpaceX.
It just lost the bid big time here. Let's go to SIA. Looks like there's news on SpaceX.
It's not moving at all.
Oh, it's not? Oh.
No, it's something about Google Workspace with Grok, but we have SIA with the story.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to mention AWS, then I'm going to go on to SpaceX. So AWS, as you saw on detail, announced its availability of Claude Opus 5 on Amazon. So it is dropping a little bit. I wouldn't say it's super significant, but I'm also going to check SpaceX here for you. Again, not moving at all, but if there is a dip in the future in the stock, this is good to know. Today, we are introducing Grok into Google Workspace. I'm also going to check Google for you. A little bit on the upside for Google here. Nothing too crazy for both the stocks.
All right, can we confirm STAK's short float? So let's go have a quick look on.
I already have it up. My source says 77%, which seems unfathomable.
Yeah, that's what it is.
The float's 800,000 and it's a 600,000 of it is short. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean today it's up what 200%.
Yeah,
so it kind of does make sense there. But
Tap
yeah, here
$5.
76.6.
That's ridiculous.
So 800 float may not be accurate, but yeah, that's that move here that we're seeing right now on stacked up. So congratulations to anybody that's been on that one. STAK. The place I like around here is STK Steakhouse. STK.
Yeah, I'll play.
But yeah, there it goes. Halted again at 5. Halted at 5. Tapping at 5. A nice move higher there. And you're at a level right now, man. I mean, you got to look at this name because you're coming up to 575. We've seen that before on this, and boom, boom. I don't think there's news on Stack, but it is definitely making the moves higher there. Might be an NVIDIA story, I think, actually.
I thought that was another small capper.
SIA has something. What do you got for us?
Yeah, so I just want to mention with that Google SpaceX AI story, Grok for Google Workspace is a free. It's important to know free because it's not paid. It's not a subscription. It's a free add-on. Google is climbing a little bit right now.
I covered some more Amazon there at 80s. I don't know the story with that exactly, what that's going to mean to them, but Claude and everything, this is what's going to happen, man. All these AI, large language models and whatnot are going to have to be built onto something. And I was actually talking about, look, I'm going to type in Grok. That's not right. I talked about this with Baxter this morning, and he actually said that SpaceX is in a world of trouble for many different reasons. And part of the reason is that they wrapped everything up into one. Like they wrapped up XAI, all of these, and I think the case is if Starlink was its own symbol, I think we could get around buying some Starlink because we would understand what the purpose of that is. The thing is, what is Grok's exact purpose, if not figuring something out with SpaceX? They don't have a suite like they do. I mean, unless that X becomes the all-in platform that they're thinking of, like Tencent.
That's the only path.
Yeah, because
the only thing that
at least we could see Microsoft monetizing through Copilot, through Windows, and through some of that stuff. We could see Google. I mean, we don't have to talk about that. We already know Gemini can be done searching and all that kind of stuff. It's like, what is Grok's advantage?
But this was always his long-term plan. Like he always seemed to say that he wanted the everything app, Elon. So like that's.
Yep. So, I mean, until that's developed and monetized, then I just think like
Years.
the billions and billions of dollars that are being lost every month and every quarter on Grok itself and on SpaceX is just going to simply continue until.
Yeah.
I don't know until when. You know, like we don't know. We actually don't know.
Until they merge next year, and then
Tesla's going to be
consolidated even more, and then a bunch of Tesla shareholders will probably start complaining about that for sure. And then it'll be a 5 to 10 year project. I think it's one of those.
It's just
you
like
have to really believe
I didn't
and
even
hold on
think
for a
about
long
like
time.
why are they spending all this money until my son told me. This is why
what's going on
the
with
youth
Bloom?
are just so much better. Bloom Energy is getting crushed, man. I mean, I don't know what Sharif was.
Was there anything specific here?
No, it just happened now, right? I just heard it in our ear right now, but down through $200. I mean, I think this could be a flat bottom break type of thing there.
But it already did.
Yeah, I know it already did it, but this just realization that this gap is now getting filled.
Oh yeah.
You know, down to the downside here. I have no idea what this is. This is a camera that's going on. Oh, it's Tiffany.
What the heck
she
is
has it
that?
on her phone. Hi y'all, how are ya? There it is right there. So you get a little bit of a.
Now we can cast our phone screens.
Oh, okay, cool.
Wow, man, we're advancing so
absolutely.
much over here.
Why are we looking at our shoes?
Thank you for all the super chats and everything.
There's
that helped pay for all of this. That's pretty cool. So we can cast from our phones as long as we're on the same network, I guess.
Don't be. First of all, I saw. Why are you taking?
Take a picture of
our
my feet. I have an OnlyFans page.
What are we doing?
Only feet.
No.
Only feet.
No, none of this foot fetish
Try to make
stuff.
some
You
money.
watch. No.
Yeah, you know, Sia, you're one of the first ones to subscribe. Don't act like you're all like, what? I don't know. Sean has an OnlyFans. I have 3 followers. One of them is Sia, and thank you for the contribution there, Sia, as well. That was very nice of you. Right there, she has one of those the higher tier access.
You just call her out like that.
Well, I mean she's the one asking what, like you know, it's like whatever. What to be truthful around here. But no, that's pretty cool. That was
that is pretty cool.
That we had set up right over there. All right, so halters there. STAK does not reopen. We should be able to get reopened up here pretty soon.
It should.
Oh no,
it should have already happened.
Be open right now.
10-minute halt.
Yeah, I was gonna say because it's already 6 minutes, so it's not happening. All right, so 10-minute halt there on STAK. We'll see what happens when it gets back through. BIOT. See, we've tried to get, a request in here for stocks that actually do volume to show up on our halt list. But this is another one, BIOT, has just halted a bunch of times. I don't know, there's nothing going on there. The thing about that STK is like STAK this is another one. What did we say it was 5 million? So they have
underneath
like
market cap,
like what is their market cap actually? We said they had 800,000 share float. So they have a higher market cap than this.
25 million.
Like that's why I was saying to Sharif yesterday, and I think we might say it on the show, like 5 million is not enough. Like this is already 25 million.
These guys are
but I guess it wasn't fine yesterday because it would have been under $1. So that was close. But anyways, at the end of the day, we have to watch out for those new and impending rules there. But STAK, with just a couple more minutes left, we'll see where it opens up.
Yeah. Sia?
Sean, I need you to take back what you just said because the comment section is going a bit nuts over here.
So the thing is why? Let me tell you one thing about this, Sia. What encourages engagement in the chat?
No, do you know? Look at the chat. They're saying step on a tilapia to you.
Yeah. No, that's okay, man. I mean, look. If more people want to go on to OnlyFans and search for me, that's fine. And at that point, you'll be able to see who my followers are, and at that point, we'll be able to discuss it. Oh, Sia likes feet. Yeah, well, it is primarily feet pictures on there. So, whether or not you can go back to see and ask her if she likes it or not, I don't know. But
people have to be allowed to live their lives.
I'm just providing the content.
That's all I'm just saying.
Whether or not people come and look, I don't know. I mean, whatever, man.
It ain't for me, but everyone has to have their own thing. It's not like we outed you for being a flat earther or anything. I mean, that's a totally different discussion.
Are you a flat earther as well, Sia? What is going on with this girl?
I mean, the world is round and it revolves around the sun.
This?
But that's fine.
Let's roast Sia Day.
This is not roasting you.
Roast.
I don't know how this is roasting.
You don't remember that we were talking about that? You were saying that on the subway?
We could definitely do some roasting.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's fine. I mean.
Okay. Now Neil's outing subway conversations. Okay.
Yeah. We're just having fun. You know what's not having fun?
Any stock that reports?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, AMD's losing the bid. We already mentioned SK Hynix. Oh my goodness. It's the Bloom. By the way, Bloom, I looked, was there anything that picked up the volume just recently here on Bloom? And there isn't. This just randomly started doing opening range volume, breaking down at the low of the day and accelerating. and apparently that is true. So this one is getting absolutely smacked. I can't even imagine. Like, a lot of things suck right now. Stink or having bad days. We've been hoodwinked, bamboozled, all that good stuff. At least G Vernova hasn't lost 1,000 yet. Probably just a matter of time.
That might be a good one.
Well, it's not moving.
No, but a good one to buy maybe.
Yeah, it's holding up maybe a little better. It couldn't hold the 50 period yesterday on the daily, so that could be a bit of a problem. The only new thing I have is SLV off trend. I was long this early, but from the high, trend line, short to the trend line, look for like scalp to the bottom. I have like my out stinks on SLV, but yeah, sometimes it happens. Like, I got in, threw a stop, got up for a split second, and then that happened, and then like 1 minute later it went to the high. I was like, really? Is that what you're gonna do? And then here's another one. This one was fun. This one was jokes too, because I was short lucid. I got up, went to the bathroom, came back, and this had happened. And so what? Like, immediately, like, I'm sitting back down. It's breaking the low of the day. I'm gonna take the low of the day as it goes, and then I get stopped out on that one. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. So then I shorted it again after the topping tail wick, and I'm still in that, and I just reloaded here because I wasn't even sitting down for that pop. Like, every single time I've gotten out of my seat, something crazy has happened in that stock. But yeah, Bloom Energy. We'll keep our ear to the ground if there's something maybe with them, or possibly maybe like a sympathy name is going. I just can't. I know it's a bad day in the market. It's a weak day for a lot of things, but this seems to me like there should be some kind of a story to go along with it. It's kind of bizarre.
Yeah, how bizarre, how bizarre.
Who is it?
How bizarre, how bizarre. I don't know what it is. Something about Man Over the Moon or something like that. I can't remember who sings
Dude,
that
the
song.
tap is 7.
All right, tap is 7 on Stack. I was just looking at Stack, and I didn't see what the tap was. Yeah, 7. Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, we're about to open up here on Stack, and it's going to be $7 as it looks like. What's up, Sia?
Stack, by the way, is just high intraday volatility. I've just checked. There's literally no news. It was all a month ago related to NEI opening over there. But Elon Musk here is saying that next month, all code on X systems to be open source. I checked Tesla and I checked SpaceX, and other stocks are moving right now, but it's just something you should know. Elon Musk saying next month, all code on X system will be open source. And I'm just checking if there's another comment coming in from him, but I'm pretty sure I saw something right now. Yeah, no, that's about it.
All right, thank you, Sia, for that one. Now Stack is tapping 8. I mean, Neil just looked over at me and says he doesn't think it will open up there. Probably, it might not. It just went from 7 to 9 to 8 again. And we are, if it was 10 minutes, which I believe we found out, it's...
well, not anymore.
No, not anymore, actually. It's past the 10-minute mark. It halted at 2:05:25. So right now, 2:17 p.m. Eastern in lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada.
I want you to guess what.
Now that my OnlyFans account is blowing up because of Sia, thank you so much for that. I wonder what the tax situation is going to have to be on OnlyFans earnings revenue.
What is going on?
Right there. I guess you know what. Don't worry about it. Sia.
It's like any.
Sia, don't worry about it. I'll figure out the tax situation.
It's like any other income, I would assume.
Yeah, I think it's just income. I think like contracted income. Yeah. So that's good.
What you should do is you should start. Well, you should start a company.
Well, a company. Yeah. Well, I didn't realize. I mean.
Once you get past a certain point,
I didn't realize it'd get this popular. I mean,
if she keeps contributing
got 10 more
like
followers
half her
right
net
there.
worth, and maybe you're gonna have to. You know what? Actually, the Caymans might be a bit maybe
trading fans. It could be.
You go into the Caymans.
Is that another one?
OTLK, FDA approved and suspended.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, 15 million shares here. Maybe we can find that story there, Sia, and if you're done perusing the page. OTLK would be a stock to have a look at right there. So it looks like this one did try to get going through 180 again here today. Now halted. How long?
So this one's T1. This is news pending, and it's still T1. So if you're looking at the halt page, all of these like LUPD or M, those are just going to be like limit. T1 means it is halted for news, but until it goes T2, T3, fully disseminated, then a quote resumption time, and then a trade resumption time, it ain't opening up. You will see all of this update multiple times before this thing is going to open. Let's go to Sia.
All right, so I just took a look at that. OTLK Therapeutics granted stock options to, as of yesterday, CEO Robert C. Jarr and CFO Lawrence A. Kenyon, and approved performance-linked cash bonuses that are tied to FDA approval of ONS-5010.
Yeah. Thank you there, Sia.
Exactly that.
I was just chuckling at something in the chat. Not that.
Okay, so we do have I think we got to look for something that's actually going to move. Like the reason why, look, I wanted that Uber. It was more when we were thinking about defending that 69, and then it sort of just came right through there. It did stop. Like I think we would have got stopped out. It did break through 69 there, but we didn't. You know, we're flat on the so we're up a little bit on it, but flat on it for right now. No trades on Uber. It didn't. Like this was a pretty good one here when it started to go. And then once it didn't, I got out for flat once it came back in. And then I was sitting there by accident and took that fill. So small little win on Uber, but nothing. Whenever you make a mistake like that, the best thing to do is to get out, right? So, all right, we'll wait to see. I mean, we looked at USO a little bit. Oil's going to close at 230. We can have another look there. SpaceX not really moving on any of that grok news there. And then so USO, with it about to close, now we are getting a little bit of a move up here into VWAP. More Iran talk, I believe, from Sia.
Yeah, this is coming in from the New York Times. They're saying that U.S. President Donald Trump was meeting on Friday with top advisors and senior members of his cabinet to decide whether to intensify the military assault against Iran, according to 4 people who were briefed on the planned discussion. He's meeting on whether to intensify Iran assault or not. If he is talking and if it's live or if it's anywhere, you know I'm going to cover it. You know I'm going to give you the coverage. But for now, that seems to be the reason for the little bit of an uptick on USO right now.
Thank you there, Sia.
We're saying like it's very cheap to short stack here in our company.
It's less than 1 cent per
like
share.
The same as it is to short like Intel or something. It doesn't
that doesn't make any sense. Wouldn't there be crazy demand and not a lot of supply to short stack? So I would imagine that there's some day traders who are like, ooh, I can take so many shots at this because it's costing me 1 cent per share to go short, so therefore you can do it multiple times. Oftentimes it's when it costs a little bit more, you don't have as many day traders getting blown out because like the barrier to entry to short it is just too high. The tap is saying 850, but who knows? I don't know when this thing is going to open, everybody. It's been 15 minutes now, so I would just say check back every 5 minutes from this. It halted at 05, so pretty much every time it's 5 or 10, it's probably close. But
someone can yell at us.
It'll likely be like a half an hour.
You know what? I'll just call it up on another screen, and then
I have it up, so when it opens,
when it opens up, we'll be able to see
Tesla low of the day.
Like this is what's happening to me right now on the scanner. Uber. Like it's just because it's doing nothing, staying there bouncing off VWAP or something. Google or the low of 69. Nothing else happening. This is from 147. The last time was Google. There's little Texas Instruments floating in there as well. Google, Palantir, Roblox. Like these are all derived from my watch list that I have here. They're just connected to each other. So the minute like a key level is hit or some of the different things that I've programmed in here, you know, there's the 1 minute, the VWAP. There's a bunch of different codes in here that we have scheduled to trade through with. And again, that's part of being like, you know, not a, you know, I don't like to say the professional trader because I don't think so. But it's just, you got to have ideas. And like, so if those don't generate, it's tough to find different stocks. There's over, 5,000 symbols out there where you can go ahead and put a trade on. At least here at Real Trading, we have access to pretty much every symbol out there. So what is this, a chart? What is this, a chart for ants? I mean, we definitely love Zoolander, right?
Yeah, of course.
Zoolander. What is this, a chart for ants? So what is he saying? What is that, a gym for ants? Is that what he's saying or something like that?
No, it was a center.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a library.
Was it a library? Yeah, what? I haven't seen
library
that movie.
In his name, right?
I haven't seen that in forever.
Yeah. There's 2 Zoolanders there. The guy with the beat up face there. What's his name? Owen Wilson.
Yeah, Owen Wilson.
Yeah.
What was his name in the movie?
Bugatti or
Mugatu was Will Ferrell's character.
Mugatu, yeah.
What the heck was Owen Wilson called? Hansel.
Yeah.
Ferrell.
That was too fun. There's a lot. There's not really. Oh, the wife and I staying in tonight. We drank red wine last night. We're gonna go with white wine. I'm thinking about a nice Chablis tonight.
You're drinking white wine 2 nights in a row?
No, red yesterday.
No, just wine 2 nights in a row.
Yeah, man. It's wine o'clock somewhere.
Yeah.
And then the other thing too is that.
It's been a minute.
Thank you, Sia. I'll be putting up more content as well, Sia. Don't worry. But the other thing too is there's a new John Cena movie apparently. I don't know what streaming service it's on, but all the John Cena things I just
Ricky Stenicki?
Yeah, Ricky Stenicki, and then there was something Blockers. You guys can look that one up. And then there was something else that he was in recently that I thought was pretty funny.
I actually
after Ricky Stenicki.
I actually liked the DC thing he did.
I didn't watch that, but
Peacemaker.
Peacemaker.
I thought that. I just think he's a funny dude, man.
Yeah. So there's something else coming for. So we're gonna do that, and the wife is making a curry peanut tofu bowl. So this is what we're up to. Again, hey man, when the kids aren't home, man, we're not playing around. You know, multiple nights we saw Obsession. We went to baseball.
You took photos of feet.
Finally,
You just outed yourself.
There we go. Finally,
You just snitched
finally
on
it's
yourself.
there. So there
You
we
snitched
go.
on yourself. What are you doing?
Finally, thank you, Sia.
Wow.
Honesty is always the best policy.
You was literally.
I think on that note, do you have actually something important to say back there, Sia? Instead of
She
what
just
I-
said something important.
Well, yeah. But, I mean, I try to be honest with people. All right, let's go back to
Keep
Sia.
an eye out on SPY here, leaving all the jokes aside. President Trump, as we do know it, is meeting with top advisors as he's weighing on a major escalation in Iran. So we also have American intelligence agencies that are believing that Iran's new supreme leader is far more interested than his father and predecessor in pursuing a nuclear weapon. So this is also just coming in from them. I'm also checking if there are any more news. Yeah. We also have sources saying that Strait of Hormuz traffic may not return to normal for at least 12 months or more.
I did everything.
Get that back. Get that back. I want to hear what that is.
Did everything right, and they indicted me.
Okay, he did everything right.
They're
Eh?
eating
Okay.
the dogs. They're eating the cats.
Oh God, not
they're
this
eating
again.
The pets.
Yeah, why were people eating their pets? I don't even think that was true necessarily at the end of the
Fake
day.
news.
Okay, yeah. But I mean, he's trying to punish us here for the forest fires that were naturally caused. So there are lots of things happening.
Like, what are we supposed to do about it? You think that
he is really, really
they
rich.
just do the math? There are.
You also say this one. Thank
Canada's
you.
huge. We ain't got that many people. The economy's bust. How do you expect us to stop a fire in the middle of nowhere? All right?
Don't be rude.
It's not happening. Understand?
China.
We can't do it.
It is China's. It all is China's fault.
We can't do it.
Basically, that
Ain't
I
nothing
think
we're doing
that's
about it.
what you asked a question and the answer was just China there.
Well, the answer to a lot of things is China.
All right. But you guys are right. We should have swept the floors of the boreal forest, and then we wouldn't have had no
Yes.
problems.
Actually,
with that it's just
in
millions
fairness,
of miles.
with our inflated youth unemployment rate, maybe we should have.
That's not a bad idea. Actually.
We should have
I
employed.
have 2 kids sitting at home. They're
years.
at the camp right now, and there've been there's signs of life. You can log into this program called Bunk One, and it shows different pictures of the kids. So we've already seen Barron's already been up
good. No
water
one's killed
skiing.
each
We
other.
saw him water skiing. We saw him on a one of those tubes that he's on there, just going for it. So
Yes.
he's living his best life out there.
Camp life is really
Up at
just
the
about.
Skoka.
It's really just about pranking other people.
I just want to, you know what?
That's what you're there
It's
for.
costing way too much. It costs an arm and a leg for what you get. But I'm the same way as you. It's just experiences, right? They're going to have their life like.
Of course.
You're only this age once. You know, it's not like you and I are going out like for a camping trip or anything. Like you got to go in your youth and have a lot of fun doing that. And
Have fun with your friends, man.
But yeah, so that,
you only
that's
get
what it is.
only get to live your childhood once. Then you get older, and you don't have all that free time. The market has free time.
Wow,
It's
Intel just made new lows.
The
By the
SPY
way,
just broke VWAP. It's going to go red. The Qs are already red. Everything is dying or dead right now. Whereas Intel, you just said it broke the low. That means $95. Well, I mean, 100 was a key level after all. It just it was a short. It was a short, everybody. It was a short. You know what? Let's look at a better chart if we can. Before Apple loses this support level, let's just admire this up 3% because it's probably not going to last because we can't have nice things. It's absolutely
you know
not
what's a
allowed.
nice thing? Ramin told me to get this from Coffee Island. It's called a Fredo Espresso.
Okay.
And it's actually
as I see with oat milk as well.
yeah, it's espresso there. I have a splash of oat milk, but it's espresso and they shake it up and it's like very, very foamy and whatnot, and it's very, very tasty.
Go back to that in the
It's
morning.
much more of a treat
Espresso.
than just like an iced coffee. I don't normally get it. I think it's like a double espresso over ice, and it was well spotted, Ramin, there. So that was a good one, and we're definitely enjoying life here on a Friday, and we'll just see what you got. You have plans this weekend, or we have double practice this weekend.
So, well, I mentioned you. I probably didn't say. Like my brother's oldest
you
son
did mention that.
is visiting from Halifax. So when he comes like for a couple of weeks every summer. So he leaves tomorrow. So we'll be, I don't know, whatever the heck he wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what he wants to do, but whatever he wants to do, that is the plan. And then no particular plan on Sunday that I'm
that's
aware
good.
of.
Shreve said it was supposed to rain on Sunday. I don't know if that's true or not.
On Sunday?
Hopefully it's not.
Hopefully not tomorrow.
We have practice. Yeah, I'm driving 6 hours tomorrow to get the kids and then practice.
Because I might take them to Wonderland.
And that's what I was going to
Better
say.
not
And then we have
rain.
another practice on Sunday. Because next week we are in the lovely province of Ontario. We still are. But city of Ottawa next week for baseball. So Joe will be here for me on Friday next week. Yeah, we have another baseball.
Our nation's
tournament.
capital.
Our nation's capital.
By the way,
We'll say
remember
hi
how
to
we were just talking about the market?
Mark.
Oh my goodness. What were you just saying?
What were we just
The
saying?
market was,
at its lows, wasn't it?
well, we were about 0.3. Now we are literally breaking lower. The only thing that's new that I put on was this trend. I don't think we're going to bounce into this like trend line. Why didn't I hit save? Sorry, this is for myself. Save, and then next time I pull the chart up, it'll still be there. Oh, no, but I didn't complete the line. So every time we pop, I'm shorting into this trend line, and I want to get out where I was going long on SLV, but I imagine everything is losing a little bit of contain. Let's check out SMCI. Okay, that's around VWAP as well, so this could be something. Hold under VWAP and kind of break down from here. I just don't want it holding on this little dump, and then the market bounces, and you get in at the low. So I want to SMCI we'll look at. I'm already going to short pops in SLV. And I don't know what to tell you about Stack, but we said we check back every 5 minutes or so. It's now 2:30.
Yeah, I don't have
and
it.
it's still not it still hasn't opened back up, and it still says $9 for a tap.
Like, how come there's not a better resource to find out? This is
I really don't know.
Should complain to somebody in market regulations or something. Like, there should be, this is halted until then. Because is it news pending?
No,
Like, what does it say? News pending?
It is a volatility halt.
Right, so it should be open.
There is they did the quote resumption time when they here's the thing, the quote resumption time is actually stating the halt time. Okay, well, fine. Resumption quote time. That's actually when this thing halted. So it's been 25 minutes and there has not been an update on this. So I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know if I'm sleeping on this Amazon here.
I don't know.
I feel like I haven't done enough of this. This is a great move on Amazon. And I mean, obviously, as the market bleeds down, this is not like, oh my God, look at Amazon here. It's just, this name's falling back in. And it just turned out to be something pretty good there off of 234. Like, again, this is one of those trades where we always get credit for people thank us for risk management and things like that. And whatever trade you put on, it doesn't matter, long, short, sideways, flat, whatever. You got to make sure that you have an out. So I guess flat wouldn't matter for that. And this was 234. So it's like right now we're short at 80. It's $1.50 now. So we're letting it go. We got filled into some of this here. We'll see if we can make a little bit of a lower take here. I'm almost out of it all. I know I have to work on, maybe holding things for a little longer and having less outs, but this is actually pretty good for me. Normally we have more than this. So we're letting this fall back in. It is nice to see the market bleed here. And Brian Shannon did send me a piece of information, which I have to read this weekend, maybe on my way home. As Full Self Drive will just drive me there. We'll get out at this 2-minute candle strategy. So this is a nice move down right now for Amazon. If it's going to break above that last candle there, it's 232.40 right there. So I'm going to do some studying this weekend and see if I can adjust my strategy to more appropriate holding for a little longer. But there goes that story. We're a little confused about it when Sia brought that Grok news, but it looks like here comes the move down for this name. So we're happy to be able to be here for Amazon short. What's up, Sia?
It's almost the end of the trading week and end of the trading day. Let's look at what the 3 major averages are doing in the IWM right now. The SPY currently up 0.12%. The triple Qs are down almost 2%. You have the Dow up 0.36% and the IWM. The triple Qs that were down and the IWM is also down on the day here. So one thing that I do want to mention and take a quick look at as we are hearing a lot of these comments coming in from US President Donald Trump, Iran, there's also companies like Meta that are going to report next week. Meta's reporting earnings on Wednesday. Deutsche Bank, however, says that expects Meta to report strong earnings on Wednesday. It's also noting that the platform's AI-powered advertising tools are improving ad performance and helping advertisers generate better returns on their ad spending. Meta is, as I speak, dropping right now. They're saying Meta's driven AI ranking, retrieval, and campaign automation investments are great. Our ad checks were overwhelmingly positive over 2. highlighting stronger conversion performance, growing advertiser ROI, and sustained benefits, they have written in a note. So Deutsche Bank has raised Meta's revenue estimates from $60.3 billion to $60.5 billion, slightly ahead of Wall Street consensus over there. What I do want to take a quick look at over here is check if U.S. oil, yes, U.S. oil indeed settling around 89, climbing a little bit, $89.3 per barrel at the moment. If there is any more news on the oil front, we'll be sure to on the oil front, we'll be sure to let you know. But for now, we also have the NASDAQ 100, not the NASDAQ 100, that has dropped to 1%.
Dare, if you're watching, we need that calendar for next week.
It's a busy one next
out there on, or we can pull it from somewhere else. But I'm sure she has it. Are you talking with? I can message her. Here it is, right here. July. No, that's this week. So this is what we're looking for, man. Get your weekly calendars out. There are many different websites, but we're going to only promote ours. And then this morning, we didn't. That's right. This morning, we didn't have too much there. Charter Communications. We can look at Verizon. Verizon was a mover there this morning. AXP was downside, probably worse now on that one. And Lamb Weston coming through. So we'll have to possibilities in potatoes. Lamb Weston. Okay, good. That's their slogan. Okay. Anyways, if you're looking for potatoes and possibilities, check out Lamb Weston over there.
It's not.
I thought that's what I just
bought
him there. Yeah. No. Yeah. All right. I mean, this is just absolutely puke city right now. We do have a little bit of diamond hands now. This is over $2 in the money. I just put a bid at 74. See if we can grab that, and then we'll just let it bleed out for the rest of the day, hopefully, and come into some of those lows, and we'll cover. I am sitting here at the low of the day. Is that the low of the day? 231.40. Yeah. So we're sitting right there now at the low of the day on Amazon, and we'll just see if we can, make that happen, and we'll get out of there. The thing I want to go through was Google. I mean, Google looks to be super strong. So on a rebound of the market here in the power hour, which we still have 20 minutes before then, that this could be a name that we look at is Google, holding out pretty good in this move, right? We've just seen Amazon go down $2 and Google's kind of just hanging out right now, down $1 from its highs, but hasn't really had the dramatic move that this is. Sure, it's downside, right? But still up 0.7% here today on day 2 of earnings. Maybe this is a signal that Google wants to just calm down a little bit. I still like the 3-day rule. I bought 320 yesterday, so it's right here right now. It's nothing too fancy or nothing to brag about, obviously. But Google at the 200 period moving average, we'll wait to see. And I just think it's very, very early days. Well, the 200 period now is up here, but it's very, very early days. I didn't even realize that was at 331. Okay, yeah, it's all right. Very early days on any of these earning names, right? Because you're going to get next week. If Microsoft misses and they don't like something about it, Google probably going to get hit. All of this stuff is just, making us rethink anybody that has CapEx spend, because Tesla smoked just with a little line about CapEx there.
But
Intel was uncertain of what was going on there, right? I mean, that was up 14% at one point. And the name that we know we don't have any CapEx worries with is Apple. Yeah. And that's the one that's at all-time highs today, or $5 away.
I don't think it was the safest one this earnings season, but there's another way this could work out for Alphabet, is they go first, and then by comparison, Amazon and Microsoft end up with maybe slower growth. And because Google's CapEx spend didn't increase by much. It wasn't like a gigantic.
From 195 to 205.
Yeah, it wasn't a huge increase. So there's a possibility the other two spend more and grow a little bit slower than expected, or relatively speaking, and then that gets a potential sympathy bump for Alphabet. You got to start playing them off of each other. See what's the cloud growth? Who had the best quarter over quarter in the cloud growth? Whose trajectory looks the best out of that group, and then who is doing the best with their relative level of spending, because there's an easy way for this to turn better for Alphabet once those other 2 names come out. We just asked about Netflix. We were just talking about Apple for relative strength. How about Netflix? Netflix at the highs, Netflix back over $70. That's a pretty good day. And the liquidity grab at the low, trapped shorts at $68, and now breaking out the high. This is something, because this is the high from the week at $70 and about 60 cents, let's call it, and we're right there right now. So yeah, Netflix definitely something here in today for sure. Kilgore Trout in the chat is having a conversation with me about sunscreen, which I do believe, hey, look, it's everyone should protect themselves. I'm just curious as to why and where did it come from? I have no problem with it. You should wear it. People should wear it.
Of course. Why? People are saying you shouldn't wear sunscreen?
No, it's just, the conversation came out of nowhere.
Okay, I definitely think you should.
And it's back. I think it's important.
Midday show here?
I have no idea. It's completely random. No, but Netflix, I want to buy a dip into 730. 70-30. Like the way I see it, it's relatively strong. It's at a key price level. It's actually moving a little bit better than other names.
I don't know if I don't know if Sharif's friend Bhavin is in the chat here, but don't tell this.
He's waiting for stats.
Don't tell this to Sharif. Because I want to do it. I want to go the over under on how many times he says Bhavin on Monday.
27.
Over. Okay, good. Yes, perfect. Good. All right.
I just said a random number.
I know, but I'm taking the over on that one. So over on that one.
I wish there was an automatic way that you could keep track of that.
Yeah, there's not a way. There's not a way to do that. Because I'm pretty sure I sat here, and it was because stacks. I'm just saying, you guys, and it's great to be excited about it. But I sat here, and I thought it was over 20 times in about 15 minutes when I sat here.
I'm just going to put
But shout out to
I have 27.
Bhavin in the chat if you are around in there, my guy. But
27 is a lot. I don't think you understand how many times 27 is.
I don't think you understand how many times he says it. I think if we go back and I think if you go back and watch the last half hour, you might up that number to 127.
No way. 27 is a boatload of mentions. 27 is a lot.
I would literally bet you, but I'm pretty sure that someone will tell Sharif and then he'll stop saying.
Well, that's the problem.
It has to be natural. I should have maybe made it not public, and then we would bet it, and then we reveal the bet afterwards.
Yeah.
But anyway, shout out. We love our.
I wanted to do something.
In the chat there.
I don't have anything against this poll. I think it's fine.
Where is Bhavin?
The SpaceX hitting 100 when it's already getting shellacked.
There he is.
We all already believe it's going to get down there. But how about I just end this? So the poll said 72% of people think that SpaceX will hit 100 by the end of July, which is literally next week.
End of July, yeah. That's a week today.
Exactly. So it's nothing too crazy.
Next Friday is the last day of the month. That's pretty cool.
Okay.
Is there 31 days in July? Yeah, I guess it is.
I think so.
30. You have to do that knuckle thing. Right?
Yeah, that's the knuckle thing. It tells you it's 31 in July.
July 30th only. Oh, SpaceX.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you a different question. What sector are you backing? And I'm going to break it. I'm not going to say tech. What I want to say is memory. Banks. I don't want that next level. Literally the banks. What do I want? I want to go. Ooh, I want to have biopharma on there. Give me two other ones that would be better than biopharma to put on here. Energy, yeah, sure.
Memory as a sector, what, you're just going to use DRAM?
Yeah.
Okay.
Banks or...
I mean, why don't we just say or Mag 7?
I was going to say mags.
Yeah.
So memory, banks, energy, mags.
What is the question, though? What sector are you backing? I'm backing all of those, baby.
No, the point is you got to pick one. I just want to see what are we thinking here right now. There's a lot of, earnings season seeming like it's going to be, let's just punish everybody and slap them around a little bit here, so except for the banks. So who are we going to pick? So I'm going to start the poll right now. All you have to do is type in the chat. That's first things first. Ooh, SLV must have just hit target. So type 1 if you are backing memory, 2 for the banks, 3 for energy, 4 for the mags. Sia is backing.
Banking on the banks.
Banking on the banks.
Banking on the banks.
For sure. Remember, jump in the chat, do so, hit the subscribe button, and then you're in there. And then once you can, you type a number. You can see all these yellow 3s as the mags are doing okay.
Well,
the banks are languishing in here. Absolutely languishing. Sia, if you type it 1,000,000 times, it still only counts.
Wow, my computer is going slow.
For sure. So, yeah, mine is a little bit. It's Friday though, so the charts.
I can't even refresh
everything are a little bit slow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yep. We just got back.
What is taking up all the energy here? I think it's the stuff that Fabian's building. It's just draining everything.
I have every one of his pages open, and they're all in Chrome.
Same.
I think the new thing is I'm just going to try a different browser at some point. I think that'll make things better. Let's go to Sia.
Yeah, I was just going to say keep an eye out on USO here. So reports coming in. It's not moving crazily, but I just thought I'd mention this. So this afternoon, U.S. military has fired 2 missiles at an LPG tanker that was approaching the area from the Gulf of Oman. The tanker was struck because it was mistakenly believed to be carrying Iranian gas. The attack has now resulted in, unfortunately, deaths of 2 crew members and damage to the engine room, effectively stopping the ship.
not good news over here when it's related to people losing lives, but unfortunately that is what has happened here. And there's not been any move in USO either, but just some news in case there is later.
Okay, yeah, we noticed that in US. So we might have just had to bounce off the Qs. Here's a TQQ, so something that I'll actually be trading. There was a wick bottom into the lows of the day again. Maybe I can try to zoom in just, whoops, that's too much. Zoom in just a little bit to show you guys there. It's not the exact low, but it was pretty darn close. A wick into that. We already wicked that bottom there at the lows. And then again, I don't want to be like, hey, this is all, we had that wick-off theory as well. It doesn't necessarily mean that is going to be the low. I mean, that happened there. It also happened there. There are going to be spots like right into there. We get that, but that's a wick on a red. It still closes red. You're looking for I don't know if I can zoom in even a little bit more. You're looking for it to be the green candle, right? So it does there, then closes higher than the last. That could signal, right? There it is, boom. Signals higher, signals higher. Sometimes you get like right into there, that's red. That's a red one. So still would have worked a little bit. Then it fades out. That's green right there. I don't like the fact that this candle does not make up, just covers the last one, making it green. But at the end of the day, there's always going to be these little ones. If you start, trying to look for all of those wicks and playing off every single one of them, probably not going to work. I mean, right into there, that looks like a doji star, or in this choice, it would be a gravestone. That looks like it, but, obviously followed by that. So what you're trying to do, look, okay, it doesn't matter, we're not in it, but that's kind of what you're looking for there. It's got to cover up the last candle, and then you wait to go long when so you would have gone long, but basically right into here, the wick of this candle, you could have gone long using that one, saying that, okay, we got the signal, then it took the last candle. And I think that's part of, and I said this weekend, I'm going to look at that 2-minute thing. I think that's part of like waiting for actual confirmation to get back to upside instead of just sitting there and taking some kind of a low. And, here's that 2-minute chart right here, using the high open, low close candles, not just the typical candlesticks. But yeah, there. So if it was again, I think it's the 2-minute. So that would have been 64.07 right there. And then what was I saying right here? It was the same thing. Yeah, it's actually the exact same thing. It's 64.07. So yeah, that's something to look forward to. Maybe easier to see with less data. So hence a 2-minute chart. But yeah, there we go. Maybe something there. Might not last for very long, but there's a little bit of a bump in the market. And we did take advantage of that move there, takes some more out of Amazon, but now it's trying to get lower. Oh, look, there it is on Amazon again with that little bottom. Then you go long on that rate there, 231.80. That brings it up 40 cents. That's where you almost want like an algo to write stuff for you, because so many opportunities like that happen, and then you look back and it's just cherry picking on that. So anyways, a little bit of something there. Stack still not open.
Forget it.
Tapping here. I'll just show you guys what it is, and then we'll go over to Neil. It's tapping $8. So I don't know, man. It's a limit up, limit down. We have no idea what's going on. ANPA just halted and reopened. That must be a new one there. ANPA. I don't know anything about it.
I don't know that one.
Just halted a couple times. You guys can have a quick look if you're interested in that.
Great name for the company. ANPA.
ANPA?
No, it's Rich Sparkle Holdings.
China.
I mean,
no.
China.
If I had to, look, first of all, I know this is bad that we always say these are like Chinese companies, but it's usually a good guess. It did just open back up. Here's the problem: nobody's trading this. 25,000 shares of volume on the day. 25,000 shares. It's halted probably a couple times. 3 times it's halted, and 25,000 shares is still nothing. That Vivek stock, I actually went to school with a Vivek. Back in the day, is finally, this might be breaking VWAP. See how long this took? All day long. It failed VWAP at 9:30, and at 2:48, it's back, baby. So this one could finally break the 315 level. This one in the morning that it had some resistance on, I think that could be the play. The other thing, obviously, I'm watching pretty closely. We got down to the support on SLV. The trend line still says 52.8 to 52.9. So any pop, that's going to be a short. But Vivek, certainly catching a little bit of interest for sure. You got to be able to find, whatever. Like as if, like I was saying, it's about to close over VWAP and break 315, and promptly it's going to lose VWAP because I'm like the jinx, I suppose. But yeah, this one looks like it could be a little something. Let's check out how Netflix is doing.
I want to lose more money on Amazon.
On a bit of a pullback.
Intel? Oh, good. What is that price? Oh, that's over 70.
It's over $70.
Nice.
We're knocking a little bit of wood here for this. But look at this. Look at the bottom on Netflix. This doesn't look bad. Higher low, consolidative, higher low, higher low. Look at the way that it confirmed the next higher low after the gap down. With a nasty bottoming tail candle and high of the day when the market's at the low of the day, that's pretty good. So let's close above 70, Netflix. And then next week we work on closing the rest of that gap. Because what'll happen is if it's good, it'll probably just gap up to here and then it won't be any fun for anybody. But trading off to 70 looks like it's the place to be with Netflix. Finally making a bit of a bottom. It's a huge bounce spot. You go to a monthly chart and you guys can all see it, but I'm not going to bother doing that for you. But finally, there's a name that actually looks pretty strong that isn't some random small cap or Apple this afternoon. Let's go to Sia for small cap recap.
Perfect.
So here is the IWM right now. We're going to take a look. It's down still 0.14% on the day. So I have two names for you. One of them is just a carry on. I don't consider it technically a small cap, but APLD down over 8%, set to announce its Q4 results on July 27th. After the market closes, the earnings are expected to be disclosed at sharp 4 p.m. Also, I want to take a look at RKLB. Now, one thing to note here is that AST is not technically considered small cap, but we're still going to include it over here because RKLB and ASTS are both down 8.5% and 5.3% respectively after the companies have seen that SpaceX is pulling back future Falcon 9 bookings that have reignited concerns over launch access, sector sentiment, also investor capital. So ASTS stock is down more than 33% this month so far, putting shares on the mark and pace for their worst month run over in the past 2 years.
Rocket Lab, yeah. I mean, some of these names just been getting pumped, man. I mean, ASTS, Momentum, all these kind of names that were associated with data centers in space. I mean, we're already hitting names that are associated with them on Earth where they can actually be built, let alone, what the future holds. And again, that's what stocks are all about, right? And we can sit here.
The NASA ETF?
ASTS, what?
The NASA
ETF. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, as soon as these names, come through, you're going to see, I don't know. At some point, there's going to have to be a buy. I mean, these companies don't make money. We've talked about that. I shouldn't say that. I have to look up ASTS, but they're not making money. They are a shot play, and when you take shots, sometimes you miss, right? And it's just these names right here breaking down below. I don't know when you can start to get involved in them. They have, big time movements where you think, oh my God, I missed the bottom. And then, just like in SpaceX, we had Lyndon Meyer yesterday say that potentially there was that low in SpaceX we may never see before. And he might be right, but it came within a buck or so today. So you just got to watch out for these breaks. Like if you're going to go long, just make sure you sort of zoom back out and have an out somewhere, because all of a sudden, it's kind of like the way I trade. Someone asked, about the style and, holding on to an Amazon like this and blah, 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 and, against where the stop out was. It's kind of the same thing with your investing or your swing trading. Is investing, obviously, you can give it a little bit more. I think on investing, you want to maybe buy names with, a little bit of a longer term outlook. You don't want to be too sensitive to the next couple months. But on, a name like ASTS, if they're not making any money now, this might not be a moneymaker for years. And then what's going to wind up happening is it's going to bleed down until they can show some kind of profit. And at that point, maybe that's when you turn on sort of the spigot there and start to, drip some money back into the name. But yeah, I just watch out here for these names. You just never know. And we saw Palantir was stuck in a rut for a while. So was Robinhood. Everything, these names can be great names, but they'll just hit down until it's a prove it story, right? I mean, that's what the whole market is until you can prove some sort of worth, it's tough to get going. So ASTS, Ramin had it as one of her plays in the first 6 months, and that was fantastic, right? I mean, the first 6 months of the year, this name, although we started the contest or whatever, what we had, it was the stocks had already ran up by the time we started them. But, it was a pretty good 6 months. And basically right there into the end of June is when we sort of topped out, right? And that's when we got the SpaceX IPO. And then it started to really give everything back. The NASA ETF's a good look too. I mean, how down that was.
Well, I mean, it's like the worst look possible. The fact that it's beneath, when this thing came out, it was 24. Not only did it lose the bid from the open, it then rejected it on the bounce and just made fresh lows here today. So like every time it ticks, every day that it ticks lower, effectively it's just all-time lows for this ETF. I don't know that there's no obvious bottom in sight for them, because what's the catalyst? They pushed the launch back a day, but I don't think a successful launch from SpaceX with their Falcon, it's like, well, that's what the expectation is that. So I don't know that they're going to get a bump up because they have a successful launch today. Does it matter at this point? It's baked into the sky ridiculously high valuation. When something trades at that ridiculous multiple, does it really matter? The only thing that gives it a bounce would be that maybe some shorts decided to reason to cover some, which, by the way, is the shorts on these halted stocks are there's two reasons those stocks can be continuously halted, like that stack and holding it this long. It can be because they can't find a market and they're like, we can't have an orderly open. But sometimes there are shenanigans too. I think we're going to see it over that headline that I just missed.
Nothing confirmed as of this, what I'm about to mention yet, but this is just speculation. SpaceX is on the climb right now. It's trading around 114.28. It has a severe uptick over there. Like I said, reportedly turning away from Falcon customers as now not confirmed, but rumors coming in that Starship Gamble comes into focus here. So it's just rising on that speculation.
We kind of know, it's like move to the next. But SpaceX could run $7 from here. And how good would that look? If it went $7, you are simply back to that flat bottom that broke on Wednesday. $7 from right here, right now. Like, how impressive would it be if this went 6%? And then you'd look at the chart and be like, oh, that kind of still looks like a short structurally. It's crazy how destructive this has ended up being for SpaceX. So much to the point where it's going to come into earnings and it'll have like a completely different attitude when you get to the earnings point, because it'll be so far down and it'll have sold off so much that maybe it won't be so bad, and maybe it won't look as ridiculous. From the value, I mean, the valuation won't look any better, but it might not look as ridiculous. Tesla is actually getting a bit of a bounce here, I just saw. So maybe that's in sympathy. I don't know. Let's see if ASTS, because if that's going up and it wants to drag one of these other names with it, if that can get a Rocket Lab to go up, I think that could give a short opportunity going into the close. But yeah, neither one of those two are going up on sympathy, because I think those would be easy fades. If SpaceX gets like a little bit of a pump there for Falcon, well, let's see if ASTS wants to get to the upside and then short the pop in this, but so far not.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of. And let's go by what sector is winning that vote right now? Because I was actually thinking we could put space on.
Oh, it's not. Okay, it's not what I expected at all. It's energy. So energy is actually leading the 33%. 1/3 of the viewers have voted for energy. Coming in second is memory at 30%. Mags are 24%, and then the banks at 13%. Right? Like, it's always the chart. It's always the chart that looks the best that nobody wants. Have you seen the charts of the banks? That's fine. It's just, this is exactly what would happen when we did the Mags poll. Nobody wanted the chart that looked the best. Nobody wanted Apple, and which is the one that went to the all-time high. Of course, it was Apple after that fact. But it's fair enough. So energy. I mean, going into a weekend where we've had how many straight days of
upside?
No, not upside, but of bombings. It's like whatever it is. So there's no signs of de-escalation in sight. There was some talk of some negotiation, but either way, I can see why energy. It does make some sense. Energy, of course, is like a traditional hedge. Also against some weakness in tech, but yeah, the mags aren't getting a heck of a lot of love here. Who can blame you after what happened to Google? Like, the problem is there's a few other ones other than Apple. That's the issue there. If I just put Apple, I bet you it'd be a different story. Then that'd be leading for sure. We get a super chat here from Adam James Abroad. This is some SEC BS. It's a $5 stock with a 50 million market cap. Okay, you're talking about Stack then. Yeah. There isn't really a defense of why a volatility halt on a stock that's done 42 million shares in volume is going to be halted for an hour now without explanation, without update. I bet you the page still says the same nothing that it did before. Where are we? No, there's stack all the way down here. Yeah, there's still no trade resumption time. It's been over an hour. Yeah, I mean, it's BS, but there's nothing you or I can do about it. There's nothing we can report. It's just, this happened. This happened during the meme craze to Funware.
Yep.
And it wasn't fair. It wasn't fair that day either, because a lot of people got screwed over because in the time that stock was halted, GameStop and all the other ones were still going, and then they didn't even open it until all the other ones had pulled back. And like the second they had pulled back and were dumping, then Funware opened up magically, and people lost all the gains that probably would have been there if it had been a 5 or 10 minute haul. Yeah, there's nothing really fair about it. And I'll be the first to be like, you should be angry if this doesn't open up, and then the next time you can trade it is Monday and it gets rugged to like $3. That's not fair, but the market doesn't have to be fair.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
I think we need to ease back on that stock.
It doesn't have to be fair.
Like now you can't. Yeah, like now you can't get out.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, like that's.
But if you're caught over the weekend in this, what if they drop an offer?
But most of the times they'll open at 4 o'clock.
It should open at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, so I would just
for a
say
limit, it should open at 4.
And make sure like whatever broker you're using does have access to 4 p.m. or post-market access to quotes and to be able to trade, right? Like if you are in a place that won't let you send after-hours trades, you should switch.
You shouldn't be trading small cappers then.
Well, you should switch brokers, period. I mean,
Yeah.
anything, right? Even if like
These
Intel,
days?
like yesterday, Intel was up to 114.
Yeah.
You know, today it's $94. You know, so you have an opportunity to get out $20 less.
You need pre and post market access.
That's I mean, that's
Like,
it.
that's just these days. I can't imagine anybody that doesn't offer it.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Hold on a second. In the chat, is there anybody in the chat that doesn't have pre and post
Well,
market
I'm assuming
access?
that they don't
I would
know.
assume you guys would.
I'm saying they don't. If I would say a lot of people might not know because they never tested it.
Fair. That's fair.
You know, so I would say that yeah, most people probably have it.
What you do have to watch out for is
basic.
not all, even if your broker does, which they probably do, it's what things can you, like there's certain orders maybe that don't work. Like they might not allow market orders, let's just say. There might be limit orders.
yes.
Certain gateways might not be allowed
Probably
to
won't let
trade.
market orders.
Yeah, that's the thing, a lot of brokers won't let you do market orders. For us, there's a few gateways that might not work until this time in the morning. Little things you want to be aware of just in case. Oh shoot, this one opened up?
No, which?
OTLK?
There you go.
Okay, so it looks to me like this opened up and then
It did, at
instantly,
2 o'clock.
and then
At 3
immediately
o'clock.
halted down at 134.
Yeah, it opened up at 2:55, and it says it closed again at 3, halted again at 3.
Okay, so that's
5
pretty
minutes
nasty.
it was open for apparently.
Well, that's pretty nasty, OTLK.
Man, Intel's at $93 and just going lower. Yeah, great little take there. Whoever, I just saw someone in the chat say, was it you, Tony? Someone just picked up, I missed it, but someone just picked up Google right there on that wick. That was a great one. I don't know how you're able to pick out that at 319, but good one. That's where like sometimes you want to sit in front of levels that you believe are okay. You never know when something like that's going to spike through. Was there just maybe new? Nah, I was going to say maybe news on Google, but probably not. Okay, I think we got to go back to SIA if I am correct.
Keep an eye out over here. So you have Google comments coming in that they have just expressed concerns about impact of recent EU Commission decisions and saying that they've worked hard to comply with the Digital Markets Act. And Google also saying a little bit of an uptick, nothing crazy over here, that they're appreciating U.S. government engagement. Furthermore, I just want to put this up here. This is Adara's TTV research graphic about earnings next week, as you asked for. So it just came in 3 p.m. It was pre-scheduled. Adara just texted me about it, so I just put it up here. So yeah, Monday we have AstraZeneca pre-market, post-market. As you can see, we have APLD. Tuesday we have PayPal, Coca-Cola, Royal Caribbean, UPS, pre-market, and Corning. And post-market we have Visa. One thing I'm really excited about is Bloom Energy. I want to see what that does post-market over there that day. Ford, Avis, Seagate. Wednesday, pre-market, you have PG, SoFi, post-market, big name, Microsoft, Meta, Robinhood, Qualcomm, Starbucks, ARM, Chipotle. Thursday, pre-market, you have MasterCard and Blue Owl. Post-market, you have Amazon, Apple, Roblox, Reddit, Rivian, Dexcom. And Friday, nothing post-market, but pre-market, you have Fubo, Exxon, Chevron, AbbVie, Moderna, and one name, Cameco. Yeah.
Thanks, Thea. Wednesday's fire. Like that aftermarket's crazy. I mean, come on. Like forget about all the. I mean, I know the Mag 7 are there, but like you throw in Lam, ARM, Qualcomm, Robinhood, Starbucks. Like it's like Wednesday that's a biggie.
Yeah, I got to shout out to Adair because I messaged her and she told me it's coming out at 3. So obviously,
I guess she's scheduled.
She got scheduled. So it's every week at 3 p.m. We'll have these scheduled, and then the following day I was always out the day earlier anyways, but this is the whole week one. So the one for Monday alone will be out. Yeah, I think for me the most interesting day. I mean, you're obviously going to look down here with Meta and Robinhood, and then this little guy here, Microsoft. Coming, and then where was Apple? Oh yeah, there it is right there. The symbol. She put all the symbols in here, eh? So yeah, so there's Apple with Amazon. So I don't know. Actually, both these days, and then Reddit's been going up and down a little bit there.
But then even look in the morning, you got Valero.
Yeah, Valero. Yeah, actually, maybe Thursday. Interesting thing about Thursday is you can look at whatever happens here. Oh, ARM as well. Oh, there's my guy Qualcomm. Oh boy.
That makes Thursday the biggest day because it's post all of a bunch of big ones.
Right, and then you can wait for these after, and then you come in on Friday, which I won't be here Friday, but it'll be Amazon, Apple. Rivian.
But you're gonna miss Fubo
as well. Yeah, and then I'll miss Fubo pre-market.
Oh, you can't miss Fubo, dude.
Is Fubo still existing? I mean, I don't know.
Fubo's $8.
They were on. Oh, that's actually not bad.
$8.50 Fubo.
That's probably pretty good for Fubo.
Oh, that's right. They reverse split. Well, that's now meaning. Forget about the fact.
Okay. I was gonna say because wasn't that pace? That's why I was saying. Aren't they gone again? There, Fubo.
Yeah, well, Fubo's
this Fredo Espresso is pretty nice. I was telling that to Ramin. It's making me not chug it. Oh, Stack is open. So Stack is opened up right now. It did open where we thought it would, as we talked about our espresso. It does open at 8 right there. But remember, $8, we've seen it before right here on the daily. So be careful with $8 here on Stack. Right now, $6 stacking up the offer right now, and bye-bye. Boom. It goes to the halt. And okay, now let's wait to see. And again, we'll talk about it. That's the halts bands, right? You can start to see when they start to. Oh wow, it should halt up. See, it should be halting up. There's obviously something wrong with this. But there it goes. Now we'll have to wait.
937 is up halt.
Yeah, 930. Okay, 937 is the new up halt right there.
Why is that
so Do I not even have the halt? I don't think I have the halt.
It's you gotta scroll.
Oh yeah, LU. Can I mark it? LULD. There it is.
Yeah, you can. I have the axe.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to mark it as an axe. But right here, 763 and change. So it's actually, if you missed the open, it opened at 8. It's only at 750 now. So you're doing pretty good. I was going to say, like Neil and I already talked about the dangers of holding something like this over the weekend. We don't know if they're going to drop an offering or whatever. The float is under 1 million shares. It's done 44 million shares today. I would say this is a long if we can break out through $9 because here it comes right now. That's going to get into the halt zone. And then the last time it halted, man, it went from 5 to 8. All right, so another halt coming up momentarily through that 937. I'm going to mark the axe down there so I can get the limit up, limit down, but it looks like it retraces off of 9 right there. I think this break of 9, there it goes. Go long. I mean, this is, it just absorbed the halt band again at 9. What happened? I thought it was at 937 was the halt band. Anyways, now it's going upside. And I just called that long. I liked it breaking through 9. So here we go. It's halting at 956. Congratulations, anybody that's got this long. This thing's going to open up at $11 again, most likely, or somewhere like that. Nice move there. It tried to go down. It could not. Here's the halt. No. Yes.
It is a halt.
Oh,
yeah.
It almost didn't. Okay, this should be interesting there because I don't know, man. That was moments away. I thought they were taking out the bid. Look, they hit
somebody
lit markets.
Smacked the bid right there, trying to make it not halt.
Yes, they hit. Somebody hit it. These are all live lit markets.
Please
here.
Let that be someone trying to short.
Those are NASDAQ. Those are ARCAs. Normally, when you're in halt state, you cannot get long. Like people will not fill you.
I think somebody punched short there.
I think someone did too. Look at this. Or someone that was long and just said, "I'll take it."
Or yeah, that's possible.
Hopefully it was. What's up, Bovin? There we go. I said his name again. But yeah, that one right into there. That could have been something. Oh, I got to do the tree thing again.
The OG Bov.
Boom!
It's the OG Bov.
Oh yeah, the OG Bov in there. So shout out, having
OG,
a lot of fun
OG.
on the day we miss Sharif, obviously, and. But yeah, we miss him. He'll be back Monday. But there we go, 956 to halt right now as it closed. We'll give this another look. So that halted for it was 2:05. That halted for 60 minutes almost. So if this next one happens, we'll get right into the close. And who knows? But that's
no good reason they should do it again. But
yeah, so I'm going to. You can actually customize it, and right in here, see the axes. So I actually got to add. What do they call it? LULD,
right?
So,
that's why.
And then I'm going to add another one here. and call it LUL. Oh, limit. Oh, it's both. Oh yeah, limit.
They're both the same.
Okay, now I'm gonna make it like a funky color here so I can see when it actually happens right there. One of these is wrong. I think I need to make the first one has to be black. I think I screwed that up. I think this is the background.
Just make it gray. That's what I do.
What, the first one you make it gray?
Make the first one gray and the second one some ridiculous
that's
color.
what I'm doing, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll look the same color as that. I better change it right there. But this is the kind of the customization that we have here on the platform, able to do things like that. I think maybe a dark, well, yellow is my first one. All right, now I can make it yellow again. So then I can see it, so that'll be fine. Okay, so we'll just push apply, and right there, that should be, so these are axes that are set up. So like if you were looking at it, the next time I'll see it down here, it will automatically be yellow. So we'll be able to see the closing prices on that one. But okay, so that's it. Stack that ANPA, by the way, we gave this to you about a while ago, and it's just upside right now. It keeps on halting as well. But let's go back over to some of the names that are actually moving around. Amazon, we've got that position on, getting lighter and lighter in it. It's finally starting to take out some bids here. Let me punch out another bid here on Amazon, take the 232s there. And then I want to note Intel, like holy shnikes right there. This is a 22% turnaround.
It's a massive.
Intel was up 14% right here.
Massive.
It closes yesterday at $99. By the time 430, 420 hits, it's at, here, I have a good one too. That was a good one. I have this one too. Market go red, market go boom.
How about this? No, I'm hitting this one. That's what, it's a pimp slap.
Yeah, it's kind of a pimp slap there. But yeah, there goes the downside. Intel definitely getting pimp slapped right there. And I'm glad that we're out of this one. But wow, Intel down 7%. This is the thing, man. I'm raising cash to buy some names. I like Intel here. I've sold some up top. I'm not using that. I mean, I'll use that cash as well, but maybe it's too early. Maybe that's the problem, right? With names like Qualcomm coming, this is another PC name that I like, and I've recently bought some Qualcomm in my account, and we're down a couple points on that as well. So Qualcomm, I like it for the PC.
They're on Wednesday.
Yeah, I know. That's why I think like AMD, Qualcomm, all these names, and until we determine to buy Intel, let's wait for a good quarter from Qualcomm or somebody that maybe has a better guide on.
That's why Wednesday's so big. Qualcomm and ARM are a couple of big ones that'll give us some indications as to how things are going. PC and handsets, and really you want to get a bit of a litmus test that we're getting some better reaction. Oh, by the way, you know who had good news as well this morning? They just broke the low of the day. Stop me if you've heard it before. Oracle just died and went to
I heard about
stock hell.
SPCE.
Yeah, the NASDAQ just broke the low.
That's okay. It's all good, man. SpaceX is going up right now as we
Still?
continue to talk. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's still down on the day, but it's trying to go up. It's trying to break this 114 right there and holding VWAP and breaking through VWAP and getting going. You know what? What about just, I'm going to get hatred in the chat because there's a lot of people, what's up, Tony, and everybody else out there that doesn't like SpaceX, but a break above right here might give you something. You've already taken out VWAP. You're holding this 25 period moving average. Here goes SpaceX, as I talk about it, starting to go up, get upside already right now. Maybe this is the name that runs in the not in the after hours, but in the afternoon. It just wicked high. We can see they're 8, what is that, 14? What about just a long right there? It matches this out, 1450s. Yeah, 1450. Let's wait to see, man. Maybe a break higher here on this name gets us some juice. So yeah, let's look at SpaceX breaking through 1450. Could be a long. You guys like that trade? I don't know.
Shoot, they actually opened it on time.
Stack opened again. What the hell?
In my mind,
Didn't I say 11?
I was thinking it was going to be like 10 minutes again at least.
I don't know how.
So it's opened. It opened at 10. Now it just continues to go. Remember, 70-something% of this thing is supposedly
Here goes,
short.
watch.
So it's halting at 12 now.
Over here.
12 is on the
Come to
band.
mine, Andre.
So this one is now halted.
There it is. So it's going to halt and rate and now.
Now it's 15
now,
seconds.
And now,
Couple
now,
seconds.
and now, and then. There you go. There's the halt. But yeah, so I don't know, like I was saying, probably goes to 11. It looks like I'll be wrong on that one. It goes to 12 right there off of a 9 halt up to $12 again. They're stacked there. A good place in Toronto to go, Stacked Market. You can go check out Stack Marketplace, but that's an upside. See, did we even have a story on this one, STAK? Like, no. We're just sitting here talking about it, and it's just going there. There has to be something, really, realistically, but yeah, that's okay. Just have a look, and if there's nothing, there's nothing. But Stack right there up to $12 and opens there, as Neil said, within that first 5 minutes. So maybe now we are going to be getting a reasonable open as we keep on going. The first move down is probably the short, right? So,
and then it'll be. This is one of those Chinese names. So believe me, on Monday morning, this could be at 3, it could be at 2, it could be at 25. Oh, they finally upped it. Now actually costs more to short.
How much more?
Not much. It's like 6 cents a share. It was less than 1 cent a share. Now it's 6.5 cents a share on Stack. So like that's the first time it's actually moved up, which makes sense. I'm surprised it's not actually higher than that for Stack. The tap is 13. What was the other one again? It was
Oh, it's nothing.
No, get bounced. The other one bounced. It was
ANPA.
ANPA.
What? No, but that one was not even really.
No, it wasn't ANPA. No. It was OTLK. OTLK. This was the one with.
Okay.
Yeah, the one that dumped, bounced back to VWAP, hits 150. So a little bit of a rebound play here on OTLK as it's trying to go for a second time. See, these are the crazy ones. If it dumps all the way and then can still take out the top, that's how you trap even some more shorts. They got an approval on some sort of a drug, I believe it was, for OTLK. But remember,
news on
single Stack doesn't have news, but OTLK did.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it was. I can find it for you if you want, but it was some kind of a drug approval. So the FDA approves Litnevia, whatever, for treatment of neovascular age-related, whatever degeneration, blah blah blah, commonly known as wet AMD, whatever that is. So remember, with some of these small biopharma names, like they'll have like one drug, like one thing. And when there's an approval, or sometimes they'll have like a big positive trial result, you can get just a tremendous amount of dumping on the news. It is not uncommon to see that. Like this was like what, 10 cents before. Like look at it ramp up. So when the news hits, a lot of times you will get that little bit of a drop. So just be careful. It is not uncommon to actually see these things sell off a bit. Stack's tap is still 13.17 to be precise for those that are keeping track. So it's still going to go up. OTLK slowing down a little bit, but that's not terribly surprising. I've seen. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Bovin just commenting on that Stack trade himself. And here it is, what he has
What's up, Bovin?
On. I mean, this guy's actually in the position. So still got 25% on it. So there we go, man. I guess he must have had 1,000 shares to begin with. Wow. That's amazing to put on that many shares of this stock. That's nuts. But there it goes, $1,000. Sorry, 1,000 shares you had at one point. This would be a big trade. This is from Adam, I guess. Still got on that.
Adam James.
Well, who still has it? Is it Bovin that has it? Or I don't know who, but anyways. But this is what I just saw. So take out 15% on the next open. Yeah, I think
it's Bovin talking to Adam.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense,
that
right?
Makes the most.
So that'd be a great one, man. Stack tap updates, and it may be pizza on Monday for y'all. Okay, well, hey, the tap update right now is $13. So, look, I already paid for short, so I just went in there and paid for it. 6 cents per share is fine for me. So we're gonna wait and see what winds up happening on the next open. But now it's 13.17 right there. So remember, like it should open up within the next 2 minutes, I believe. The halt time was 3:12:51. So yeah, so right here, 1 minute left until this opens back up. It looks like it's going to be 13:20 there, Adam, and we will wait until the next open happens live for you right here. Now 40 seconds left. Just quickly, so I'm going to go back. We will go back to that and talk about it. I'm taking that SpaceX break of 1460 there. So if it does break it, we're going to go long on SpaceX, and I'm just going to hold it to the 25 period, maybe a little lower. So 114. I don't want to go too crazy here this afternoon on that number, but we'll wait to see what happens. There's Stack right here, 13.17 in 20 seconds. It's going to open. We'll go to see and come back with Stack being opened up, I assume.
Since we're talking Stack, I did some research, and this is what has been going on for the past month. So last month, the ticker said that it is planning to form a majority-owned U.S. subsidiary to commercialize modular gas-to-electricity generation systems aimed at AI data centers and other energy-intensive users across North America. But here's the thing. It has rebounded from trading lower this week as there's energy prices that are retreating following progress in the U.S.-Iran negotiations expected to lead to a signed MOU. So this is all just, I would say, rallying that's going on based on what is going on in the broader market over here. It was lagging behind as of last week. And yeah, that is basically what's going on here, because I researched about it and I'm seeing if there's any reason at all with the competitors or with anything else that is rallying, but nothing that I'm seeing right now.
Well, I mean, great research. That's the kind of stuff we're talking about. Make sure you join us every day.
Something's happening in Uber right now.
Now
just,
don't tell me Uber's going up.
No. Uber just dropped $2 in the last minute or so. Is my thing even on?
I didn't hear anything about that either. I haven't heard anything
obviously something has just happened with only about 40 minutes
I do have to give an update to Stack, though.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, because it's tanking right now, unfortunately, Adam. Now it's back to 12. Now it's 10. So it was 14 when we threw it over. I think the fact that it's not open right now, this may be a 4 o'clock. I don't know what's going to happen with this, but now it's tapping $10. So that's not great. Just because it went from 12 to 10, it's only going to be 20% on that kind of a move. You're up 800% today. So I don't think it's too bad, but yeah, back to $10 right now. We will keep our eye on it if and when it does open, man. We'll be into that one.
I think I see what this might be.
Someone just said something about Waymo.
Waymo explores split with Uber as robo-taxi tensions deepen. Yeah. That's from the Financial Times. So Financial Times saying Waymo explores a split with Uber as robo-taxi tensions deepen. Well, I mean,
split with Uber. What was even going on with that relationship anyway?
Kidding me?
This is why I hate Uber.
But Uber needed the whole point with Uber is they needed those partnerships. That's what they had to happen.
That's what I'm saying. But what was there something in agreement before? I don't really know what the story is.
Oh my goodness. Well, so 52-week lows on Uber. There you go. 52-week lows. Actually,
why am I not out of this?
52 weeks low $1 ago. Also, the U.S. Trump is beginning his comments.
Like Uber is drivers. Like Uber is Uber Eats. Uber is not anything other than people driving their own cars around.
But they also they have a platform and infrastructure that their chance at next was automated. That was their chance. Waymo pulling away from them. Well, guess who's ahead right now in automated driving? Waymo. That leaves Tesla. You think Elon cares about partnering with Uber? He's like, I don't care. Elon's like, I want to do myself with the X. So that leaves nobody for Uber if Waymo.
But Uber was talking with NVIDIA about autonomizing. Is that a word? All kind of vehicles.
Automizing?
Yeah. I said autonomizing. I don't know if that's a word or not. Autonomy.
Everybody knows.
Autonomy.
You know what we mean.
Yeah. Anyways, I don't know. I think this is overdone to the downside, but who knows? It's definitely a story there, and I think it is that break of the 52-week low right there that just crushed it back in right there. I just did hear something in my ear, so I do know that I am working right now.
The president might be talking about nuclear innovation.
Oh, okay.
So
all right. So definitely go long on everything nuclear. So right here, I am going long, and this could be, again, a mistake, but it's a new position, so we'll hit this. Small one, I have a quarter of a unit here into the close. Let's see if SpaceX gets machines on and just gets going there. It's really rebounded off of this 25 period. They're really only in the last 10 minutes right into there is where we held. So we'll try it. I don't know. I'm not, this is the first day where I actually went long on SpaceX, and one of the first days will be red on it. And it's just kind of like, now I'm going long again. So I don't know. We'll see if we can make it back. This is not a P&L thing. I don't need to make back what we lost. I mean, we've almost done it if this gets to 115. But yeah, if this comes back up to the upside, we'll let SpaceX go here into the close. Hey, maybe there's some buyers. Maybe there's something going on here with SPCX. I will always take something out at 15s. So I'm sitting there right now already at 114.95. So I'm going to take out 10% there. Maybe I'll take out a little bit more. Yeah, you know what? Let me put another offer up there. I'll put another bid at 20. There, let's take out about 25%. If we can make 40 cents on this, and then we'll go upside. And you guys were asking about the strategy of trading. That's kind of it. If we can get a little bit out for that 1-to-1, we'll do that, and we'll try to see if the rest can ride. But for right now, SpaceX looks to go higher here. What's up, Sia?
For now, yes, U.S. President Donald Trump is speaking, but here's more context on that Uber-Waymo story. So as we do know now, Waymo is exploring options to exit partnership with Uber. Waymo has held internal talks about ending its robo-taxi deals with Uber as the companies are clashing over this service, quality, safety, and robo-taxi regulation. Waymo vehicles in Austin as well as in Atlanta are currently available, only through Uber. So Waymo has told Uber it's planning to launch independently in both cities in 2028 January. Uber says its Waymo service will continue until May 2028. So there was a bit of a dispute going on here. Uber continuing to slide further to the downside. So now both of them have already entered their partnership in Phoenix. We did hear about it a month or two ago in May. So a broader split would basically pressure Uber's autonomous driving strategy after it sold its in-house AV unit back in 2020. So that is what's going on with Waymo and Uber. If there's any more updates, we'll be sure to let you know.
I mean, Stack just opened up, man. And I tried to get short at $8. I was sitting there, but see what I'm saying? Look at all of these Ds. Remember when we showed you that someone whacked, was it $10 or whatever that last halt was? And
whatever the bid was.
Didn't work. You know, this time, like nobody was whacking the ask to try to make that go higher. Like I was sitting there trying to get shares. I mean, I guess there's a little bit here. I mean, I don't know if this was in that halt time or not, but there was somebody that whacked a little bit of NASDAQ early. It looks like all of NASDAQ, but then after that, see, there's more NASDAQ. I guess maybe I got to get on the NASDAQ gateway because I wasn't there. But yeah, you had a lot of Ds at the end with 1. So I don't, definitely a lot of program trading happening there. And there it goes. And unfortunately, wow, it's already back to $6. That just lost 300% in 5 seconds. Like it opened up, and then it lost 300%. So it was up to 800% right there. Remember, I was like, oh, if you can lose 20% and get out at 10, that's fine. But now it's crushed. So there it goes, man, back to the downside here. We'll wait to see what winds up happening. Obviously, it's not down 300% from $12.
Right, it's
just on the day. I'm just saying like how dramatic it is when you look there and you're like, oh my God, the stock's up 800%. And just like that, it can give a little bit back. So yeah, sorry about that, James, there. Pizza's incoming, okay, but I know you're long, and that must have been a tough one there. So I hope you're able to get out there, Adam, and I really do hope that you're able to get something else. I think it did open at 9.6. Like if you just put a market on open order, you would have got 9.60, 9.70. So that's better than 6. Now it's tapping trip 5s. So that's not very good. I didn't see who won the World Series of Poker. I was watching it this last weekend on ESPN.
I haven't watched
They started to show it. Oh, there it is. Thank you,
big
Adam.
shout out to you, Adam. Appreciate it.
Yeah, here it is right here, man. 5 live memberships. So that's the best, man. Thank you so much for all that. If you are already in the chat, there it is. I was going to say, you got to accept them via YouTube.
I think when you join the chat, enable gifts is what you want to do.
Yeah, so there we go. We want
then
to
you're
thank
eligible
you for that one. I have disabled gifts, of course. So I don't want.
We don't want to get them. We want you guys to get them.
We want you guys to
get them. Because we get Sharice's morning note sent to us anyways.
Yeah.
But just before we go back, I think we're supposed to be going to see it. The president is talking about nuclear energy. So I punched long in the volume spike in SMR. It's not really moving. I'm not listening to him, but that's what they're talking about. It ticked up a couple of pennies and it's slowing down. I don't know, maybe one of the other ones is going a little bit more. And here's Adam James.
Is a good
I got most out above 10 from $4, so I'm good. Thumbs up. Oh, that's right. I start reading the emojis like an idiot. Let's go to the desk to see you.
Sorry about that. So keep an eye out. This coming in again from the Financial Times, Lyft and Waymo. Lyft, LYFT, and Waymo. There was a little bit of an uptick when this came out, but they're saying that there is no indication that Waymo is exploring ending its relationship with Lyft. Lyft is currently, it's going up and down, but when this just came out, Lyft just went on the up just a little bit over there. It's still up 3% on the day. That's just what I wanted to mention. And yes, U.S. President Donald Trump is speaking, and I am listening for you. As you do know, if the markets move, anything happen, I will be sure to update you.
All right. Thanks, Sia, over there. Always giving us the stories that we need. So, yeah, man, Stack has taken off a lot of our look here this morning or this afternoon. But let's just go over some of the other plays. Amazon right here is really making the lows now. It's trying to get back into the day's low. We might have actually done it. The day's low, we have 231 flat there. I don't know if that's necessarily true. No, it doesn't look like it. The low of the day right here, 231.30. So we're getting back into that level. So I am going to put a bid here and just start to take it out. We are now 20 minutes away from the imbalances, and that's going to be potentially decent imbalances with, of course, a Friday looming and with the NASDAQ turned completely on its head today. It was cruising and now it's bruising. They're down 1.29%. So let's take out a bid there. The tap on Stack is 650 now. So we're getting better, guys. It was 555, now 650. We should probably open up pretty soon. All right, Intel right there, down to the day's low, $92. Amazing turnaround for Intel,
what a
man.
Joke.
Just an absolute joke there today. As good word. It's a good thing we got out. You know, I was like, woe is me there. But look at the 200 period moving average. Like, come on. I mean, that was perfect. It was great right there and even better right there. So, you know, I don't think we're going to get a chance to short 95, but that's looking pretty juicy there for lows in Intel. And then the other name that we just has had a rough time, Google, trying to find any bid today. Flattish on the day. Every time I look over at this thing, it's 319 to 320.
It's Tesla that you want to.
Yeah, and that was the next one I was going to go to. Yeah. They actually had a good bottom there at 306. You know, we initially looked yesterday at this 316 marker there, and thankfully Joe's not here, but we don't have the Austin hit there, so that's good. Right into there, and it was good, man. It was good for a while. It was trying to bounce around and see if we could support it, but then smash city down to the downside. No real volume capitulation down there for Tesla. So there's your, again, for the very first time of the day, you are starting to break above the 200 period moving average. So a long in Tesla could be there at 310 break. So we're long into SpaceX still. Which is great. Okay, my favorite segment is just around the corner right now with our Asian update. So we're going to get that very, very soon, the Asian market update with Juan and Sia. But yeah, SpaceX, we're going to see if that can break. I could switch the out now because this is now up to 23s. I'm still going to wait for 14, but yeah, it's not. I thought that break could get it going. We'll have to be patient with it. I'm going to average in at this marker right there. So I do have a bit at 20 to see if we can get a little bit more, and then dropping through 114, we'll get out. Look, I told you it was a quarter of a unit. It's nothing major. We're going to try SpaceX here for the long. Amazon's still puking all over itself, but right into here. Yeah, I know. Save Man Woman doesn't like this trade. I know. I don't love with this either. Let's just see if there was an imbalance or something, if we can hold on to it. All right, it's time for Juan and Sia. Let's go.
Thank you so much. Now we have Juan back at the desk, 3:30, recapping the Asian markets. Really excited to see how that's going because all I know is that something's not right with the Indian markets and the rupee. Juan, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Sia. So Asian markets pretty much closed lower overnight, pressured by a lot of Middle East tensions, as well as oil inflation fears, and a huge tech sell-off, tracking that of Wall Street's overnight losses yesterday. So if we take a look at the indexes, some of the major ones, South Korean Kospi down heavily by more than 5%, nearly 6%. You know, most of the South Korean chip makers declined sharply following a sell-off in, of course, US tech companies yesterday. Samsung Electronics down by more than 7.5%. SK Hynix also down by more than 8%. Even in Japan, the Nikkei 225 down by nearly 3%. We had some economic data prints yesterday in Japan. The June inflation hit a 6-month high of 1.7%. That's up from 1.5% in May. So that's definitely strengthening the case for Bank of Japan's interest rate hikes in the near future. But apart from that, of course, tech stocks, a lot of worried people on massive AI spending. Some of the big names, Kioxia Holdings down by nearly 10%, Advantest down 6%, SoftBank Group down 7.1%, and Tokyo Electron down by 5%. So a huge downside in tech markets all over Asia. Now, what can we expect at the open on Monday or Sunday evening for those who are trading in Asia? US mega cap tech earnings overhang. We know that next week we've got a lot of huge big tech earnings coming up. We've got Microsoft and Meta on Wednesday. We've got Apple, Amazon on Thursday. So watch all those North Asian hardwire desks, whether they stabilize on Monday or not, or if there's any de-risking continuing to pressure that of their supply chains. And over in South Korea's Kospi as well, watch early volume and forced liquidations in South Korea. You know, they recently had these huge margin loan balances slide past multi-month baseline. So see if there's any stabilization funds that can defend that 6,650 floor or if any deleveraging forces another opening gap down on that Monday. And apart from that, of course, with geopolitical tensions that are happening, $100 per barrel Brent crude algorithmic pivot, monitor those weekend energy tickers. If Brent crude increases above that $100 price range, any of those Middle East escalations, that will definitely trigger some immediate selling in aviation, logistics, and automotive links all around Asia. So watch out for that.
Thank you so much, Juan. Sending it right back to the guys.
It's a one party. We like one over there.
The president just said Iran not ready to make a deal.
Yeah, so the president knows exactly when there's going to be a deal or not. But I think, Sia just was going to report the same story there. Okay. So Stack is now open. It's a nice one. It's a nice open for everybody there. So shout out to Adam there. You got a good little open there. It was tweeting. It was putting 5 on there. Now it's 7. There it goes. Oh, here comes the halt again, maybe at $8. But yeah, a lot of volume just flying through. I just saw 40,000 shares. Oh, there's my limit up, limit down. Okay. I see it there. Gray with yellow. I see what it's doing. All right. So there it is. Now it's halting up. Do we want to try to get long? Right here. People are printing the bids. Maybe I can sit there and get something on this.
C's are printing.
Right now. We'll see if we can get long on this 840. You can't punch 841. Nope. Ugh. Missed it again. Did you get it?
No, I went to the NYC gateway with the C's.
Yeah. All right. So I was actually on bat Y there with these Ys and trying to get long there. C's. Yeah, that was a good call there. Looks like there wasn't much printing.
No,
still a lot of prints.
That was a trap.
How many shares? Anyways, there's 840 right there, the halt.
It's all dark pool.
Yeah, I know. I tried to get it there, but missed it. So yeah, halting. And another one that's halting is CNET. And I put that in the chat while we were talking there with one, and it halted, it opened back up, and then slammed down to the downside. CNET there with good volume, breaks $1 right now, CNET. And oh, by the way, we got some more shares there. I got it back out right there at 27s or 30s, whatever it was at that time. But yeah, we take an L there on SpaceX for now. We still have shares. I got out of just probably about 15% there on that. Let's see if it goes back upside, but it doesn't look like that SpaceX trade is going to work out for us as, yeah, it looks like downside again into the close. Yesterday, for some reason, it went upside.
By the way, too, like, the president might be talking about nuclear energy, but he just moved on to Iran, and these things didn't go. So they went like a cent or two when he started talking about it. There was a volume spike, but my stop's now at break even. If it ticks it, just going to get out. That was pure spec that he might move these things.
Now he's talking about our smoke situations here in Canada.
Well, I mean,
so I don't.
Yeah.
The only kind of smoking that most people are doing here in Canada, is something to do with this, man. These forest fires are what they are. We'll have to wait to see what happens there with SpaceX or with the forest and everything like that. But it's a nice little battle back here in the NASDAQ as we continue to make moves here. Now, all right, let's go to Sia with breaking news.
Keep an eye out over here. Before I cover any USO and what U.S. President Donald Trump is saying, WBD to the downside over here. Paramount has agreed to delay Warner Bros. Merger for months now. This is coming according to New York Times. Quickly now, let's move over to USO. A little bit of a drop here. U.S. President Donald Trump saying a lot of things here. Reporters are asking questions. So starting with Iran exit strategy, there are a lot of them. As you said, we can negotiate and we are speaking to them. He is saying quite a lot of things here, so please bear with me. Iran is not yet ready yet to make a deal. We can negotiate and we are speaking to them. I don't know that Russia and China are enabling Iran. I don't think Russia or China want me disappointed. I trust Xi and Putin on their word on Iran. And finally, we can take them apart piece by piece or faster, which we may, or we can negotiate. As we speak, we're talking to Iran. Finally, he said that I think we'll put a big tariff on Canada for smoke.
I mean, guys are already dropping tariffs.
There's a lot to digest,
so,
but
you know what? If people in the United States don't want to buy Canadian products because they're too expensive, I mean, we'll be completely fine. But it is
my maple syrup.
It is a problem there. Yeah, maple syrup is also widely made in the United States. I know.
I'm just joking. I'm joking.
Of course. But here we go to the downside. So we'll slap basically and a fail because SpaceX just didn't work. And, that's why we didn't put too much risk in that. But yeah, SpaceX, leave it for the dogs, I guess. But the market's going up. This just fell back in. So, a quick little not much damage done on that one. It's like when we got out of Uber right there, I had no idea this was happening, but that's kind of why you do, right? There's a drop down through 69. Like if you just had a 69 break short order going through there, you would have hit the lottery right there. Like that 69 was there for a minute and then broke it. And there's the downside there on the Waymo news. So Waymo no mo for Uber as that's going lower there. So Stack should open up momentarily here. It closes at 840. It's showing 840 now. So when that opens up, we'll get right back over to that
Still
one.
a minute.
Trump is a lot right now, I feel like, talking both sides of Iran. He said there's many exit strategies. So I'd just like for him to maybe discuss one of them, and then we could try to figure out what exactly. Like if the exit strategy is they have to free Strait of Hormuz, like that's not a strategy. That's like a wish, exactly. Because I don't think that's going to happen. So you're going to have to come to the table and try to figure that out. But hey.
And then you have to keep in mind.
Marco Rubio's on this, so don't worry.
They don't at me, but.
There's a JD Vance. Who's on?
There's a certain country that has a bit of a say when this stuff stops as well, and that's Israel. So
especially if China's involved, I don't know.
Let's be real. So I don't know. Who knows how long this lasts? It's actually 3:38 already, so there's not a lot on the early looks, but EWY, 1.7 million to the sell side. PPL is going to be 2.2 million to the sell side. Not a heck of a lot out there. WFC, that's a pretty small buy. Pfizer, that's tiny for them. HPE is going to be a small sell. So nothing too crazy. We'll monitor it every now and then. We've seen NVIDIA with a couple of ones this week. I don't think anything else has really stood out. This morning, IBIT had one there. It's open now, Stack. Not bad. It opened higher.
Yeah, pretty good. 890.
Yeah, so 890 got up to, I just saw, and now back to, it was at $9 a second ago, and now right back into 8. So there's a little bit of dancing around. It's probably going to just halt in another minute or two because this hasn't been able to stay open for very, very long. But there is at least a bid at $8, despite the fact that it can't break 9 here on Stack. But good to see most people were able to get out. Well, from what we were hearing in the chat, most people were able to get out here, trying to take the 9. There's no bids. Now there's bids above the 9 level, trying to get higher. But I suspect it's just going to go into another halt to the upside. And remember, if it halts and it's within the last 10 minutes, it automatically will open at 4 o'clock. It just becomes 4 o'clock at that point. Let's go back up to the desk with Cian.
Keep an eye out on the market. Just falling a little bit here. I'm also going to check USO levels here right now. U.S. President Donald Trump saying, I haven't made decision on major strikes on Iran. I think Iran is getting more serious in talks as days go by. I am in no hurry over Iran despite what's said of the election.
Okay, yeah. We're just talking about the news services here. I heard the smoke thing. I'm not hearing anything with Iran. So if she ever gets anything, we'll definitely immediately throw over to her as President Trump is now speaking. And we got to pay attention to what it's saying. Look, it happened to me again, by the way. We just made the low there on SpaceX and it bumped right back up. I might have got out of a little bit more there, but it's not. Whatever. It's still at that 114, but I just want to bring that to people's attention because down it goes again. And, it looks like we're getting a little bit of a bump, so that's nice. A little bit of a bump there on Intel now, just off that 92. So this is definitely going to be looked at on Monday, man. No matter what happens in the next 20 minutes of the day, we'll have to look there. Did CNET open back up yet? Yes, it did. So here's another name, CNET, that we could definitely have a quick look at today. Breaking underneath that dollar there, not good news, man. And that out rate there would be 80 cents. So right here on the daily chart, 80 cents there for CNET. Watch out now. If you're in that name, that could break lower through there as well. So CNET not having the greatest day here either, only down 8%. But if you got caught up here during the Halt Fest, you're not pretty happy with that name. And again, Stack is now 750. Going lower. Let us know if there's any other, there's going to be lots of names you guys want us to look at, so we're here to do that. Unfortunately, like I said, Google's just doing nothing. If anything, right back there, we got another piece out for the lows, it looks like, and now that's trying to go. Amazon, we're very, very light on Amazon, thinking about just tapping out of that one and not worrying about it. SpaceX, we were just in and out of it, so like I said, fine with that trade, no matter really what happens there. Palantir is kind of sad because we made that low and then that happened. But at the end of the day, man, wow, Palantir got pretty juicy there. What was going on there? The market definitely did make those highs at 3 o'clock. Or at 2 o'clock. Why didn't anybody no, actually, no, that was 3 o'clock. Wow, Palantir shot up there. Was that something the president said? I don't know. And then all the way back down into 123 now. So look out, Palantir possibly breaking that level. Yeah, what's up with that? That was a nice move there with some decent volume on PLTR. All right, China is getting very big in nuclear energy. Yeah, no shit. China's getting very big in everything. Like, why would a nation with such a great GDP, tons of population, tons of technology, extremely educated,
huge energy demands,
right? Like,
huge
of course,
China.
like China's getting very big. Just insert sector here. I mean, we already talked about their cars, how they're infiltrating sort of the EV space that used to be primarily U.S. with Tesla, and now people are. Guys like Sharif and Randy always talking about those different BYDs and everything. So, thanks. You're
Shout
welcome.
out to you, Kennerly Properties Inc. There, the company name. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate you. As we wrap things up, by the way, the halt ban is like $5 on Stack. Someone was asking in the chat there. I'm gonna exit out of like Lucid. Like, for all this mess, I'll be flat on Lucid today, and this is why. That's like the worst wick out of all time. I'm still in this SLV, but I don't know. It's kind of stopped moving. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's like short the pop,
Cheese
and
in
this
a
thing
chair
is
has
just now
the
going
best
sideways.
thing.
Oh, throw it up here. Cheese in a chair.
This is a great one.
Main man.
This is a great one.
You Canadian Fruit Loop lovers, that's true, do realize that
Frosted Flakes.
Fruit Loops are delicious.
Fruit Loops are very delicious.
It's just a matter
I
of
haven't
time
had cereal
before
in
Trump
food.
finds out how much money the U.S. spends on snow removal thanks to Canadian cold fronts. Brace yourselves, Canada.
The only
That's
thing
right.
is like there's so much snow in the United States. I think we should tariff you guys for snow. Like,
Yeah, Minnesota gets it way
like,
worse than
coming up
us.
from you guys
Yeah.
down there. You know what? Check out Buffalo. Like, if you guys live in upstate New York, then you hate life during the
Yeah,
during the
it's
winter.
worse than here.
Here is nothing. Our snow is actually minimal. I think I shoveled
in the
twice.
GTA.
I think I shoveled twice last year.
Hey, it wasn't this. Yeah, you're right.
I don't even know
There
why
were-
I'm shoveling when I have 2 kids. But
there's only one snow day.
yeah, exactly.
There was one snow day all winter.
Yeah, my son was like, every day we get in the car and he's like, okay, so it's snowing out. He's like, okay, how many inches or whatever are we getting overnight? And he looks in his phone. He's like, oh man, that's not enough to cancel
Ain't no
school.
snow day.
That's not enough to cancel school. So that's what he's doing right
So this
now.
is great. Go tobogganing.
Yes. Yeah, he just wants to chill out with his friends and start like sniping people in Call of Duty or something. But yeah, I love those going out.
See,
on
that's
the
what they do
toboggan.
now instead of going out and having a snowball fight.
Yeah, well, snowball fights now. You're caught like with a snowball in your hand at school. It's probably
they
like
don't let- they-
expulsion or something.
No, straight up, they don't
going
let
on,
you
man?
throw snowballs.
Too many woke teachers out there.
What is the point of living in Canada if you can't have a snowball fight at school during recess?
What's the point of snow if you can't do that? Forget about the whole
What are we
Canada
doing?
part. The whole thing is, you know why.
Well, I know why.
Yeah,
I don't
you
have
have
to
little
like- I
shards
don't
of
have to
ice in
like
there,
it.
and your daughter gets hit in the face with a snowball.
Dude, I had a friend who
Emotional damage.
He took one of those. It was you two whatever. It was a chunk of ice.
Yeah.
And he took one in the face, and we all freaked out because you realize once it hit him like thud, and he comes up, and like you could see it already starting to swell up, and without even blinking, we're in like grade 4 or something.
Yeah.
Gurkamal was his name. And he picks up a ball of snow and just goes right back to fighting. Dude had a black eye and everything. He didn't give a damn we were having so much fun. Plus, too, there's snow and ice around, so you just put some snow on that bad boy.
Yeah.
And
My guy's a snowboarder, so he actually likes that.
Come on, man.
I do got to give a shout out here because there's this one dude in the chat here, Kilgore Trout. He's always talking about sunscreen. And yeah, hey, when it's snow outside, you got to make sure you have the sunscreen on. Like that snow reflects the sun. It's really super bright. Tobogganing and everything?
You put sunscreen on when you...
No, you can get, well, I mean, most of the time you're wearing something covered.
Because something, but
no, but the sun,
everything will be covered.
It doesn't matter. It still doesn't have to be warm outside. is
I
what
know,
I'm
I'm
saying.
just- but I'll be all
bright
covered
sunny
in the
days.
snow.
It's like when you're in water, like how it reflects into. Anyways, okay.
Let's put it this way: toque, face mask, like and everything. You're not seeing any skin on me when it's like -20 outside.
Oh, here we
Straight
go.
up.
Okay. Well, first of all, we got to find out if Sia has any more capital left to join your OnlyFans. But thank you, Easy Peasy. There, you're copying the trades and the OnlyFans account. That's all right. That's all right. Over there, you guys can go look for yourself. But thank you so much to Easy Peasy again. Thanks for listening.
Shout out to you, Easy Peasy.
I didn't know actually anybody's listening to what we're saying, but thank you so much for that one as well. And I just called up FXI here only because we haven't really talked about this. I called up FXI because of China talk, right? This is the China 100. This is the major ETF. So if things start to ramp up there in China, we talked about this yesterday, with Kimi and all this kind of stuff happening now. Like they're producing large language models at like 5% of the cost that all the big guys are producing them here. So, you do have to think about the fact of what token costs are going to be and potential China. I think that there is, if they can talk friendly on trade with President Trump. Remember, President Xi is coming here at some point in August. I can't remember the exact date. I feel like it was August 20 something. He'll be here talking with Trump. So definitely there'll be some China talk then. Maybe position yourself accordingly in the FXI before those dates happen. What's up, Sia?
We'll
back
go
there. I mean,
right
I was
back to
looking at
Sia in a
SpaceX
minute.
earlier, and you just it's not doing a whole
really
bunch
moving
there
it,
today, but it is down 3%.
Unlike
give us a thumbs up in the background, Sia, when you're ready, and I'll just throw it immediately. Oh, battery died.
Uh-oh.
Don't
Battery
run.
died.
Do not run. We
There's
don't have
no-
any
do not
insurance.
run.
Do not run. We do not. Please do not run to get a battery.
There's a bad history of traders running on the trading floor.
No, I just
remember
don't
that
want-
dude. There was a dude who was like he refused. He was doing all the morning
I-
actively trading.
Why are you running?
And he didn't want to miss anything, so he got up and wanted to sprint to the bathroom. And when he was taking the corner out to he dropped like an absolute rock. Gets
the
up.
thing.
And then accidentally clips himself on like a desk.
Yeah, I remember
like his
that.
leg was all
Gash.
bleeding on the floor. It's like, why are you running on the trading floor? You're saving yourself 5 seconds. Anyways, back.
I think it was China that killed her battery because he's about to report something. Oh, it's SpaceX.
China?
SpaceX. It must be Elon killed the battery.
What's that guy's name?
All right, what's up, Sophia?
Am I audible? Yes, I am. Okay, let's talk. SpaceX, SPCX on track for Starship's 13th flight test later today. The 90-minute launch window opens at 5:45 p.m. Central Time. That means around 6:45 p.m. in the Eastern Time. CT, so live coverage will be starting 30 minutes before the launch. SpaceX is not reacting to this at the moment. SPCX down on the day 3.5%.
Told you, Sia's out of breath. She's trying to report this thing. Almost killed herself running around over here. And the reason why we should never run, Sia, around here is because we track things in from outside. So the minute it could be a rainy day out there, next thing you know, you're slipping on a puddle, and the rest is history. So
Plus two, and
I'm just trying to look at.
I'm gonna out some of the production crew.
out, you know?
There's these stools that'll be just randomly laying around
that you
here.
kicked over
people
the other
standing up.
day.
I literally busted my toe on one of them. That they just leave in the middle of the black floor. Whatever.
Guys, to my defense, it's very sweet that you care, but I used to work in a restaurant and I wore non-slip shoes and ran around and I actually fell with a whole plate of cutlery on myself. I don't think it gets worse after that.
So you did fall and cut yourself.
But it can,
No, not cut. I fell with a whole set of cutlery on my head.
That sounds worse. Now you have knives flying at your head.
Imbalances around
This
here.
does not sound good there.
PPL sell 4.4 million shares here is nothing crazy. Grab is 1.2. Wendy's 1.3 million to the buy side. I don't even see any big cap tech names here. I don't know.
I'll give it to Sia.
If anyone
She
cares
has the
about
no slip
Open
shoes.
or Walmart, they're 800,000. Nvidia is only 800,000 to buy. So nothing burger is on the imbalances.
The no slip shoes seems responsible.
Well, that's what you should do.
I like that one there. So SpaceX
Comfy
going
shoes,
upside right now, but not really doing too much. Neil just went over these. We don't ever see this Wendy's. Right there, go grab a Baconator maybe, but I don't see what's going. Oh, what the? Okay, that's a downside.
Castle wants
That's a
Wendy's.
downside play there for that one. Yeah, they have dollar Frosties right now. Nvidia. Okay. A little bit of a bid there coming at the end of the
SpaceX
day.
is a buy.
Yeah, SpaceX is a buy.
390,000 buy for SpaceX.
Yeah, you can't
330
predict
for
that.
Tesla. Those are all pretty.
There goes SpaceX a little bit. I can maybe zoom in a bit here, and we'll see what's going on. So a little bit of a bid there for SpaceX. Of course, we get stopped at the very lows. No surprise there, and also no surprise here. But Palantir's made it all the way back, but that was a bad out, and there it goes upside. But again, following rules, it happens what happens. And then Uber with some news today, and that may be a story for Monday, man. I think that was just a financial post, but once that gets out there and tweeted out and confirmed and all that kind of stuff, maybe out of the mouth of Waymo there, then we'll see, because I think it's more downside for Uber. I do not like what's been happening with that stock. This is now 6 or 7 straight down days. I'm still going to beat myself up over 80 because we sat on the show here and talked about getting out if we ever got that chance, and we didn't do it. This is on Nancy Pelosi buying it. Wait a second, Nancy Pelosi bought this thing. Where's the Nancy Pelosi ETF? Because I got to find out if she's still in this.
What's it?
I have no idea. Pels, I think. But there it goes into the down, or something Dems. Is it Dems? Hold on a second. Dems. Is it Dems? No, Dem.
I'm just gonna look.
Dem. I don't know what it is. There is an Nance.
Oh, it's Nance.
Oh, Nance. Okay, so I was close with Pels there.
Yeah, unusual whale, subversive, something.
Okay, so anyways, the low is happening right now in Uber.
What is? Oh, that thing does. Really? That's actually doing pretty good. The Nance ETF. That's not a bad
She's
look.
not worried about Uber with that look right
Look
there.
at this chart. Okay, well, whatever. Thank you for the super chat here, Blunder. Any insight on when Beyond Meat will pull a stack? Never. Why would it? So I hate to say this, but the common thread on these squeeze names for today and most of this week is they're either like Chinese or Hong Kong companies. So if that's the litmus, then I don't see how that does anything. Just being a penny stock that's depressed and having a short float is not enough to get you going. I don't know necessarily if it's just something subversive where you have like trade desks or a firm that soaks up the flow and then pumps social media or does whatever they do to get this going. But what would the incentive be to do it on Beyond Meat? Like they do it on these ones that have these infinitesimally small floats where they know you can pull this off and get a real squeeze going. So Beyond Meat's probably not going to happen. Only about 5 minutes to go here. SpaceX is pairing off. What's Intel doing? By the way, Stacks is not even halting. It's open. It's been open this entire time. It looks like it's gonna trade into the close. It just tagged 10. It's back at 9. Intel looks like it's gonna close at $92.
Oh God!
What a reversal! That's unbelievable. That's 20% from top to bottom last night. 114 to 92. Unbelievable.
What else reported today? We had AXP reported today.
Yeah,
we can have a look
AXP
to see.
well.
Okay, that kind of went fine. That's kind of where we opened. Okay, AXP closing where it opened, so at least that's fine. Not too much hit there as well. All right, Stack is now above 10. We just got that OTLK look there. Hey Juan, how's it going? OTLK, Outlook Therapeutics. So the look is after hours mover. Yeah, I mean, definitely possible. But, you like to see volume picking up into the close. If anything, it's kind of dead a little now on OTLK. So, yeah, I don't know if there is too much movement. I would say, yeah, back up to 180, possible for sure. I mean, to sit here and say nothing is going to happen. The only thing is like, what you're really looking for is look at the way this is moving. And then if you look at the way Stack is moving, it's just a completely different story altogether. Like, once the bell rings, when the bell tolls, you're going to see like no more volumes. All the market makers and hedge funds and everybody that's like sort of toying with this right now are going to be gone. So they're going to let this thing float higher or whatever. Then there's no halt. So there's no way of saving you on the short if it starts running against you. Only going to have to wait for Monday and then margin calls and everything. That's why sometimes Monday morning or whatever the time or day is, you do get sometimes that little spike up early, like 7 a.m. or whatever, once people get liquidated. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with Stack. I'd say there's much more of a chance of just craziness in Stack than OTLK, but yeah, still a chance for sure. Only up 8%, so I don't think people are scared. It's Stack people are scared, right? It's the panic that creates the movement in the after hours.
Yeah, the problem with OTLK is it's actually on news. Like it's a traditional story. It's a small capper with a drug trial and a positive result, and it's going to move within some sort of normal bounds. Stack is breaking all of the rules at this moment, and that's what makes it unique. 355 hit, but there wasn't anything big to revert.
No, not really.
So outside of this, which is still a big sell, why is this a big sell? So PPL, for what it's worth, is moving like 10, 15 cents on a 4 million sell and balance. You've got Intel. Intel wasn't there before. Now it's 1.3 million to the sell side. 1.3 million sell on Intel. 8% to the downside here on that bad boy. I got out of my silver trade, but that's basically it. Barely even moved.
It's too bad Adara's not here because we have a story about Warner Brothers here. The New York, I'm not sure. I don't know who exactly. Attorney General, maybe.
Would be, yeah.
Yeah, this is on Benzinga. I'm definitely hearing this guy right now. Attorney General, I guess, not liking this deal here and threw some shade on it. So Warner Brothers, the news is
they're one of the states suing.
Yeah,
so
definitely old news here.
New York is one of the ones.
Nothing, but that's the creation of a little bit of volume here around 3 o'clock. So boom, shakalaka to the downside there for Warner Brothers. So if you were just interested in that story, yes, Sia?
Sorry about that. But for WBD, they're just like commenting the same thing that came out a couple minutes ago and reiterating. So also that I'm seeing right now is that the trial outcome, the deal will be paused until trial outcome or June. So June of next year, that means.
Okay, so there you go. Good story there. Sia, thanks for that one. Yeah, we'll like to see what goes on there. But I got out of Google here. Again, we were pretty good there. We were long. So we got out right there at VWAP on that little spike. And we also got out of Amazon, which turns out to be fine as well. So good trading there on Amazon and good trading on Google today. My two top stocks. And the worst stock, we're only really red on, well, we're red on SpaceX too, but we're just red on Intel. Intel's been a disaster today for me, going long early and then boom to the downside. So yeah, man, without Intel, we're fine, but with Intel, we're not. So there goes Intel. We're red, but it's not a big day. We've made back almost as much as we lost on Intel there, but we just couldn't get it there at the end of the day. We did lose just a little bit there on SpaceX. Palantir was fine. Uber was fine. Everything else, just not too much action here today. Despite the market doing this, I have no trades on the TQQ, so that's kind of interesting. Another one here.
No, you just
okay.
Marks are
right
done
at 4 o'clock. We done.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go here, and I'll tell you guys, it looks like you're gonna close above 8, but I don't know, without any real gusto here on stack. I mean, it's bouncing a little bit, but it didn't fall. It didn't fall apart. Like, that's the good news. Like, it's not exactly falling apart going into the close. I saw something about holding over the weekend on this. All I can say is, good luck if you go that route. Obviously, you understand the risks. Anything can happen. Like, they can gap down. I don't know about an offering because I didn't look into it because I'm not trading it and I would never hold it. But that's one of the things that you have to be concerned about. Like, that's your primary concern, but also just the fact that it could flat out gap down to any price, or gap up to any price. And even at 4 o'clock, when it can't halt, this thing could fly $5 up or $5 down, like almost instantly. So you gotta be careful with that as well. Great super chat here from Heidi Ho. You're doing a great job, Sia. Yes, you are. Sia filling in for Adara for 2 days and doing a great job with it. Of course, she's on every other day as well.
The ES is going to be zeros. There we
exactly
go.
Flat?
Yeah, ES right now is zeros. We had that poll up earlier.
It was green.
I know, but it's like so funny that the poll was, will we get to green? Looks like it'll be a momentarily decision right at the close there.
It's not going to make
what
it.
winds up happening now. And yeah, it's been a little bit of a brutal day for sure. In the NASDAQ. Everything else seems to be fine, led by banks. Here's stack right here. 30 seconds until that U.S. market does wind up closing for the day. NASDAQ down. Oh, there it is. The ES is positive. Will we get there? We can keep it up and just have a look. 0.3 right now with only 20 seconds left. Looks like we're going to hold it. We'll make the official call right at the close. We have now 12 seconds left. It's trying to hold.
It's good.
Oh, and by the way, SpaceX running into 115 right now. A 5, 4. Thank you so much to Orogenics. 3, 2, and 1. And yes, there it is. It is official right now. 0.3. So we do close in the. We do close in the green there for the. Get it off the screen before it turns red. Oh shoot, it's red. No, okay, it doesn't matter. We already made them. They're down 0.02 right now. There it is. Andre doesn't know what to do over here. Just keep going back and forth. But yeah, good show overall there at the end of the day. Yeah, SPK still trading. It's still not doing anything. It's $9 right now into the close. But yeah, overall good. It's 1 o'clock somewhere, and it's about to be that time at my place. So that's going to be fun there today. And then, like we said, baseball on the weekend. Maybe you'll go to Wonderland. Maybe
as long as the weather's nice.
Sia, what are you doing?
That's what I'm talking about.
What am I doing on the weekend?
Sure.
I took a complete off from my other job, which I'm really excited about. So I get to sleep in. I get to take my grandma out. I think I'm going to take her to the island as well.
Nice.
But I have a party tonight, which I'm really excited about.
Ooh,
in
good.
a long time. So yes, excited about that.
Like a house party or like a party?
House party, yes.
Oh wow, okay, those are the funnest ones.
Yes, they're the best ones. I do not like clubs at all. It's a.
No, you don't like what?
I don't like clubbing.
It's all about the clubs.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, once you get past a certain age.
I was told by someone in the chat, so I'm just going to give it over to the guys. But what I'm going to say right now is see ya later, everyone, and have a good weekend.
How come when I say that, it's like everyone's like...
Everyone groans when everyone else
so
does it.
cheesy, but yeah.
Yes.
See ya right there. We will see everybody on Monday, that is for sure. Michael, you got any plans this weekend? No. Okay. No plans for Michael this weekend, but yeah, we have plans. Any plans over there, anybody? Andre, what are you doing this weekend? Working out.
Working out.
I mean, that's
Andre,
that's a very
gonna hit the gym.
concentrated,
Yeah.
right? Like all weekend. This guy's gonna be a Andre may be Sharif.
He's stealing a page from Sharif's
and
book.
resting. Okay.
Yeah.
And maybe no carbs. I mean, if you're going to be stay as much far away.
Oh, I'm eating carbs.
Okay, good. Andre is very
Andre knows
pro
what's
carbs.
up. You have
Andre
to
is
be pro
very,
carbs.
very.
That's where all the
pro
delicious
carbs over there. So, all right, good show. We'll see everybody then again. Tiffany, thank you so much. Fabian, Sia, everybody, thank you so much. Adara's back, but you're here on Monday as well, anyways, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a dual threat on Monday. So thank you to everybody, Ramin, everybody included, Brendo, Sharif, and Joe. Everybody have a fantastic, and one, shout out to one as well. Have a fantastic weekend, everybody. And we will see you back live right here.
Monday morning.
Monday
big
morning.
Earnings week.
At
Monster.
8 a.m.
Peace.
Rest up.